Where is this? How did I suddenly appear on the street? What's going on? Transmigration. Has this good fortune finally come to me? On the roads throughout the city, countless figures looked around in confusion. At this moment, no one knew why they had suddenly appeared in a dilapidated city. Compared to the others who were at a loss, Ming on a certain road stared in shock, unable to believe his eyes as he looked around. Am I reborn? Isn't this the beginning of the global descent into the escape world? This scene was all too familiar to Ming. Ming, where is this? How do we end up here? Suddenly a woman's voice interrupted his thoughts. Ming turned to look beside him. He saw a woman with a panicked expression looking around worriedly. It was she who was asking him. This woman was ordinary looking, but she knew how to apply makeup and dress up, which slightly enhanced her appearance, barely making her a beauty. She was Zhao Tong, his girlfriend, who had just broken up with him. Ming frowned at Zhao Tong. He hadn't expected to see this woman again after being reborn. What bad luck. It turned out that after Zhao Tong passed the civil service exam, she no longer needed Ming as her ATM, so she came specifically to break up with him. However, this accidentally caused both of them to descend here together. In his previous life, Ming had been persuaded by this woman to board a bus together, only for her to turn around and abandon him, getting into a foreigner's off-road vehicle, leaving him on the bus with scarce supplies. This directly led to Ming not becoming a vehicle owner, always struggling at the bottom, and even being used as bait, in the end dying at the hands of monsters. Ming was about to raise his hand to slap Zhao Tong when suddenly a mysterious voice appeared in everyone's minds. Welcome everyone to the escape world. Here you have only death and survival. There are various vehicles in the city. You need to find a vehicle to escape this city. The vehicle will be your reliance in the escape, so choose carefully. During the escape, there will be various treasure chests as rewards. The chests contain survival supplies and enhancement items. Of course, the prerequisite is that you must defeat the monsters guarding the chests. Important reminder: leave the city as soon as possible. Monsters will descend in 1 hour. After hearing the prompt in his mind, Ming thought to himself, just as I expected. He had truly been reborn. This voice was exactly the same as what he had heard in his previous life. Compared to others who knew nothing, Ming had some understanding of the current situation. From now on, all people aged 18 to 50 around the world have descended into the survival world. Everyone must fight and survive in the escape. In his previous life, Ming was an ant struggling at the bottom. This life, since he has been reborn, he must seize the initiative, become a vehicle owner, and survive. Suddenly a system panel appeared in front of Ming and Zhao Tong. Ming knew that this was the system panel that everyone in the escape world possessed. The system panel was divided into 4 categories: attributes, channel, equipment, and vehicle. The homepage of the system panel shows attributes as follows: name Ming, strength E, speed E, physique E, spirit E, skills none, escape coin 0, overall rating E. Next to it is the channel interface showing the current number of people: 100, 001, 0000. Many people are already chatting and sending messages in the system. Now that Ming was reborn, he naturally had no mood to look at the chat channel and instead quickly thought about how to bind a vehicle. Vehicles were graded from D to A, each with different abilities. They could bring different benefits to the owner. In the previous life, the top powerhouses were all vehicle owners with high-level vehicles. Those without vehicles could only become followers under vehicle owners or survive barely on buses. Vehicle owners could recruit followers to form teams, fight treasure chests, and earn resources. Now there were many vehicles hidden in various corners of the city. The easiest to find were the buses parked at various bus stops. In his previous life, Ming had boarded a bus under Zhao Tong's persuasion, which resulted in him not becoming a vehicle owner. In this life, Ming naturally would not board a bus again. Next were the low-level vehicles hidden in various corners of the city. Since Ming was reborn, he naturally would not set his sights on these low-level vehicles with no potential. Ming was determined to find a top-tier vehicle to change his fate. The true top-tier vehicles were all hidden underground in the city. Only those lucky enough to step on a teleportation array and be transported to an underground parking lot could obtain a top-tier vehicle. Ming's goal was naturally the top-tier vehicle hidden underground. This time I must find a vehicle. I absolutely cannot miss the opportunity to acquire one again. Ming's gaze gradually hardened with resolve. With that thought, he delivered a resounding slap across Zhao Tong's face. Slap. Zhao Tong clutched her face and let out a shrill cry. She had been checking the chat channel for information, never expecting Ming to suddenly strike her. Are you insane, Ming? Zhao Tong was about to explode with fury. In the years of their relationship since college, this was the first time he had ever hit her. She never imagined that the moment she brought up breaking up, he would dare to hit her. Men were truly all worthless. Ming, how dare you hit me? Do you even know what you've done, you useless piece of trash? Don't ever think about winning me back. I will never give you another chance. Zhao Tong had not yet realized that this was no longer the original world. She still maintained a condescending attitude, scolding Ming incessantly. After slapping Zhao Tong, Ming felt a surge of satisfaction. He was too lazy to even listen to what she said, turning around and running toward a nearby residential complex. At the same time, Ming quickly recalled memories from his past life. Soon he found information about a vehicle in his mind. It was an RV. And in his past life the owner of that RV was a man named Li Tianyu. That man in the future would use that RV to plunder maidens from all over. There was a girl who had shared life and death experiences with Yi Ming, and feelings had grown between them. She chose to commit suicide rather than be taken onto Li Tianyu's RV. In his past life Yi Ming had formed a bitter enmity with Li Tianyu because of this. So now his first thought was to find that RV and change both their fates. As for the location of the RV, Yi Ming remembered that Li Tianyu had once boasted in the chat channel that it was underground in the plaza, and the plaza was located in the city center. However, to get to the city center plaza walking was clearly not an option. It was far too distant. By the time he arrived on foot the monsters would have already descended, and Li Tianyu would have long since obtained the RV. So Yi Ming had to first find a vehicle nearby, then drive to find the RV. As far as Yi Ming knew, apart from buses there were no other vehicles on the city's roads. This was also why most people hadn't found a vehicle and had to take the bus. Ordinary BC and class vehicles were hidden in residential complexes or in corners of buildings. So Yi Ming immediately ran toward the nearby residential complex because he knew there would definitely be a vehicle there, just not a high-grade one. Zhao Tong was stunned as she watched Yi Ming's retreating figure. He had slapped her and then just run off without even looking back. Zhao Tong was so enraged by his actions that she felt like her menstrual cycle might go haywire. Yi Ming stopped right there. "Where do you think you're going?" Zhao Tong yelled at Yi Ming, trying to make him stop. But Yi Ming was already far away, paying her no attention. As the unfamiliar environment closed in around her, Zhao Tong began to panic. She realized this world was not simple and wanted to use Yi Ming as her bodyguard, so she couldn't let him get away. Forced to, Zhao Tong also chased after him. As Yi Ming and Zhao Tong ran into the residential complex, the other people on the street gradually finished checking the system and began to consider how to find a vehicle. After all, the system had just warned that only 1 hour remained before the monsters descended. They also needed to hurry and find a vehicle to escape the city. "Hey, I saw 2 people run into that complex. Did they find something?" Someone pointed at the complex Yi Ming and Zhao Tong had entered after closing their system panel. Many people were tempted by the idea. Those 2 who ran into the complex. Could they have found a vehicle? There were hardly any vehicles nearby, so maybe there really was one in that complex. "Let's go check it out together. If they really found a vehicle, we can just hitch a ride with them. Yeah, if they're selfish and refuse, well, just take the vehicle by force." The others said nothing, but only they knew what they were thinking. Meanwhile, after Yi Ming ran into the complex, he didn't find a vehicle immediately. But the complex was not large, only a few rows of dilapidated residential buildings. Finding a vehicle wouldn't take too long. Yi Ming could only search among the buildings, hoping to quickly locate one. Zhao Tong then ran into the complex and shouted at Yi Ming. "Yi Ming, what are you doing in this rundown complex? Don't you know there's only an hour left before the monsters arrive? We need to hurry and find a bus." At this moment, Zhao Tong just wanted to quickly find a bus to escape the city, because she had learned from the chat channel that many people had found buses at bus stops on the main roads. If they were late, they would probably miss the bus seats. But Zhao Tong was afraid of being bullied if she went alone. A tall guy like Yi Ming who was over 1.8 meters would be the perfect bodyguard, and someone as stupid as Yi Ming would probably even cover her retreat if danger came. Yi Ming, who was still searching for a vehicle, was seething inside. Zhao Tong was actually trying to convince him to go on a bus. If it weren't for the time crunch, he would have slapped her at least a dozen times to vent his anger. At that moment, several more people ran into the complex. They were all scrambling, afraid of being one step too late and missing out on a vehicle. No one knew exactly how many vehicles existed in the city or whether there were enough for the 10,000 people. So no one was willing to give up the chance to obtain a vehicle and escape the city. There must be a vehicle in this complex. Everyone searched quickly. Don't let that guy up ahead get it all to himself. Zhao Tong watched as several more people ran into the residential compound, all shouting about finding transportation, and she was somewhat bewildered. Could there really be vehicles in this compound? She saw Yi Ming had already run far ahead, delving deep into the compound. Get out of this compound now, or we discovered it first." Zhao Tong waved her hands to drive away the few people trying to enter the compound. It had to be said, Zhao Tong's mind sometimes worked quite fast, worthy of someone who had passed the civil service exam, as she knew to block them and buy time for Yi Ming. But these people were not going to indulge Zhao Tong. One middle-aged man, blocked by Zhao Tong, angrily slapped her across the face. Slap. Zhao Tong screamed in pain. A familiar feeling, a familiar cry, only the person delivering the slap was different. Hearing the shouts from behind, Yi Ming realized others were also searching for vehicles in the compound. Yi Ming could do nothing about it, but quicken his pace in the search. Until at a certain corner, he finally spotted a vehicle. It was a dilapidated minivan. Finally found it. Yi Ming's heart leaped with joy, and he immediately dashed toward the minivan. The few people following close behind, Yi Ming also spotted the minivan. "Look, there's a car over there. Damn it, everyone chase after him. Don't let that guy hog the minivan." Thus, everyone present sprinted desperately toward the minivan, each with the sole thought of seizing the vehicle first. Yi Ming was in the lead, holding the greatest advantage in snatching the minivan. He had already reached it. Seeing this, the people behind changed their expressions and shouted loudly, "Brother, wait for us, let's get in together." Yi Ming smirked, coldly hesitated not, and opened the rusty door of the minivan, directly climbing in. Ding detected a crate vehicle, a dilapidated minivan. Would you like to bind this vehicle? As soon as Yi Ming sat in the minivan, a system notification echoed in his mind. No. Without hesitation, Yi Ming refused to bind the minivan. Each person could only bind one vehicle. Once bound, it could not be taken or abandoned, and even destroying the vehicle would not break the binding. Yi Ming's target was Li Tianyu's grade RV. That was why he refused to bind the minivan. Glancing at the people rushing toward him to seize the minivan, he immediately started the engine. The keys were already in the ignition, and it was fully fueled, so there was no worry about not being able to drive away. He shifted into gear, started moving, and floored the accelerator. Amid the resentful curses of the people behind, Yi Ming drove off in the minivan. Bastard, stop the car if you dare. Damn, this guy is so selfish. There were still seats in the minivan, why wouldn't he let us on? After a few more curses, watching the minivan disappear into the distance, they had no choice but to continue searching for other vehicles. As Yi Ming drove the minivan, nearing the compound's exit, he saw Zhao Tong standing at the gate. Her left cheek was slightly swollen, clearly from a harsh slap. Spotting Yi Ming in the minivan, Zhao Tong's face lit up with surprise. But the minivan drove right past her without any intention of stopping to pick her up. What? Yi Ming, you bastard. Stop the car. Seeing the minivan not stop for her, Zhao Tong burst into furious curses, regretting breaking up with Yi Ming so soon. Otherwise, she might have had a chance to escape the city in the minivan. Watching Zhao Tong stomp in fury through the rearview mirror, Yi Ming felt a secret satisfaction. In his past life, Zhao Tong had abandoned him at a bus stop, trapping him in a life of misery. There was no way he would let her into the minivan this time. After orienting himself, Yi Ming gradually increased the minivan's speed, heading toward the city center. He needed to hurry and find the RV. At this moment, the city's roads were empty of other vehicles or obstacles, filled only with people. Yi Ming sped along in the minivan. Everyone, look. There's a minivan over there. Hey, stop and take us out of this city. Many people, upon seeing Yi Ming's minivan, shouted excitedly, hoping to hitch a ride and escape the city. But Yi Ming paid them no heed. Some tried to block the minivan, yet Yi Ming had no intention of slowing down and simply rammed into them, trying to block the car. Then die. Damn it, everyone, get out of the way. The minivan is going to hit someone. Yi Ming's act of running people over startled many, forcing them to dodge frantically, fearing they'd be killed by the minivan. Bastard, driving that fast, are you in a hurry to die? Damn it, I'll remember you, you minivan driving scumbag. Don't let me run into you later, or you'll be sorry. On the road, many who narrowly escaped being hit cursed Yi Ming. Not only did he refuse them a ride, but he also tried to kill them. What a jerk. As Yi Ming searched for the square where the RV was located, the hour before the monster's descent was drawing near. One by one, people found vehicles in various corners of the city, becoming vehicle owners. Others boarded buses at various stops, quietly waiting to escape the city. The vehicle owners, after picking up a few passengers, began fleeing toward the city's outskirts. Some of the quicker ones had already driven out of the city. Only a handful were still searching for vehicles within the city. Meanwhile, Yi Ming, driving the minivan, finally arrived at an empty square. This should be the square. Looking at the square before him, Yi Ming could not help but feel a surge of excitement. He had wasted a lot of time finding this place. Gazing out, the square was empty. Even if someone came here, they would leave after a glance. After all, they were looking for vehicles, not to take a stroll in the square. But who would have thought that beneath this empty square lay a grade RV? In his past life, someone had investigated and found that all grade vehicles were hidden in underground garages, difficult to discover. Only the fortunate could accidentally step on a teleportation array, be sent to the underground garage, and obtain an grade vehicle. Li Tianyu had once bragged in the chat channel about how lucky he was. He had been chased by a descending monster, fled to the square, and was accidentally teleported to the underground garage, where he obtained that grade RV. It was just like a protagonist in a novel who, while being pursued, falls off a cliff and receives a hermit's teachings. Yi Ming was immensely envious. Thus, he never doubted whether Li Tianyu was lying. And indeed, Li Tianyu hadn't lied. Why would he? Could someone possibly be reborn and snatch his RV before him? Yi Ming opened the car door, stepped out of the van, and stood in the empty square, pondering how to acquire a Class A RV. He decided to head to the center of the square, where a teleportation array leading to the underground garage was likely located. As Yi Ming strode toward the center, he failed to notice a bulky figure lurking outside the square, silently watching him leave the van. The figure, seeing Yi Ming move farther away, clenched his fists in excitement. If Yi Ming had seen that bulky figure, he would have recognized him immediately. Li Tianyu. Indeed, this man was the owner of the RV in his past life, and he was also overweight. Despite his size, Li Tianyu possessed none of the warmth or honesty typical of a stout person. Instead, he was ugly, slovenly, and thoroughly lecherous. He bore a striking resemblance to a certain celestial dragon from One Piece. This was why in his past life the virgins he captured found it impossible to genuinely fall in love with him. Li Tianyu had only one strange demand for the women he brought onto his RV: they must love him. Of course, some women pretended to love him to gain his protection. But Li Tianyu seemed to possess the ability to discern a woman's true feelings. Those who feigned affection were subjected to his torment, and their humiliating videos were recorded and broadcast in the chat channel for everyone's amusement. Thus, many women would rather die at the hands of monsters than board Li Tianyu's RV. Back in the present, Yi Ming had reached the center of the square. He lowered his head, stepping on the tiles beneath his feet, hoping to trigger the teleportation array. Meanwhile, Li Tianyu, hiding in a corner, had no idea what Yi Ming was doing, but he knew this was the perfect opportunity to seize the van. With an utterly lecherous running posture, Li Tianyu crept toward the van. His bulky frame made him slow, and the scene resembled Zhu Beiji sneaking watermelons. By the time he reached the van, Yi Ming was still stamping on the square's tiles. Bang! The sound of the car door slamming shut jolted Yi Ming, who turned around in shock. He saw a bulky figure sitting in the driver's seat, trying to start the van. Damn it! Li Tianyu, you bastard, you're stealing my van. Yi Ming was horrified. He instantly recognized Li Tianyu in the van. That bulky silhouette was an enemy he could never forget, even in his dreams. At that moment, Li Tianyu excitedly started the van, and a system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! Discovered a Class C vehicle, a battered van. Do you wish to bind this vehicle? Li Tianyu was stunned, then overjoyed, nodding frantically. Bind it! Bind it! Hee hee! This van is mine now. Ding! Congratulations on binding the Class C van. Once bound, the van cannot be seized or abandoned. Even if destroyed, the binding cannot be undone. You are now the owner and have the right to recruit followers. Followers will bring you benefits. It is recommended that you recruit followers before leaving the city. Li Tianyu didn't have time to check the system prompts. He saw Yi Ming running toward him. Hastily, he drove the van out of the square. I, Li Tianyu, am truly a clever and brave man. I managed to snatch a vehicle just before the monsters descend. Li Tianyu glanced casually at the rearview mirror, but Yi Ming was no longer in the square. Strange. Where did he go? He didn't dwell on it, focusing instead on the system to examine the van's information and abilities. As for Yi Ming, he couldn't care less. Meanwhile, Yi Ming was no longer in the square, but in the underground garage beneath it. When he saw Li Tianyu take his van, rage consumed him. He wished he could skin Li Tianyu alive on the spot. He immediately ran after Li Tianyu, but after a few steps, he triggered the teleportation array and was sent to the underground garage. Though his van had been stolen, he found himself in the underground garage, a blessing in disguise. The garage was not dark, lit by electric lights. Yi Ming slowly stood up. Before him was a battered, grayish-white compact RV. The sight of it made him tremble with excitement, and he couldn't help but step forward to caress it. Yes, this was the RV. Though it looked vastly different from Li Tianyu's RV, that was because Li Tianyu's had undergone extensive modifications and upgrades. This one was small and dilapidated. Every vehicle starts as a beat-up zero-star initial form, requiring the owner to upgrade and enhance it later. Yi Ming quickly opened the RV's door and sat in the driver's seat. Ding! Discovered an S-Class vehicle, a battered RV. Do you wish to bind this vehicle? What? An S-Class vehicle? Yi Ming exclaimed, thinking he had misheard. He quickly checked the system information. It was indeed S-Class. No wonder. Yi Ming murmured to himself. No wonder Li Tianyu had always given him an unfathomable impression in his past life. Not only was he powerful, but he also had endless resources. His RV was luxuriously equipped, capable of supporting any number of captured virgins, making him the envy of countless men in the apocalyptic world. It turned out Li Tianyu's RV was never Class A but Class S. It was no wonder Li Tianyu had hidden the RV's grade. If Yi Ming were in his shoes, he would have concealed its S-Class status too, for the towering tree attracts the wind. Li Tianyu, you've really given me a wonderful surprise. Yi Ming's grin was unstoppable. You want the Class C van? Take it. He'll gladly accept your S-Class RV. Now that he had found the RV, the van was indeed useless. As for his vendetta with Li Tianyu, there would be time to settle it later. System, bind the RV, Yi Ming commanded. Ding! Congratulations on binding the S-Class RV. Once bound, the RV cannot be seized or abandoned. Even if destroyed, the binding cannot be undone. You are now the owner and have the right to recruit followers. Followers will bring you benefits. It is recommended that you recruit followers before leaving the city. 2 system prompts sounded. Yi Ming, smiling, opened the system panel to examine the capabilities of the S-Class. Yi Ming skillfully opened the system panel and clicked on the transportation interface. The RV's level 0 stars had a capacity of 1 out of unlimited. Function 1, the owner could collect special affection points from maidens. Function 2, affection points could be exchanged for attribute orbs of any level. The higher the orb's grade, the more affection points consumed. Function 3, the owner could record blueprints, enabling unlimited item production from them. Current affection points 0. Currently recorded blueprints none. After reviewing this level RV's abilities, Yi Ming was momentarily stunned. As he delved deeper into each function, Yi Ming finally understood Li Tianyu's perverse behavior in his past life. The reason Li Tianyu had plundered maidens everywhere was to gain affection points. In the world of escape, there were many ways to enhance one's strength. The most direct and effective method was absorbing attribute orbs to strengthen personal attributes. Attribute orbs like power levels were divided into 6 tiers: S, A, B, C, D, and E. In the escape world, attribute orbs were extremely scarce. Even the lowest level orbs were in high demand on the market. The RV's ability to exchange affection points for attribute orbs explained how Li Tianyu had become an A-level powerhouse in his past life. Yi Ming understood everything now. Li Tianyu had collected special affection points from maidens, a delicate matter not to be explicitly stated. In his past life, Li Tianyu demanded that the captured maidens fall in love with him, all for the sake of affection points. It seemed that for Yi Ming to grow stronger, he too would need to win over maidens and collect their affection. But Yi Ming was different from Li Tianyu. He had an advantage in gathering affection points. Li Tianyu was ugly, fat, sleazy, and unkempt, making it hard for him to earn women's affection. Yi Ming, on the other hand, was handsome, standing 1.8 meters tall with a dashing face, easily capturing women's hearts. Moreover, Yi Ming was a man with ideals. He was unlike Li Tianyu, who accepted any maiden, ugly, old, young, or beautiful, without discrimination. Li Tianyu had no standards, which was why he was seen as perverted. He truly wasn't picky. Yi Ming, however, was selective. If he were to take in women, they would naturally be beautiful ones. Additionally, the RV had no limit on the number of followers it could accommodate. As long as there was space inside, it could hold countless people. Of course, Yi Ming wouldn't do that, as there was no benefit. From now on, the RV would only take in maidens he fancied. The RV's final ability also intrigued him greatly: the power to record blueprints. In the escape world, opening treasure chests had a chance to yield blueprints. Each blueprint had a limited number of uses. Some could craft an item once, others multiple times, but never indefinitely. The RV's third ability allowed him to record blueprints and then manufacture items from them without limit. With this power, Yi Ming didn't even need to fight monsters. He could make a fortune just by selling items crafted from blueprints. So this is the power of its level vehicle A. With the ability to exchange affection points for attribute orbs and to record blueprints for unlimited resources, even a pig could become a top-tier powerhouse. After all, Li Tianyu was a perfect example of such a pig. After examining the RV's abilities, Yi Ming inspected the vehicle itself. The RV, a home on wheels, combined the functions of both a house and a car. Currently at its most basic 0-star state, it was shabby and crude, with only 2 areas: a driver's cabin and a bedroom. The bedroom contained only a large bed with bedding, nothing else. There was no air conditioning, refrigerator, kitchen, bathroom, or toilet. Not even tables, chairs, or utensils were present. It was truly pitiful. These items would have to be found and installed later. After looking around, Yi Ming returned to the driver's seat. He didn't complain about the RV's dilapidation, believing he would upgrade and perfect it in the future. In the escape world, vehicles and equipment had levels ranging from 0 to 5 stars. The more stars, the stronger. Yi Ming checked the dashboard. The fuel tank held 100 units of gasoline. In this world, 1 unit covered 1 kilometer, and gasoline was crucial for searching treasure chests and supplies. Thus, gasoline was a vital resource. The RV's top speed was only 100 km/h. To increase speed, he would need to upgrade the engine and power system. After inspecting everything, Yi Ming didn't drive out of the underground garage immediately. Instead, he opened the system to check the chat channel. The chat channel was flooded with messages, chaotic as expected, from 10,000 people. The monster's descent is near, and I still haven't found a vehicle. Someone save me. Our bus is full. Why isn't it leaving the city? Don't panic, all buses are stationary. They probably can't move until the monsters arrive. Li Tianyu, I still have empty seats in my car. Anyone still in the city who hasn't boarded, message me privately. Li Tianyu, great one. Save me, at XXX. Yi Ming skimmed the channel and saw Li Tianyu recruiting followers. Damn it, stealing my minivan to recruit people. He'll remember this debt. Oh well, settle it slowly. Yi Ming stopped reading and opened the player list, searching carefully. After some time, his search stopped on an avatar, a pure-looking girl with glasses. She was beautiful, with an oval face and big eyes that, framed by glasses, evoked the feeling of a first love from school days. Yi Ming clicked on her avatar and sent a friend request. At the same time, on a certain city bus, a girl wearing glasses and a blue school uniform sitting in a corner was startled. Someone had sent her a friend request. She had been lurking in the chat channel without sending any messages. So whoever added her must have found her through the player list. Who is it? Yang Lingyu curiously opened the request and saw the name Yi Ming. She was certain she didn't know him. Why is he adding me? Could he have ulterior motives? Yang Lingyu felt a pang of unease, as if being harassed. Despite Yi Ming's handsome appearance, she wasn't interested and decisively rejected the request. Yi Ming sat in the driver's seat of the RV, momentarily stunned when Yang Lingyu rejected his friend request. He hadn't expected her to be so cautious. After all, they were still strangers to each other, so her refusal was only natural. In his past life, after parting ways with Zhao Tong, Yi Ming happened to sit next to Yang Lingyu on a bus. At first, neither paid the other any mind, their only thought being to escape the city. But once they left the urban sprawl behind, the true ordeal of survival began confronting them with a myriad of challenges. Foremost was the issue of food and water. Yi Ming fared slightly better. As a man, he could join group battles and earn a share of supplies from loot chests. But Yang Lingyu, an 18-year-old high school girl, lacked the strength to fight. To obtain food and water, she would have to barter her body. It wasn't until Ming noticed the girl beside him was on the verge of death from prolonged starvation and thirst that he discovered her inner stubbornness. She had never begged anyone for food or water. She would rather die of hunger and thirst than sell her body. Given her beauty, she could have easily traded her body for a morsel of food and a sip of water had she been willing. So Ming shared his own rations with her, asking for nothing in return. To repay him, Yang Lingyu volunteered to keep watch at night, guarding against any sneak attacks from others on the bus. Their bond grew stronger over time, weathering countless hardships and battles in the world of survival. An inexplicable affection blossomed between them. Until one day, when Ming left the bus to scavenge for supplies, Li Tianyu appeared unexpectedly and discovered that Yang Lingyu was still a virgin. To avoid being forced onto Li Tianyu's RV, Yang Lingyu fled towards the monsters and chose to be killed by them. From that moment on, a deep-seated hatred took root between Ming and Li Tianyu. Now reborn and bound to its glass RV, Ming was confident he could protect her. He couldn't just abandon the woman who had stood by his side through his past life. Unfortunately, the monster invasion was imminent. He had no time to find Yang Lingyu in person, so he could only send her a friend request, planning to offer her supplies once she understood the harsh realities of this world of survival. At least she wouldn't starve or die of thirst on that bus. Undeterred by her rejection, Ming continued to send friend requests. On the bus, Yang Lingyu stomped her foot in annoyance as Ming persisted. Who was this Ming? Had he really set his sights on her? Yang Lingyu was a clever girl. Through the chat channel, she quickly realized this world of survival was beyond the reach of law and morality. As a defenseless young woman, she felt utterly unsafe, knowing she could easily become a plaything for men. She just hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Out of thousands of women in the chat, why had this Ming singled her out? She was about to reject his request again, but then thought better of it. What harm could he really do? So she accepted. She wanted to see what he was up to. Opening their private chat, she braced herself for a verbal confrontation, ready to curse him out. She would show this harasser that she wasn't someone to be trifled with. But then, he didn't send a single message. After a full minute of waiting, Ming still hadn't texted her. This left her completely baffled. She was dying to ask him why he had added her, but initiating the conversation felt like admitting defeat. It was as if someone had tried to force themselves on her, and after a long struggle of resistance, she finally gave in, only for the man to lose interest. The absurdity of it left her speechless. Utterly exasperated, Yang Lingyu decided to delete him. Just then, a system notification interrupted her thoughts. Regional alert: monsters are descending upon the city. At the same moment, every bus in the city started moving simultaneously, beginning their exodus. The buses had no drivers, but drove autonomously. Seeing this, everyone on board breathed a sigh of relief. They knew they were leaving the city. Look, a meteor shower, someone shouted. Everyone on the bus turned to look out the windows. Yang Lingyu, seated by the window, had a clear view. Countless streaks of white light fell from the sky, resembling a meteor shower. Are those meteors going to hit the bus? Yang Lingyu watched the sky nervously. Soon several beams of light landed near the bus without striking it. As the light faded, figures emerged from within. It's ogres, someone on the bus screamed. The figures were 3 to 4 meters tall with brown skin and humanoid forms. Gamers among the passengers recognized them. Yang Lingyi's face drained of color as she saw the ogres staring at them, drooling. The ogres were clad in primitive attire and looked somewhat dull-witted, but their massive frames instilled a deep sense of dread. With their size, they could easily destroy the bus. Fortunately, they merely watched without making a move. A collective sigh of relief swept through the bus. It seemed they were safe for now. Yang Lingyu noticed a middle-aged man in the distance, frantically running towards the bus. Emboldened by the ogres in action, he dared to approach, hoping to board. But then the previously still ogres all lunged at once. They pounced on the man. Ah, he screamed in agony. A gruesome scene unfolded as the ogres tore apart his body. Before his screams could continue, his body was ripped into pieces and devoured raw by the ogres. The scene was brutally bloody. Yang Lingyu was petrified, her face pale, her body trembling. The man's remains were chewed on like spicy chicken necks in the ogres' mouths. She was just a high school girl, utterly unprepared for such a sight. She would likely be haunted by the same nightmare for nights to come. Yang Lingyu quickly opened the chat channel, which was in chaos. Many were posting pictures of the invading monsters. Goblins, orcs, demons, ogres, even wild beasts, a motley crew of creatures. These monsters did not attack the vehicles, but instead hunted down those who had failed to board. Fatty, drive faster. I keep feeling like those monsters are eyeing us with ill intent. In the van, a man urged Li Tianyu softly. He dared not speak loudly, fearing it would draw the monster's attention and provoke an attack on the vehicle. Li Tianyu was trembling with fear, his hands shaking on the steering wheel. I know, stop rushing me. What if I drive too fast and hit those monsters? He dared not speed up, terrified of colliding with the creatures. His battered van looked far from sturdy and couldn't withstand a crash. Li Tianyu already regretted his decision. He should have fled the city earlier, but his greed had held him back. He wanted to recruit more passengers. After much effort and time, he had only managed to get 2 men on board. Yet those 2 men showed him no respect, calling him fatty and ordering him around. They completely disregarded him as the vehicle's owner. If not for their usefulness, Li Tianyu would have kicked them out long ago. Li Tianyu's eagerness to recruit passengers stemmed from the van's ability. It strengthened the owner's physique based on the number and strength of occupants. The more people he took in, the greater his benefits and the stronger his physical attributes. Unfortunately, the two men on board hadn't triggered any enhancement. Perhaps not enough people had joined yet. Help! A desperate cry came from ahead. The voice was rough, sounding like a burly man's plea for rescue. Someone calling for help. Li Tianyu startled, then spotted two figures. One fat, one thin, running toward the van. Behind them, half a dozen goblins chased with claws bared. They seemed to be women. Upon realizing this, Li Tianyu resolved to save them. He had been worried about not having enough passengers. These two women appeared just in time. The two men inside were startled and quickly advised, "Fatty, be careful. There's a horde of monsters chasing them." Ignoring their protests, Li Tianyu drove the van to the rescue. The two women, one plump, one slender, were overjoyed knowing the van had come for them. Just as the goblins were about to catch up, they clambered aboard. Only then did the three men get a clear look at their faces. All three nearly retched in disgust. These women were hideous. If Li Tianyu was an ugly man, they were his female counterparts. The slender woman's eyes lit up at the sight of three men inside. "Oh, kind sirs, you're true heroes," she exclaimed. "No other car would take us in. Only you were willing. We have nothing to repay you with. We offer ourselves in marriage." The plump woman burst into laughter, her voice as rough as a man's. "My sister speaks well. We must repay their life-saving grace," she said. "By the way, I'm Qinghua, and she's my sister Qingcheng. Which handsome gentleman shall we wed?" The two men recoiled in horror, clutching each other and shaking their heads frantically. No thanks. We're into men, not women." The sisters sneered in disdain, then turned their gaze to Li Tianyu. Their eyes lit up simultaneously. This fat driver was ugly enough to match them, and the van seemed to be his. They could become the owner's wives. Fine, well, marry this chubby brother from now on. Li Tianyu's face twisted as if he had swallowed something foul. Meanwhile, Ming closed the system after Yang Lingyu accepted his friend's request. He needed to leave the city quickly. Although the monsters wouldn't attack vehicles for now, once all buses departed, they would be unleashed on any remaining cars. Ming had to escape the city as soon as possible. The engine roared to life, and the RV began to move. A flash of white light enveloped the vehicle as it teleported to the square. Ming stepped on the accelerator, speeding toward the city's edge. Within the city, those who hadn't boarded transport became prey for the monsters. No matter how they hid or fled, their fate was death at the monsters' hands. Choo Choo was among them. She was stunning, with long legs and a perfectly curved figure. But what truly set her apart was her mischievous, spirited aura. Choo Choo had once had a chance to leave the city. 3 vehicles had invited her aboard, but she refused each time. The owners were all men with obvious ulterior motives. She decided to find her own vehicle and recruit some beautiful women instead. But before she could, the monsters descended. She witnessed goblins forcing a woman to the ground, and fear gripped her. She regretted her choices. Choo Choo wasn't afraid of death, but she dreaded falling into goblin hands. That was worse than dying. So she ran for her life. The goblins, sensing she was a rare prize, chased her with gleaming eyes. As the goblins closed in, Choo Choo broke down sobbing. "Wah! Someone save me. I don't want to end up with those goblins." Just as despair set in, a gray RV burst from nowhere, sending the pursuing goblins flying with a mighty crash. Ming studied Choo Choo through the window. Not bad, a perfect 10. But is she a virgin? He had spotted her being chased from afar and initially planned to ignore her. But her figure was irresistible, and he recalled needing a virgin to boost favorability. So he decided to ask. Rolling down the window, he posed a shocking question. "Hey beauty, are you a virgin?" Choo Choo wiped her tears and nodded eagerly. Choo Choo, do you know me? A virgin then?" Ming nodded in satisfaction. He liked her, but her speech was odd. Why say virgin instead of just virgin? Was she trying to act cute? Was she pretending to be adorable? "I am Choo Choo. Do you know me?" Ming found her endearing act odd. "I don't know you. As long as you're a virgin, it's fine. Would you like to come onto my RV? Room and board are included, you just need to pay a little fare." Choo Choo wiped the tears from her cheeks and glanced at the few goblins lying on the ground. Though they had crashed badly, they weren't dead, and it seemed they would get up soon. Choo Choo dared not face these goblins, so she quickly nodded. Unwilling, but Choo Choo opened her mouth, wanting to say she had nothing on her and no money to pay the fare. Yet she feared that if she said it, Ming wouldn't let her aboard. Ming waved his hand. "What are you standing there for? Get in the car quickly." Seeing Ming signal her to the passenger seat, Choo Choo's face lit up with joy, finally feeling a sense of survival. With a hint of guilty conscience, she opened the door, afraid that Ming would ask for the fare. Once she settled into the passenger seat of the RV and leaned back, she felt a shred of security. After Choo Choo got in, Ming drove the RV swiftly out of the city. He drove fast the entire way. Even when monsters blocked the road, he just floored the accelerator and rammed into them. This terrified Choo Choo beside him. Yet inexplicably, she felt a deep sense of safety, as if she feared nothing as long as she was in the car. Feeling secure, Choo Choo secretly examined the RV. Earlier, someone in the chat channel had announced that vehicles had tiered classifications. Ordinary cars were mostly grade or grade. But Yiming's RV was clearly no ordinary vehicle. Chu guessed that Yiming's RV was far superior to those C or grade cars, likely grade or even a grade. She wondered where he had found such a fine vehicle, where she had wandered the city for so long without finding a single car. Chu truly envied Yiming. As they drove on, the RV soon reached the city's edge. The moment they left the city, the scene before them began to shift. Then the RV appeared on a desolate wilderness. In the middle of the wilderness lay a straight road stretching into the unseen distance. The road was wide enough for 4 or 5 RVs to drive side by side. On both sides were tan sandy gravel exuding a barren feel with occasional yellowed, withered plants visible. You have left the city. Welcome to the wilderness world. From now on, the system will distribute gasoline and escape coins as daily rewards based on the number of people in your vehicle. Vehicles can only travel on the road and cannot leave it. Resource chests are on both sides of the road, each guarded by monsters. Proceed with caution. Important tip: pursuers will descend in 3 days. Enhance your strength quickly. A series of system prompts appeared before Yiming and Chu. After reading the prompts, Chu panicked and quickly opened the chat channel to see how others were doing. For her, the chat channel was the only way to get current information. Oh my god, there are only 9,000 people left in the channel. Chu exclaimed. The channel's member count showed 9096100000. That meant nearly 1,000 people had died in the city in just over an hour. If Yiming hadn't saved her, she would have been one of them. Chu shuddered at the thought. She shot Yiming a grateful glance and continued reading the chat. Soon she noticed some information. People who left the city tried to steal the vehicle owner's ride and killed the owner only to find the vehicle vanished as well. That meant the vehicle was bound to its owner. If the owner died, the vehicle disappeared. The status of vehicle owners was gradually rising in everyone's eyes. Those who killed the owners were now stranded on the road, unsure if they'd ever ride again. Meanwhile, Yiming wasn't browsing the chat for information like Chu. As a reincarnator, what information did he not already know? Yiming was now considering whether to win over Chu and gain her favor. He surveyed the surroundings. There were no monsters, and it was safe. Satisfied, Yiming felt he could focus without interruption. So he turned to Chu. Miss, I've helped you escape the city. How about paying today's fare? Chu, who was checking the chat, changed expression, quickly closed the system, and looked a bit embarrassed. Well, I don't have any money on me. Besides, money is useless here. Chu tried to continue, but saw Yiming looking at her with a faint smile. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. She wasn't stupid. She knew money here was worth less than toilet paper. So Yiming's demand for fare clearly had another motive. As for what he was after, Chu had a guess. Chu's favor won. Chu. So this woman's name was Chu. Yiming couldn't help but recall asking if she was a virgin, only for her to answer Chu. They had both misunderstood each other. Luckily, she truly was a virgin. 2 hours later, Yiming had only gathered 4 favor points. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue, he simply had no energy left. Glancing at Chu, who was exhausted and asleep in bed, Yiming knew it wasn't his fault. It must be that Chu had no goodwill toward him, making it so hard to earn favor. Forget it. Let's see if 4 favor points can be exchanged for attribute orbs. Yiming opened the system to exchange favor, and soon 4 pigeon egg-sized light orbs appeared in his hand. A grade attribute orb absorbed to enhance a grade attributes. Seeing the 4 grade orbs in his hand, Yiming felt no joy, only a furrowed brow. He learned from the exchange that 1 favor point could get 1 a grade orb. 10 points for a grade orb, 100 for a grade orb, and so on, requiring thousands or tens of thousands of points later. To become a top powerhouse, he would need massive amounts of favor. Personal attributes were divided into 4: strength, speed, constitution, and spirit. Each attribute had 6 major tiers from high to low: S, A, B, C, D, E. Each major tier had 3 subtiers, such as E. Currently, all of Yiming's attributes were at the lowest E tier. To upgrade from E to E required 2 attribute orbs, and from E to E required 4 orbs. Advancing from E to D needed 1 grade orb. The 4 orbs in Yiming's hand were too insignificant to absorb. It was better to list them in the channel to trade for needed supplies. With that thought, he opened the chat. After more than 2 hours, many had found chests and obtained resources. Some quick movers had already secured 2 or 3 chests worth of resources. So the channel was bustling with trades. Yiming glanced over. Most trades involved escape coins, food, and water. Yiming posted the information about the grade attribute orb in the chat channel, leaving a message that he wanted to trade it for blueprints, and those interested could message him privately. Within moments of the message being sent, dozens of people privately messaged Yiming. Attribute orbs, being items that enhance strength, were coveted by everyone. Thus, Yiming was not worried about a lack of market. He checked each person's private messages one by one. Most wanted to trade food, water, or even escape coins for the attribute orb. Yiming directly ignored these people. Among the dozens of private messages, only 3 were willing to trade blueprints for the attribute orb. It couldn't be helped. Currently, no one had much to spare. The fact that some were willing to trade blueprints was solely due to the allure of the attribute orb. Yi Ming looked at the 3 blueprints: a wooden spear blueprint, a wooden bucket blueprint, and a front bumper blueprint. Compared to the wooden spear and wooden bucket, the most valuable was the front bumper blueprint. Yi Ming immediately traded 1 attribute orb for the front bumper blueprint. Front bumper, a 1-star vehicle-mounted equipment. After installation, it enhances the vehicle's front-end impact capacity. Blueprint craftable ×1. Crafting cost 100 escape coins. Seeing the information on the front bumper, Yi Ming was quite satisfied, but unfortunately crafting required 100 escape coins, which he currently did not have. Not to mention Yi Ming, no one else could produce 100 escape coins at the moment. This was probably the reason he could exchange an attribute orb for this blueprint. After some thought, Yi Ming also traded another attribute orb for the wooden spear blueprint. Wooden spear, a 0-star equipment. Blueprint craftable ×1. Crafting cost 5 escape coins. Yi Ming knew that the wooden spear was a commonly used piece of equipment in the early stages, with a market value generally between 10 and 15 escape coins. Since Yi Ming had the ability to record blueprints as long as he had enough escape coins, he could craft wooden spears indefinitely. With good management, he could make a substantial profit from the price difference. However, for now, everyone was not well off and had few escape coins. Yi Ming planned to wait until nightfall after everyone had gathered their resources to sell the wooden spears and reap the wealth. As for the last wooden bucket blueprint, Yi Ming did not trade for it because the value was unequal and it wasn't very useful. Trading an attribute orb for it was clearly unsuitable. After recording the 2 blueprints, Yi Ming looked down at Chu Chu, who was sound asleep on the bed. He mused inwardly that this woman was truly fierce, having left quite a few scratches and bite marks on him. She must hate him now, he thought. Should he be wary of her from now on? Yi Ming also feared that Chu Chu might take the opportunity while he was off guard at night to kill him. He harbored no feelings for her. Taking her into the RV was merely to earn some goodwill points. If he ever found Chu Chu to be a threat, he would not hesitate to eliminate the danger, showing no mercy. Of course, if Chu Chu posed no danger, he wouldn't mind having one more person in the RV. Yi Ming covered Chu Chu with a blanket and then went to the driver's seat. He couldn't stay in one place forever. It was time to search for supplies. With a hum, the RV's engine started, and it began to slowly drive along the road. Yi Ming drove the RV, but his attention was focused on the wilderness on both sides of the road. After driving for over 10 kilometers, Yi Ming spotted the first treasure chest. It was a wooden chest placed on the wilderness beside the road. Yi Ming opened the door and stepped out of the RV. It's the lowest grade wooden chest, Yi Ming remarked after seeing it clearly. Treasure chests were also graded, with the wooden chest being the most basic. Yi Ming did not approach the chest directly. Instead, he cautiously observed his surroundings, picked up a stone from the ground, and threw it at the wooden chest. Bang! The stone hit the wooden chest with a dull thud, and then a dark shadow flashed by, quickly disappearing from Yi Ming's sight. Yi Ming saw clearly that the shadow was a venomous snake. That snake was actually the monster guarding the chest. If one were careless, they might be bitten and poisoned to death. As a reincarnator, Yi Ming naturally knew this, which was why he threw the stone to test. After confirming there was no other danger, he cautiously approached the wooden chest. Opening it, Yi Ming saw the contents: 2 packs of compressed biscuits, a bottle of mineral water, and 5 escape coins. After collecting everything, Yi Ming returned to the RV. He had expended a lot of essence on Chu Chu and was already hungry and thirsty. Now that he had food and water, he immediately began to eat and drink. Perhaps due to extreme hunger, 1 pack of compressed biscuits was quickly consumed, and he drank more than half of the mineral water. After replenishing his food and water, Yi Ming felt much better and continued driving the RV to search for supplies. This time, after driving over 10 kilometers, he found another wooden chest. Beside this chest lay a gray wolf. When the gray wolf saw the RV approaching, it stood up, alertly baring its teeth in a fierce display. Yi Ming frowned at this. This wolf wouldn't be easy to deal with. Unlike the snake, it couldn't be scared off by throwing a stone. It seemed a fight was necessary. After some thought, Yi Ming took out the remaining 2 E-grade attribute orbs and crushed them in his hand. The 2 orbs turned into white light, merging into Yi Ming's body. He opened his attribute interface and allocated the effects of the 2 attribute orbs to speed. Subsequently, Yi Ming's attributes changed. Name: Yi Ming. Strength E. Speed E. Physique E. Spirit E. Skills none. Escape coins 5. Overall evaluation E. Yi Ming's speed and overall evaluation had both become E. Additionally, Yi Ming used his only 5 escape coins to craft a wooden spear as a weapon. The spear was over 2 meters long with a sharpened stone fixed at the tip. Since early primitive societies, humans have used wooden spears for hunting. The advantage of the wooden spear lay in its long attack range, especially effective against wild beasts. This was why it was the universally used weapon in the early stages of the escape world. After feeling the spear's balance, Yi Ming was satisfied and stepped down from the RV. Arriving by the roadside, Yi Ming locked eyes with the gray wolf. Due to rule restrictions, the wolf could not come onto the road. However, once Yi Ming stepped off the road, the wolf would surely pounce. Yi Ming raised his spear, pointing the tip at the wolf, and tentatively stepped one leg off the road. A beast's first pounce was extremely fierce, and Yi Ming dared not face it head-on. As if sensing Yi Ming's caution, the gray wolf began to slowly retreat. Ming then stepped off the road onto the wilderness. He tried to approach the wooden chest not to retrieve its contents first, but to use it as cover, gaining a slight advantage in the battle. Suddenly, the retreating gray wolf lunged forward with explosive force from its hind legs, charging straight at Ming. Ming's expression changed, and he quickly stepped back to avoid the wolf getting close while thrusting his spear at it. With his enhanced speed, Ming was noticeably faster than an ordinary person, preventing the wolf's first pounce from reaching him. Ming seized the moment and thrust his spear. With a squelch, blood blossomed as the wolf was wounded, but the spear wasn't sharp enough to cause severe damage. The injured wolf became even more ferocious, continuing to pounce at Ming. Ming remained unflustered. In his past life he had seen far worse, so a mere wolf did not frighten him. He quickly retreated, while continuously thrusting his spear at the wolf. Each thrust was not fatal, but still inflicted damage. Moreover, Ming's retreat was not in a straight line. He dodged left, center, and right according to the wolf's pouncing direction, preventing the wolf from getting close. This fighting style greatly frustrated the wolf, and before long, it was covered in wounds. Wolf howls echoed occasionally across the wilderness as Ming engaged in a relentless struggle with the gray wolf. The wolf bore multiple wounds, blood matting its gray-white fur, giving it a bedraggled appearance. Sensing its life was threatened, it let out a low growl and ceased its attacks. It began to retreat slowly, and after gaining a distance of 5 or 6 meters, the gray wolf turned and fled without a moment's hesitation. Ming sighed at the sight. The guardians of treasure chests were never simple. If they saw no chance of victory, they would choose to escape. Ming wished to kill the gray wolf, as its meat would fetch a decent price. But his strength was limited, and he could only watch it flee. Only when the wolf had vanished completely did he open the wooden chest. Inside there was just a loaf of bread, 2 bottles of water, and 5 escape coins. How stingy, just this little. Ming grumbled as he collected everything and returned to the RV. Opening the door, he saw Choo Choo sitting in the passenger seat, glaring at him with a puffed-up face. "Oh, you're awake. Why not sleep a little longer?" Ming asked with a teasing tone. "Humph." Choo Choo crossed her arms, sitting in the passenger seat, without a word, only letting out a snort. She had fallen asleep from exhaustion, all thanks to that bastard. 2 whole hours. Did he know nothing about being gentle? Did he want to kill her? She had already been exhausted from searching for transport in the city earlier, and then Ming had forced himself on her for 2 hours, leaving her too tired to stay awake. She wouldn't have woken up if not for the wolf's howls. As a result, Choo Choo witnessed Ming's fight with the gray wolf. It startled her. She both hoped the wolf would avenge her by killing that bastard who had taken her, and feared that Ming would die, leaving her alone in the wilderness. When the wolf finally fled, Choo Choo breathed a faint sigh of relief. Regardless of what Ming had done to her, she knew he was her only lifeline now. That bastard had taken her first blood, and dying like that would be too easy for him. He had to take full responsibility for her. Ming, oblivious to Choo Choo's thoughts, climbed into the RV and shoved a loaf of bread and a bottle of water into her arms. He even took the chance to sneak a little touch, eliciting startled cries from her. "Eat the bread first, it'll treat you to a good meal tonight." You. Choo Choo clutched her chest, gasping, too furious to form a complete sentence. Ming waved his hand. "No need to thank me. Of food and lodging were agreed upon long ago. Be grateful for this treatment. Just ask any woman in the chat channel if they wouldn't envy you." Ming's tone was frivolous, but it was a veiled warning to Choo Choo. "Shameless. Men are all no good," she cursed. Did he think he was giving her bread? He was just using it as an excuse to take advantage. Growl. As if sensing food was near, Choo Choo's stomach betrayed her with an untimely rumble. Choo Choo shot Ming a fierce glare, then sullenly began eating the bread. It was food earned with her body, so she didn't hesitate. Ming said nothing, driving the RV onward. It was the first day of the escape world. Some chests might contain rare items, so Ming aimed to find as many as possible. After driving another 20 or 30 kilometers, he spotted another chest. This one was clearly different. A bronze chest guarded by a goblin about a meter tall. Ming's face lit up at the sight of the bronze chest, while Choo Choo's expression paled. "A bronze chest? There should be something good inside," Ming exclaimed excitedly. Bronze chests were a tier above wooden ones, promising better items, perhaps even something rare and precious. Ming grabbed his wooden spear and prepared to exit, but Choo Choo, startled, quickly grabbed him. "What are you doing?" Seeing her pitifully clutching him, Ming rolled his eyes. "Going to take down that goblin, of course. Otherwise, how can I treat you to a good meal tonight?" Though touched, Choo Choo tightened her grip on him. "Don't go. Goblins are dangerous. Even a group of over 10 people lost several to 1. You'll get yourself killed going alone." As if fearing he wouldn't believe her, Choo Choo quickly opened the system and showed Ming the chat channel. She had been browsing it while in the car, so she knew what others were facing. It turned out Ming wasn't the only one who had encountered a goblin guarding a bronze chest. Many in the channel had as well. One bus full of over a dozen men had tried to kill a goblin, only to have several of them killed in return. This sparked a heated discussion in the channel. In Choo Choo's eyes, Ming going alone against a goblin was suicidal. Ming looked down at Choo Choo's hand, gripping his tightly, feeling surprised. Earlier when he had taken her, she had fought fiercely, scratching and hitting him for 2 hours, even threatening to kill him. But now she clearly didn't want him to die. Ming met Chu Chu's gaze, now intrigued by her. He had originally seen her as just a tool to boost his favorability. But her sudden concern reminded him of a girl, Yu. Both women had worried about him when he went to gather supplies. In his past life, Ming had scraped by at the bottom of the escape world, witnessing countless acts of deceit and betrayal. People had used him as bait or cannon fodder, but only Yu had genuinely cared. Ming didn't know why Chu Chu cared, but Yu had no ulterior motives. Without food or water, she would rather starve or die of thirst than accept Li Tianyu's offer to live in luxury in his RV, choosing instead to die at the hands of monsters. What could Yu possibly gain from Ming? A meager share of food and water. No, she truly cared for him. And now, seeing a shadow of Yu in Chu Chu, Ming felt a moment of daze. "Are you worried about me?" Ming asked softly, leaning closer to Chu Chu. As his handsome face drew near, her heartbeat quickened, and she could even feel his breath. She couldn't help but lean forward, but just as they were inches apart. "No," Chu Chu cried out, shoving Ming away. "I'm not worried about you. I just don't want to be left here alone if you die." Ming was stunned, not by her explanation, but by 2 system prompts. Chu Chu's favorability 2. Chu Chu's favorability 2. What was going on? For favorability points, just like that. Ming now looked at Chu Chu with growing curiosity. He hadn't done anything yet had gained 4 points. Earlier, after 2 hours of exhausting effort, had barely earned the same amount. Now a near kiss had yielded the same result. What was happening? Unable to fathom a woman's mind, Ming decided to go after the goblin. After a moment's thought, he said to Chu Chu, "If I die, just wait on the road for a few hours, and a bus will come for you." With that, Ming grabbed his wooden spear and stepped out of the RV, leaving Chu Chu in the passenger seat with a conflicted expression. She had actually developed feelings for a man. Ming stepped down from the RV and took a deep breath. He now vaguely realized that favorability points were not merely for exchanging attribute orbs. They could also be used to discern a woman's true intentions. The human heart is the hardest thing to control, especially in a world of survival, where a single misstep could lead to a betrayal. Zhao Tong was a perfect example. That woman cared only for profit, and in his past life, she had utterly ruined Ming. From now on, he could use favorability points to determine which women were trustworthy, ensuring that the Zhao Tong incident would never repeat itself. In his past life, Li Tianyu must have discovered this truth, which was why he tortured and humiliated women who showed him no favorability. Of course, this might also have been related to Li Tianyu's extreme ugliness. Yet despite his appearance, Li Tianyu had used favorability points to elevate his strength to an rank powerhouse. Thus, Li Tianyu must have had women who were genuinely devoted to him. Ming speculated that the ones who contributed the most favorability points were likely the 2 sisters of peerless beauty. These sisters were Li Tianyu's right and left hands, second only to him in strength. However, he wondered if in this life, due to his interception of the RV, those 2 sisters would still appear by Li Tianyu's side. And since Li Tianyu had the 2 sisters as his trusted aides in the past life, should Ming also cultivate his own right and left hands? Chu Chu and Yu were excellent choices. In this world of survival, it was nearly impossible for an individual to thrive alone, how everyone formed teams to survive. If each vehicle could be considered a team, then the owner was the captain and the followers were the members. The captain recruited followers to form a team, and together they would defeat the monsters guarding the treasure chests, searching for resources and striving to survive in this world. Although Ming was currently bold enough to take on a bronze chest alone, the guardians of future chests would only grow in number and strength. How much stronger would he need to become to defeat those monsters? Even if he succeeded, how would he face the silver and gold chests that lay ahead? Thus, building a team was of utmost importance. Ming opened the system, exchanged favorability points for 4 attribute orbs, and crushed them immediately, continuing to enhance his speed attribute. His attribute panel changed once again. Name: Ming's strength E, speed E, physique E, spirit E, skills none, escape coins 5, overall rating E. Having raised his speed to E, Ming felt even more confident about defeating the goblin. He then shouldered a wooden spear and walked to the roadside. The goblin, upon seeing Ming approach, brandished its bone dagger and screeched, a mocking expression on its face, as if to say, "Foolish human, male, you have no idea of the might of your goblin master, do you? It dared to come alone to its death." Ming sneered. His speed attribute was now undoubtedly higher than the goblin's. So he raised his wooden spear and charged at the creature. On the RV, Chu Chu watched nervously as Ming rushed at the goblin, gritting her teeth in frustration. She had clearly told him how terrifying the goblin was, so why did he have to charge straight at it? Before she could dwell on it further, Chu Chu witnessed a stunning sight. Ming's spear shot out like a dragon, thrusting swiftly, and the goblin, unable to react in time, had one of its eyes pierced. Chu Chu's eyes widened in shock, her beautiful face filled with disbelief. "What?" The goblin howled in agony, dark red blood streaming from its eye socket, making it appear ferocious and terrifying. Ming, holding the wooden spear, felt no joy, but instead regretted silently. If the spear had been sharper, that sudden thrust would have pierced the goblin's skull. Blinded in one eye, the goblin shrieked in rage, a murderous intent rising within it. It vowed to kill Yi Ming to avenge its lost eye. Thus the goblin charged at Yi Ming with its bone dagger. But Yi Ming was prepared, retreating to maintain distance, while thrusting repeatedly with his spear. The goblin, standing only a meter tall with short arms and legs, could not reach Yi Ming at all. The only factor limiting Yi Ming's performance was that the wooden spear was not sharp enough to inflict fatal wounds on the goblin. In just a short time, the goblin was covered in wounds from the spear. It found itself unable to gain any advantage over Yi Ming, whose movements were far too agile. Yi Ming's speed left the goblin helpless. With two strange cries, the goblin decisively turned and fled. It seemed to realize it could not defeat Yi Ming, and even the hatred of its lost eye could not compel it to continue fighting. Yi Ming did not pursue. He knew the goblin had a trick up its sleeve, throwing its dagger while fleeing to ambush its pursuer, a move most could not dodge. Yi Ming dared not risk killing the goblin either. So he stood cautiously in place, silently watching the goblin escape. As for Chu Chu on the RV, she covered her mouth in shock. Yi Ming had driven away a goblin that a dozen people could not handle. How incredible was that? Was this guy a martial artist? Only then did Chu Chu realize just how formidable Yi Ming was. Thinking back, Yi Ming was truly exceptional. He owned a high-grade RV, possessed the strength to single-handedly defeat goblins and gray wolves, and was handsome to boot. Any woman would be tempted. Even she, an outlier who had no interest in men, felt a flicker of fondness for him. In truth, Chu Chu had harbored a disgust for men since childhood, which gradually led her to take an interest in women. She was what people called a lesbian. In fact, just before being thrust into this survival world, she had been on a date with her girlfriend. Meanwhile, on the wild plain, Yi Ming curiously opened the bronze chest to see what was inside. The chest did not contain the expected pile of supplies, but instead held a single solitary book. A book? Could it be a skill book? Yi Ming's expression lit up with surprise as he quickly picked up the lone book. Skill book: Spiritual Shock releases a spiritual attack on a target, potentially causing the target to enter a dazed state. Note the daze effect is determined by the strength of both parties' spirit attributes. Yi Ming took a deep breath after reading the skill's description. This item was incredibly precious. Indeed, rare items always appeared on the first day of the survival world. As far as Yi Ming knew, skill books were usually found in gold chests. He never expected to get one from a bronze chest. Moreover, Spiritual Shock was an excellent skill, a control-type spirit skill that could inflict a daze on enemies. The stronger the user's spirit attribute, the more pronounced the effect. Holding the skill book, Yi Ming was about to learn it when a thought crossed his mind. Should he let Chu Chu learn this skill instead? He had just been considering training Chu Chu and Yang Linyu. Those two women were physically weak. Even if he gave them attribute orbs, they would struggle to leverage high attributes effectively. However, if Chu Chu learned Spiritual Shock and combined it with spirit-boosting attribute orbs, her combat ability would skyrocket in a short time. In future battles, Yi Ming could fight on the front lines while Chu Chu provided support from the rear with Spiritual Shock. This was far more effective than fighting alone. Moreover, as a reborn individual, Yi Ming fully understood the importance of team strength. Later, if two teams vied for a chest, a competition mechanism would be triggered, and the winning team would claim the chest. This competition could take the form of a team battle or a series of 3 onion-owned matches between followers, with the team winning 2 matches securing the chest. Thus, Yi Ming had to strengthen the women under his command. His only concern at the moment was Chu Chu's loyalty. So Yi Ming decided to use this skill book to test Chu Chu, gauging her loyalty through favorability points. If Chu Chu accepted the skill book without an increase in favorability, Yi Ming would personally eliminate her, ensuring she would not become a second Zhao Tong. If Chu Chu's favorability rose to over 5 points, Yi Ming could harvest at least 10 favorability points from her daily, greatly boosting his own strength. The early game benefits of this would be no less than the skill book itself. Of course, the skill book was more valuable than attribute orbs, but without at least crank attributes, one could not fully utilize a skill's power. Yi Ming was well aware that his advantage lay in collecting favorability points from loyal women to enhance his attributes to formidable levels, not in relying on a single skill book to become a powerhouse. Yi Ming, clutching the skill book, returned to the RV. As he opened the door, he saw Chu Chu sitting in the passenger seat, browsing the chat channel, deliberately ignoring him. In truth, Chu Chu was also feeling quite awkward. She deeply admired Yi Ming's strength in her heart, yet couldn't bring herself to offer flattery. After all, he had already overpowered her. If she showed too much adoration, wouldn't that only encourage him to take further liberties? She refused to be a sycophant. Thus, Chu Chu feigned an air of utmost composure, paying Yi Ming no heed. Seeing her puffed-up, sulky face, Yi Ming found it amusing. Chu Chu was not only a stunning beauty, but also exuded a unique aura. It was the refined air of a wealthy heiress, yet not unattainably aloof. Instead, it gave off a mischievous and approachable charm. Yi Ming shoved the skill book into her arms, seizing the opportunity to cop a feel, which infuriated Chu Chu. "Oh, you big pervert, you're always bullying me." Chu Chu swung her small fists, pummeling Yi Ming. Seeing her break down in anger, he burst into laughter. Not one to back down since she dared to strike him, he figured it was only fair to continue his advances. With his erratic speed, his movements were swift as lightning. Up. Chu gasped hurriedly, trying to defend herself. Yet no matter how she guarded, she couldn't stop Ming from taking his liberties. Realizing she was no match for him, her eyes reddened, and she broke down into sobs. Indeed, she cried from sheer frustration. Wah! You only know how to bully me. If you've got the guts, just kill me. Chu was at her wits' end, completely abandoning her defense as she flailed her little fists at him. She no longer cared about his groping. Today she would take him down with her. This left Ming at a loss. He had actually made Chu cry. She hadn't wept during the 2 hours he had overpowered her, yet now after a few touches she was in tears. Was it really that serious? He hadn't fully snapped out of his past life mentality, thinking he could toy with women as he pleased by giving them supplies. Seeing Chu's devastated state, he knew he had gone too far. She had likely harbored some fondness for him before, but now, because of his petty advances, would she come to hate him? Ming felt a headache coming on, and could only let Chu weep on the side. Today she felt utterly aggrieved. She had inexplicably arrived in this world of survival, nearly been assaulted by a band of goblins, was lured into an RV by Ming and overpowered for 2 hours, and now was being harassed again. A defenseless woman like her, destined to become Ming's plaything. She might as well be dead. That was my fault, Ming said with some apology. Chu was startled, clearly not expecting an apology from him. Given his strength, he could overpower her for another 2 hours without her being able to resist. So why apologize? Wiping the tears from her cheeks, Chu threatened. If you dare bully me again, I'll still hit you. Might as well kill me, though I'm not afraid of death. Ming rubbed his nose awkwardly. I won't bully you anymore, but you still have to pay the daily fare. Fare? Chu was taken aback, then understood his meaning. Before getting on the RV, Ming had demanded a fare which she thought meant money, but it turned into her being overpowered for 2 hours. The so-called fare was essentially. Chu's face paled. Ming still intended to treat her as a plaything, if she might as well die. Just then Ming picked up the skill book that had fallen at Chu's feet. After a moment's hesitation, he handed it to her. For you. For me. Chu recalled that Ming had initially shoved something into her arms. Was it this book? Taking the book, doubtfully, Chu received a system prompt. A skill book. Psychic shock. After reading the system information, she asked incredulously, this is for me. Though she didn't fully grasp the skill book's value, she knew it was precious. Ming hummed softly, uncertain if giving the skill book to Chu was the right call. Seeing her silent, he didn't know what to say, so he started the RV to continue searching for chests. The RV rolled on. Chu sat in the passenger seat, holding the skill book in silence. She glanced sidelong at Ming, who was focused on driving with no intention of taking the book back. Aren't you afraid I'll use the skill against you, as she suddenly asked? Ming nodded, a bit worried, but I still hope you can become my right hand, and we survive together. This was his honest truth. He needed loyal and reliable women, and saw no point in lying, so he confessed directly to Chu. Of course, if Chu harbored thoughts of betraying him, Ming would not hesitate to eliminate her. Survive together. Chu's gaze flickered. If she could survive, who would want to die? Though she claimed to be unafraid of death, she too wished to live. Chu also realized that Ming didn't seem to view her as a mere plaything after all. Otherwise he wouldn't have given her the skill book. She wasn't foolish, he could have learned it himself, but chose to give it to her. Chu felt a wave of gratitude. The resentment and anger she felt toward Ming unexpectedly dissolved. So we'll learn this skill book, and you won't take it back, she pressed. At that moment a smile tugged at Ming's lips as he received system notifications. Chu's favorability 5, Chu's favorability 6. Clearly Chu wasn't an ingrate, his gamble with the skill book had paid off, and he would gain a loyal woman. Go ahead and learn it. Since I've given it to you, I trust you. Chu's favorability 6. His words touched her heart again. Was it really so bad that he liked to take small liberties and demanded a daily fare? Now it didn't seem like a big deal anymore. Besides, Ming was handsome, so she wasn't exactly losing out. Chu held the skill book and mentally commanded it to be learned. The book dissolved into a white light, merging into her body, leaving Ming envious. In his past life, he had struggled through countless survival worlds at the bottom without a single skill. Yet on her very first day, Chu had learned a powerful ability with boundless potential. She opened her personal attributes and saw the psychic shock skill added to her list. I've already learned the skill, you can't take it back now, Chu declared, lifting her chin with an air of defiance. Ming hadn't expected her to become so cocky after acquiring the skill. You received my skill book, so you should be grateful. Call me hubby and let me hear it. Chu's face flushed, and she rolled her eyes. No way. The skill book only makes me forgive you for those 2 hours. For me to call you that. Unless you find me an attribute orb first. Attribute orbs. Ming glanced at Chu with some surprise, not expecting her to know about them. Chu rolled her eyes at his look. Don't play dumb with me. I saw your message in the chat channel about trading attribute orbs for blueprints. My mental attribute is only at Eminence now. You'll need to strengthen it at least a bit. Otherwise, how can I help you? And what's wrong with you still not telling me your name? Do I have to ask as a woman? After learning the skill, Chu Chu had noticeably brightened up, constantly complaining to Yi Ming. If she hadn't seen his messages in the channel, she still wouldn't know his name. The thought made her fume. Driving the RV, Yi Ming said, "My name is Yi Ming, you already know that. But calling me by name is too distant. Just call me husband." Then he extended his right hand, revealing 2 pigeon egg-sized attribute orbs. Attribute orbs. Chu Chu gasped. She instinctively reached for them, but Yi Ming pulled back, just in time. "These orbs aren't free. You'll have to call me husband from now on." Chu Chu hadn't expected him to still have attribute orbs. She wouldn't have made that request if she had known. "Forget it, keep the orbs for yourself," Chu Chu declined. She had only mentioned them in passing. In her view, Yi Ming needed them more than she did. Her skill only required her to stay back and release it, unlike Yi Ming, who had to fight in close quarters, which was dangerous. So Chu Chu believed Yi Ming needed the attribute orbs more. Yi Ming saw her intention to leave them for him, which pleased him. At least so far, Chu Chu had more conscience than Zhao Tong. "These 2 orbs are specifically for you. Take them, and remember to call me husband from now on." Yi Ming handed the 2 attribute orbs to Chu Chu. After taking them, she felt another wave of emotion. Though Yi Ming was lecherous and liked to take advantage of her, he had truly given her many things. Food, water, skill books, attribute orbs, showing how well he treated her. Chu Chu's affection increased by 6. "Thank you, husband," she stammered. For a lesbian who liked women, calling a man husband was quite uncomfortable. Yi Ming smiled, driving the RV onward in search of more treasure chests. Chu Chu absorbed both attribute orbs, strengthening her mental attribute to a grade. An hour later, Yi Ming found 2 more wooden chests, both guarded by gray wolves. This time, with Chu Chu's cooperation, the 2 wolves didn't even have a chance to flee before Yi Ming easily slaughtered them. Chu Chu's mental shock was indeed powerful, stunning the wolves for 2 to 3 seconds, allowing Yi Ming to kill them without any resistance. Of course, after releasing 2 mental shocks, Chu Chu felt dizzy and lightheaded. Yi Ming knew this was due to insufficient mental attribute. Such a powerful skill had great limitations, requiring a high mental attribute. The solution was simple: continue giving Chu Chu attribute orbs to strengthen her mental attribute. But Yi Ming had no intention of doing so freely. He would reward her with attribute orbs based on her performance rather than nurturing her selflessly. Zhao Tong had taught him a harsh lesson. After he helped her prepare for civil service exams, and she succeeded, she kicked him to the curb. Yi Ming didn't want Chu Chu to become a second Zhao Tong. He tallied the chest's loot. Besides the 2 gray wolf carcasses, he got a bread roll, a sausage, a bottle of cola, a headlight blueprint, and 20 escape coins. Yi Ming was satisfied with the haul. Back in the passenger seat, Chu Chu rubbed her temples, looking pained. "Yi, husband, I'm a bit dizzy. I can't use mental shock for now." "All right, rest up. We're done for today." Yi Ming glanced at the fuel gauge. The original 100 units of gasoline were nearly empty. His search for the day was over. He would have to wait until tomorrow, when the system distributed gasoline, to continue driving. He opened the system's chat channel. The chat channel was lively. Most people like Yi Ming had run out of fuel and had to stop to rest. So many were focused on the channel. Yi Ming checked the member count: 8865 out of 10000. Clearly over 1,000 had died on the first day of the escape world. He scrolled through the messages. "Chao Shuang. Hey everyone, hey, raise some news. After my car owner abandoned me, I thought I'd die on the road, but a bus actually came to pick me up." "Really? A bus picks people up? Dude, you've survived a disaster. Good fortune must follow." "Chao Shuang, huh? Yeah. If anyone's unhappy with their car owner, you can get off and wait on the road for a bus to pick you up." "Damn it, Chao Shuang, you're still alive. I'm the owner who abandoned him. This guy hogged all 6 attribute orbs from a bronze chest while we lured away the goblins, boosting his speed to E+. Everyone watch out for this bastard. He'll definitely keep hogging resources." "Chao Shuang, bullshit. You sent me to lure the monsters and get killed, and when they chased you, I took the orbs." The 2 traded insults, entertaining many in the channel. At the same time, Chao Shuang revealed that waiting on the road would bring a bus to pick you up. This gave many people ideas. Among them, many car owners were hogging resources, causing discontent among their followers. Some owners, fearing danger, even sent followers to lure monsters and steal chests. Thus, some followers had long wanted to secretly kill their owners, but feared losing their vehicle and being stranded. With Chao Shuang's example, some followers began to harbor ulterior motives. Yi Ming stroked his chin. As a reincarnator, he already knew this information. He knew even more, that owners left on the road would also be picked up by a bus. Then the owner could bring people from the bus and wait on the road for teammates to drive by and pick them up. This was actually one way for owners to recruit followers. Yi Ming wondered if he should use this method tomorrow to find some beautiful virgins to bring on board. Currently, he only had Chu Chu. Far too few to form even a small team of 4 or 5. In the escape world, everyone survived in teams. He and Chu Chu alone wouldn't cut it. He needed to recruit more female followers. This was why Li Tianyu had specifically gone after Yang Lingyu in his past life. Yi Ming decided that after tomorrow's gasoline distribution, he would head to the bus to find some beautiful virgins. Of course, it would be even better if he could find Yang Lingyu. After all, Yi Ming had a special affection for her. Mentioning Yang Lingyu, Yi Ming recalled that the girl was likely still hungry on the bus. Through the experiences of this day, Yang Lingyu should have realized the harshness of the world of survival. It was time for her to get involved. Thus Ming took out a loaf of bread and a bottle of water from the supplies he had gathered that day, deciding to support Yang Lingyu. On the bus, Yang Lingyu sat in a corner feeling both thirsty and hungry. Yet more than these physical discomforts, she worried about where her future would lead. Just then the moving bus gradually came to a halt, and everyone aboard perked up. Everyone knew they had encountered another treasure chest. All eyes turned outward where a goblin guarded a bronze chest on the wilderness. "Ladies and gentlemen, this chest belongs to us this time," a middle-aged man warned. It had been agreed earlier that the chests found would be distributed among the groups on the bus in turns. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, some suppressed their selfish thoughts and sneered. Zhang Zihao, you're out of luck. This time it's a bronze chest guarded by a goblin. You'd better be careful or the goblin might kill you. You? The middle-aged man named Zhang Zihao's face darkened. As these people said this chest was indeed a bronze one guarded by a goblin, they might end up losing someone to the goblin. Yet giving up now and waiting for the next chest was something Zhang Zihao and his group were unwilling to do, as they were still hungry. They had no choice but to steel themselves. So Zhang Zihao called 3 men to get off the bus and reluctantly confront the goblin. Many on the bus watched with cold amusement. Yang Lingyu sighed. If even several men found it so hard to obtain resources, how could she, a woman, survive on the bus? Just then a system prompt sounded. "A friend has sent you an item. Do you wish to accept?" "What?" Yang Lingyi's eyes flickered with confusion as she opened the system to check. In her chat channel there was only one friend, Ming, who had added her inexplicably earlier. Yang Lingyu was astonished to find that Ming had sent her a loaf of bread and a bottle of water. She immediately messaged him, "Why are you giving me food and water?" Anticipating her question, Ming replied, "I'm planning to form a team. Are you interested in joining?" He then attached a photo of a motorhome to prove his capability to lead a team. Seeing that Ming wanted to recruit her, Yang Lingyu couldn't deny her temptation. To survive in this world of escape, she saw only one path. That was to join a team that could offer her protection. But what team would take in a helpless girl like her a burden? Suddenly Yang Lingyu grew wary. Exactly. Why would Ming want to recruit a liability like her? Before she could voice her doubts, Ming had already given her the answer. "You're very beautiful, so I want you to be my woman. The terms are room and board, and I'll protect you." Simple and direct, just like when Ming had recruited Chu Chu with no beating around the bush. "I'm recruiting you because I want you to be my woman with room and board as conditions." In his past life, vehicle owners recruited followers in this straightforward manner. State the terms, and if agreed, you could board. Ming's approach was relatively civilized. If it were Li Tianyu, he wouldn't even ask. As long as you were a virgin head, just drag you onto the vehicle. Yang Lingyu, clearly not expecting such directness, blushed and didn't know how to respond. Her shy demeanor would stir any man's protective instincts. Yang Lingyu clicked on Ming's profile picture and saw the handsome young man's photo again, but her feelings were entirely different now. Earlier, when Ming added her, she feared he had ill intentions. Yet now that she understood the grim reality of this world, Ming might become her only support. Yang Lingyu admitted she was tempted. For a young woman just coming of age, it was natural to dream of her man being handsome and charming. Ming already met most of those criteria, but she still didn't know him well. Was he truly worth trusting? After a moment's thought, Yang Lingyu clenched her small fist and decided to take a gamble. She had no leverage to negotiate with Ming. If he abandoned her, she would starve and die of thirst on the bus in a day or two. Even if she survived, her beauty would inevitably attract men who would use her as a tool for their desires. "How will you protect me? I'm on the bus now. Can you come pick me up? Also, the food and water you gave me will surely be robbed if they appear on the bus. How can I eat them?" Yang Lingyu didn't directly agree to become Ming's woman. Instead, she shared her current predicament. If Ming could solve these issues, she would naturally become his woman. Seeing Yang Lingyi's questions, Ming found them indeed tricky. After thinking for a moment, he used his favorability points to exchange for 12 attribute orbs. His original 21 points dropped to just 9. Ming decided to give Yang Lingyu 12 attribute orbs to boost her strength. Though precious, these orbs weren't hard for him to obtain. Compared to the orbs, Ming was more concerned about Yang Lingyi's safety. "Lingyu, I'm giving you 12 attribute orbs. Strengthen your power and speed attributes to E level, and then no one on the bus will be a match for you. Lingyu." Seeing Ming's message, Yang Lingyu twitched her lips. She hadn't even agreed to be his woman yet, and he was already using such an intimate address. But then learning that he would give her 12 attribute orbs, she was utterly shocked. Was this real? 12 attribute orbs. Yang Lingyu now suspected Ming was joking with her. She occasionally checked the chat channel and knew the value and power of attribute orbs. A single orb was priceless. How could Ming possibly give her 12? Did he think these were roadside pebbles? But the next second she was stunned, speechless. "A friend has sent you an item. Do you wish to accept?" Ming had indeed sent her 12 attribute orbs. Yang Lingyu tentatively clicked accept. In an instant her hands were filled with a dozen pigeon egg-sized orbs of light, exactly 12 in total. Even the young woman sitting beside her witnessing this covered her mouth and shook her face a mask of disbelief. These orbs of light. Could they be the attribute orbs mentioned in the chat channel? Yang Lingyu panicked briefly but quickly absorbed them. Only after all the light vanished did she breathe a sigh of relief. She glanced at the young woman beside her signaling her to keep quiet, then opened her personal stats and boosted her speed and power to E-level. Feeling her newfound strength, she finally relaxed. Zhang Xiaoman stared at the younger girl beside her in a school uniform, half convinced she was seeing things. The girl's hand suddenly materialized a cluster of glowing orbs. These orbs seemed to be the attribute spheres mentioned in the chat channel. It wasn't until she witnessed all those attribute spheres being absorbed by Yang Lingyu that Zhang Xiaoman snapped back to reality. Little sister you. Zhang Xiaoman tried to speak, but Yang Lingyu promptly stopped her. Then another bread and a bottle of water appeared in Yang Lingyi's hand. Food and water. This time Zhang Xiaoman was even more astounded. What was happening? Could this little sister perform magic tricks? No, Zhang Xiaoman quickly realized that someone must have sent resources to this girl through the system. With her pure and adorable looks, it wasn't surprising that a man had taken a liking to her. She wondered which poor fool was so generous. Zhang Xiaoman's heart raced. She was not lacking in charm herself, and she still retained her virginity. Perhaps she too could catch the eye of that generous benefactor. After all, she had kept herself pure for over 2 decades waiting for a wealthy man. Now she simply sought a man of power instead. While Zhang Xiaoman was lost and thought Yang Lingyu had already begun secretly eating the bread. Worried that Zhang Xiaoman might draw attention, she broke off a small piece and shared it. Zhang Xiaoman's stomach had long been growling, so she accepted the bread without hesitation. The two girls lowered their heads and stealthily ate the bread. At that moment, everyone on the bus was focused on Zhang Zihao and his group outside the window, and no one noticed them. They quickly devoured the entire loaf as they were both famished, and even finished the bottle of water. Replenished with food and water, Zhang Xiaoman's mood lifted, and she threw her arm around Yang Lingyu. Good little sister, you've truly saved my life. Moi? Zhang Xiaoman planted a kiss on Yang Lingyi's cheek, causing the girl's face to flush instantly. What are you doing? Good little sister, don't try to hide it from me. Tell your sister which man has taken a fancy to you. Zhang Xiaoman whispered in Yang Lingyi's ear. Yang Lingyu was about to deny it when a sudden gasp rippled through the bus. The two girls quickly looked out the window. It was the goblin guarding the treasure chest. It had killed 2 men, leaving only Zhang Zihao and another man fleeing back to the road in panic. This goblin is indeed cunning. It pretended to be lured away, then doubled back to kill the ones trying to steal the chest. And now there are only 2 of them left. The real show is about to begin. Many on the bus discussed Zhang Zihao's plight with schadenfreude. Yang Lingyi's gaze flickered as she looked at the bronze chest on the wasteland. A daring thought crossed her mind. Her speed and strength had been enhanced. Could she possibly lure the goblin away? So she turned to Zhang Xiaoman and asked softly, Sister, if I draw the goblin away, would you dare to sneak the contents out of the chest? What a... Zhang Xiaoman was startled. This silly girl wanted her to steal the chest. She wanted to refuse, but then remembered that Yang Lingyu had absorbed a handful of attribute spheres. Perhaps she could indeed lure the goblin away. Zhang Xiaoman fell silent, weighing the risk of joining Yang Lingyu. Initially, she had planned to attach herself to a resourceful man on the bus. But Yang Lingyu had opened her eyes to a new possibility. The men on this bus could barely feed themselves. What kind of life would she have depending on them? But the generous fool behind Yang Lingyu was different. He could produce a handful of attribute spheres to please a pretty girl. He must be immensely wealthy. That was the kind of man Zhang Xiaoman wanted. She was confident in her own beauty. Among the dozen women on the bus, only Yang Lingyu could rival her. That was why she had chosen to sit beside Yang Lingyu. Her initial thought was that 2 beauties together might attract some simps. But the men on the bus were all pathetic. Even if there were simps, they had nothing to offer. Shaking off her thoughts, Zhang Xiaoman decided to take a gamble. Good little sister, I'll steal the chest, but you must agree to one condition. What condition? Yang Lingyu asked curiously. Zhang Xiaoman smiled seductively. You have to introduce me to the man behind you. If you don't agree, I won't go on this adventure with you. But Yang Lingyi's answer completely surprised her. No problem. Yang Lingyu replied without hesitation, utterly unafraid that Zhang Xiaoman might steal her benefactor. Then Yang Lingyu took Zhang Xiaoman's hand, and the 2 girls walked off the bus in full view of everyone. Hey, why are those 2 beauties getting off? Do they need to PS? Someone wondered. At this, many men on the bus felt a stir and fixed their gazes on the 2 girls. But to their disappointment, the 2 girls walked straight toward the goblin. Holy crap, no way. Are those 2 beauties going to appease the goblin? Many on the bus rolled their eyes. Appease my ass. Could you shut your mouth? Your words always lead to wild fantasies. At that moment on the wasteland, the goblin's eyes lit up at the sight of Yang Lingyu and Zhang Xiaoman. Its lecherous gaze burned with intense desire. Beautiful females were always the goblin's most coveted prize. Yang Lingyu stepped off the road and quickly began throwing stones at the goblin. The stones were thrown with great force, and even the goblin dared not take them heeded. Walk! The goblin let out a strange cry and chased after Yang Lingyu. Yang Lingyu ran, throwing stones as she went. The goblin pursued her excitedly. Zhang Xiaoman stood by the road motionless, cautious lest the goblin turn back. After all the previous two men had died that way, Zhang Zihao and the other man exchanged bewildered glances. They no longer dared to face the goblin and could only watch from the road. After chasing for a distance, the goblin looked back and saw no one stealing its chest. A flicker of disappointment crossed its eyes. Just then Yang Lingyu threw another stone. Bang! A stone struck the goblin, making it howl in pain. Stones thrown with Yang Lingyi's E-rank strength were no joke. The goblin gasped in agony. Enraged, it let out a furious roar, determined to catch Yang Lingyu today. Abandoning the chest, it gave chase. Seeing this from the roadside, Zhang Xiaoman wasted no time and sprinted toward the chest. She was going all in. Reaching the chest, she opened it to find only a blueprint inside. Without a second thought, Zhang Xiaoman grabbed the blueprint and ran back. By the time the goblin realized the chest had been stolen, it was too late. Zhang Xiaoman was already near the road. Yang Lingyu also ran back, leaving the goblin shrieking in fury. "Sister, we did it." Yang Lingyu ran excitedly to Zhang Xiaoman, her face flushed with exhilaration. Zhang Xiaoman felt her legs go weak, and she nodded with lingering fear. "We did it." On the RV, Ming was unaware of what had transpired after he gave Yang Lingyu the 12 attribute orbs. He was now assigning a task to Chu. "Honey, you want me to sell wooden spears for you?" Chu was clearly surprised that Ming would entrust her with such a matter. Ming nodded, then revealed the RV's ability to record blueprints to Chu. Since he needed her help to sell the wooden spears, he couldn't keep this ability a secret any longer. It was better to tell her outright. Chu's eyes widened. "Really? Honey, with this ability to record blueprints, won't we never have to worry about food and drink from now on?" "Yes, but you must keep this a secret and tell no one," Ming warned sternly. Chu quickly nodded. She wasn't foolish. She wouldn't dare reveal such an important ability. Now Chu looked at Ming with a hint of admiration. It was then she realized how fortunate she was to be Ming's woman. Chu's favorability increased by 6. Ming received another 6 favorability points, bringing the total to 15. "Honey, if I'm selling the wooden spears, what will you sell?" Chu asked curiously. She couldn't fathom why Ming would hand over the task of selling wooden spears to her. Selling things wasn't that troublesome. Surely Ming wouldn't pass all the money-making work to her just to be lazy. Hearing Chu's question, Ming replied, "I'm not selling anything. I'll use attribute orbs to trade for blueprints." "Huh? You still have attribute orbs?" Chu asked in confusion. She had just seen Ming give away over a dozen attribute orbs to someone. Now he was going to use attribute orbs to trade for blueprints. Where did he get so many? "Honey, are you hiding another ability? How is it that your attribute orbs seem inexhaustible? Don't tell me they all came from treasure chests." Chu stared at Ming, demanding an answer. She strongly suspected he had a way to acquire attribute orbs in large quantities. Seeing her interrogation, Ming knew he couldn't keep this secret for long. He had handled far too many attribute orbs, clearly not obtained through normal means. "Alright, I won't hide it anymore," Ming confessed. "This RV has another ability, which is..." He concealed the ability to exchange favorability for attribute orbs, instead claiming that collecting fares from virgins would reward him with attribute orbs. This way he would have a legitimate reason to collect from virgins in the future. Chu was stunned, speechless. She was the first victim of this fare collection. Then in anger she kicked the RV with her little foot. What an improper vehicle. After rogue RV. Ming could only awkwardly rub his nose, acting as if it had nothing to do with him. The RV's impropriety was none of his concern. Just then Chu suddenly thought of something and glared at Ming. "Did you force yourself on me for 2 hours just for the attribute orbs?" Ming's mouth twitched, then he quickly shook his head in denial. "Not entirely. Mainly you're very beautiful, and I couldn't help myself." Hearing his forced explanation, Chu rolled her eyes and decided not to dwell on the matter. She had said before that giving her the skill book was enough to forgive the 2-hour incident. However, after Ming confessed the RV's ability, their relationship grew noticeably closer. Chu had fully accepted the fact that she was now Ming's woman. After all, she had only been with him for less than a day. In truth, Ming had his reasons for having Chu sell the wooden spears while he acquired blueprints. If one person handled both tasks, it wouldn't take long for sharp-eyed individuals to notice something amiss. For instance, if he sold a blueprint and then turned around to mass-produce the item from it, people would surely guess he had the ability to record blueprints. Moreover, it would invite jealousy. If Ming amassed wealth by selling items in bulk, those with good blueprints would inevitably inflate their prices when selling to him. Out of envy or fear of his growth, they might even hoard their blueprints or sell them to others instead of him. Thus it was necessary for them to split the tasks, one selling items, the other acquiring blueprints. Later, if other women boarded the RV, Ming would also have them sell different goods. After receiving Ming's instructions, Chu opened the chat channel and sent out information about the wooden spears along with a message. Selling 50 wooden spears, 20 escape coins each, or tradable for other resources. First come, first served. Chu's message instantly caused a stir in the channel. On the first day of the escape world, most people had no weapons and could only throw stones at monsters. They could barely drive away wild beasts like gray wolves and venomous snakes, but goblins were a different story. Many people stared at treasure chests afraid to approach them because they lacked weapons. Immediately, numerous individuals privately messaged Choo Choo fearing they would miss out on buying a wooden spear. In an instant, Choo Choo received hundreds of private messages and was overwhelmed with work. Meanwhile, Ming focused on crafting wooden spears. Choo Choo then handed over the escape coins earned from sales to Ming, and the two worked together to harvest others' wealth. After they had been busy for a while, Ming felt it was enough and opened the chat channel. Attribute orbs for blueprints, only a few available, first come first served. As soon as Ming sent the message, many people immediately messaged him. In fact, many had obtained good blueprints, but lacked the escape coins to craft them. Seeing Ming's offer, some decided to trade their unusable blueprints for attribute orbs to boost their strength. Of course, others would hoard good blueprints waiting until they had enough escape coins to craft them. Ming began browsing through the private messages and soon discovered several excellent blueprints. There were blueprints for a battery, a planting pot, 1-star boots, and 1-star tires. Ming acquired these 4 blueprints for 2 attribute orbs each. This left him with 7 favorability points. He also traded for blueprints like toilet paper, sanitary pads, wooden barrels, sofas, iron pots, and lighters, all at the price of 1 wooden spear each. This significantly enriched Ming's blueprint collection. Though the owners of these blueprints didn't get attribute orbs, they happily obtained a weapon instead. In their eyes, those worthless blueprints were utterly useless. For instance, the sofa blueprint. Where would they even put it once crafted? What use was it? They hadn't even hoped to trade them for anything, so receiving a wooden spear from Ming was a delightful surprise. They all expressed that if they got more blueprints in the future, they would definitely trade with him again. Ming also said that if the blueprints were good enough, he would trade attribute orbs for them. The transactions concluded to everyone's satisfaction. Honey, someone wants to trade a special piece of equipment for 4 wooden spears. Do you want to take the deal? Just then the busy Choo Choo asked. She then sent the details of the special equipment to Ming. Disguise mask, a special equipment item that when equipped allows the wearer to change their facial appearance. Seeing this item, Ming's eyes lit up. Trade, but 4 wooden spears are too many. Negotiate it down to 2. After receiving Ming's instructions, Choo Choo haggled and exchanged 2 wooden spears for the disguise mask. The disguise mask was useful in its own way, but it couldn't enhance combat power. For some, it was more practical to trade it for 2 wooden spears. For Ming, however, the disguise mask could conceal his true identity. He didn't want to attract everyone's attention just yet. For now, he only wanted to lie low and develop in secret, collecting as many virgins' blueprints and resources as possible. The disguise mask was perfect for hiding his identity. He could wear it on the bus tomorrow. After exchanging the mask, Choo Choo continued trading wooden spears for supplies. Besides escape coins, she also traded for a lot of food: bread, cookies, instant noodles, sausages, mineral water, and more, all piled up in the corner of the RV. This was actually at Ming's explicit request. Stocking up on food now was definitely the right move. As the saying goes, with food at home, there's no panic. Just then a private message made Choo Choo's whole body tremble and her eyes reddened. Honey, my girlfriend contacted me. Choo Choo exclaimed excitedly. Ming, standing nearby, was full of question marks. What? Your girlfriend? Ming wondered if he had heard wrong, but Choo Choo was already deep in a private chat with someone. Ming wanted to ask clearly but didn't want to disturb her. He could tell that Choo Choo had run into an acquaintance. This wasn't impossible. If they had been together before descending into the escape world, it was very likely they would appear in the same area. For instance, Ming and Zhao Tong. Zhao Tong had been breaking up with Ming when they both unexpectedly descended into the same escape area. After waiting for a while, Choo Choo stopped chatting and looked at Ming pitifully, as if she had a favor to ask. Ming took the opportunity to ask what was going on. After hearing Choo Choo's reply, he roughly understood. It turned out that Choo Choo was a lesbian. Before descending into the escape world, Choo Choo had been on a date with her girlfriend Lu Yuxuan when they both descended into the same escape area. However, unlike Ming and Zhao Tong, they didn't appear together. The two women didn't know they were in the same escape area. It wasn't until Choo Choo was selling wooden spears in the channel that Lu Yuxuan discovered her and immediately contacted her. Honey, can you bring Xian to the RV? She's too dangerous on the bus. Choo Choo suddenly grabbed Ming's arm and acted spoiled. Ming was a bit uncomfortable with her sudden coquettishness. After all, Choo Choo was a top-tier beauty and her act almost made Ming agree to everything. Ahem. Ming coughed twice, forcing calm as he asked, so, Xuan Lu Yuxuan, is she a virgin? Choo Choo, who had been acting spoiled, twitched her mouth. She almost couldn't resist hitting Ming. But she also knew about the RV's abilities and understood his little thoughts. Rather than letting Xian survive on the dangerous bus, it was better to bring her to the RV and enjoy comfort together. Of course she's a virgin. Our Xian has never been with any man, but women are a different story, Choo Choo said confidently. Xian had never been touched by anyone except her. Unfortunately, she would have to let Ming have her in the future. After getting Choo Choo's assurance, Ming asked another question he cared about. Choo Choo, is Xian pretty? Choo Choo rolled her eyes, opened the system, and showed Ming Lu Yuxuan's profile picture. Yi Ming took one look and immediately gave a thumbs up. She was a beauty, the kind of childish-faced little princess type. Her looks were definitely on par with Chu Chu. Yi Ming looked at Chu Chu and asked, I have no problem with it. Is Xian willing to be with me? Chu Chu confidently patted her chest. He'll persuade her. The problem is how to bring her from the bus to the RV. If it takes too long, I'm worried about Xuanxuan's safety. I heard some men on the bus have been harassing her. Yi Ming frowned deeply. He couldn't ignore Xian. Chu Chu first tell Xian about my situation and ask if she's willing to be with me. I can give her some attribute orbs first to boost her strength. Then tomorrow I'll board a few buses to see if I can find Xian. Yi Ming told Chu Chu the method of the vehicle owner recruiting people on the bus. Chu Chu was overjoyed and immediately contacted Xian. Yi Ming waited nearby. After chatting for a while, Chu Chu seemed to have told Lu Yuxuan quite a bit about herself. Honey, Xian wants to talk to you. Add each other as friends. Yi Ming nodded and opened the system. Soon Lu Yuxuan's friend request appeared. After they added each other, Lu Yuxuan immediately messaged, so did you really do that with Chu Chu? Yi Ming naturally knew what Lu Yuxuan was asking, so he replied, Chu Chu should have told you everything, so why ask me again? I can only say that Chu Chu is doing very well now, otherwise she wouldn't have asked you to be with me. So are you willing to come to my RV? Lu Yuxuan was silent for a moment before replying, I believe Chu Chu wouldn't lie to me. Yi Ming nodded in satisfaction, then used favor points to exchange for 6 attribute orbs, and gifted them to Lu Yuxuan. Xuan absorb these 6 attribute orbs first, and strengthen your power to E level. That way you'll have the ability to protect yourself on the bus. Thank you brother Yi Ming, Lu Yuxuan replied. On a certain bus. Lu Yuxuan, dressed in a white long dress like a little princess, secretly absorbed the attribute orbs in her hand. Then she opened the system and strengthened her power to E level. After doing all this, Xianbao clicked on Yi Ming's avatar. Seeing the handsome and dashing man, a blush crept across her face. He really is so handsome. Lu Yuxuan subconsciously tightened her legs, various inappropriate scenes flooding her mind. She just didn't know if she could last 2 hours. She hoped she wouldn't end up dead from it, as she didn't have Chu Chu's stamina. Lu Yuxuan was both looking forward to and nervous about boarding Yi Ming's RV. There was also a hint of concern. But these were things to think about later. For now, Lu Yuxuan had to wait for brother Yi Ming to come pick her up. The only thing she needed to do was protect herself. There were quite a few men on this bus staring at her. On the other side, after gifting Lu Yuxuan 6 attribute orbs, Yi Ming frowned at his remaining single favor point. The attribute points had been used up too quickly. He had to earn more. So Yi Ming turned his gaze to Chu Chu, who was selling wooden spears. How could he earn more favor points from her? A friend has gifted you an item. Do you wish to accept? Suddenly a system prompt interrupted Yi Ming's thoughts. What's this? A friend is sending me something. Yi Ming opened the system and saw that it was Yang Lingyu gifting. Yi Ming was somewhat bewildered after receiving the blueprint gifted by Yang Lingyu. He examined the blueprint's details. Vehicle-mounted large bathroom, a 2-star vehicle equipment, including a solar charging panel, water heater, and a large water collector capable of automatically absorbing moisture from the air within a 100-meter radius. Blueprint manufacturing limit 1. Required materials 2,000 escape coins. Damn, so outrageous. Yi Ming was startled by the blueprint's information. Was this a blueprint that should appear on the first day of the escape world? Yi Ming immediately asked Yang Lingyu how she had obtained this blueprint. Yang Lingyu seemed to have anticipated his question and directly recounted the entire story. Yi Ming fell silent after hearing it. Indeed, on the first day of the escape world, bronze chests were guaranteed to yield premium items, just as he had obtained a skill book. There must have been many others like him who had also obtained premium items from bronze chests. They had simply kept them hidden. Brother Yi Ming, I met a very beautiful older sister on the bus. She also contributed to getting this blueprint, and she wants to know you too. Should I ask her to add you as a friend? The message revealed that Yang Lingyu was eager to introduce a beautiful woman to him. This piqued Yi Ming's curiosity. Who could this beauty be? After all, he had been on that bus in his past life and knew most of its passengers. So Yi Ming replied, tell her to add me as a friend. Soon Yi Ming received a friend request. Zhang Xiaoman. The name was unfamiliar, but after seeing the woman's photo, he had a vague recollection. He remembered that in his past life this woman had sold her virginity for a single loaf of bread. At the same time, Yang Lingyu had almost starved and died of thirst on the bus. That was how it came to be that Yi Ming shared some food and water to save her. Yi Ming's impression of Zhang Xiaoman was not strong. If not for her being somewhat attractive, he wouldn't have remembered her at all. But Yi Ming was certain of one thing: her virginity was still intact. That meant she met the conditions to board his RV. So Yi Ming added Zhang Xiaoman as a friend. Hello, handsome. Sister Lingyu praised you as handsome, and after seeing your photo, I know she wasn't exaggerating. Just now Lingyu also told me she'd introduced me to a beautiful older sister, and indeed you are a beauty. So beautiful, what can I do for you? Yi Ming replied. Zhang Xiaoman felt a surge of joy when Yi Ming called her beautiful. She then replied directly, I want to be with you too, just like Sister Lingyu. In fact, Yang Lingyu had already told Zhang Xiaoman everything about how Yi Ming had added her. After understanding the situation, Zhang Xiaoman knew that Yi Ming's way of taking women was straightforward without any beating around the bush. So Zhang Xiaoman also directly expressed her desire to be with him. Yi Ming nodded, liking her direct approach. In truth, from the moment Zhang Xiaoman added him as a friend, Yi Ming had already guessed her intention. If she had been indirect or subtle, it would have only annoyed him. Her directness made him think more highly of her. So Yi Ming replied, "All right, I'll provide food and shelter and ensure your safety. But you must guarantee your virginity and loyalty. From now on, my heart belongs only to you and my body is yours alone," Zhang Xiaoman replied with excitement. The more she understood the nature of the escape world, the more insecure she felt. That was why she realized how crucial it was to attach herself to a strong man like Yi Ming. "You and Ling Yu stay on the bus first. They'll find a way to come get you as soon as possible. Don't worry about food and water, they'll send you supplies every day. If there's any danger, contact me immediately, and they'll provide you with weapons." Yi Ming also instructed Zhang Xiaoman to stay safe, and told her to make sure Yang Lingyu didn't take any more risks. On the bus, Zhang Xiaoman read Yi Ming's message and instinctively glanced around the bus. At that moment, all the men inside the bus were lying on the floor, groaning and begging for mercy. Yang Lingyu stood domineeringly in the center, radiating an aura of invincibility. The dozen or so men on the bus had all been defeated by Yang Lingyu alone. Zhang Xiaoman felt a bit helpless. She could only use the system panel to take a photo of the scene and send it to Yi Ming. Yi Ming was at a loss for words after seeing it. He immediately sent a message to Yang Lingyu. "Lingyu, from now on, you and Zhang Xiaoman are forbidden from luring monsters or stealing treasure chests. Those monsters are not as simple as you think. You and Zhang Xiaoman just need to protect yourselves and wait for me to come get you." Upon receiving Yi Ming's message, Yang Lingyi's face fell. If she couldn't lure monsters or steal chests, all those good items in the chests would go to waste. But she couldn't disobey Yi Ming. What could she do? Yang Lingyu glanced at the dozen or so men on the floor, and a thought struck her. She could take them as her subordinates and have them lure monsters and steal chests. "Brother Yi Ming, do you have any extra food you don't need? I want to use food to recruit the people on this bus as my subordinates and have them lure monsters and steal chests. What do you think?" Yi Ming sighed after reading Yang Lingyi's message. With her not by his side, he couldn't help but worry. He was afraid that this foolish sister would act on impulse and go lure monsters again. "Lingyu, I can give you a wolf carcass for food, but you must promise me that no matter what treasure chest it is, you and Zhang Xiaoman will not participate in luring monsters or stealing them." "My promise," Yang Lingyu replied. Only then did Yi Ming feel at ease. He then gifted a wolf carcass to Yang Lingyu. On the bus, a wolf carcass suddenly appeared in front of Yang Lingyu. Isn't this the gray wolf guarding the wooden chest? Someone actually managed to kill a gray wolf. Amazing. Many people on the bus exclaimed in disbelief, staring at the wolf carcass at Yang Lingyi's feet. What shocked them even more was that the wound on the wolf was only on its head. It was clear that it had been killed instantly by a sharp weapon piercing its skull. This was an instant kill. What kind of formidable expert could be so terrifyingly powerful? While they were still worrying about their empty stomachs, there was already an expert capable of killing a gray wolf in a single blow. Even Yang Lingyu and Zhang Xiaoman, who knew the source of the wolf carcass, were stunned. The two women's admiration for Yi Ming grew even stronger. Their previous ideas of luring monsters and stealing chests now seemed so small-minded. Clearly Yi Ming had already moved on to hunting monsters. No wonder he could give Yang Lingyu 12 attribute orbs. They were no longer on the same level. Zhang Xiaoman clenched her fists in excitement. This was the powerful man she wanted to rely on, as she had made the right choice. Little did Yi Ming know the shockwaves his casually gifted wolf carcass had sent through that bus. And with that wolf carcass, Yang Lingyu became the ruler of the bus. Apart from Zhang Xiaoman, all the men and women on board became her followers. Tonight they would share the wolf carcass. "Choo-choo, transfer all your escape coins to me." Yi Ming examined the blueprint of the large bathroom and decided to synthesize it. Upon hearing this, Choo-choo transferred all her escape coins to Yi Ming. After receiving them, Yi Ming's escape coins totaled 7586. Hiss! Though he had anticipated it, Yi Ming still drew a sharp breath. Over 7,000 escape coins, roughly a quarter of the entire region's supply, had fallen into his hands. "Choo-choo, how many wooden spears have you sold?" "Over 600, I can't recall the exact number," Choo-choo replied uncertainly. Each wooden spear cost 5 escape coins to produce and sold for 20, yielding a profit of 15 coins per spear. Selling over 600 had earned more than 7,000 escape coins, along with a substantial exchange of bread, instant noodles, and other food. Many teams desperate to buy a spear or two had been stripped of their assets. Yi Ming once again marveled at the terrifying capability of this glass RV. With funds in hand, he confidently began synthesizing his blueprints. Synthesizing the large vehicle bathroom cost 200 escape coins. Subsequently, a door materialized within the RV. Behind it, a pocket dimension formed. A sign reading "Large Bathroom" hung above the door. Curious, Yi Ming pushed the door open to inspect. The bathroom's interior was spacious. Even a dozen people could bathe without feeling cramped. A changing room stood at the entrance. At the center lay a large pool capable of accommodating many for soaking. Additionally, there was a sauna room and 2 beds for scrubbing. Along the walls hung over a dozen shower heads. Ming felt highly satisfied with the layout. Yet he knew these weren't the most valuable features. The true treasures were the solar charging panel's water heater and large water collector. The large water collector would grant Ming water independence, eliminating future worries about water sources. The collected water could be drunk or even sold, a venture yielding immense profit. The solar panels were equally invaluable. From now on, as long as sunlight shone, Ming would have an endless power supply. He also possessed battery blueprints, allowing him to craft more batteries for storage. At the bathroom entrance, he noticed a display showing water and electricity levels. The water collector had already begun gathering. With patience, Ming could bathe tonight. However, electricity collection was impossible due to the approaching evening and lack of sunlight. Yet he could craft batteries to power the water heater. Ming then synthesized 2 batteries at 200 escape coins each to power the large bathroom. After setting everything up, he only needed to wait a while for a hot bath. He stepped out of the bathroom. He still had numerous blueprints on hand. With ample escape coins remaining, he decided to synthesize them all. First, the 1-star front bumper blueprint cost 100 escape coins. The 1-star tire blueprint also cost 100 escape coins. The 0-star headlight blueprint cost 20 escape coins. Once synthesized, they automatically installed onto the RV, bringing noticeable changes especially to the front. It looked as though a steel plate had been welded on, enhancing the RV's defense. Currently, the RV's installed equipment included a 2-star large bathroom, 1-star front bumper and tires, and only 0-star headlights. To upgrade his 0-star RV to 1-star, Ming needed at least 5 0-star vehicle components installed. Upgrading to a 1-star RV would unlock a special ability. The sole 0-star headlight blueprint had been obtained by Ming from a chest. Clearly 0-star blueprints existed, but no one was selling them to him. After all, 0-star blueprints were cheap to synthesize, costing only 10 to 20 escape coins. Those who obtained them synthesized them personally. Why would they sell to Ming? Yet he didn't lose heart. After all, this was only the first day of the escape world. He doubted anyone among the billions could develop better than him. In high spirits, Ming continued synthesizing daily use blueprints. First, the sofa blueprint. After synthesis, the RV's interior no longer felt empty. Next, he synthesized several planting pots ready for high-yield seeds when found. He also crafted sanitary pads, toilet paper lighters, wooden barrels, and iron pots to diversify supplies. Sanitary pads and toilet paper were particularly essential. Additionally, Ming had one last blueprint, the 1-star combat boots. Combat boots 1-star equipment enhances speed when worn. Manufacturing cost 100 escape coins. Ming crafted a pair according to his shoe size. This was his first star-rated equipment, far more valuable than wooden spears. Star-rated gear's advantage lay in boosting the wearer's attributes. Ming immediately put on the boots, feeling a noticeable increase in speed. He opened his attribute panel. Name Ming. Strength E grade. Speed E grade D. Physique E grade. Spirit E grade. Skills none. Escape coins 4452. Overall rating E grade. Seeing speed boosted to D grade from the boots, Ming felt highly satisfied. He then asked Chu Lu Yuxuan Yang Lingyu and Zhang Xiaoman for their shoe sizes. Generously, he synthesized a pair of combat boots for each. The 4 women were overjoyed, especially Yang Lingyu and the 2 others not yet on the RV, who became more determined to be Ming's women. After synthesizing all blueprints, Ming still had over 4400 escape coins. Unspendable, utterly unspendable. He even considered spending 2000 coins to synthesize another large bathroom, yielding 2 water collectors and solar panels. But he thought better of it. 1 bathroom's water and electricity were sufficient, wasting coins would be reckless consumption. Ming lay on the sofa savoring rare leisure. In good spirits, he opened the chat channel and scrolled through the member list. Ming wanted to see if he could find beautiful virgins. The channel had over 8,000 people. Searching one by one was difficult. He had found Yang Lingyu earlier by looking up the first letter of her surname. Finding beauties among thousands wasn't hard, but distinguishing virgins among them was a major challenge. Thus Ming had to abandon this troublesome endeavor. He could only search offline at the bus for beautiful virgins. Dusk gradually fell. Chu stopped selling wooden spears and curiously tested the speed boost from the combat boots. After putting them on, her speed directly rose to E grade. She absolutely adored this 1-star equipment. Hey hubby, when did a door appear in the RV? Chu looked at the bathroom door in confusion. She understood the sofa had been synthesized from a blueprint. But what use was a door? For easier exit. Ming smiled from the sofa. Open it and see. Curious, Chu opened the bathroom door, exclaiming in amazement. It was truly magical. A large bathroom had been built inside the RV. Could she bathe tonight? Chu hopped out of the bathroom. Hubby, I'm taking a bath first. No competing. Ming agreed with a smile, secretly lowering her guard. He was still thinking of ways to earn more affection points. Chu was completely unaware of Ming's intentions, still sharing with Xian Bao about the bathroom she had built inside the vehicle. Little did she know Ming was already pondering how to extract more favorability points from her. Charging for the ride was clearly out of the question. Having made Choo Choo cry, Yiming now had to figure out how to appease her. What he sought was favorability, not the satisfaction of desires. Gurgle. As Yiming contemplated a bath, he felt a pang of hunger in his stomach. It was time for dinner. From the pile of food he had obtained from Choo Choo, Yiming retrieved 5 cups of instant noodles. He boiled water from the heater, poured it over the noodles, and added a sausage and a seasoned egg to each cup, an extravagance beyond compare. Yiming was now exceedingly wealthy. This amount of food was but a drop in the bucket for him. He then distributed 1 cup of noodles to each of the women, keeping 1 for himself. Brother Yiming, how should I deal with the wolf carcass here? Yang Lingyu messaged Yiming immediately after receiving the noodles. She intended to use the wolf meat to recruit the people on the bus as her underlings. However, she had no means to process the wolf carcass. She couldn't very well have everyone eat it raw. Who would have the stomach for that? This was no challenge for Yiming. He directly sent Yang Lingyu an iron pot, a lighter, a wooden spear, and a bucket of bath water. With these items, she could use the stone blade on the wooden spear to cut the wolf meat, then gather some dry twigs and leaves from the wilderness to start a fire, at least enough to simmer a simple pot of wolf meat. Its flavor would be poor and hard to swallow, but that was none of Yiming's concern. If they didn't eat, they would starve. Meanwhile, Lu Yuxuan also encountered trouble after receiving Yiming's noodles. Her bus was filled with many hungry people, and several men coveted her beauty. As soon as Lu Yuxuan took out the noodles, she drew everyone's attention. Yiming had instructed Lu Yuxuan to subdue everyone on the bus by force. After equipping the 1-star combat boots, her speed and strength both reached E level. With Yang Lingji's experience as a precedent, Yiming had no concerns about Xianbao's safety. After Lu Yuxuan violently subdued everyone, Yiming also sent her a wolf carcass and an iron pot. Yiming assigned Lu Yuxuan a task to recruit the people on the bus and later command them to lure monsters and steal treasure chests. This way Yiming would have 2 buses gathering resources for him. Yiming had little interest in ordinary resources, but he needed various blueprints and special items. This method of controlling buses was inspired by Yang Lingyu. Back in reality, after Yiming and Choo Choo finished their noodles on the sofa, the bathroom had collected some water. As the water supply was limited, it was certainly insufficient for both of them to waste freely. So Yiming picked up the bewildered Choo Choo and carried her into the bathroom. An hour later, to Choo Choo's relief, Yiming did not charge her a fare. They had merely bathed and bonded. Tonight was the first day of the escape world, so there would be no monster attacks. It was safe. No one needed to keep watch at night. Yiming lay on the bed holding Choo Choo as they rested. In the dim RV, neither could sleep, for the day's experiences had been too rich. With no phones to pass the time, they could only browse the chat channel. The nighttime chat channel was even livelier. Everyone chatted, sharing their encounters and views on the escape world. Many also cracked jokes and told funny stories in the channel. Choo Choo lay in Yiming's arms, her eyes reddening as she looked at the chat channel. What's wrong? Yiming noticed her emotional shift. Choo Choo gently kissed Yiming. Honey, can we ever return to our original world? Yiming was momentarily at a loss for an answer. As a reborn individual, he understood the nature of the escape world. After escaping one world, they would move to the next as if it were endless. I'm not sure, but I will protect you all. Let's survive together until the very end. Choo Choo's favorability 6. Touched Choo Choo held Yiming tighter. His words filled her with a sense of security. After embracing for a while, Choo Choo grew restless. Like a curious child, she began to touch here and there. Yiming was utterly speechless. Weren't you afraid of going too far? Choo Choo was no longer afraid. Since she hadn't been charged a fare in the bathroom, she wouldn't be now. She was in her novice protection period. Why would she fear? Yiming could only resign himself to Choo Choo's whims. The two spent the night bonding, cuddling, and chatting, watching the raunchy jokes in the chat channel. They did nothing all night, and eventually drifted off to sleep. Choo Choo's favorability 6. The next day, at the break of dawn, a strong wind began to blow across the wilderness, kicking up dust. Who? The wind is picking up. Choo Choo groggily sat up from Yiming's arms, instinctively wiping the drool from her mouth. For some reason, the sound of the wind outside made her uneasy. Moreover, the temperature had dropped noticeably overnight, leaving only the bed covers warm. Yiming was also awakened by the wind, but he paid it no mind, pulling Choo Choo back into his arms. Don't worry, it's just a strong wind. Let's sleep a bit more. Choo Choo nestled in Yiming's arms, wrapped in the blanket, and felt much safer. The strong wind continued to blow outside. Many noticed this anomaly, but paid it no heed. Though the wind was strong, it didn't affect anything. Yiming and Choo Choo stayed in bed for a full 2 hours. Choo Choo blushed and pinched Yiming's arm. His hand was too mischievous. Honey, when are we getting up? Aren't you going to the bus to find Xianbao today? Yiming rubbed his pinched arm. We have to wait for the system to distribute gasoline before we can move. How can we find anyone without being able to drive? Oh, the two had no choice but to lie in bed and wait. Bored, Choo Choo opened the system to browse the chat channel. Many were discussing the strong wind. Others complained about the system not distributing gasoline, yet eager to search for resources. Quite a few had bought wooden spears from Choo Choo yesterday and were itching to take on goblins today. Ding, congratulations to all for surviving the first day. For vehicles other than buses, the owner will be rewarded gasoline and escape coins based on the number of passengers. Increased regional escape difficulty, disaster wind. Today's wind level is 6, strong wind. The wind level will increase each subsequent day. The system settled the count of 2 passengers in the vehicle, issuing 200 units of gasoline and 2 escape coins. Ming and Chu received the notification from the system and leisurely rose from bed. In truth, it was precisely because of the daily settlement rewards that vehicle owners were motivated to take in more followers. After all, every additional person in the vehicle would bring an extra 100 units of gasoline each day. 100 units of gasoline could uncover quite a few treasure chests during scavenging. Thus, taking in followers was a sure win for vehicle owners. Beyond that, the system also rewarded escape coins based on the strength of those in the vehicle. A rank yielded 1 escape coin per day, drank 10 crank 100, and so on. Currently, Ming and Chu were only a rank, hence the reward of 2 coins. Of course, Ming and Chu now looked down on such meager coins. Still, it served as an incentive for owners to recruit followers. Especially in the future, followers with strength would be fiercely contested by many owners. In the days to come, followers would be seen as a resource by vehicle owners. Many conflicts would arise over the scramble for followers. Among them, powerful followers and beautiful women were the most favored. What Ming was doing now was to seek out as many beautiful virgins as possible before other owners learned how to recruit from buses. Virgins were already scarce, and beautiful ones were as rare as national treasures. In his past life, Li Tianyu had exhausted every means to find virgins. Clearly, it was an arduous task. Ming was well aware of this. Thus, the main goal for today's bus trip was to find beautiful virgins. One thing Ming didn't have to worry about was the capacity limit of his RV. Each vehicle had a fixed passenger capacity. For instance, an ordinary car could hold at most 5 people, including the owner. Or like Li Tianyu's minivan, which could accommodate 7. Even if the interior space was modified and expanded, the passenger limit couldn't be changed. Only Ming's class RV had no upper limit on capacity. This was something Ming found astonishing. In his past life, rumors circulated that Sklass was divine. After obtaining the RV, Ming understood the might of Sklass. After a quick wash in the bathroom, Ming and Chu ate a bread roll and set off. Honey, you'll drive away now. Chu seated in the driver's seat of the RV bid Ming farewell. Ming stood on the road holding his wooden spear, waving at Chu to signal her departure. Chu nodded, drove the RV away, and gradually disappeared from Ming's sight. Whoosh, 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 strong winds swept across the wilderness, kicking up dust. Ming squinted to keep the grit from his eyes. Today's wind was bearable, but by the 5th or 6th day, it would be difficult for anyone to move outside. By the 7th day, the wind would become a devastating disaster capable of tossing vehicles into the air. On that day, everyone could only flee inside their vehicles. Only those who survived until midnight of the 7th night would appear in the next world of escape. Ming took a mask from his pocket and put it on. Instantly, his face transformed into that of a stranger. This was a disguise mask he had asked Chu to acquire yesterday. It could conceal his identity. As for whose face was on the mask, Ming had no idea. Each disguise mask had only one fixed face. Ming sat cross-legged on the road waiting for the bus to arrive. He still had some time to kill. Ming recalled that he had harvested quite a few favor points from Chu yesterday, which he could now use to enhance his attributes. Last night, he had collected 24 favor points. Adding the original 1, he now had 25. Ming directly exchanged for 12 attribute orbs, boosting both his strength and physique to E rank. He saved the remaining 13 favor points for emergencies. Then he checked his personal status. Name Ming. Strength E. Speed ED. Physique E. Spirit E. Skills none. Escape coins 4,452. Overall rating E. Not bad, not bad. Ming nodded in satisfaction and waited for the bus to pick him up in the strong wind. About half an hour later, a bus slowly came into view. Finally, Ming stood up holding his wooden spear, waiting by the roadside for the bus to approach. After being buffeted by the wind and sand for half an hour, he felt uncomfortable and was eager to take shelter on the bus. The bus came to a halt before him. The door opened automatically, as if welcoming him aboard. Ming, carrying his spear, stepped onto the bus, and a middle-aged man in his 40s immediately approached him. Young man, hello. I'm the leader of this bus, Wang Song. You can call me Uncle Wang. Welcome aboard. From now on, we're all one family. Wang Song greeted Ming warmly, though his gaze kept lingering on Ming's wooden spear. Ming said nothing but scanned every person on the bus, especially the women, pausing for 2 or 3 seconds on each. Seeing that Ming ignored him, Wang Song's face darkened. He knew Ming was a troublemaker. Don't block the way. Ming pushed Wang Song aside with one hand and walked deeper into the bus. Wang Song stumbled from the push, nearly falling. Hey, you young man, have no manners. Wang Song hurriedly steadied himself. At that moment, he didn't even notice the astonishing strength in Ming's push. Wang Song thought he had simply lost his balance. All right, kid, now that you're on this bus, you'll find plenty of ways to deal with you. Wang Song thought to himself. He had been a senior manager at a company with considerable leadership skills. From the moment he first arrived in the escape world, Wang Song had used the chat channel to organize everyone to unite. Thus he had some prestige in the chat. Once on the bus, Wang Song used his prestige and leadership to command it. So in his view, Ming boarding the bus meant entering his territory. After Ming got on the bus, began to move slowly. Many on the bus fixed their eyes on Ming, their gazes filled with curiosity, wariness, and hostility. Especially when they saw the wooden spear he carried, many showed greed and envy. Ming paid them no mind. He walked up to a woman with disheveled hair, and amid everyone's shock and confusion lifted her hair. "What are you doing?" The woman slapped his hand away. Ming didn't care. This woman was too plain, not even as attractive as Zhao Tong. She was utterly unworthy of boarding the RV. Scanning the dozen or so women on the bus, none caught his eye. Wang Song, who had been watching, could no longer stand it. "After boarding, you not only show disrespect to me, but also harass the women on board. It's as if you don't see me as the leader. Kid, you come on board," and immediately harassed the female comrades. "Do you think none of us matter? Hey, race a chance, hand over that wooden spear, and well, forget it. Otherwise, the crowd won't forgive you." As Wang Song finished his threatening words, all the men and women on the bus rose to their feet. This was their prearranged plan designed to intimidate Ming, who had just boarded. With over 20 people on the bus against him alone, they wondered if he would be afraid, if even a dragon would have to coil. Among them, 2 men brandished wooden spears with clear menace. Ming took one look and thought, good heavens, could these be the customers who bought my wooden spears? In fact, Ming's guess was correct. These 2 spears were what Wang Song had exchanged yesterday with Chu Chu for all their supplies. To buy these 2 shoddy spears, most of the people on the bus had gone hungry for a day. Only Wang Song and a few men had eaten some food. This was actually Wang Song's method of controlling the bus passengers. If everyone had eaten, who would still listen to him? Now most on the bus were starving, waiting for Wang Song to lead them to loot treasure chests for food. But unexpectedly, no chest appeared today, and Ming boarded first. Still, their trip wasn't entirely without gain. At least Ming still had a wooden spear. Ming looked at Wang Song. Wang Song now wore a smug expression, like a petty man who had achieved his ambitions. In Wang Song's eyes, Ming was still too young and didn't know how to bide his time. "Kid, you see, with just one order from me, everyone on the bus will take you down immediately. Be wise and hand over that spear in your hand, and from now on we'll be one family." Seeing Wang Song's patronizing demeanor, Ming felt an urge to toy with him. So he put on a fearless front and shouted, "The spear is in my hand. If you want it, come and take it." As he spoke, Ming instinctively stepped back. This subtle move was immediately noticed by Wang Song. Wang Song sneered inwardly, thinking Ming was still too green. No matter how Ming pretended to be unafraid, fear had still made him flinch and retreat a small step. "Everyone attack. Take his spear." Wang Song waved his hand, grandly commanding everyone to seize Ming. To boost their resolve, he also promised a reward. Whoever grabs the spear first gets to keep it. At these words, every man on the bus eyes lit up, and they scrambled to rush at Ming. A wooden spear was worth 20 escape coins. Who wouldn't want it? "That spear is mine." A man suddenly grabbed for Ming's spear. But Ming simply threw the spear to the ground, stunning everyone. The spear was about 2 meters long, impossible to wield inside the bus. So Ming resorted to fists and feet. With a thud, he kicked out, instantly sending 4 or 5 people sprawling. The bus erupted into chaos as people lunged at Ming from all sides. Ming didn't hold back, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. Thud, 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 thud. "Help! Monster!" Moments later, everyone on the bus lay on the ground in pain, except for a few women cowering in the corners. Wang Song was among them. Ming nudged him with his foot, then crouched down and asked softly, "Tell me, give me a reason not to kill you." Wang Song lay on the floor, his face a mask of terror. He had never imagined ending up in such a predicament. He was a general manager worth tens of millions at some company, yet here he was begging for mercy at a young man's feet. How can you be so strong?" Ming smiled faintly. "It's simple. Just absorb a few attribute orbs. I found a blueprint in a chest, then traded it in the channel for attribute orbs to strengthen myself." Trading blueprints for attribute orbs. Could that really make one so powerful? If he had known, he would have done the same. "Young brother, we were wrong. Oh, we shouldn't have tried to take your spear. Please let us go." Wang Song begged from the ground. Ming shook his head. "Don't be ridiculous. An apology won't save your life." Then he picked up the spear and prepared to finish Wang Song. Seeing this, Wang Song was terrified and quickly pleaded, "Don't kill me, young brother. I have money. I can give you money. Don't be foolish, old man. Money is useless. Strength is what matters. Any last words?" "I'm about to act." Ming slowly raised the spear. Wang Song shouted desperately, "I have a blueprint. Don't kill me." Ming's mouth twitched. He hadn't expected this man to actually have some stash. "Show me the blueprint. If it's good, I might let you go." Wang Song's face changed colors several times. He wanted to negotiate terms, but was frightened by Ming's icy gaze. Trembling, he pulled a blueprint from his bosom. Ming opened it and saw small hand crossbow, 1-star ranged weapon, comes with 10 bolts. Blueprint craftable ×3. Crafting cost 200 escape coins. Seeing the hand crossbow blueprint, Ming thought to himself that old fox Wang Song had hidden it well. No wonder he only reluctantly handed it over at death's door. After pocketing the blueprint, Ming smiled and said to Wang Song, "You know, if you had traded this blueprint for attribute orbs yesterday, you'd already be a strong man like me. Why did you have to trade it for your life today?" After Ming's words, Wang Song was filled with regret. He hadn't imagined the effect of attribute orbs could be so formidable. If only he had made the trade earlier. Ming picked up his spear and pressed the bus stop button for the blueprint. "Sake, he'll spare you all today. I'm leaving." Wang Song scrambled to his feet and asked Ming, "Kid, I admit defeat today. Can you tell me your name?" "My name." Ming saw through it. Wang Song was holding a grudge, planning to get revenge someday. "My name is Li Tianyu. Come find me anytime if you want revenge, ha ha ha." The bus doors opened, and Ming stepped off with ease. The crowd watched his retreating figure, a sense of admiration welling up. Was this the conviction of a strong man? Unafraid of revenge, open and honest. Wang Song clenched his fists. He would remember the name Li Tianyu. He had never suffered such a loss in his life, and would surely get even. Trading blueprints for attribute orbs, he would do it too. Sooner or later Wang Song would trample Li Tianyu underfoot. Little did Wang Song know he had been thoroughly fooled by Ming, still fantasizing about the day he would become a powerhouse. After Ming got off, the bus slowly drove away. Ming continued to wait on the road for the next bus. If Choo Choo parked the RV on the highway, the next bus would come to pick him up. Otherwise, if she kept driving, it wouldn't be a bus, but her RV that appeared. Ming had to wait another half an hour on the road. The occasional strong wind whipping sand and dust against his face was uncomfortable. But to add a beautiful maiden to the RV, he had to endure these hardships. In the time that followed, Ming repeated the process, boarding 3 more buses only to obtain a towel blueprint and some miscellaneous items. The events on these buses mirrored those on the bus where Wang Song was. He then revealed that the reason for his strength was the result of using blueprints to exchange for attribute orbs. The people on these buses, like Wang Song, were thoroughly deceived, convinced that as long as they found blueprints, they would contact Ming immediately to trade for attribute orbs. What Ming found regrettable was that after boarding 4 buses in a row, he had not encountered any beautiful virgins. Helpless, he had no choice but to continue to the next bus. On a certain bus, the sound of a growling stomach echoed. Ellie, a gentle and pure young girl, looked at her younger sister beside her, her expression filled with concern. She and her sister had not eaten any food for over a day. If this continued, both sisters would starve to death on the bus. The younger sister beside the girl was named Ellie. She had long golden twin-tail hair and large azure eyes, wearing denim shorts that revealed her slender and exquisite jade-like legs. "Fine, big sister," Ellie said, shaking her head to comfort her. The gentle elder sister beside Ellie was named Minami. Like Ellie, she had large azure eyes, but with long brown hair. Both sisters were half French, half Chinese beauties, exceptionally pretty. Minami's eyes glistened with tears as if she had made a certain decision. Then Minami looked at the middle-aged man sitting not far away. "Father." The middle-aged man, Akazuki Takashi, was also faint with hunger, able only to let out a weak grunt. The father and 2 daughters had descended into the same area, naturally making Akazuki their sole support. Thus, Akazuki Takashi boarded the bus with his 2 stepdaughters. But he was too timid to participate in luring monsters or stealing treasure chests, leaving the 3 without food for over a day. Minami gritted her teeth and clenched her small fists as if she had made a decision. "Father, go and trade for some food. I am willing to pay any price." Hearing Minami's words, Ellie's eyes widened in shock, while Akazuki's face darkened. They all understood the implication behind Minami's words. Minami was willing to trade her body for food. Snapping out of her shock, Ellie quickly grabbed her sister's hand. "No, big sister, you can't. They are not good people. Don't sell yourself for a bit of food." Minami tried to comfort her younger sister, telling her not to worry. Despite her delicate appearance, Minami had an incredibly strong heart. She would rather lose her chastity than let her sister starve to death on the bus. Meanwhile, Akazuki remained silent with a dark expression. It wasn't that he resented his inability to get food. Rather, he considered these 2 beautiful daughters as his own. He felt that trading for a bit of food was not worth it. The gnawing weakness of hunger contorted his face in pain. The feeling of starvation was truly unbearable. Akazuki knew that no matter how unwilling he was, he had to trade for food. After all, he couldn't let himself starve to death. As for which daughter to sell, he hesitated. Minami was very obedient and always listened to him. In contrast, Ellie was very proud and had never looked at him with respect. The 2 sisters had different charms. Akazuki considered selling the disobedient Ellie, but ultimately decided on Minami. She was easier to control. As long as Ellie was safe, Minami could sacrifice anything. With that thought, Akazuki stood up and looked at Minami. "Don't worry, Minami. They'll go trade for food. Just prepare yourself." "Oh, you bastard, don't you dare." Ellie stood up in fury and shouted. She had long seen that this stepfather was no good. After boarding the bus, he had been as useless as a coward. Though a man, he had hidden on the bus with a group of women, never once going out to find food. Now, to avoid starving, he was going to sell his sister's body for food. Akazuki ignored Ellie and walked toward a burly bald man ahead. Ellie burst into tears, clenching her fists and shouting at Akizuki, cursing him as a coward. Everyone on the bus watched curiously, wondering what this father and daughter were up to. Minami held back her tears, constantly soothing her sister and saying she was fine. This showed just how strong Minami's heart was. Meanwhile, Akizuki approached the bald man. "Brother Ming, I'd like to discuss something with you." The bald man, called Brother Ming, was named Wang Ming. He was a prisoner serving a life sentence. He had thought he would never leave prison, yet here he was in the survival world. He loved this world. It suited him far better than prison. With enough strength, he could do whatever he wanted. This bus was now almost under Wang Ming's control. In truth, Wang Ming owed his rapid rise to Yi Ming. Yesterday, Wang Ming had used all his resources to trade with Chu Chu for a wooden spear. Today, with that spear, and at the cost of 2 subordinates, he had killed a gray wolf. After carrying the wolf carcass onto the bus, many men immediately submitted to him. Wang Ming now had 8 subordinates, and had essentially taken over the bus. He had already noticed Ellie and Minami contemplating whether he could indulge himself. To his surprise, their father Akizuki came to him first. "What's the matter?" Wang Ming asked with a smile. Akizuki immediately crouched beside him, whispering a few words into his ear. Wang Ming's eyes lit up. It was as if he had been given a pillow, just as he felt like sleeping. Glancing at his subordinates who were staring hungrily, he had an idea. This was a perfect chance to win their loyalty. "Akizuki, you know how precious food is now. I can give you a portion of food, but you must let my brothers have some fun with your daughters too." Wang Ming's subordinates grew excited upon hearing this. Did Brother Ming just say he would take them to have fun with Akizuki's daughters? The beauty of Ellie and Minami was obvious to all. However, everyone was still bound by law and morality, so no one had yet crossed the line. But Wang Ming's words stirred the darkness in their hearts. In this survival world, they might die at any moment. Enjoying themselves now would be worth it, even if they died later. Akizuki remained silent, not out of pity for Minami, but because he was considering how to gain some benefit for himself. "Ha ha ha." Wang Ming rose with a boisterous laugh, waving at his underlings. "Brothers, let's go. Today your big brother will show you a good time. Long live the big brother. Our big brother is truly benevolent. We made the right choice following him." The underlings cheered incessantly, their loyalty to Wang Ming greatly bolstered. All the women on the bus turned pale with fear, shrinking into the corners. Several men who had not joined Wang Ming's gang remained silent. They were outnumbered and powerless. Even if they harbored a shred of justice, they dared not speak up to stop this. Wang Ming led a group of men toward Jinminai. Jinminai was terrified, her face pale and her body trembling. She had never imagined her father would find so many men for her. This group would surely torment her to death. "Up!" Ellie screamed in fright, but she spread her arms like a little hen, blocking her sister. "What do you want? Get lost." Wang Ming and his gang leered with obscene grins. Autumn Moon's 2 daughters were truly pure. Not only were they beautiful, but they were also mixed-race little beauties. Just as Wang Ming reached out to grab Ellie, Autumn Moon scurried over and pulled Ellie away. "Brother Ming, we're only selling the older sister. The younger one isn't for sale yet." Wang Ming glanced at Ellie, then at Jinminai, who was frozen in terror on her seat. "No matter. Playing with them one by one was fine too. Today the older sister, tomorrow the younger. They'll go first, you all wait," Wang Ming said to his underlings. The underlings immediately flattered him with smiles. "Of course, big brother, you go first." "Ha ha ha." The men burst into laughter. To Ellie and Jinminai, these laughs sounded like demons. Jinminai's pupils trembled. She wanted to open her mouth to scream for help, but it felt as if her throat was clamped shut, unable to make a sound. She was too frightened to speak. Ellie struggled, fiercely crying and trying to save her sister, but Autumn Moon had already forcibly dragged her away from the scene. The father and daughter could now only see the backs of a group of men. Suddenly, the moving bus came to a halt. Everyone was startled. Was this another treasure chest? Then the bus door opened, and Yi Ming stepped aboard, dusting off his clothes with a wooden spear in hand. He had waited on the road all afternoon, his body covered in dust, his clothes dirty. "Hey, big brother. We didn't find a treasure chest. Someone just got on the bus. It must be that person mentioned in the chat channel who got off another vehicle." Wang Ming nodded after hearing this, and cursed, "Damn, interrupting my fun." Then he began eagerly stripping off his clothes. He had been pinned up in prison for years, and today he had to let loose. After all, such rare goods were hard to come by. Ellie, held down by Autumn Moon, wept in despair, wondering what she could do to save her sister. Just then the bus slowly started moving. Ellie noticed the newly boarded Yi Ming holding a wooden spear. A wooden spear. It was with a wooden spear that Wang Ming had become the boss on the bus. This man had a wooden spear. He could definitely save her sister. At that moment, Ellie seemed to find hope. Taking advantage of Autumn Moon's distraction, she kicked him hard between the legs. This kick Ellie delivered with all her might, channeling all the resentment from her stepfather selling her sister into that one blow. Thud. A muffled sound. Up. Autumn Moon's piercing scream, like a pig being slaughtered, echoed through the entire bus. Even Wang Ming was startled by the scream, nearly losing his nerve. "Damn it, what are you screaming for? Looking for death?" Jinminai, who had been frozen in fear, was jolted awake by the high-pitched cry, and quickly clutched her clothes in terror, shouting, "Don't come near me." On the other side, Ellie ignored the groaning autumn moon on the ground and rushed over to Yi Ming. Under Yi Ming's astonished gaze, she knelt directly before him, weeping and begging, "Please save my sister. I'll be your servant for life." Before Yi Ming could understand what was happening, he heard Zhen Min's terrified cries of, "Don't come near me. Holy shit, rape." Yi Ming instantly guessed what this group on the bus was up to. He had seen such scenes plenty in his past life. He looked down at the crying golden-haired girl kneeling before him. A mixed-race little beauty. She was begging him to save her sister. Not good. Yi Ming was alarmed. He tossed the wooden spear to Ellie and charged toward the crowd. Thud. Up. The crowd was knocked over by Yi Ming's kick. Chaos erupted. By then Wang Ming had already stripped off his clothes and was starting to tear at Zhen Lin's garments. He never expected Yi Ming to suddenly burst in. Yi Ming punched and kicked through the crowd, showing no restraint. With his E-level strength, one punch could half-kill an ordinary man. Moments later, all of Wang Ming's underlings lay on the ground, leaving only Wang Ming completely naked. Wang Ming was terrified out of his wits. Zhen Minai, like a little white rabbit, curled up in the corner, tears streaming down her face, watching Yi Ming, who had come to rescue her, like a prince on a white horse, a strange feeling stirring in her heart. Yi Ming grabbed Wang Ming by his bald egg-like head and lifted him straight up. Everyone present was stunned. Who on earth was this man? He was too strong. Ellie's face lit up with surprise. She quickly wiped the tears from her cheeks and ran to find her sister. Seeing that her sister was safe and her clothes were intact, Ellie breathed a sigh of relief. "Sister." "Ellie." The two sisters embraced as if they had just walked through hell. Yi Ming held Wang Ming's bald head in one hand, while sizing up the two sisters, Ellie and Zhen Minai. Looking at these two women, Yi Ming didn't need to ask to know they were virgins. They were also top-tier mixed-race beauties. A good catch. And he had caught two at once. Yi Ming couldn't help but feel thrilled. Good thing he had boarded this bus, otherwise these two sisters would have been ruined by this group. The thought made Yi Ming furious. He delivered two full-force punches to Wang Ming's bald head. Thud! Thud! Blood streamed from Wang Ming's mouth and nose, and two distinct fist-shaped indentations appeared on his egg-like head. Yi Ming killed Wang Ming with those two punches. Then Yi Ming showed no mercy to Wang Ming's underlings, either kicking them all to death. The bus fell into silence. Even Autumn Moon covered his legs, not daring to make a sound, afraid of provoking this killing god. Then Yi Ming found a blueprint and two small packets of seeds among the clothes Wang Ming had discarded. Opening the blueprint to check the information, vehicle fuel tank 0-star vehicle equipment can hold 200 units of gasoline. Blueprint manufacturing limit 3. Manufacturing cost 10 escape coins. Seeing this blueprint, Yi Ming's eyes lit up. His RV was short by 4 0-star vehicle blueprints to upgrade. He didn't expect to find one here. Then Yi Ming examined the remaining 2 packets of seeds. As a reincarnator, he knew well that the seeds in the escape world were different from the original world. They were improved super high-yield seeds. High-yield rice seeds, 10 high-yield wheat seeds, 10 rice seeds, and 10 wheat seeds. Yi Ming was overjoyed inside. With these 20 seeds, he would never have to worry about rice and flour again. In his past life, Yi Ming had heard that after these escape world rice and wheat seeds matured, the daily yield was 1 gene each. That meant once these 20 seeds matured, Yi Ming would harvest 10 gene of rice and 10 gene of flour every day. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect this bald guy to have so many good things on him. He must have opened a bronze treasure chest. As Yi Ming examined the blueprints and seeds, Ailey cautiously brought her sister Zhen Minai to Yi Ming's side. The reason for their caution was the corpses strewn across the ground, victims of Yi Ming's actions. "Thank you for saving me and my sister. My name is Ailey, and this is my sister Zhen Minai. Can we follow you from now on?" Ailey gathered her courage and asked her question directly. Beside her, Zhen Minai remained silent, observing Yi Ming with a flushed face. In her eyes, Yi Ming was the Prince Charming who had rescued her from a group of villains. Zhen Minai naturally wanted to stay by Yi Ming's side. Ailey, seeming worried that Yi Ming might not take them, and hurriedly added, "My sister can cook, and she makes delicious meals. And I can help you with laundry." "Laundry?" Yi Ming chuckled at Ailey's words. She must have noticed the dust covering him, prompting her comment. He stroked his chin and frowned. "Your sister can cook and is somewhat useful, but you only know how to do laundry. That's rather unhelpful." Ailey's face changed dramatically at his words, and she anxiously explained, "I can do more than laundry. I can wash pants and socks." By the end, her own voice had grown faint. It seemed truly inadequate. Zhen Minai noticed the corners of Yi Ming's mouth twitching, clearly suppressing laughter. So she remained silent, quietly watching Yi Ming tease her little sister. At this moment, Ailey was sweating with anxiety. What if Yi Ming only took her sister in, and not her? She certainly didn't want to follow that useless stepfather. But Ailey couldn't think of anything she could do at the moment. At home, it was Zhen Minai who took care of her, and she had never done any cooking or cleaning. Even laundry was a skill Ailey had forced herself to take on. In fact, she had never washed a single piece of clothing, as they were all tossed into the washing machine. Ailey felt a deep sense of regret. Why hadn't she learned to cook from her sister back home? She observed Yi Ming from head to toe and aside from his dirty clothes. Oh, Ailey's eyes lit up. She suddenly thought of a skill that could help Yi Ming. I also know how to give massages, and they feel wonderful. Is that so? Yiming nodded, then looked at Ailey with a serious expression. I have strict requirements for massages. If you don't do well, I will abandon you and take your sister with me. Ailey's little face fell. She truly didn't know how to give massages. That was a skill she had just made up. My massage technique isn't very good either. Please don't be too strict. Ailey pleaded pitifully, even trying to act cute. This was her usual tactic when begging her sister. Tahaha. Both Yiming and Zhen Minai couldn't hold back their laughter. Zhen Minai covered her mouth and chuckled, feeling that Yiming was quite interesting and not the type to be cruel. Zhen Minai had actually been frightened by Yiming's fierce appearance when he dealt with Wang Ming and the others. However, after their brief interaction, she realized Yiming was not a cruel villain. Thus, she was willing to allow her sister to follow this person. Seeing Yiming and her sister laughing, Ailey realized she had been teased, and her face immediately flushed. You guys, sister, why are you bullying me too? Ailey wanted to complain to Yiming, but feared he would get angry, so she could only question her sister beside her. Zhen Minai wanted to explain, but felt shy in front of Yiming, not knowing how to address her sister. Seeing Yiming looking at her, she blushed and lowered her head. Then Yiming spoke. You sisters can follow me, but you must ensure loyalty and become my women. Are you willing? Ailey and Zhen Minai were taken aback, their faces turning red. Ailey was the first to react, quickly nodding. I'm willing. As long as you can protect me, and my sister will listen to you from now on. Beside her, Zhen Minai blushed and softly added, I'm willing too. The sisters were not foolish, only a strong man like Yiming could protect them. As for their stepfather Qiu Yuexiao, they had both grown disheartened. Unable to obtain food, Zhen Minai had been forced to sell her body, and rather than trying to persuade her, their stepfather had agreed outright, even selling Zhen Minai to a group of beasts. At that time, Zhen Minai had been so frightened that she was dumbfounded. If Yiming hadn't appeared, her fate would have been grim. What kind of father would do such a thing to his daughter? Thus, Zhen Minai didn't want to deal with Qiu Yuexiao at all. Ailey looked down on him even more. What had happened on the bus that day had made Ailey despise Qiu Yuexiao even more. Meanwhile, Qiu Yuexiao, who was eavesdropping while covering his vital points, saw his two adopted daughters wanting to follow a stranger and become his women, immediately shouted to stop them. No, I don't agree. Yiming furrowed his brows in confusion, not understanding who Qiu Yuexiao was. Who gave this person the audacity to interrupt him from taking in girls? Feeling the cold, killing intent in Yiming's gaze, Qiu Yuexiao shivered in fear, nearly wetting himself. I am the father of Zhen Minai and Ailey. I promised their mother to take good care of them. You cannot kill me, Qiu Yuexiao said in terror. Father. Yiming frowned, surprised that the two girls had a father, making the situation a bit more complicated. At this moment, Ailey quickly explained to Yiming, he is not our real father, he is our stepfather. If it weren't for him wanting to sell my sister for food, she wouldn't have been targeted by those people. What the hell, such a beast? Yiming looked at Qiu Yuexiao in disgust, and with Ailey's explanation, he understood the situation. Such a beast should be eliminated quickly. Yiming then stepped forward with killing intent towards Qiu Yuexiao. Qiu Yuexiao's face changed drastically. You cannot kill me. If you do, your reputation will be ruined. The chat channels will spread the news of you killing your father and taking your daughters. Oh, Yiming sneered. When have I, Li Tianyu, ever cared about a petty person's reputation? Qiu Yuexiao was momentarily stunned. This person was really named Li Tianyu. Why did he feel like he was eager for someone to tarnish his reputation? Ailey and Zhen Minai exchanged glances, but they also learned that Yiming was called Li Tianyu. Meanwhile, when Yiming intended to eliminate Qiu Yuexiao, he suddenly found the man somewhat familiar, recalling him from his past life. This man seemed to be Li Tianyu's #1 lackey. As for why Qiu Yuexiao could become a lackey, it appeared he had a recipe for a love potion, which was highly favored by Li Tianyu. Yiming now speculated that using such a potion would likely gain a vast amount of favor from women. Thus, he hesitated over whether to eliminate Qiu Yuexiao. Killing Qiu Yuexiao would mean the recipe for that potion would not come to light, which would also be a loss. Even though Yiming could easily produce a grade attribute orbs, now the grade and a grade attribute orbs would require thousands of attribute points each. How long would he have to accumulate those? Therefore, Yiming had to retain control over the love potion recipe. Akazuki Takashi was currently the only hope of obtaining the aphrodisiac formula. Moreover, he was the nominal father of the two girls Eri and Chinami, who still harbored some feelings for him. Yiming certainly couldn't kill Akazuki Takashi in front of them. Though Yiming wouldn't take his life, he was not about to let him off easily either, so he began slapping Akazuki Takashi across the face repeatedly. Slap, slap, slap. Akazuki Takashi was completely dazed by the blows. With Yiming's level strength, each slap made his head buzz. Had Yiming held back, less he might have been beaten to death. Akazuki Takashi screamed in agony, his mouth full of blood, several teeth knocked out, yet he dared not utter a single threatening word. Behind them, Chinami couldn't bear to watch and averted her gaze while her younger sister Eri watched with great relish, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. After a while, both sides of Akazuki Takashi's face were grotesquely swollen, clearly beaten to a pulp. Only then did Yiming stop. Akazuki Takashi's eyes burned with venomous rage, but he quickly begged for mercy in a low voice. Don't kill me. Eri and the others are yours from now on. I swear I won't tarnish your reputation anymore. Tarnish my reputation. Only a fool would believe that. Ming certainly didn't believe a word of it, knowing this was just a stalling tactic. Given the chance, this man would undoubtedly try to ruin Li Tianyu's reputation. However, Ming was very interested in the potion formula, so he had no choice but to play along. For China Ms. Sake, they'll spare your life. Come for revenge anytime you want. With that, Ming raised his hand, as if to slap Akazuki Takashi again. Akazuki Takashi flinched, raising his arms to protect his face. Seizing the moment, Ming suddenly kicked out, striking Akazuki Takashi squarely in the groin. Thud. With this kick, Ming aimed to render Akazuki Takashi permanently incapable, ensuring that even if he found the aphrodisiac formula, he would never be able to use it. Akazuki Takashi's eyes rolled back, foam bubbling from his mouth as he fainted from the pain. Ming nodded in satisfaction and called for Eri and Shinami to get off the bus. Get off. Before Eri and Shinami could say anything, some women on the bus objected. Wait, Li Tianyu, what do you think you're doing? A woman with a pockmarked face demanded. Ming looked at her, puzzled. Getting off, of course. Do you expect me to stay on this bus? The woman retorted. If you leave, who will protect us? Look around. You've killed almost all the men here. You have to stay and protect us women. Many other women chimed in, insisting that Ming must remain on the bus to guard them. These women felt entitled to make such demands because they had observed from Ming's actions that he was a righteous and kind-hearted man. For instance, he had immediately rescued the sisters Shinami and Eri upon boarding and had punished the beastly stepfather Akazuki Takashi in the name of justice. Such a good man was most susceptible to moral blackmail, and they couldn't let him leave. Sensing their intentions, Ming sneered. With these men dead, you now have the chance to lure monsters and steal treasure chests. I've actually done you a favor. What Ming said was indeed true. In most bus situations, opportunities to find resources were monopolized by men. Women had virtually no chance to participate. Even if a woman dared to steal a treasure chest, whatever she obtained would be taken by the men on board. Over time, a situation had developed where men searched for treasure chests while women sold their bodies. But now that Ming had killed most of the men, if these women seized the opportunity to find chests, they could rise to power and become strong. However, these women clearly didn't understand this. They only wanted the right to be cared for and protected, never considering what they should contribute in return. This was the result of being overly sheltered by the laws and morals of their original world. At this point, a plump woman complained, "Are you even a man? Expecting us women to face those monsters? We women are naturally weaker than men and deserve the right to be protected." That's right, sisters. This guy only took those two sisters because of their looks. What a creep. So what if he's strong? Big deal. He has to stay on the bus and find us food. I haven't eaten all day. The women chattered, growing more agitated. Initially, they had wanted to persuade Ming to stay, but soon they began condemning him as a creep. Ming was utterly exasperated. He suddenly recalled an organization from his past life that had opposed Li Tianyu, the feminist fist sect. Its leader Wang Ling possessed the iron fist skill, was formidable in strength, and her vehicle was a class. The most terrifying aspect was Wang Ling's powerful charisma. In every world she entered, thousands of women would support her, and men who fell into their hands would be drained of all value before dying in despair. In his past life, Ming had nearly fallen into the clutches of the feminist fist sect. Back then, if not for Yang Lingjia's protection, those women would have killed him. In the next extreme heat, world leader Wang Ling would descend into the same region as Ming. Just as Ming was about to deal with these women, the blonde, twin-tailed Eri stepped forward. With her hands on her hips, Eri stood like a proud little hen, hurling insults at the feminists. "You big pig face, how dare you ask Brother Tianyu to find you food? Look how fat you are. And you pockmarked Annie, you're as ugly as a toad. How can you call Brother Tianyu a creep and expect him to protect you? You deserve a slap. And you dark-skinned sister, are you mixed race too? Oh no, you're just dirty from not bathing for too long. I thought you had African blood." Eri's tongue was truly venomous, targeting the feminist's flaws with precision. The feminist, red-faced with rage, wanted to tear Eri's mouth apart. Eri was unafraid, crossing her arms with a haughty and disdainful expression. She wasn't scared of these women at all. Meanwhile, Shinami quietly approached Ming, holding two wooden spears. "Brother Tianyu, don't take what they said to heart. You saved us, sisters, and we genuinely want to follow you. As long as I can stay by your side, I'm willing to do anything." Her voice trailing off, Shinami blushed and lowered her head. Ming glanced at Jun Minai, then turned his gaze to Ellie, who stood before him verbally sparring with a group of women. At that moment, he could only see Ellie's small silhouette and her golden twin tails swaying behind her, a sight that made him see her thunder aside in a new light. Ellie called out each woman on the bus by name, then used venomous words to critique their flaws. Ming wouldn't even spare them a glance, so naturally they weren't much to look at. Though her words were harsh, they spoke the truth. The women, enraged to the point of losing their composure, hurled curses at Ellie. But cursing her alone wasn't enough. They dragged Jin Minai and Ming into their tirade as well. By now they had completely forgotten the ferocity Ming had shown when he killed The remaining 3 or 4 men and a few rational women on the bus had already retreated to the corners, hoping not to be dragged down by this madness. It was baffling how these women had lost their minds. When Wang Ming the criminal was on the bus, they hadn't dared utter a single word. Yet now they dared to curse Yi Ming, the one who had slain Wang Ming, as if they were tired of living. The obese woman, insulted as a fat pig, could no longer hold back and lunged at Ellie, trying to tear her apart. Seeing her advance, the other women gained confidence and followed suit. They had entirely forgotten Yi Ming's presence. Deep down, these women were consumed with jealousy toward the two sisters. Not only were they young and beautiful, but they were also pure, having been taken in by a strong man like Yi Ming. With his protection, why would they ever worry about food or safety? That was why they wanted to trap Yi Ming on the bus. "You little slut, I'll tear your mouth apart." The obese woman reached for Ellie. Facing an opponent twice her size, Ellie showed no fear, rolling up her sleeves for a brawl. Yi Ming stopped watching and intervened, striking the obese woman in the face with a punch. Thud! His fist sank into a layer of fat, and he could even feel a greasy film clinging to his knuckles. The next moment, the obese woman's 180-plus pound body flew backward, crashing into the women behind her. "Ah, you fat pig, get off me. You're crushing me. Ugh, how long has this woman gone without a bath? She reeks. It's disgusting. I don't know, I heard she'd been holed up at home for half a year before coming to this world of escape. Quick, lift her up, I'm suffocating." Yi Ming looked at his fist, feeling nauseated. No wonder it felt so greasy. She probably hadn't washed her face in ages. Just then, Ellie happily clung to Yi Ming's arm. "Can you gidge? I knew you'd step in." Unlike those deluded women, Ellie had no such foolishness. She had dared to face them so boldly only because she had Yi Ming's backing. Yi Ming smiled and ruffled Ellie's hair with his dirty hand. "Well done. I didn't know you had such a sharp tongue." Feeling his large hand on her head, Ellie grew even more proud. "Can you gidge? If this happens again, I'll curse them out for you." In that moment, Ellie found her purpose, cursing on Yi Ming's behalf. It was far easier than washing clothes or giving massages. He then had Ellie and Zhen Minai get off the bus first before using a wooden spear to stab all the cursing women to death. Before disembarking, Yi Ming packed up all the food Wang Ming and his crew had collected, leaving nothing for Akizuki Takashi. On the highway, Ellie and Zhen Minai devoured the bread Wang Ming had saved. They hadn't eaten in over a day. As the bus drove away, Yi Ming immediately contacted Chu Chu to pick him up. She had parked the RV on the road and waited all morning. Upon receiving Yi Ming's message, she drove the RV over. Yi Ming said to Ellie and Zhen Minai, "Let's wait a bit. Someone's coming to get us soon." After finishing a piece of bread and drinking some water, Ellie realized how wonderful it felt to have food. "Can you gidge? You're a vehicle owner? That's amazing. My sister and I won't have to take the bus anymore." Ellie bounced with excitement, her face full of anticipation. Who would choose that chaotic bus if they could ride in comfort? "All right." Noticing Ellie still calling him Tianyu gidge, Yi Ming removed his disguised mask. "Let me reintroduce myself. I'm not Li Tianyu. He's just my enemy. My name is Yi Ming." "Ah." Both Ellie and Zhen Minai gasped in unison. Ellie stepped forward to examine Yi Ming's handsome face. "What's wrong?" Yi Ming asked, puzzled. "So handsome," Ellie murmured, her heartbeat quickening. Zhen Minai stood aside, her gaze fixed on Yi Ming, her cheeks growing redder. Now the two women understood. No wonder Yi Ming wasn't afraid of others ruining his reputation. He wasn't Li Tianyu at all. "Tianyu." "Yi Ming, good, you're so sneaky, using a fake name. You've really set Li Tianyu up." With no outsiders around, Yi Ming chatted with the two women on the highway, truly getting to know each other. When they learned his vehicle was an RV, they were thrilled, especially upon hearing it had a large bathroom. They couldn't wait. Zhen Minai relaxed and opened up, sharing her love for cooking with Yi Ming. But whenever she caught sight of his handsome face, she would still blush from time to time. 20 minutes later, Chu Chu finally drove the RV onto the highway. Yi Ming led the slightly nervous sisters onto the RV. "Hello, Sister Chu Chu." Ellie and Zhen Minai immediately greeted the senior. Chu Chu's eyes lit up at the sight of them, though she hid her excitement well. "You two are so beautiful. Are you hungry or thirsty? Oh, you're covered in dust. Come on, let me take you to a bath." Without consulting Yi Ming, Chu Chu led the sisters to the large bathroom. Yi Ming didn't mind. To him, Chu Chu was just trying to win them over and establish her position as the elder sister. He then took out 10 wheat seeds and 10 rice seeds he had obtained earlier, planted them in 20 pots, and watered them, waiting for them to mature. Afterward, Yi Ming synthesized the vehicle's fuel tank. He still needed 3 0-star blueprints to upgrade the RV to 1 star. Yi Ming was contemplating what to have for lunch when he heard startled cries from the large bathroom. Danger. Had a monster sneaked into the RV. He tossed aside the instant noodles and rushed into the bathroom at full speed, only to find Ellie and Jinai being bullied by Chu Chu. Chu Chu's behavior was clearly abnormal. Yi Ming suddenly recalled her special condition and his heart sank. He had worked so hard to bring Ellie and Jinai to the RV, only for Chu Chu to intercept them. "Chu Chu, what are you doing?" "Ah, honey, let me explain." Chu Chu hadn't expected Yi Ming to barge in, and she stammered awkwardly, trying to explain. Yi Ming took a closer look and breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, Chu Chu hadn't done anything serious, but she had indeed bullied the two girls. He couldn't pretend not to see this. He had to teach Choo-Choo a lesson or trouble would arise sooner or later. Ming told the two girls to leave first, and then began to discipline Choo-Choo. Ellie and Nai hurriedly fled the bathroom, never imagining they would be bullied by Sister Choo-Choo. Fortunately, brother Ming had come in time to rescue them. In truth, since boarding the RV, they had mentally prepared themselves for such a situation, but they hadn't expected Sister Choo-Choo to bully them. The two girls sat on the bed, Nai feeling nervous and anxious inside. Would Sister Choo-Choo take revenge on them for this later? Just then Ellie couldn't help but sigh. Brother Ming is amazing. Sister Choo-Choo is actually begging for mercy. Nai was taken aback. Her younger sister's perspective was truly unique. Listening to the sounds of discipline from the bathroom, she couldn't help but nod in agreement. Thinking this way, the two sisters felt much more at ease. So they pricked up their ears listening to Ming's scolding and Choo-Choo's pleas. Ellie suddenly asked, "Sis, are you ready?" Nai naturally understood her sister's meaning, but didn't know how to answer. Earlier on the bus, she had been willing to sacrifice herself to keep her sister from going hungry. Yet now for some reason she felt a bit cowardly. Ellie noticed her sister's embarrassment and quickly comforted her. "Sis, don't be afraid. Brother Ming won't bully us." Ellie, I trust Brother Ming. From now on we must listen to him and not cause him trouble. After comforting each other, the sisters were no longer afraid. An hour later, Ming collected 6 points of affection and walked out carrying Choo-Choo in his arms. Seeing Ellie and Nai sitting obediently there, Ming approached. Choo-Choo felt a bit embarrassed and immediately pretended to sleep, hiding in Ming's embrace. She had just been punished by him and felt humiliated. Ming knew she was feigning sleep to save face, so he didn't expose her. As the elder sister, she naturally had to maintain her image before the younger ones. Ming settled Choo-Choo down and apologized to the two girls. "I hope I didn't scare you just now. Choo-Choo is actually a good person. Don't worry, she won't bully you anymore." Ellie and Nai quickly said they held no grudge. After all, Choo-Choo hadn't really hit or scolded them. There was nothing to resent. Ming thought for a moment, still uneasy about Choo-Choo, so he directly collected affection points from both girls, once each. The two girls didn't disappoint him. Their initial affection values were both 5 points. That was much better than Choo-Choo's initial value. This was likely due to their deep trust in him. Using the towel blueprint he had obtained that morning, Ming casually synthesized 2 towels, collecting a pair of plum blossom towels. Incidentally, Choo-Choo's bedsheet had also been collected by Ming. Now the bed didn't even have a sheet. The two girls were tired and feeling safe inside the RV soon fell asleep. They had suffered quite a bit on the bus over the past 2 days. Even just sitting there, their nerves had been on edge, leaving them little rest. After all, their stepfather was unreliable, and there were criminals on the bus, so the two girls hardly dared to relax. Now that their minds were at ease, they fell asleep. Ming covered them with a blanket, then went to Choo-Choo and held her in his arms. "Honey, I'm sorry. I won't do that again. Please don't be angry." Choo-Choo gently kissed Ming. She had just thought it over and realized that what she did was wrong. Ming flicked her on the forehead. "When was I ever angry? Why are you in such a hurry? Look how scared the sisters were. I thought a monster had sneaked in." Choo-Choo scratched her head sheepishly, then paused. What did Ming mean by that? Seeing that Choo-Choo still didn't understand, Ming patiently explained, "You're the main wife and their elder sister. Bullying them in private will only strain your relationship and diminish your status as the main wife. From now on, there will only be more people in the RV, and they'll all be under your care as the elder sister. You can't bully anyone anymore." The implication in Ming's words was clear, and even Choo-Choo, slow as she might be, understood. Her heart was deeply moved. Choo-Choo's affection 7. The two talked on the sofa, and Choo-Choo told Ming about her special condition. Then she solemnly swore that she would only be loyal to him alone. Ming smiled and ruffled her hair. With his ability to collect affection points, he naturally knew her sincerity, otherwise he wouldn't have made her the main wife. In Ming's view, Choo-Choo's situation was nothing serious. It wasn't as if she had truly cuckolded him. If he couldn't accept such a thing, he would be far too petty. Ming took out 4 attribute orbs and gave them to Choo-Choo, instructing her to strengthen her spirit attribute to E rank. "Thank you, honey." Choo-Choo didn't stand on ceremony. She took the attribute orbs and absorbed them directly. Ming then exchanged 6 more attribute orbs to strengthen his own spirit attribute to E rank. Thus, all of Ming's attributes were now at E rank. Ming checked and saw he had 26 affection points left. He decided not to exchange for more attribute orbs for now. His current attributes already surpassed everyone else's, so there was no urgent need to continue strengthening. After a simple meal, Ming got off the RV and headed back to the bus to search for beautiful virgins. Choo-Choo drove the RV away, leaving Ming on the road. Wearing a disguise mask and carrying a wooden spear, he waited on the highway for the bus to pick him up. As the second day was coming to an end, even those who could not accept the world of escape gradually understood the cruelty of this existence. This was especially true for the women who boarded the bus, who originally intended to wait for the men to bring them food. However, the bus could only find 8 or 9 treasure chests in a day, and the food inside was so scarce that the men could barely satisfy their own hunger, let alone share it with the women. Most women had to endure hunger. To obtain food, they had only two choices: to compete with men for resources, or to rely on men to exchange their bodies for resources. Many women desperate not to starve participated in the action of fighting for treasure chests. Jiang Qi was one of them. Jiang Qi had once been a fitness trainer. Her figure was excellent, but not in the exaggerated way of having a curvy waist and voluptuous hips. Rather, her physique was like that of a mother leopard, with subtle muscle lines accentuating her slender form, complemented by her tan skin that radiated a vibrant wild beauty. It was precisely because she possessed such qualities that Jiang Qi dared to compete for resources. On the highway, Jiang Qi and a dozen men continuously threw stones at a gray wolf. The wolf was battered by the stones and could only howl weakly before turning to flee. Seeing the gray wolf retreat, everyone's faces lit up with joy, all eyes focused on the wooden treasure chest in the wilderness. Then everyone rushed towards the treasure chest. Chasing off the gray wolf was not difficult. The challenge lay in how to seize the contents of the chest from the hands of over 10 men. Jiang Qi lagged at the back of the crowd, not rushing to the front, for she was just one person and a woman. Even if she charged ahead, she would get nothing. She needed to look for an opportunity to pick up the scraps. Ahead, the group of men opened the treasure chest and began to scramble for the contents, causing chaos. Put down the bread. Get lost. I grabbed the bread first. Jiang Qi stood at the back, scanning the chaotic scene. She wanted to take advantage of the moment to snatch some food. However, it was evident that such scenes were not new, and everyone had been prepared for this. Those who succeeded in grabbing something immediately sought their teammates for protection. With teammates nearby, it became difficult for others to steal their bounty. As the chaos gradually settled, Jiang Qi could only sigh in regret, having worked hard for nothing. Everyone returned to the bus. The bus slowly started up, searching for the next treasure chest. Jiang Qi sat alone in a corner, enduring the hunger in her stomach, feeling a sense of grievance. On the bus, she had no chance of snatching food from the men. The women on the bus had already begun to rely on the men. Only Jiang Qi held on to her principles, refusing to depend on those men. But if this continued, she would surely starve. Beautiful Jiang, are you hungry? A young man asked with a smile, holding a piece of bread. Jiang Qi rolled her eyes. I've told you I have a boyfriend, and I won't sell my body for food. TCH, the young man scoffed dismissively. What's the situation now? You're still thinking about being loyal to your boyfriend. He might already be dead at the hands of some monster. Isn't it good to follow me? I'll be your boyfriend from now on. The young man's words struck a chord with Jiang Qi. Her boyfriend must have been transported to another area of escape. As for her boyfriend's condition, she had no idea. He might have died at the hands of a monster, or he could be struggling to survive in some vehicle. Even if he were alive, would they really have a chance to meet again? Jiang Qi's boyfriend was the one she dated during university, and they were at the stage of discussing marriage after graduation. However, fate had played a cruel trick. Everyone had been transported to the world of escape. Did she still need to protect her loyalty for love? To survive, should she also rely on a man? Give me some time to think about it. Jiang Qi finally relented. The young man was overjoyed, casting a fiery glance at Jiang Qi's vibrant wild body. All right, here's the bread for you. Fill your stomach first. After handing the bread to Jiang Qi, the young man excitedly returned to his seat, glancing back at her from time to time. A woman as hot as her was almost unbearable to look at. Feeling the gaze of Jiang Qi frowned incessantly, while some men on the bus also looked at her with intense interest. They were all waiting for Jiang Qi to lower her dignity and exchange her body for food, at which point they would not hesitate to offer her some food. Jiang Qi's figure and looks were clearly far superior to the other women on the bus. What man wouldn't want to have some fun with her? Gurgle, the sound of her hungry stomach echoed. Holding the bread, Jiang Qi felt like she was opening Pandora's box, and once opened she would descend into the abyss. But she was now so hungry that she could hardly bear it. Just as she was about to open the bread, the bus began to slow down and stop. Encountering another treasure chest again. Everyone was puzzled. Illogically, they had just found a treasure chest, and it should take at least 1 or 2 hours to find the next one. Everyone immediately looked out the window. They saw Ming walking onto the bus holding a wooden spear covered in dirt. Most of his day had been spent waiting for the bus on the road. The strong winds had blown sand onto him, leaving him looking quite disheveled. In the afternoon, Ming boarded 6 buses in succession, but never found a beautiful virgin. He had found 2 or 3 pretty women, but when he asked them if they were virgins, they avoided answering. They even questioned Ming, asking if that layer of skin was really that important. Why were men's thoughts so conservative? Subsequently, Ming slapped 2 of them in the name of Li Tianyu. In the end, having no expectations, he boarded this last bus. Oh, someone actually got on the bus. I thought it was another treasure chest encounter. Upon seeing Ming board, the people on the bus immediately began to discuss among themselves. Look, he's holding a wooden spear. What's so surprising about that? Those things cost 20 escape coins each. If they're still available tonight, I'll buy one too. Ming paid no heed to the discussions on the bus, but instead brushed off the dust on himself. He then scanned the women on the bus. Finally, his gaze landed on Jiang Qi in the corner. That was Jiang Qi. She was actually on this bus? Ming recognized Jiang Qi at a glance. After all, a wild beauty like her once known would never be forgotten. Ming could recognize Jiang Qi because they were university classmates. During school, Ming was the acknowledged campus heartthrob, while Jiangqi was the recognized campus beauty. However, the two had little interaction, having exchanged only a few words. Later, Jiangqi found a rich second-generation boyfriend who owned a gym, while Ming ended up with Zhao Tong, a troublesome girlfriend. Unexpectedly, fate had played a trick, and today Ming encountered Jiangqi. Ming hesitated whether to approach Jiangqi. He was unsure if Jiangqi was still a maiden, especially since she had a wealthy boyfriend, which basically implied she was no longer one. However, Jiangqi was indeed a stunning beauty. Moreover, they were university classmates. Although they weren't close, there was some connection between them. Ming decided to ask Jiangqi. If she was a maiden, he would pursue her. If not, then he would only waste a few words inquiring. After getting on the bus, Ming walked straight towards Jiangqi without saying a word, ignoring the others in the vehicle, which evidently annoyed some people. A man immediately blocked Ming's path. Hey buddy, aren't you going to introduce yourself after getting on the bus? I see you have a nice wooden spear. Mind if I borrow it? Ming suddenly reached out, grabbing the man's neck. In front of everyone, he effortlessly lifted him with one hand. My name is Li Tianyu. I have enhanced my strength to E level using an attribute orb. You'd better not provoke me. With that, Ming casually tossed the adult man aside. Everyone was startled. They quickly realized that Ming was not an ordinary person. Was E-level strength really that terrifying? He had easily thrown an adult man away with one hand. Those who had initially wanted to teach Ming a lesson all obediently sat down. This person was strong. They couldn't afford to provoke him. Even the young man who had given Jiangqi bread sat back down like a quail. The bus was as silent as if someone had pressed the mute button, with everyone falling into silence. Jiangqi saw Ming walking towards her and was startled. She immediately tensed up. She knew her beauty had brought her trouble again. Ming sat down next to Jiangqi and glanced at the bread in her hand. Oh, doing quite well, huh? Eating bread. Jiangqi felt embarrassed and could only respectfully hand the bread to Ming. Big brother, you haven't had dinner yet, right? This bread is for you. Ming accepted it without hesitation, opened it, and began to eat. Jiangqi was on the verge of tears. She was so unfortunate. Why did all the bad things happen to her? She could only silently watch Ming gnawing on her bread, swallowing repeatedly. Since they were sitting so close, she could smell the fragrant aroma of the bread. Ming devoured the bread, each bite making a loud noise that clearly indicated to Jiangqi how soft and tasty it was. Gurgle. Jiangqi's stomach seemed to know there was food and protested incessantly. Ming pretended not to hear, but the sounds of him eating the bread grew louder. Gurgle. The stomach continued to protest. Yet the bread tasted increasingly delicious to Ming. Each bite had to be chewed 7 or 8 times before he swallowed. Jiangqi realized that Ming was teasing her. She had invited this trouble upon herself. Jiangqi noted this in her heart, vowing to take revenge on him when the opportunity arose. A single piece of bread had taken Ming 10 minutes to eat, and Jiangqi was on the verge of breaking down. Her stomach had also protested for 10 minutes, but Ming completely ignored her. Alright. Jiangqi clenched her fists as she held grudges and would definitely seek revenge when she had the ability. After finishing the bread, Ming contacted Chu Chu to help him prepare a bucket of instant noodles. Then Ming quietly sat in his seat waiting. Jiangqi found this somewhat inexplicable. However, as long as he didn't lay hands on her, it meant she was temporarily safe. The only pity was that she hadn't even had a single bite of the bread. It was all consumed by this jerk. After a few minutes, Jiangqi's eyes widened as she stared at Ming's hand. She saw Ming open the system panel, tap a couple of times, and then a bucket of instant noodles appeared in his hand. The noodles were in blue packaging, Masters shrimp fishboard noodles. Gurgle. Jiangqi's stomach protested again. She shook her head wildly, trying to shake off the wicked thoughts. She was a fitness girl and never ate junk food like instant noodles. Ming flashed a mischievous smile at Jiangqi and then opened the noodles. A unique fragrance of shrimp fishboard noodles wafted through the bus, causing those who smelled it to swallow repeatedly, their stomachs also growling. Among them, the most unfortunate was Jiangqi. She smelled it the clearest and watched as Ming slurped the noodles with a fork, then sipped the rich broth, making a satisfied sound. Jiangqi could only respond with her growling stomach. Hey, there are braised eggs and chicken sausages inside. Oh, Ming replied, seemingly unaware of what was in the noodles, and teasingly showed Jiangqi. Jiangqi could only roll her eyes in response. But her gaze remained fixed on the noodles. There really were braised eggs and chicken sausages. How extravagant. Ming speared a braised egg with his fork and handed it to Jiangqi. Want to eat it? Jiangqi gritted her teeth. She knew Ming was tempting her with food, still fixated on her beauty. I won't sell myself for a braised egg. Oh, Ming nodded, then took a bite out of the braised egg he was holding. Oh, Jiangqi shouted as if she had lost half of a braised egg. Ming then speared a piece of chicken sausage with his fork and asked Jiangqi again, want to eat it? Yes, I do, Jiangqi answered without hesitation. This time she didn't dare to say anything reckless. Otherwise it would be a pity if Ming ate the chicken sausage. Ming nodded and continued to ask, are you still a maiden? Jiangqi looked at Ming speechlessly, realizing she had encountered a man with a maiden obsession. Seeing Jiangqi not answer, Ming immediately bit into the chicken sausage. Oh, Jiangqi shouted as she lost another piece of chicken sausage. Seeing Yiming about to eat again, Jiangqi panicked and hurriedly said, I am a maiden. You are a maiden. But don't you have a wealthy boyfriend? How could you be a maiden? Yiming questioned. Jiangqi stared at him in shock, scrutinizing Yiming's face. Who are you? Do we know each other? Yiming sneered and took another bite of chicken sausage. I'm the one asking you, not the other way around. Jiangqi looked at the untouched chicken sausage, feeling a pang of regret in her heart. She quickly explained, although we are dating, we haven't done that kind of thing. I plan to give him my first time after marriage, so I am still a maiden. Yiming nodded, secretly thinking that Jiangqi had some tactics. She seemed to know that the wealthy second generation was unreliable and wouldn't be like those foolish women who would give it up early just to marry into a wealthy family. Even if she made a vow of eternal love with her wealthy boyfriend, she still preserved her last line of defense. I'll provide food and lodging and guarantee your safety. Would you like to become my woman? Yiming extended the bucket of instant noodles towards Jiangqi. Jiangqi looked at the noodles he offered, understanding what it implied. The vow she had made to her boyfriend quickly flashed through her mind, and her eyes brimmed with tears. She was about to break her vow. Then Jiangqi gritted her teeth and accepted the noodles, looking at the half-eaten braised egg and half-eaten chicken sausage that Yiming had bitten into. She immediately began to eat heartily. So delicious. Jiangqi took small bites of the shrimp and fish noodle bowl, a hint of satisfaction spreading across her face. To savor every mouthful of the instant noodles, she dared not eat too quickly. In the past, she wouldn't have given this instant noodles a second glance. Now all Jiangqi could utter was two words: truly delicious. The only thing she regretted was that the braised egg and chicken sausage had been bitten in half by Yiming. That man was utterly detestable. Of course, Jiangqi only dared to complain about Yiming in her heart. On the surface, she remained extremely respectful toward him. Soon Jiangqi had devoured the entire bucket of noodles, even drinking all the soup. Still, she felt a lingering sense of hunger. Seeing Jiangqi finish the noodles, Yiming stood up and addressed everyone on the bus. This is a robbery. Hand over all your resources, don't make me frisk you. Under the stunned gazes of everyone, Yiming began his robbery on the bus. What are you hiding in your clothes? Hand it over. Hand over your things quickly, don't make me search you. Want to test my E-level strength? And don't blame me, Li Tianyu. If I don't take your resources, how can I support my wife? If you want revenge, you're welcome anytime. But I suggest you use the blueprints to trade for attribute orbs in the chat channel and boost your strength to my level before seeking revenge. Jiangqi watched Yiming robbing everyone on the bus, a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Wasn't he afraid of incurring everyone's wrath? If he angered all the passengers, he couldn't escape unscathed, could he? Just as Jiangqi thought, Yiming's robbery soon sparked widespread anger. Someone immediately stood up. Brothers, are we just going to let this man take the resources we worked so hard to find? Let's all attack together and fight him. Everyone was about to rise when they saw Yiming make his move. Slap. Yiming suddenly lashed out with a palm, striking the man hard across the face. You have something good hidden on you, don't you? Hand it over now. The struck man felt his head buzzing and only recovered after a long moment. Looking around at the others on the bus, they all sat obediently, like well-behaved children, not daring to utter a sound as they waited to be robbed. Helpless, the man could only produce a piece of compressed biscuit. Yiming didn't believe the man only had a single compressed biscuit. He immediately conducted a violent frisk. Soon he found a blueprint hidden inside the man's clothes. Vehicle alarm: 0-star vehicle equipment. Once installed, the vehicle gains an alarm function to prevent nighttime monster attacks. Blueprint manufacturing: count 5. Manufacturing requirement: 20 escape coins. Seeing the blueprint's information, Yiming's eyes lit up. No wonder this man was so anxious after being robbed, even inciting everyone to resist him. So he truly had something valuable. This blueprint could be used to manufacture 5 alarms, which could be sold in the chat channel for a substantial profit. He could even save 1 manufacturing use and sell the blueprint to Yiming in exchange for attribute orbs. Unfortunately, it was now snatched away by Yiming. Yiming pocketed the blueprint and then slapped the man a few more times. Slap, slap, slap. You really deserve a beating, daring to hide good things. After being beaten, the man felt so aggrieved, he wanted to cry. Was there no justice in this world? Was there no law? Were robbers always this arrogant? Yiming paid no heed to the man's grievances and continued robbing the others. With each person he robbed, Yiming carefully frisked them, afraid of missing anything valuable. After searching everyone, Yiming only found some food. Yiming transferred all the food to Chu Chu through the system. Alright, thank you all for your cooperation. If anyone feels wronged, you can come to me, Li Tianyu, for revenge. Before leaving, Yiming didn't forget to stir up some final resentment, then led Jiangqi off the bus. On the road, as the bus gradually pulled away, Yiming immediately contacted Chu Chu to pick him up. Jiangqi looked at Yiming in confusion. Why did we get off the bus? Are you going to rob other buses? It's almost evening. If the bus stops for rest, there won't be any vehicle to pick us up. Jiangqi voiced her concern. She had already taken Yiming as a bandit specializing in robbing buses. Yiming smiled and removed his disguise mask. Don't worry, I have transportation. That's why I said I'd provide food and accommodation. Huh. Jiangqi was stunned when she saw Yi Ming take off the mask. Then she pointed at Yi Ming and exclaimed, You're Yi Ming. Seeing Yi Ming's handsome face, Jiangqi immediately recognized him. Wasn't he her university classmate and campus heartthrob? Jiangqi was first shocked, then overjoyed to discover Yi Ming was her old classmate. Encountering an acquaintance in this world of escape filled her with immense excitement. It felt like meeting a familiar face in a completely foreign country. You old classmate, how dare you tempt me with bread and instant noodles on the bus? Just you wait. After confirming Yi Ming's identity, Jiangqi grew bolder. Ignoring Yi Ming's superior strength, she wrapped her arms around him and tried to trip him for a wrestling match. Yi Ming was stunned. He knew Jiangqi was outgoing, but he didn't expect her to immediately challenge him to a fight upon recognizing him. Jiangqi's wrestling skills were quite professional. She knew tripping and leverage techniques. Yi Ming felt like a wild leopardess clinging to him, while a faint fragrance from Jiangqi stirred his senses. Interesting. But the gap in their strength was too vast. There was no way Jiangqi could throw him. Yi Ming reached out and scooped her up. Jiangqi was lifted entirely with one arm. Up. Jiangqi gasped in surprise. She then remembered how terrifyingly strong Yi Ming was. Wait, put me down. Jiangqi immediately begged and struggled in Yi Ming's arms. She had only wanted to knock Yi Ming down to get back at him for tempting her with food. Yi Ming looked at the struggling Jiangqi with a cold smile. You think he'll put you down just because you say so? You wanted to throw me. Looks like I need to punish you. Jiangqi was startled, unsure how Yi Ming intended to punish her. But the next second her face changed dramatically as she struggled wildly in his arms, bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. Don't tickle me, ha ha. Let me go, I'm sorry, ha ha. Jiangqi thrashed, trying to escape his embrace. But Yi Ming wouldn't let her go easily, continuously tickling her sensitive waist. Jiangqi's well-defined muscular legs instinctively wrapped around Yi Ming's waist, tightening. To avoid the tickling, she laughed and pressed her body closer to his, reducing the area being targeted. In the end, the two were simply embracing. Both realized the awkwardness of their posture. Yi Ming stopped tickling her, holding the little leopardess in his arms as he asked, Do you submit? I submit. Jiangqi immediately conceded, but in her heart, she was already plotting how to get back at Yi Ming later. She tried to climb down from him, but Yi Ming wouldn't allow it. And so they stayed locked in an embrace, chatting about each other's situations. You got dumped by Zhao Tong. Ha ha. Jiangqi couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into laughter. The two were chatting on the road, and Yi Ming had just told Jiangqi about his situation with Zhao Tong. To his surprise, she laughed so hard in his arms that her body trembled. Yi Ming looked speechless. Was this really that funny? Jiangqi wrapped her arms around his neck, admiring his handsome face. Seeing his confused expression, she smiled and said, You don't know this, but back in school, when you were dating Zhao Tong, she came to our dorm to show off. She wanted to prove that none of us could match her charm. Otherwise, why would the school heartthrob be dating her? But we girls secretly bet on when you'd dump her. Who knew she'd be the one to dump you instead? After explaining, Jiangqi let out a mischievous giggle in Yi Ming's arms. Yi Ming looked awkward. Don't worry, Jiangqi said, sensing his slight chagrin, her tone nonchalant. Zhao Tong ended up in this area too, didn't she? When we run into her later, it'll help you slap her. I've never liked her. In school, she always had to show off about everything. So annoying. Yi Ming frowned. I want to slap her too. I already did once, but it wasn't satisfying at all. The two then agreed that when they saw Zhao Tong again, they'd give her a good thrashing. If Yi Ming hadn't been in such a rush to find the RV back, then he would have slapped Zhao Tong dozens of times. How had he been so blind to choose her as his girlfriend? But he had no idea what had become of Zhao Tong. In his past life, he saw with his own eyes on the bus as she climbed into a white foreigner's off-road vehicle, and after that they had no further connection. Zhao Tong never contacted him, and he didn't want to see her either. In this life, would Zhao Tong still get into that foreigner's off-road vehicle? Yi Ming held Jiangqi and chatted, telling her about his RV, which made her eyes sparkle with excitement. The RV had a bathroom for showers, and a bed to sleep on, and an endless supply of food. Jiangqi was already looking forward to life in the RV. Zhao Tong had really lost out, dumping such a promising guy like Yi Ming. What a fool. Jiangqi felt incredibly lucky that she had kept her virginity, otherwise she wouldn't have had the chance to board that RV today. After waiting about 20 minutes, the RV finally appeared at the end of the road. Quick, put me down. The RV's here. Jiangqi, who had been lounging carelessly in Yi Ming's arms, suddenly tensed up and kept patting his back, urging him to let her go. She had heard there were 3 other girls on board. She didn't want them to see her clinging to Yi Ming like a baby. Seeing her urgency, Yi Ming grinned mischievously. Say something sweet to me, or you'll stay hanging on me. You? Jiangqi never expected Yi Ming to take advantage of the situation like this. But she didn't know how to be sweet. When she had dated her rich boyfriend, she had always been straightforward and tomboyish. She had never acted cute before. Seeing Yi Ming's indifferent expression and feeling his arms firmly around her waist and hips showing no sign of letting go, Jiangqi gritted her teeth and punched his chest, then forced herself to act cute. Yi Ming, please put me down. Too stiff. That won't do. Try calling me hubby. That might work better. Yi Ming commented. He made these demands to increase their intimacy, which would help him gain more affection points. As the RV drew closer, Jiangqi grew more anxious. She had no choice but to force a sweet tone. "Hubby, please put me down. I'm begging you." As if afraid he still wasn't satisfied, she even kissed him on the cheek. While only then did Yiming nod in approval and set her down. Yiming understood deeply that luring a beautiful virgin onto the RV wasn't his ultimate goal. He wanted affection points. So the stage of building emotional connection was crucial. Blushing deeply, Jiangqi stepped away from him, quickly putting distance between them and straightening her disheveled clothes. Only when the RV stopped right in front of them did she manage to compose herself. The door opened. Ellie and Jenny May immediately jumped out to greet them. "Brother Yiming, welcome back." Ellie was the first to hug him, sizing up Jiangqi from the corner of her eye. Seeing Jiangqi's perfectly toned figure from working out like a wild leopardess, Ellie reached a conclusion. She couldn't pick a fight with this woman. Her petite frame was no match for a leopardess. Yiming smiled at Ellie. "Did you rest well?" Ellie and Jenny May had been terrified on the bus earlier and hadn't gotten any real rest. Now with the RV as a safe haven, they could finally rest peacefully and relieve the fatigue and stress of the past 2 days. Ellie blushed and nodded quickly. "I rested well, Brother Yiming." And after he left, she had gotten along well with Sister Chu Chu. They'd even discussed forming an alliance. "Brother Yiming." Jenny May approached him gently and greeted him. Yiming ruffled her hair and asked, "Did you rest well?" Very well," she replied, her voice as soft as a mosquito's. He had been very gentle with them, and after an afternoon, they had fully recovered. Just then Chu Chu parked the RV and came down to welcome them. When she saw Jiangqi, her eyes lit up, and she secretly gave Yiming a thumbs up. She had finally seen a sporty beauty like this in person. Jiangqi felt a bit pressured looking at Chu Chu and the other 2 women. Any one of them could outshine Zhao Tong by several leagues. Even compared to her, the campus beauty, they were equals. Indeed, the competition in a strong man's harem was fierce. Jiangqi silently cursed herself for not having watched more harem dramas or read novels. Wouldn't she suffer greatly on this RV? With her straightforward personality, she had no skill for scheming. Would her fate be to get framed and banished to the cold palace? Yiming had no idea what was going through Jiangqi's mind. If he knew, he would have thoroughly mocked his old classmate. His harem wasn't necessarily full of intrigue. Although Chu Chu was the first wife, she loved her sisters too much to scheme against them. As for the others, Jenny May, Ellie Yang Lingyu, and Lu Yuxuan, none of them were cunning. As long as no one bullied them, they wouldn't bully anyone. The only scheming woman left was Zhang Xiaoman. But in an environment free of intrigue, would she still resort to tricks and tactics? As for whether other scheming women would board the RV in the future, Yiming wasn't sure, but for now, all the women in his harem were absolutely harmonious. The wind was strong outside, so Yiming waited until they were all inside the RV before introducing everyone to each other. After Yiming introduced the women, Jiangqi immediately recognized Chu Chu as the eldest sister. This was a specific request from Yiming. As the primary wife, Chu Chu was to be acknowledged as the eldest sister by any future sisters who joined. The harem needed a mistress who could command respect, otherwise internal strife would escalate, even threatening their survival. Naturally, Yiming entrusted this role to Chu Chu. He allowed her to manage all the women openly while he secretly monitored them, using affection points to prevent betrayal. Apart from Chu Chu, the other women addressed each other as sisters based on age. At Yiming's signal, the 4 women sat together on the sofa chatting to deepen their understanding of one another. Meanwhile, Yiming went to the bathroom for a thorough shower. On the sofa, Ellie widened her eyes and looked at Jiangqi. Sister Jiangqi, you and brother Yiming were college classmates. What a coincidence. Jiangqi nodded. It was indeed a coincidence. She never imagined that one day Yiming would come to rescue her, and that she would become his woman. Zhen Minai looked at Jiangqi with envy. Sister Jiangqi, did you and brother Yiming have any interesting stories in college? Tell us about them. They were naturally eager to hear the love story of Yiming and Jiangqi, and to learn about brother Yiming's past. Jiangqi wore an awkward expression. She and Yiming weren't familiar with each other during their school days. They had only exchanged a few words in their years of college. She couldn't possibly share the amusing story of Yiming being dumped by Zhao Tong with her sisters. After thinking it over, Jiangqi had no choice but to honestly explain the situation between her and Yiming. Yiming and I didn't have much contact in school, so I don't really know him well. Upon hearing this, Ellie and the other 2 showed disappointment. They had hoped for a romantic tale, but it turned out the 2 were barely acquainted before. All their anticipation was in vain. At this moment, Chu Chu asked from the side, Chi, are you a sports athlete? Your muscle lines are so beautiful. Ellie and Zhen Minai nodded in agreement. The 3 women looked at Jiangqi not only with envy, but also with admiration. As fellow women, they fully understood how difficult it was to develop such lean athletic muscles. Jiangqi's physique looked incredibly formidable, far surpassing their own slender frames. I just work out on my own, it's more of a hobby for me, Jiangqi explained. She wasn't a professional fitness trainer, otherwise her figure wouldn't appear so slender and agile like a panther. Instead, Jiangqi's build resembled that of a runner. Especially with her wheat-colored skin, one could easily believe she was a professional athlete. Chu Chu asked eagerly, "Can I touch?" Of course, Jiang Qi agreed readily. Chu Chu's eyes lit up, and she immediately stepped forward to feel Jiang Qi's body. To make it easier for Chu Chu, Jiang Qi tensed her arms, making her muscles stand out. "Wow, there's really not an ounce of flab. Oh my Qi, you even have abs. Sister Jiang Qi, I want to touch too." Me too." Ellie and Jean Minai quickly joined in, curious about how such an athletic physique was achieved. The three women surrounded Jiang Qi, touching her everywhere. It made Jiang Qi a bit embarrassed. Wasn't the harem supposed to involve sarcasm and scheming? Why were they all looking at her with admiration and touching her body? Chu Chu was restrained and didn't touch inappropriately, so she didn't provoke Jiang Qi's displeasure. For Jiang Qi, enduring various diet meals and strenuous workouts was all for the sake of earning admiring glances. The admiration from the three women brought her closer to them. After growing closer, the four sat together, whispering secrets among themselves. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qi's face flushed with deep embarrassment. The topic was too much even for an outgoing girl like her. No way, it's too embarrassing. Can you all step aside for a moment?" The women continued whispering secrets, leaving Jiang Qi at a loss. Especially as Chu Chu and Ellie played off each other, they actually managed to stir Jiang Qi's interest. Jean Minai beside them blushed, but her determined eyes revealed her resolve. Jiang Qi gritted her teeth, looked at the expectant gazes of her three sisters, and nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll leave it to you, sisters." Just then Ming emerged from the bathroom, drying his hair. Seeing the four women sitting close together, he was taken aback. What was going on? In the time it took him to shower, had they already become close sisters? Was it Chu Chu's skillful maneuvering or Jiang Qi's talent for winning people over? Ming didn't realize it was because of him that the sisters had formed a tight alliance. However, he didn't question them. He always allowed them some privacy. Ming found an empty spot on the sofa and sat down. As the four women turned their gazes to him, Jiang Qi, Ellie, and Jean Minai were flushed, while Chu Chu kept winking at him as if she had accomplished something. "It seems you all get along well." The four women exchanged glances, all blushing except Chu Chu. Ming looked at them with satisfaction. "It's a good thing that you can have such a harmonious relationship. This world is too dangerous. There will be times when I can't protect you all. In times of danger, your sisters will be the most reliable companions by your side." Hearing Ming's words, the four women grew even closer. They knew he was right. Ming would protect them, but he was only one person, and there would be times like today when he had to leave the vehicle. Then the sisters would be the teammates they could rely on. Jiang Qi in particular deeply understood the importance of this, having spent nearly 2 days on the bus and realizing the significance of teamwork. At that moment, Jiang Qi felt grateful for agreeing to form an alliance with Chu Chu and the others. She resolved in her heart to maintain good relations with her sisters. Ming continued, "I've decided not to go to the bus to find people tomorrow. Starting tomorrow, I will personally train you all to fight and kill monsters. You need to improve your strength as quickly as possible." Chu Chu frowned and asked, "Honey, what about Xian Bao and Sister Lingyu? Should we make them wait a few more days on the bus?" Ming could only nod helplessly. "They have our support on the bus. As long as they don't seek out treasure chests, they'll be safe. The real danger is facing us." Starting from the 4th day, drunk pursuers would descend onto the roads. The pursuers wouldn't target the bus, only the vehicles driven by the owners. Additionally, monsters would sneak onto the roads at night to attack. In short, after the 3rd day, everyone's period of safety would be over. Therefore, Ming planned to take the 4 women to kill monsters the next day, while it was still safe, to build their combat experience. As for Yang Lingyu and the other 2, he decided to find them and bring them into the RV when the next world began. With luck, he might even find other beautiful pure women in the next world. Do you all remember the system notification about pursuers descending in 3 days right after we left the city yesterday? Ming reminded the women. They all nodded in acknowledgement, instantly realizing the gravity of this information. It was akin to the earlier warning in the city about monsters arriving in an hour, which had prompted them to seek vehicles. With Ming's reminder, the women understood that danger loomed ahead. Chu Chu refrained from further comment, trusting that Ming would never abandon Xian Bao. Ming then tallied the day's spoils. Under Li Tianyu's name, he had seized a considerable amount of food and miscellaneous goods. The food went without saying. Among the sundries were salt, sugar, brand new clothes and socks, as well as toiletries like shower gel and shampoo. Unlike yesterday's chests that yielded mostly food, today's contained various odds and ends. Beyond that, Ming had acquired 4 blueprints: a 0-star vehicle fuel tank, a 0-star vehicle alarm, a small hand crossbow blueprint, and a towel blueprint. Ming had already synthesized and installed the vehicle fuel tank blueprint by noon. Later, he did the same with the vehicle alarm blueprint he had seized in the afternoon. With that, his RV still needed 2 more 0-star blueprints to upgrade to 1 star. Ming eagerly anticipated the capabilities the RV would unlock upon reaching 1 star. As for the small hand crossbow blueprint, he crafted 4 units, intending to arm the women on the RV tomorrow. In addition to the blueprints, he had also fortuitously snatched 20 seeds. The seeds planted at noon had already sprouted by afternoon, a truly miraculous sight. Yi Ming estimated that in 2 or 3 days they would reach maturity, yielding 10 jin of rice and flour daily. Such were his gains for the day. Yet Yi Ming was not content. His true path to wealth lay not in looting, but in amassing everyone's riches through the chat channel. He turned to the 4 women. Now I need you all to sell some items. While Jiangqi and the other 2 were clueless, Chu understood Yi Ming's intent, to harvest the wealth of everyone in the channel. She explained the RV's capabilities to the other women. Overjoyed, they realized that with the ability to replicate blueprints, they would never want for anything. The 3 women then learned that Yi Ming's other ability was to reward attribute orbs for collecting first-time fees, which explained why they were allowed on the RV. Jiangqi in particular felt a tumult of emotions. Yi Ming spoke up. I did take you all on board with the intention of earning attribute orbs. But you are not mere tools for my gain nor objects for my desires. I genuinely regard you as my women. Even if danger strikes, I will not abandon you and flee alone. I hope we can all survive this world together. From now on you are my wives. As long as you do not betray me, I will never betray you. His sincere words were immediately met with 3 prompts of increased favorability. Chu's favorability rose by 7, Ellie's by 5, and Jinami's by 5. Only Jiangqi received no such prompt, as Yi Ming had yet to collect her fee. Ellie was the first to declare her loyalty, throwing herself into Yi Ming's arms and planting a kiss on his cheek. I believe in brother Yi Ming. I will never betray him. Yi Ming held her close, genuinely fond of this proud, yet clingy twin-tailed girl. Jinami quickly added, I will never betray brother Yi Ming either. Nor will I ever betray my husband, Chu affirmed with resolve. He was the only man she had ever loved, and she would never betray him even in death. Finally Jiangqi nodded at Yi Ming. I too will not betray you. She knew that tonight she would become his woman, and thereafter she would have no reason to turn against him, not even for her former boyfriend. Though Jiangqi had made solemn vows with her ex-boyfriend, they had never consummated their relationship. In a peaceful world, she would have honored that promise. But in this world of survival, she could only rely on Yi Ming to live. Thus she chose to forsake her past love and become Yi Ming's loyal woman. Moreover, Jiangqi considered that she and Yi Ming were old classmates. Compared to Chu and the others who had known Yi Ming for only a day or 2, her bond with him was far deeper. In school he was the campus heartthrob, and she the school beauty, and most people expected some gossip between them. Jiangqi had indeed harbored a crush on the handsome Yi Ming, but he had never paid her any attention during those school days, and she was not about to chase after him like a lovesick fool. As a result, Zhao Tong seized the opportunity and successfully wooed him. Zhao Tong even went to Jiangqi's dormitory to flaunt her victory, infuriating Jiangqi. How was she inferior to Zhao Tong? Why would he choose that despicable woman over her, the school beauty? She was so angry she couldn't sleep for several nights. In short, deep down Jiangqi had always had feelings for Yi Ming. They were not destined to be together in school, but fate had unexpectedly brought them together in this world of survival. Yi Ming smiled at the women. I trust you all. He then assigned them tasks to sell goods. Chu would continue selling wooden spears. Each spear cost 5 escape coins to make and yielded a profit of 15 coins. Yesterday she had sold over 600 spears, and in a market of over 8,000 people many still lacked weapons. Unlike yesterday, many were now wealthier and could certainly afford them. Thus Chu would sell even more spears today. Among the remaining blueprints, Yi Ming assigned Ellie to sell vehicle alarms. Each alarm cost 20 escape coins to produce, and Yi Ming decided to sell them for 88 coins, tripling the profit. Each sale would net 68 escape coins. Any vehicle owner would want an alarm, so Yi Ming had no concerns about the market. Next, he had Jinami sell small items: towels, toilet paper, sanitary pads, and lighters. Each of these cost 1 escape coin to make, and would sell for 5 coins per set. Small profits, but quick turnover. Finally, Yi Ming tasked Jiangqi with selling 1-star combat boots. These were top-tier equipment at this stage, boosting E-speed to E and E-speed to D. Once the effects were posted in the chat channel, everyone would want a pair. The boots cost 100 escape coins to produce, and Yi Ming set the price at 288 coins, accepting other items or high-level blueprints as barter. In summary, Yi Ming had the 4 women sell a range of goods from low-end necessities to high-end equipment. Everyone in this area would become fodder for Yi Ming's wealth accumulation. Inside the van, since Li Tianyu and his group fled the city yesterday, the van quickly ran out of fuel. Thus, on the first day, aside from acquiring a single 2-star blueprint, they gained nothing. But on the second day, after the system rewarded them with 500 units of gasoline based on the number of people in the vehicle, Li Tianyu's team finally got back on their feet. Ha, we've hit the jackpot today. Yeah, we've got 3 blueprints alone. And plenty of other supplies too. We can sell what we don't need. At that moment, Li Tianyu and the others in the van were excitedly sorting through their haul, a pile of goods before them. Thanks to the 500 units of gasoline, they had discovered over 40 treasure chests that day. A massive windfall. Li Tianyu finally understood the advantage of having more people in the vehicle. The more people on board, the more gasoline they received, and the more supplies they could scavenge. With 5 people in his van, the advantage was clear. Boss, I suggest we buy some weapons. That way we'll have the confidence to take on bronze chests tomorrow, Wang Chong proposed. Wang Chong was one of the two men who had first boarded the van. Ever since the sisters Qinghua and Qingsheng joined the van, Li Tianyu's status had soared, prompting Wang Chong and Sun Bo to immediately acknowledge him as their leader. All right. In high spirits, Li Tianyu readily agreed to Wang Chong's suggestion. Today they had encountered several bronze chests, but unable to lure away the goblins, they had failed to pilfer the contents. With weapons they would have the courage to slay the goblins. Just then Sun Bo, the other man monitoring the system, promptly warned, "Boss, someone in the channel is selling wooden spears for 20 escape coins each." Hearing this, Li Tianyu and the others immediately opened the system to check. Indeed, someone was selling wooden spears in the channel. 50 in stock, first come first served. The plump elder sister Qinghua urged Li Tianyu, "Honey, buy the spears quickly before others snap them up." Sister is right. Many people must have gotten resources like us today. We can't let them buy all the spears, agreed the younger sister Qingsheng. What their team needed most right now were weapons. With arms they would dare to challenge the bronze chests guarded by goblins tomorrow. When Li Tianyu saw that the seller of the wooden spears was a beautiful woman, his eyes lit up with lust. This beauty was the polar opposite of the Qinghua and Qingsheng sisters beside him. One was stunningly beautiful, while the other two were so ugly they made him despair. He had noticed this spear-selling beauty yesterday. But yesterday his resources were limited, and he couldn't afford a single spear. Today, however, was different. If he spent generously, might he win the bowtie's favor. Li Tianyu immediately private messaged Chu Chu, boldly offering to buy 5 wooden spears. Elsewhere, Chu Chu felt a wave of nausea seeing Li Tianyu's avatar. How could there be such an ugly, lecherous fat man? In the past, she wouldn't have spared him a single word. But to earn escape coins for her husband, she suppressed her disgust and completed the trade for 5 wooden spears with Li Tianyu. As for Li Tianyu's request to add her as a friend, Chu Chu simply ignored it. Elsewhere, after trading for 5 wooden spears, Li Tianyu found that Chu Chu no longer responded to him, and even his friend request was rejected. Damn it, bad review. The seller's service is terrible, won't even add me as a friend. In contrast to Li Tianyu's anger, the others in the van gazed at the 5 wooden spears with delight. Tomorrow, when they encountered bronze chests, each of them could stab the goblins to death with a spear. Li Tianyu, looking at the extra 5 spears, felt a pang of regret. These 5 spears had cost him 100 escape coins, draining most of his savings. Li Tianyu had to suppress his irritation and continue browsing the chat channel. Soon another beautiful woman selling goods caught his attention. This was a golden-haired, blue-eyed little beauty, a mixed-race lowly. Li Tianyu was practically drooling. With the Qinghua and Qingsheng sisters by his side, every woman he saw now seemed as fair as a fairy. Even more so for this golden-haired, blue-eyed mixed-race lowly. Checking the item the mixed-race lowly Ailey was selling. A 0-star vehicle alarm for 88 escape coins. A bit pricey. Li Tianyu had 2 0-star vehicle blueprints and 1 2-star blueprint in his possession. He knew the production cost of a 0-star vehicle blueprint was just 20 escape coins. Selling it for 88 was outrageous. But the alarm's description seemed useful. Prevents monster attacks at night. Could monsters really attack at night? Startled, Li Tianyu immediately deemed the alarm very valuable. Moreover, he knew that once his vehicle was equipped with 5 0-star vehicle items, it would upgrade to 1 star. Li Tianyu had already installed 2 0-star vehicle items. Buying this alarm would give him 3. He had to get this alarm. Li Tianyu immediately private messaged Ailey expressing his desire to purchase it. However, he only had 45 escape coins left and would have to barter with other supplies. Elsewhere, Ailey wasn't bothered by the ugly fat man wanting to buy the alarm, but when she saw the name Li Tianyu, she paused. Earlier today, brother Yi Ming had used the name Li Tianyu on the bus. Brother Yi Ming had also said that Li Tianyu was his enemy. Brother Yi Ming, I found your enemy. He wants to buy the alarm. Ailey immediately sat in Yi Ming's lap, showing him her system panel. Yi Ming, holding Ailey, glanced at the panel and confirmed it was indeed Li Tianyu. This scoundrel wanted to buy the alarm. He must be thoroughly fleeced. Ailey, Li Tianyu is extremely lecherous. If you flatter him a bit, calling him big brother, he'll pay a high price for the alarm. Nearby, Chu Chu and the other women gathered around. Oh, it's that ugly fat guy. He just bought 5 wooden spears from me, Chu Chu exclaimed in surprise. She didn't know that Yi Ming had a grudge against Li Tianyu, so she hadn't inflated the spear price. Seeing that Chu Chu didn't know who Li Tianyu was, Marina told her how Yi Ming had used Li Tianyu's name to do bad things on the bus. Chu Chu was bewildered, not understanding when this fat man had offended Yi Ming. Elsewhere, a lecherous smile spread across Li Tianyu's pudgy face. Ailey was already praising him for being so wealthy that he could afford the alarm. Li Tianyu was determined to buy it, even if it meant going broke to save face. So under the puzzled gazes of the Qinghua and Qingsheng sisters, he offered 4 packs of instant noodles, 4 loaves of bread, plus his 45 escape coins to buy the alarm. But the trade didn't go through. Then Ailey messaged him. No can do, brother Tianyu. There's only 1 alarm left, and someone else is offering a high price for it. What? Li Tianyu was startled. Someone was trying to intercept his alarm. He didn't doubt Ellie's claim that only 1 alarm remained. A blueprint had limited uses, and vehicle equipment like alarms would naturally be highly sought after. Even if there were extras, there wouldn't be many. So Li Tianyu immediately replied to Ellie. Sis, so someone offered a high price. As if I can't afford it. They'll add more supplies, sell me the alarm. After sending the message, Li Tianyu straightened his back with a hint of pride. He wanted to prove his substantial capital to the adorable Loli on the other end. Then Ellie messaged again, Brother Tianyu, you'd better not buy it. Someone is willing to pay a high price for the alarm, you can't outbid him. Ellie's use of Brother Tianyu hooked Li Tianyu completely, making him disregard whether she was trying to cheat him. Sister Ellie, what if I add another crate of orange juice? Li Tianyu offered premium goods at a great cost. A crate of orange juice was certainly not cheap, though surely that would secure the alarm. Just as Li Tianyu thought Ellie would sell him the alarm, she messaged again, Brother Tianyu, someone is willing to pay 130 escape coins for the alarm, you can't compete with him. Li Tianyu's face darkened. Who was this idiot on the other side spending such a high price on an alarm? But he didn't want to lose face in front of Ellie, so he had to keep raising his offer. Gritting his teeth, he added 4 more loaves of bread. This time, after a moment of silence, Ellie finally agreed to the trade. So Li Tianyu exchanged 45 escape coins, 4 cups of instant noodles, 8 loaves of bread, and a crate of orange juice for an alarm. Once the transaction was complete, Li Tianyu felt an intense discomfort. This deal seemed rather disadvantageous. Especially when Qinghua and Qingqing saw him trade a pile of supplies for just an alarm. Both were stunned. Li Tianyu, you traded a bunch of food for an alarm. Qinghua demanded through gritted teeth. Li Tianyu rolled his eyes. What do you know? My van needs an upgrade, I had to get this alarm. Seeing Li Tianyu's insistence, her younger sister Qingqing quickly calmed Qinghua down. Spending a few extra supplies was fine. They were no longer short on supplies anyway. At worst, they could continue searching for treasure chests tomorrow. Ignoring the Qing sisters, Li Tianyu chatted with Ellie for a bit and added her as a friend. Ellie said she would definitely sell him any good finds in the future. Li Tianyu felt a surge of warmth. Ellie was such a good girl, how wonderful it would be if he could lure her into his van as his wife. Li Tianyu resolved to improve his strength and earn more resources so that one day, when he met Ellie, he could bring her into his van. So Li Tianyu continued browsing the chat channel looking for items to boost his strength. After all, he had to fight goblins tomorrow and didn't want to die unexpectedly. Soon another beauty selling items caught his attention. There were so many beauties in the chat channel today. This one is even athletic, not bad at all. Seeing the beauty, Li Tianyu's mood lifted, and he even forgot the frustration of being cheated on the alarm. Let's see what the athletic beauty is selling. A 1-star boot. When he saw the boot's effect, Li Tianyu couldn't help but get excited. It boosted speed stats. Once he wore them, his speed would directly rise to E level, making even goblins unable to catch him. Li Tianyu wished he could buy the 1-star boots immediately. This equipment was even better than his van's stat boosts. The van only boosted his physique to E level, but the boots could push it to E. How could he not be tempted? He checked the price. 288 escape coins. Well, he couldn't afford it. But there was a note it could be exchanged for blueprints. Li Tianyu did have blueprints. However, ordinary blueprints clearly wouldn't get the boots, only the 2-star vehicle blueprint could. Li Tianyu hesitated. Should he trade? That 2-star vehicle blueprint was the best thing they had stolen from the bronze treasure chest yesterday. Gritting his teeth, he decided to trade. The crafting cost for a 2-star blueprint was 2,000 escape coins, far beyond what he could afford anytime soon. It was more practical to exchange it for the boots. Li Tianyu immediately contacted the beauty named Jiangqi. On the other side, Jiangqi's eyes lit up when she received Li Tianyu's private message. Ming, Li Tianyu contacted me too. He wants to trade blueprints for the boots. Oh, Ming, who felt he hadn't scammed Li Tianyu enough, was thrilled by this new opportunity. If he didn't bankrupt Li Tianyu today, his rebirth would be in vain. Ming excitedly patted his thigh. Come Jiangqi, sit in my lap, and let's scam Li Tianyu together. Jiangqi blushed. Seeing her 3 sisters looking at her, how could she be so bold? Then Ellie noticed Jiangqi's embarrassment and gave her a gentle push from behind. Sister Jiangqi, go on. He awkwardly pushed toward Ming. Jiangqi reluctantly sat on his lap. Ming held Jiangqi with a sly grin. Jiangqi, you used to be so straightforward, why are you being so coy now? Jiangqi didn't reply but pinched Ming's waist hard. Hiss! Ming felt a sharp pain. He glanced at Jiangqi, who was glaring at him and warning not to say anything inappropriate. If she lost face in front of her sisters, she would retaliate. Ming smiled silently while his hands roamed mischievously. Who wouldn't want to touch such a lithe panther-like body? Afraid of losing face before her sisters, Jiangqi endured the wandering hands and opened the system to show Ming Li Tianyu's private message. Ming's eyes lit up when he saw the blueprint. Vehicle large kitchen 2-star vehicle equipment, including various kitchenware utensils, cooking appliances, stoves, and other kitchen supplies. Blueprint crafting uses 1. Crafting cost 2,000 escape coins. Seeing the info for the vehicle large kitchen, Ming knew this blueprint was no less valuable than the vehicle large bathroom. He had to secure this blueprint. If it were anyone else, Ming would simply trade the boots for it. But Li Tianyu was his enemy. Ming's goal was to bankrupt him. He needed to plan carefully. Meanwhile, Li Tianyu grew anxious as Jiangqi didn't reply. Had the boots already been sold? Li Tianyu sent another message. Beauty, are you still selling the boots or not? If not, just say so, don't waste my time. After sending, he opened Jiang Qi's profile picture and indulged in fantasies. Her looks were top-notch. Combined with her athletic figure, Li Tianyu felt a sudden urge. But with the Qing sisters Wang Chong and Sun Bo in the van, he had no privacy. He could only admire the photo. Just then Jiang Qi replied. Jiang Qi finally replied belatedly. The only thing left is the combat boots I'm wearing, and they've already been reserved by someone else. If you want to buy them, one blueprint won't be enough. Unlike AI Li's selling approach, Jiang Qi's words seemed quite normal, handing the initiative of the transaction over to Li Tianyu. As long as Li Tianyu took the bait, he would gradually fall into Yi Ming's trap, reserved by someone else. Upon seeing the message, Li Tianyu's heart churned with hesitation. Jiang Qi's meaning was clear: if he wanted the boots, he'd have to outbid the other party. Initially, Li Tianyu considered giving up. Yet thinking about facing the goblins tomorrow, he felt a lack of security. If he could acquire a pair of boots to enhance his speed, he would be virtually invincible. Li Tianyu made up his mind to buy. He had to buy them. Li Tianyu believed that regardless of circumstances, his life was paramount. If he died at the hands of the goblins tomorrow, hoarding supplies would be useless. Moreover, the opportunity to purchase the boots was rare, a chance not to be missed. Steeling himself, Li Tianyu replied to Jiang Qi, expressing his intent to buy the boots. Meanwhile, Yi Ming, holding Jiang Qi, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Li Tianyu take the bait. He had feared Li Tianyu might deem the price too high and back out. Following Yi Ming's instructions, Jiang Qi continued messaging Li Tianyu. Besides that 2-star blueprint, you just need to offer 20 more escape coins. Li Tianyu was taken aback, clearly not expecting the additional cost to be merely 20 escape coins. He had thought it would be far more expensive. However, Jiang Qi's terms were, she wouldn't accept other supplies as payment, only escape coins, and demanded a swift transaction, threatening to sell to someone else otherwise. This left Li Tianyu stumped. He had exhausted his escape coins with only some supplies left. Scrounging up 20 escape coins wasn't hard. He could sell some supplies. But Jiang Qi insisted on an immediate deal, and selling supplies through the channel would take too long. As Li Tianyu pondered how to quickly gather escape coins, the figure of AI Li flashed through his mind. He could sell his supplies to AI Li. After all, they had just become friends. With this thought, Li Tianyu promptly contacted AI Li. Sister AI Li, do you have any spare escape coins? Brother would like to trade some supplies for a few. AI Li replied swiftly, as if waiting specifically for him. I do, Brother Tianyu. How many escape coins do you need? Li Tianyu's heart warmed. This was his good sister replying immediately, offering companionship and not minding his ugliness at all. Just as Li Tianyu was about to request 20 escape coins, Jiang Qi suddenly messaged that the boots had increased in price. He now needed to offer at least 40 more escape coins. What? Why the price hike? Li Tianyu immediately demanded an explanation from Jiang Qi. 40 escape coins was no small sum. It could buy plenty of supplies. Jiang Qi replied matter-of-factly. The other bidder is willing to pay 40 more escape coins. If you can't afford it, I'll sell to them. Li Tianyu cursed Jiang Qi inwardly. Bitch, no business integrity at all. Don't let me ever run into you, or I'll drag you into a van and make you my plaything. His resolve was now wavering. He was starting to reconsider buying the boots. Was it worth selling all his supplies for a pair of boots? Just then AI Li urged, Brother Tianyu, how many escape coins do you need? Li Tianyu quickly apologized. Sorry, Sister AI Li, I won't be exchanging any coins for now. Huh. Brother Tianyu, you're not messing with me, are you? I don't have time for idle chat. Let's just unfriend each other. AI Li seemed highly displeased at being toyed with, and immediately demanded to sever ties. Li Tianyu's face turned pale. He had finally met a pretty girl who didn't care about his ugliness. What a waste to lose her. Wait, Sister AI Li, you'll exchange. How many? AI Li asked curtly. Seeing only 3 words from her, Li Tianyu panicked. Previously, AI Li had always included Brother Tianyu in her messages. Now she was clearly angry. What should he do? Originally, Li Tianyu planned to exchange just 10 coins as a gesture, but he feared AI Li's dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, Jiang Qi asked again if he still wanted the boots or should sell them to someone else. Pressed by both women, Li Tianyu made a decision. Buy. He replied with a single word. Then he sent AI Li 2 blueprints and asked how many escape coins they were worth. Both were 0-star vehicle blueprints. One was a headlight blueprint, the other a windshield blueprint. AI Li appraised. Windshield blueprint, 20 escape coins. Headlight blueprint is not needed. I already have it. Only 20 coins. And she didn't want the headlight blueprint. Li Tianyu felt disheartened. He could only sell some useless odds and ends from the car to AI Li: a men's winter coat, 3 fleece blankets, 2 tubes of toothpaste, several toothbrushes, and a desk lamp. These were all junk had obtained from treasure chests today. Especially the 3 blankets. Thick and fleece-lined, they could double as quilts. He had planned to sleep comfortably with them tonight. Now he sold them all to AI Li. Including the windshield blueprint, he earned 50 escape coins in total. Inside the van, the stunning sisters Wang Chong and Sun Bo all stared at Li Tianyu with strange looks. Had he gone mad? Was he giving up on the future? Wang Chong was the first to snap out of his confusion, then patted Sun Bo and the sisters, grabbing a bread roll and eating it casually. The other 3 caught on. They understood Wang Chong's hint. Hurry and eat some food before Li Tianyu sold even the remaining scraps. They all silently followed suit, grabbing food and eating. As for Li Tianyu, despite having 50 escape coins, he didn't immediately secure the boots, because the price had already been raised and now he had to wait and see if the competitor would bid higher. Li Tianyu cursed inwardly. He felt a sense of being cheated but couldn't pinpoint the flaw, so he could only wait in silence. After a moment, Jiang Qi messaged, driving Li Tianyu to despair. The other party is willing to offer 80 escape coins. Li Tianyu would need to bid over 80 coins to buy the boots. If he hadn't wasted coins on the wooden spear and alarm, he wouldn't fear even a 100 coin increase. But now Li Tianyu truly had little left. He couldn't sell the wooden spear and alarm. That would make him a complete fool. Yet giving up on the boots gnawed at him. He had exchanged 50 coins specifically for this, selling off supplies at a loss. Li Tianyu could only turn his gaze to the remaining food. Only one path remained before Li Tianyu. He had to sell the remaining food, exchange it for escape coins, and purchase the battle boots. Li Tianyu refused to believe that selling the food wouldn't be enough to buy the boots. The four beauties, Qinghua, Qingqing, and the others, saw him pull out all the food and open his system to chat privately with someone, and they instantly understood what he was doing. Qinghua, the elder sister, warned coldly, Li Tianyu, I don't know what you're planning to exchange, but I know we lack nothing. If you sell that food, we'll be left with only 5 wooden spears. Annoying. If the food's gone well, just forage more tomorrow. Li Tianyu replied impatiently. This van was his to command. What right did Qinghua have to meddle? Ignoring Qinghua and Qingqing's darkened expressions, he contacted Ali to sell the food for escape coins. Qinghua clenched her fists, having finally seen Li Tianyu's true nature. The sisters exchanged a knowing glance, both understanding the other's thoughts. Yet they decided to give Li Tianyu one more chance. After all, he was their man. Meanwhile, Wang Chong and Sun Bo remained silent, knowing their lowly status in the van. Merely getting a share of the food was enough for them. Fortunately, both had eaten a portion earlier, so they wouldn't go hungry tonight. Elsewhere, Li Tianyu sold all the remaining food to Ali, netting another 50 escape coins. This time he'll surely buy the battle boots, he thought to himself. Li Tianyu contacted Jiang Qi again. He'll offer 100 escape coins this time. You'll sell me the boots now, right? Jiang Qi didn't reply immediately. After a pause, she responded, all right, no one else can outbid you. The boots are yours. Overjoyed, Li Tianyu traded the 2-star vehicle large kitchen blueprint and 100 escape coins for the boots. Meanwhile, Ming, seeing Li Tianyu exchange a pile of food with Ali for coins, knew that Li Tianyu was nearly swindled into bankruptcy. Ming then synthesized a pair of small-sized battle boots, too small for Li Tianyu's feet, only fit for a woman. He rummaged through a heap of food and finally found a jar of stinky tofu. Someone had apparently opened a treasure chest to get this special stinky tofu, which Chu Chu had later traded for with a wooden spear. This wasn't ordinary stinky tofu. Its signature was an exceptionally pungent odor. With a mischievous grin, Ming took a tissue, dipped it in the stinky tofu juice, and wiped it all over the inside of the boots. After finishing, he lowered his head to sniff. Ugh! Ming couldn't help but gag. The smell was absolutely potent. Pinching his nose, he handed the boots to Jiang Qi. The 4 women on the sofa all changed expressions as they witnessed Ming's act. Jiang Qi's face darkened. She finally understood why Ming had told her to inform Li Tianyu that the only boots left were the ones she was wearing. These boots were to be sold to Li Tianyu under the pretense that she had worn them. If Li Tianyu caught the stench, he would only think it was her foot odor. Ming, selling these boots is fine, but why must you claim I wore them? Ugh. As Ming brought the boots closer, Jiang Qi couldn't help but retch. The foul smell could be detected from 2 or 3 meters away. Chu Chu and the other 2 women covered their noses and mouths, utterly speechless at Ming's audacious trick. Ming, holding the boots in one hand and draping the other around Jiang Qi, coaxed her gently. Jiang Qi tried to escape, but Ming held her firmly. Helpless, Jiang Qi had no choice but to follow Ming's plan and trade the boots to Li Tianyu. She had to get rid of them before the stench suffocated her. In the van after the transaction, Li Tianyu finally had a pair of battle boots in his hands. But the next second, a grimace of pain twisted Li Tianyu's face. Damn, were these boots dredged from a cesspit. The stench was overwhelming. He lowered his head to sniff, confirming the source. Ugh! The odor assaulted his senses, leaving him dizzy and nauseous. Then it dawned on him, these boots had been worn by Jiang Qi. Could this be her foot odor? He couldn't resist sniffing twice more. Ugh! This time a hint of intoxication and pleasure crept onto his pained face. This perverse scene was witnessed clearly by Qinghua, Qingqing, Wang Chong, and Sun Bo, who also caught the stench. Ugh! Li Tianyu, what the hell did you trade? This stink is killing me. Sister, I can't take it. Let's beat him. The Qinghua and Qingqing sisters could no longer endure it. They suddenly attacked Li Tianyu inside the van. Even Wang Chong and Sun Bo couldn't sit still and joined in. All 4 laid into him. You might be the van's owner, but that doesn't give you the right to be so perverse. They could tolerate you squandering all the supplies, but exchanging them for stinking boots to disgust everyone. And that ecstatic expression on your face, what was that supposed to mean? Holding their breath, the 4 rained blows on Li Tianyu. Bastards! How dare you hit me? In the owner. Li Tianyu fought back furiously. But one man was no match for four. Amid the scuffle, the battered van nearly tipped over. As he was being pummeled, Li Tianyu suddenly remembered he had one-star battle boots. Wearing them would boost his speed to E. So enduring the beating, he grabbed the boots and tried to put them on. The next second, he was dumbfounded. His feet wouldn't fit. The size was wrong. Seeing him staring blankly at the boots, Qingguo was enraged. She snatched them away and threw them out of the van. Then the four resumed their assault on Li Tianyu. The fat man's physique was a level built to take a beating. They'd need to hit him a while longer to vent their anger. From that day on, Qingguo and Qingcheng would rule the van. Li Tianyu had completely lost his authority. Wang Chong and Sun Bo would never again listen to that disaster of a man. Elsewhere, Jiang Qi and the other women opened the RV's windows to let the stench out, otherwise the vehicle would be uninhabitable. Chu Chu complained to Yi Ming, "Honey, next time you do something like this, could you please do it outside? It stinks to high heaven." Yi Ming could only apologize to the women. He hadn't thought it through. He really should have done it outside. Jiang Qi rolled her eyes. Was there going to be a next time? She wanted to throw away that jar of stinky tofu, but Yi Ming treasured it and kept it for future pranks. Jiang Qi could only pray that next time he wouldn't use her foot odor as an excuse. Inside the RV, as the air circulated, the stench quickly dissipated. Chu Chu and the others returned to the sofa to sell wooden spears and other items. Yi Ming examined the two blueprints he had swindled from Li Tianyu, a 0-star window glass blueprint and a 2-star large kitchen blueprint. Yi Ming first synthesized and installed the window glass. Now he had 4 0-star vehicle-mounted equipment pieces. He needed just one more to meet the conditions for upgrading the RV to 1-star. Yi Ming rolled up the car window and turned his gaze to the remaining blueprint of the large onboard kitchen. The RV was now cluttered and cramped, filled with supplies the women had traded for, leaving barely any room to move. Space had to be freed up to store the goods. This spacious kitchen was just right. Without hesitation, Yi Ming spent 200 escape coins to synthesize it. A new door materialized inside the RV. He looked at the women lounging on the sofa. "I've synthesized the kitchen. Want to come take a look?" "Yes." Ally chirped, springing up and tugging her sister Jenna. "Sister, let's go see the kitchen. You have to teach me how to cook." Ally had already decided on the bus that she'd learn cooking from her sister if she got the chance. That way, when Yi Ming asked what she could do, she wouldn't have to bluff with massage skills. Jenna looked eagerly at the kitchen door too. Cooking was her passion, and she yearned for Yi Ming to enjoy her dishes. Jiang Qi was indifferent about the tour. She wasn't busy, though many in the chat channel wanted to buy combat boots. They were haggling. Deciding to let them wait, she figured she might as well check out the kitchen. Chu Chu initially didn't want to go. Her wooden spears had the most buyers, and she was swamped with messages. But seeing the piled-up supplies, she realized the RV was overflowing and needed more space. So all 4 women followed Yi Ming, curious to see the kitchen. The door swung open to reveal a clean, spacious area. Despite its size, the kitchen felt cozy and inviting. "Wow, the kitchen is beautifully decorated," Ally exclaimed, marveling at the space. Yi Ming and the others nodded in agreement. The kitchen wasn't like a restaurant's backroom. It had a homey, elegant style. Yi Ming led the tour. First, there were 2 refrigerators and freezers for storing food. Then a full array of cookware utensils and tableware. Gas stoves, ovens, microwaves, range hoods, dishwashers. Everything was there. Everyone was delighted with the kitchen. Yi Ming smiled. "Ladies, let's organize the RV's supplies and move them into the kitchen." "All right," they chorused, and they all began tidying up the messy RV. They moved all the food into the kitchen and sorted it. The women treated the RV as their home, taking care to clean it thoroughly. Yi Ming helped a little, then lounged on the sofa, taking it easy. None of the women complained, or in fact, they were happier organizing the cluttered RV. Watching them chatter and bustle about, Yi Ming felt a warm contentment. The RV's cozy peace made him forget he was in a world of escape. In his past life at this time, he'd still be on the bus scheming to get food. Now he had plenty to eat and drink and beautiful company. Sitting on the sofa, he remembered Yang Lingyu and the other 2 women on the bus and messaged them to ask about their day. Yang Lingyu and Zhang Xiaoman were safe with no trouble. They spent the day on the bus directing others to lure monsters and steal chests. They found some supplies, but nothing useful for Yi Ming, so they distributed them to the bus passengers based on merit. But Lu Yuxuan was having trouble. Though she ruled the bus with force, most passengers paid her lip service, causing her much grievance. Today, when she sent people to lure monsters for chests, many claimed injuries from yesterday's fight, saying they couldn't run. Some even mocked her, asking why she didn't fight the monsters herself if she was so strong. As a young girl, she couldn't argue with them. In the end, they only opened a few wooden chests, getting meager food. The food wasn't enough, but leftover wolf meat from yesterday kept everyone from starving. Many men on the bus coveted Lu Yuxuan's beauty but couldn't defeat her, so they feigned obedience while harboring ulterior motives. Yi Ming's heart ached knowing his beloved was wronged. He realized her personality wasn't suited for commanding the bus, an oversight on his part. "Xuanbao, if they want, listen, just focus on protecting yourself. In a few days, I'll find a way to bring you onto the RV." Yi Ming, am I too useless?" Lu Yuxuan replied, self-reproachful. Yi Ming quickly comforted her, telling her not to worry. Then he advised her on how to get back at the disobedient passengers. "Xuanbao, tomorrow keep sending them to steal chests. If they refuse, don't mind it. After hearing his plan, Lu Yuxuan laughed. Yiming, your idea is so wicked. If they don't go tomorrow, they'll just go hungry. Yiming added, best if they starve. Don't be soft-hearted and give them food. Got it, Yiming. Love you. He smiled and closed the private chat. The women had finished organizing and returned to the sofa to sell their goods. Chu Chu asked Yiming, honey, we have enough food. Should we still trade for more? Keep trading, he replied. The chance of getting food from chests was still high now, but it would only decrease in the coming days. Later, wooden chests would yield only a few pitiful escape coins, which was truly despairing. Though they could hunt beasts for food, it wouldn't be as tasty or convenient as bread and instant noodles. Those foods would only get pricier. Yiming intended to stock up while he could. The women began selling their items while he posted in the chat channel offering attribute orbs in exchange for blueprints. He figured others might have good blueprints like Li Tianyu's kitchen design, but those people were reluctant to trade away valuable blueprints. So Yiming offered 6 grade attribute orbs for a high-tier blueprint, posting it in the channel to see who would bite. Soon his message drew attention. 6 attribute orbs were valuable enough to boost one stat to E grade. Similarly, high-tier blueprints were, just as Yiming was anticipating who might exchange a high-tier blueprint for the attribute orbs, a private message caught his attention. It was from his ex-girlfriend Zhao Tong. Yiming, give me those 6 attribute orbs, and I can forgive you for abandoning me in that beat-up van. Yiming was utterly speechless, genuinely disgusted by Zhao Tong. He had truly spoiled that woman to the point where she had no idea who she was anymore, daring to shamelessly ask him for the attribute orbs even now. So Yiming replied with a cold laugh, you're still alive, Zhao Tong. If you want the attribute orbs, record a video of yourself slapping your face 10 times. If I'm in a good mood, I might toss you one. On the highway, an off-road vehicle was parked. Zhao Tong sat inside, her face ashen. After reading Yiming's message, she was so furious she nearly cursed aloud. That bastard actually wanted to trick her into slapping herself. She hadn't even settled the score with Yiming for the slap she'd already received. Oh, the beautiful Zhao Tong, who's got you so riled up that your face looks so awful. A woman in the car scoffed disdainfully. Zhao Tong snorted and retorted sarcastically, it's you bitch, making me lose my appetite. Haha, if you can't eat, then don't. Inside the off-road vehicle, Zhao Tong and the woman traded barbs while the white foreign man in the driver's seat said impatiently, enough noise, both of you shut up. Zhao Tong and the woman immediately stopped their quarrel. Neither dared to defy the white man. Before him, they were nothing but easy girls throwing themselves at him, disposable at any moment. In truth, Zhao Tong had asked Yiming for the attribute orbs just to curry favor with this white man Joseph. Before the white man, Zhao Tong was nothing but fawning and desperate. Unfortunately, he didn't care about her at all. If it weren't for the fact that she could provide him with an extra 100 units of gasoline income each day, he would have already sent her off to lure monsters to her death. The 3 in the car each ate their own food. Zhao Tong stared at the private message from Yiming, knowing he wouldn't give her the attribute orbs. Their relationship had been completely severed the moment she initiated the breakup. She just hadn't expected Yiming to be so heartless. Yet Zhao Tong still looked down on Yiming. She thought his mode of transportation was that shabby van, while she now rode in an off-road vehicle. In comparison, the off-road vehicle was naturally superior. She hadn't contacted Yiming out of regret. She just resented that he would use those 6 attribute orbs to trade for blueprints. Otherwise, she wouldn't have reached out. Seeing that she couldn't get the attribute orbs from Yiming, Zhao Tong didn't bother humiliating herself further and continued browsing the chat channel. Huh, it's Jiangqi. Zhao Tong spotted her college classmate Jiangqi selling a 1-star combat boot in the channel, and her eyes lit up. She wanted to ask Jiangqi for a pair of boots to please Joseph, but she quickly remembered that her relationship with Jiangqi was poor. Asking for the boots would only result in being scolded, just like with Yiming. Sighing, Zhao Tong sank back into lurking in the chat channel. But the fact that Yiming and Jiangqi had good things made her envious. Meanwhile, for Yiming, Zhao Tong was just a minor episode. He was now frowning as he checked his private messages. Many people had contacted him wanting to trade blueprints for attribute orbs, but none of their blueprints caught his interest. Most of the blueprints were ones he already had or were useless, like window glass headlights, water collectors, and the like. Some blueprints he didn't have, but their value was too low, and when he offered to trade other resources, they refused. These people only wanted to exchange for attribute orbs. In the end, Yiming only traded 1 attribute orb for a lingerie nightgown blueprint. At least the nightgown could be useful for having Chu Chu and the others wear it for him at night. There was no need to trade for the remaining blueprints. However, although Yiming hadn't obtained any good blueprints, Chu Chu and the other women had earned a large number of escape coins and various resources. Just the escape coins they earned amounted to over 10,000 coins, mostly from selling wooden spears and alarms. As for the combat boots, only a few pairs were sold since they were too expensive for most people. Items like Jean Minai's toilet paper and other sundries also sold quite a bit, but the profit margins were too low to compare with the earnings from wooden spears and alarms. The sky was gradually darkening. After eating some food, Yiming and the women prepared to rest. Although the RV had no entertainment facilities, they could still relax by taking a bath before bed. Yiming had already bathed, so he took the blanket he'd swindled from Li Tianyu to make the bed. The blanket was thick and fleece-lined, making it very comfortable to spread on the bed, especially with the wind blowing at night and the temperature dropping. The blanket provided warmth. Half an hour later, Ming began collecting favorability points. Jiangqi's favorability 5. Seeing the notification for Jiangqi, Ming nodded with satisfaction. Jiangqi's initial 5 favorability points meant she would be hard to betray later, and Ming didn't have to worry about her falling for her ex-boyfriend again. Zhen Minai's favorability 5. Ai Li's favorability 5. Chu Chu's favorability 7. Zhen Minai, Jiangqi. Meanwhile, Li Tianyu, his face bruised and swollen, was wiping tears in the van. Because he had bought the combat boots, the entire team went bankrupt, and all power shifted to Qinghua. From then on, Qing, Cheng Wangchang, and Sun Bo would only obey Qinghua. After taking control, Qinghua learned the whole story and naturally discovered that Li Tianyu had been tricked. But the loss was irreversible. They could only minimize the damage. So they retrieved the boots that had been thrown out of the car, washed them with water, and the smell dissipated. Hey sis, try on these boots and see if they fit. Qinghua handed the boots to Qing Cheng. She noticed that although the boots were small, they were genuine. Most women with small feet could wear them. Qing Cheng's feet fit perfectly. Sis, these boots are amazing. They boosted my speed attribute to E level. I feel incredibly powerful. Li Tianyu stared at the boots on Qing Cheng's feet, envy burning in his heart. He had traded for the boots to protect himself, but in the end he was swindled out of everything, and they ended up benefiting Qing Cheng while he lost all control of the team. Li Tianyu felt like crying, but had no tears. At night, even with his physique, Ming felt sore all over. He had no idea that he had utterly ruined Li Tianyu. That night he used over a dozen towels. Finally, Ming combined a new towel to wipe Zhen Minai's sweat, then flicked her little head. Silly girl, don't push yourself so hard next time. Zhen Minai just humped softly and nestled in Ming's arms without a word. In return, Ming directly compensated Zhen Minai with 6 attribute orbs, allowing her to strengthen her physique to E level. At the same time, Ming used 10 favorability points to exchange for a grade attribute orb, strengthening his own physique to D level. He also needed rest and recovery. His physique could no longer hold up, so Ming had to strengthen himself. Finally, listening to the wind outside the vehicle, Ming fell into a deep sleep in the warmth of his companions. On the third day, the wind outside the vehicle howled ever louder, and the faint sound of fine gravel pelting against the body could be heard, producing a rustling noise. Yet inside, the environment was exceedingly comfortable, especially within the warm blankets lying on the soft fleece, sleeping most soundly. Among the group, it was Ailey who awoke first. Ailey's affection value 5. Ming, still groggy, heard the system notification, but paid it no mind. At this early hour, no one wished to rise. Especially after the temperature had dropped further overnight, staying curled up in bed was a truly blissful affair. Moreover, Ming found himself in a haven of tenderness. Soon a sudden jolt ran through his entire body, and he instantly realized what was happening. Nevertheless, being able to collect affection points, Ming reveled in it. He made no sound, closing his eyes to savor this rare moment of tranquility. Ailey's awakening gradually roused the others. Yet none of them blamed her, all lay in bed enjoying the cozy surroundings. Especially after the night's chill, no one was willing to leave the warmth of their blankets. Thanks to Ming's influence, everyone had developed a habit of lingering in bed, reluctant to rise early. Time passed swiftly. The blissful morning hours soon came to an end. Jiangqi, lying in Ming's arms, opened the system and discovered that Li Tianyu had sent her over 100 messages overnight. They were almost entirely filled with abusive curses, clearly indicating how badly he had been taken advantage of the day before. After all, losing everything to buy a pair of ill-fitting, stinking combat boots. Who could feel good about that? Honey, look, Jiangqi showed the system panel to Ming. Ming couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. The angrier Li Tianyu became, the happier he grew. In his past life, to avenge Yang Lingyu, he had often opposed Li Tianyu. Yet Li Tianyu had toyed with him like an ant. In this life, everything would be reversed. The one being toyed with would be Li Tianyu. Subsequently, Ming had Jiangqi reply to Li Tianyu with a message. The combat boots were already the only pair I had left. You insisted on buying them yourself, so it's hardly my fault. He believed that upon seeing this message, Li Tianyu would only doubt his own judgment. The system notification for the third day finally rang out. Ding, congratulations to all for surviving the second day. Today the wind level has increased to level 7 gale, settling the number of people in the vehicle at 5, distributing 500 units of gasoline and 14 escape coins. Upon seeing the system notification, Ming led the women to rise. After washing up and having breakfast, the RV began to move slowly. Today the system issued 500 units of gasoline. Combined with the nearly 200 units left over from yesterday, Ming now had close to 700 units of gasoline. This amount of fuel was sufficient for the RV to travel all day. The main task for today was to search for treasure chests and train the women in combat and monster slaying. While the early-stage monsters were still weak and few in number, it was the perfect time to cultivate the women. They lacked not strength, but the courage and experience for battle. Soon after driving over 10 kilometers, Ming spotted a wild boar guarding a wooden treasure chest. A wild boar. When Ming saw the boar, a glint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He hadn't expected such good fortune, encountering a wild boar at the very first chest of the day. In Ming's view, the value of this wild boar already exceeded that of the chest it guarded. Most teams could only stare helplessly at a wild boar with no chance of killing it. But Ming's strength was clearly not comparable to that of ordinary teams. By enhancing his own power, he could easily slay the boar. Judging by its size, the boar weighed over 200 jin, and its meat was of considerable value. If he could kill it, he and the women would enjoy a feast. "Oh my god, it's a wild boar!" Ellie exclaimed, pressing against the car window. "Brother Ming, I've seen videos before. Wild boars are incredibly strong, even fiercer than bears and tigers. We need to be careful," she couldn't help but warn. The other women were also tense with anxiety. Ming had mentioned earlier that today they would train to kill monsters. Could this boar be their first opponent? Smiling, Ming parked the RV and distributed attribute orbs to each woman. 6 per person, consuming a total of 24 affection points. Having spent the night with the women, Ming had boosted his affection points to over 100, so he generously shared the attribute orbs with them. Then he suggested, "I recommend you allocate the attribute orbs to speed, and combined with the boots attribute bonuses, your speed will reach D level. Of course, if you have other ideas, you can add them to other attributes." After hearing this, the women all absorbed the attribute orbs and allocated their points. Chu-Chu, Ellie, and Jun Minai followed Ming's advice and enhanced their speed attributes. Jiangqi, on the other hand, strengthened her strength attribute to E level. Having been a fitness instructor before, she had a passion for power, so she allocated her points to strength. Ming did not impose any mandatory requirements on how the women developed their attributes. They could decide for themselves which attribute to enhance. Ming then distributed equipment to the women: a pair of combat boots and a hand crossbow. Pointing at the wild boar outside the window, he said, "You don't need to kill this boar. Your task is to shoot it with the hand crossbows to get a feel for killing monsters and to see some blood. Whoever hits the boar the most times will reward with an attribute orb." To add fun and motivation, Ming arranged a shooting contest among the women. The 4 women's eyes lit up at the idea. Competing against each other to shoot the boar seemed quite amusing. So Ming was the first to open the door and lead the 4 women out. Standing on the road, everyone could clearly feel that today's wind was stronger than yesterday, even creating resistance when moving. Jiangqi, holding her hand crossbow, said, "This wind is quite powerful. It can easily affect the accuracy of the bolts." Ming nodded beside her. "That depends on your shooting talent. But within 20 or 30 meters, the impact on the bolts isn't significant." The women, eager to try, held their crossbows. Chu-Chu, the most excited, stepped off the road and fired an arrow at the boar beside the chest. Perhaps due to the strong wind, the bolt missed the boar and struck the wooden chest instead. Thud! The bolt pierced the wooden chest, startling the boar. It knew the humans had attacked it. The boar's small eyes locked onto Chu-Chu, and it charged rapidly towards her. Startled, Chu-Chu turned and ran up. "The boar is coming." Jiangqi and the other 2 women quickly stepped off the road and shot at the boar. However, the charging boar was too fast, and the 3 bolts failed to hit it. The women hurried back onto the road, and the boar lost its target. The women all took out bolts and loaded them into their hand crossbows. With the experience of having just shot a wild boar, the 4 women understood that hitting a moving boar was no easy task. They kept testing the boar at the edge of the road. This boar seemed highly intelligent, sensing that the women were constantly dodging at the roadside, retreating to the road whenever it approached. The boar then turned and moved away from the road, ignoring the women entirely. Even when Chu-Chu and the others shot at it, it didn't look back. "This boar is trying to lure us away from the road," Jiangqi exclaimed in surprise. She hadn't expected an animal to be so cunning. Ming nodded and reminded them monsters guarding treasure chests all possess intelligence. Some can even be described as insidious and treacherous. For instance, goblins might ambush you or set traps. Some goblins even beg for mercy before death to gain sympathy. Never hold back when you encounter them. Ming shared his past life experiences with the women, lessons learned from countless bloody mistakes. Jun Minai interjected, "The boar has gone far. Should we chase it?" "Of course," Chu-Chu replied excitedly. Chu-Chu felt the most confident facing the boar. Her spirit attribute was E grade and her speed was D grade. As long as she was cautious, the boar couldn't hit her. In a pinch, she could also use her skill mental impact. The other 3 women also agreed to hunt the boar in the wild. Shooting it with hand crossbows by the roadside offered little training value. So they loaded their crossbows and stepped off the road toward the boar. Jiangqi advised, "Let's spread out. That way the boar will only chase one person and the rest can shoot steadily." The women nodded and spread out across the wilderness, gradually encircling the boar. Ming, needing to protect them, exchanged 3 grade attribute orbs to boost his E grade strength to D grade. Ming's current attributes were name Ming's strength D grade, speed E grade D, physique D grade, spirit E grade, skills none, escape coins 12562, overall rating D grade. Seeing his strength had reached D grade, Ming was confident he could kill the boar with his bare hands. He picked up a wooden spear and followed the women as their guardian. If the boar posed any threat to them, he would intervene. At that moment, the boar noticed them all leaving the road and its small eyes flickered with excitement. It intended to ram them all to death. Whoosh! A dark shadow streaked through the air. A crossbow bolt lodged into the boar's body, half its length, buried deep, looking painful. A flicker of joy crossed Ellie's eyes as she had fired that bolt. With an angry roar, the boar charged at the women. Its speed was formidable, and the inexperienced women fumbled to shoot, missing entirely. The boar targeted Choo-Choo, charging straight at her. Choo-Choo screamed and turned to flee back to the road. Ming sighed and stepped in front of the boar. Watch closely. Your speed isn't slower than the boar's. Don't always think of running, you learn to dodge. He taught them how to evade danger through demonstration. As the boar was about to hit him, Ming quickly sidestepped 2 paces to the left, passing by it with ease and grace. The women's eyes lit up as they grasped the difference between dodging and fleeing. Choo-Choo reacted first as the boar, having missed Ming, now charged at her. Focusing intently, Choo-Choo noticed the boar's charge followed a simple straight line. By moving sideways just before impact, she could evade it. So as the boar closed in, she mimicked Ming's swift sidestep. Boar and woman passed each other. I dodged it. Choo-Choo exclaimed with delight, shouting to her sisters, I dodged it. This big dumb boar is nothing special. The boar seemed to understand her words, its small eyes blazing with fury as it turned and charged at her again. With her newfound experience, Choo-Choo easily dodged again. The other women grew eager to try, confident in their own speed. Ellie was the first to act, aiming her hand crossbow at the boar and pulling the trigger just as it turned to charge Choo-Choo. The bolt turned into another dark shadow, thudding into the boar's flesh. Yes, Ellie jumped in excitement. She had hit the boar twice now. Seeing the women had gained courage, Ming stood back and watched them toy with the boar. The boar charged several times, but Choo-Choo dodged each one effortlessly. This wasn't because the boar was slow, but because Choo-Choo's speed attribute was significantly higher. The boar's speed was likely E-grade, while Choo-Choo's D-grade speed made it impossible for the boar to catch her. Realizing it couldn't beat Choo-Choo, the boar turned to charge the other women, who also tried their hand at dodging. After over 10 minutes, the boar stood still, glaring at them. It had charged at each of them, only to be dodged with ease. By then 8 or 9 bolts were stuck in its body, making it look like a pitiful hedgehog. The boar knew it had to flee. It didn't want to die and become human food. So it turned and ran deeper into the wilderness. However, a figure was already waiting for it from behind. Ming, who had been watching all along. The boar ignored him, accelerating into a charge. It believed no human could withstand its ramming force. If Ming dodged, it could escape. But Ming, holding his wooden spear, waited for the right moment. When the boar was just 2 or 3 meters away, he hurled the spear. Thud! The great strength behind the throw was terrifying, piercing straight through the boar. With a despairing roar, the boar felt its life draining away. Ming stood still, not even glancing at it. The boar ran another 5 or 6 meters behind him before collapsing to the ground, killed instantly by the thrown spear. The women gasped in awe. Ming's move was incredibly cool. Ming, with a smug grin, struck a few poses. Choo-Choo, Ellie, and Junmi Nai played along with applause and cheers, while Jiangqi rolled her eyes. She thought, he's such an adult, acting like a child. And you sisters, you just indulge him. Ellie bounced over to Ming, her eyes sparkling. Ming, that spear throw was so awesome. Ming laughed heartily, a little embarrassed by the praise. Seeing Ming in a good mood, Ellie grinned. Ming, I hit the boar the most times. Earlier, Ming had promised an attribute orb to whoever hit the boar the most. Ellie seemed to have a talent for shooting. Half the bolts in the boar were hers. Ming chuckled and flicked Ellie's forehead. He should have known. Why would this proud girl compliment him? She was after the attribute orb. He handed her an A-grade attribute orb. Ellie took it with a grin, kissed him on the cheek, then turned to join her sisters in collecting the bolts. While Choo-Choo and the others gathered scattered crossbow bolts on the wilderness, Ming dragged the wild boar carcass toward a wooden treasure chest. Opening the chest, he found a token inside. A dungeon token. Ming immediately picked up the token to examine it. Small dungeon token. After using the token, the vehicle owner can lead followers into a dungeon mini-world with generous rewards upon completion. Current participating vehicle owners, 35,100. After reading the token's information, Ming stroked his chin and nodded. He hadn't expected to find a dungeon token as early as the 3rd day in the escape world. It was fortunate he hadn't gone to the bus today, or he would have missed it. Ming knew that the rewards within the dungeon were exceptional. Even a brief venture inside would yield at least a few attribute spheres. Such an opportunity was not to be missed. Thus he gripped the token tightly and crushed it with force. Ding, vehicle owner, Ming has registered for the dungeon mini-world. Current participants, 37,100. Please wait for the participant count to be reached. After reading the system prompt, Ming dragged the boar carcass back to the kitchen where knives were available. Ming proceeded to butcher the wild boar. In his past life, he had frequently handled animal carcasses, so this task came naturally to him. Soon the boar was fully processed. The head, trotters, meat, bones, organs, and blood were all neatly separated by Ming. When Choo-Choo and the other girls returned with the gathered arrows and saw the kitchen, they were astonished. Choo-Choo exclaimed, "Honey, you processed an entire wild boar by yourself. Did you work at a slaughterhouse before?" Ming rolled his eyes at her. "Do I look like a butcher to you?" The reason I could handle it so quickly is thanks to my great strength and speed. The girls hadn't seen him at work. The 200-pound boar was as easy for Ming to manage as a toy. Realization dawned on them, and they quickly helped store the pork in the freezer. The cooking duties for the day were naturally assigned to Marina. Ming informed the girls about his upcoming trip to the dungeon world. "Brother Ming, take me with you." Ellie's eyes sparkled imagining the adventure in the dungeon world. Having just gained experience shooting a wild boar with a hand crossbow, Ellie was eager to practice her marksmanship further. The other girls also expressed a desire to visit the dungeon world. However, Ming was reluctant to bring them along, uncertain of the dangers within and his ability to protect them all. Moreover, the dungeon would involve 100 teams. The girls' participation would draw attention, potentially revealing that the beautiful women who had been selling items in bulk at night were from the same team. This could disrupt Ming's plan to quietly amass wealth. Ming explained the drawbacks to the girls. "How about this? After I enter the dungeon, you lead the team and continue searching for treasure chests in the RV." Given the girls' attributes and Chu's mental shock skill, they would likely face no danger. Thus, Ming trusted Chu to lead. Chu nodded in agreement. "He'll follow your lead, honey. Rest assured he'll take good care of the sisters." Jiangqi suddenly hugged Ming's arm. "Honey, since you mentioned 100 teams, there might be a chance to run into Xiaotong. Please take me with you." We agreed earlier to slap Xiaotong's face together. Hearing Jiangqi's plea, Ming hesitated. Bringing only Jiangqi to the dungeon seemed manageable, but it would leave Chu short-handed. Just then Chu smiled. "Honey, since you made a pact, take Chi with you. Leave things here to me." Though Ellie also wanted to join Ming in the dungeon, she patted her chest confidently. "Brother Ming, go ahead and take sister Jiangqi. I'll use my hand crossbow to shoot all the monsters guarding the treasure chests and protect the sisters." Gemina quickly nodded. "They'll prepare a feast and wait for brother Ming to return." With the girls' reassurance, Ming agreed to take Jiangqi to the dungeon. To ensure their safety, he exchanged for 24 attribute spheres, distributing 6 to each of them. He then exchanged a single grade attribute sphere, enhancing Chu's mental attribute to -. Only then did Ming feel fully at ease. However, after distributing the attribute spheres, his affection points dwindled to a mere 28. After all, when he woke up that morning, his affection points had been over 100. Sighing at how quickly they were consumed, Ming checked the system. Over 60 vehicle owners had already registered for the dungeon. It wouldn't be long before the count reached 100. "Jiangqi, get ready. The dungeon is about to start." "Got it, honey," Jiangqi said excitedly. Deep down, she yearned to share more experiences with Ming, believing that was the essence of love. Though she had become his woman, Jiangqi felt their emotional bond was still lacking. While feelings could grow over time, the two had no chance for private moments in the RV. The only time they had been alone together sharing tender words was before boarding the RV, when they embraced on the road. Jiangqi cherished that memory and longed for more time alone with Ming. That was why Jiangqi had fought to accompany Ming into the dungeon. He had mentioned that the dungeon might keep them inside for several days. So Jiangqi packed 2 large backpacks with food and water. As for weapons, she brought a hand crossbow and a wooden spear along with the combat boots she wore. Ming and Jiangqi, both carrying backpacks filled with supplies, waited quietly for the dungeon to open. Chu drove the RV, continuing her search for treasure chests. Meanwhile, Ellie and Marina headed to the kitchen to prepare the pork for an evening feast. About half an hour later, a system prompt echoed in Ming's mind. "Ding, the dungeon mini-world has reached its participant limit. You will enter the dungeon in 10 seconds. Please ensure contact with the participating follower." Ming smiled calmly. The dungeon was finally opening. He wrapped an arm around Jiangqi, waiting for the countdown. Whoosh! Ming and Jiangqi vanished in a flash of white light, disappearing from the RV. Moments later, Ming and Jiangqi found themselves in a dimly lit bedroom. Moonlight streamed through the window, providing enough illumination for them to see their surroundings. Jiangqi raised her hand crossbow, scanning the room for any threats before letting out a sigh of relief. Simultaneously, a system prompt echoed in both their minds. "Welcome to the zombie world. Beware, do not get bitten or scratched by zombies, or you will become infected and join their ranks. Over the next 7 days, each zombie your team kills will earn you points. 100 teams will compete in a points ranking. At the end of the 7th day, teams ranked 11th to 100th will receive 6 A-grade attribute spheres. Teams ranked 4th to 10th will receive 6 A-grade attribute spheres, 1 grade attribute sphere, and 1 random 1-star equipment. Teams ranked 2nd and 3rd will receive 6 A-grade attribute spheres, 1 grade attribute sphere, and 1 2-star equipment. The first place team will receive 6 A-grade attribute spheres, 1 grade attribute sphere, 1 2-star equipment, and 1 skill book. Tip 1. There are resource treasure chests hidden throughout the city containing food and water. Tip 2. High-level zombies have crystal nuclei in their brains, which can enhance attributes for any creature that absorbs them, but there is a chance of mutation, so please be cautious. After hearing the system prompt, Ming gestured for Jiangqi to remain silent, holding a wooden spear as he approached the bedroom door. When the system prompted, Ming heard a noise outside the bedroom. He wanted to check the source of that sound. Jiangqi, seeing Yiming about to leave the bedroom, felt a bit nervous, especially since it was nighttime, increasing the danger. She could only follow Yiming with her hand crossbow. The system indicated that this is a zombie world. Jiangqi had seen many zombie movies which were disgusting and horrifying. She didn't want to be infected and become a zombie. Creak. Yiming turned the bedroom door handle, producing a locking sound, and immediately felt something banging against the door. Bang, bang, bang. Yiming held the door with one hand, keeping it immovable. A roar sounded from behind the door. It was a zombie. Yiming and Jiangqi didn't need to think. They immediately knew what was behind the door. Yiming signaled Jiangqi to step back. Jiangqi understood immediately and quickly retreated to the corner of the bedroom, giving Yiming space to fight. Yiming then opened the bedroom door, thrusting his spear like lightning. Thud. The wooden spear pierced through the zombie's head behind the door. It was a female zombie with some of her flesh already rotting and emitting a stench of decay. After dispatching the zombie, Yiming did not lower his guard, but instead checked the entire room. Once he confirmed there were no other zombies inside, Yiming relaxed. In this zombie world, Yiming had to be cautious. He did not want to be infected and become a zombie. That would be too unjust. Honey, the chat channel really won't open, Jiangqi said, looking at the system panel. Yiming nodded. It was normal that the chat channel couldn't be opened. They were in a dungeon world, and the flow of time in both worlds was different. How could they communicate? Staying in the zombie world for 7 days might only equate to half a day's time in the escape world. Yiming didn't feel much about it. The only thing he looked forward to was the generous reward for being first on the leaderboard. The reward surprisingly included a skill book. Yiming had to strive for that first position. Besides that, even the reward for the 100th position was not bad. Once this dungeon concluded, as long as they could survive, the strength of this 100-member team would outstrip other teams, becoming a top-tier group. By the way, he hadn't checked the leaderboard yet. Yiming opened the system to view the leaderboard, which had 100 names, each representing a small team. Having just killed a zombie, Yiming had gained 1 point, directly rising to 5th place. First, Zhang Lei 3 points; second, Joseph 2 points; third, Wang Jiuer 1 point; fourth, Song Shenxi 1 point; fifth, Yiming 1 point. 67th, Li Tianyu 0 points. After reviewing the leaderboard, Yiming was deep in thought. Yiming recognized several people on the leaderboard. For example, Wang Jiuer, as a first maiden, had been targeted by Li Tianyu in his past life and ultimately died for unknown reasons. Then there was someone named Zhang Lei who was said to be a soldier with considerable strength. Song Shenxi was the most mysterious. He was a fortune-telling Taoist, and his transportation ability seemed to predict certain events. In short, these 100 teams likely had some tricks up their sleeves. Yiming needed to be cautious in dealing with them. Although Yiming was strong, he could still easily fall victim to special abilities. Moreover, this zombie world was no simple matter. There were even high-level zombies. Yiming's level strength might not be enough to act recklessly in this world. Honey, there's a horde of corpses downstairs. Jiangqi walked to the window, looked down, and immediately whispered to Yiming. Yiming also approached the window to check. Now it was nighttime in the zombie world, and the view outside was very dark. He could only see countless figures moving below in the moonlight. Yiming knew that there was a horde of zombies downstairs. Among them, the most eye-catching was a zombie over 3 meters tall, covered in rotting flesh. This should be the high-level zombie mentioned by the system. As Yiming observed that high-level zombie, it seemed to sense his gaze, suddenly lifting its head to look at Yiming. Yiming was startled and quickly pulled Jiangqi aside to hide. Perhaps because Yiming reacted quickly, or maybe due to the nighttime, that zombie's vision wasn't very good, and it did not discover the two of them. Yiming didn't expect that the high-level zombie had such strong perception. Just a brief glance was enough for the high-level zombie to notice. After waiting for a while, Yiming returned to the window to observe the situation below. This time he didn't dare to fix his gaze on the high-level zombie, but rather observed the horde. In the moonlight, the horde was moving towards an unknown destination. Occasionally, he could hear their eerie roars, making the night strangely unsettling. After a while of observation, Yiming realized that the horde downstairs wouldn't stay put all night. They would likely leave after a while. So he turned to Jiangqi. Let's rest here for the night. We're not in a hurry to hunt zombies, and we have plenty of food and water. I'll listen to you, honey. Jiangqi's face turned slightly red, her gaze drifting towards the large double bed in the bedroom. It was wonderful to have Yiming all to herself for these 7 days without any other sisters around. Yiming smiled and picked up Jiangqi to head to the bedroom to rest. As dawn gradually broke, the glaring sunlight streamed in through the window, causing Yiming to squint his eyes. It's morning. Yiming lay in bed, reluctant to get up. He had always had a habit of sleeping in and disliked waking up early. Looking over at Jiangqi, she was still asleep. Last night, Yiming had collected good feelings twice, exchanging 6 attribute balls to enhance Jiangqi's physique. Now, apart from her mental attribute, all her attributes had been enhanced to E level. Currently, there was really no one except for the special ability vehicle owner who could match Jiangqi. Yiming opened the system to check. His ranking had dropped to more than 20, and it was still declining. Clearly, many teams had risen early to hunt zombies and increase their points. The first place was still Zhang Lei, who already had 36 points. No good, these people are working so hard I can't fall behind them. Jiangqi's good feelings 5. At that moment Jiangqi, still a bit groggy, woke up and nestled in Ming's arms. Is it morning? Honey, are we going to kill zombies? Ming was reluctant to get up to kill zombies, but he didn't want to fall too far behind the other teams in points. After all, he was still unsure of the situation in this world and needed to investigate. I'll go kill some zombies to check the situation. You don't have to come with me. Oh, just keep resting. Jiangqi wanted to go with him to kill zombies, but knowing that Ming was worried about the danger, she could only follow his arrangement. Not causing trouble for Ming was a consensus among them sisters. Ming and Jiangqi each consumed a bread and a sausage to replenish their energy, especially Jiangqi, who drank an entire bottle of mineral water. After losing a significant amount of water overnight, she needed to hydrate. Ming then approached the window and looked down. Indeed, the horde of zombies had vanished. Only about 20 zombies remained wandering downstairs, which posed no threat to Ming. You stay in the room to rest. I'll go downstairs to kill a few zombies, Ming instructed Jiangqi. Jiangqi nodded. They had stayed up late the previous night, and she really needed some rest. Fortunately, she was well aware of Ming's strength, so she wasn't too worried. Ming, armed with a wooden spear, opened the door and stepped outside. Soon he arrived downstairs. A few zombies, noticing him, let out a roar and lunged at him. Ming easily dispatched the zombies with his wooden spear, as these ordinary zombies did not move quickly, making it effortless to kill them. However, Ming was unaware that a few bees in the air were observing him. More than 20 ordinary zombies were simply no match for him. After 2 or 3 minutes, Ming eliminated all the zombies. He opened the system interface, saw his score was 23, but his ranking had only risen to 14th place. The first place Zhonglei already had over 80 points. Ming was somewhat surprised. Oh, what kind of ability did Zhonglei possess to score so quickly? Ming only knew that this person was a soldier. He wasn't aware of anything else. In their past lives, their status differences were vast. One was a powerhouse, the other an ant. Thus, Ming naturally did not know the details about Zhonglei. Meanwhile, other teams in the top 10 were also performing while steadily increasing their scores in the 30s and 40s. Ming also noticed that Li Tianyu's ranking had risen to 8th place. Quite interesting. He didn't expect that after binding with a class van, Li Tianyu was also doing well. Ming did not take the rankings above him to heart, for his strength was no less than anyone else's. He was definitely going to secure the first position. It was just about killing zombies. As long as Ming did not encounter a large horde or high-level zombies, there was nothing to fear. Thus, Ming walked towards the nearby area. Meanwhile, various teams were employing different methods to hunt zombies and increase their team scores. On the leaderboard, names continuously fluctuated. What left everyone feeling mystified was the firmly held top position by Zhonglei. His score was about twice that of Joseph's, the second place. No matter how Joseph tried to catch up, the gap in their scores only widened. On a certain street, the white man Joseph wielded an iron axe, constantly chopping through small groups of zombies. However, the surrounding zombies seemed oblivious to Joseph's presence, wandering aimlessly. This was the ability of Joseph's vehicle, which eliminated his presence. As long as these zombies' spiritual energy did not exceed rank, they could not detect his existence. Joseph chopped a zombie in half, panting slightly, and found a corner to rest. Damn it, the first place must be cheating. How could his score increase so rapidly? Joseph kept complaining after looking at the leaderboard. His ability was to eliminate his presence, making the zombies in front of him act as if they were sticking their necks out for him to chop. Yet he was still far behind the first place. Joseph could only think that the guy named Zhonglei must be cheating. Wait, could it be because Zhonglei's team was stronger? Joseph suddenly thought of another possibility. That was teamwork. If more people were killing zombies, then naturally Joseph alone could not compare to Zhonglei. As for why Joseph had no teammates, he indeed had 2 women in his off-road vehicle. One of them was Zhao Tong, but even getting her to kill a chicken was difficult, let alone zombies. Therefore, Joseph had not brought those 2 women into the dungeon world. Ironically, this saved Joseph's life. Because Ming and Jiangqi came to this dungeon, one of their objectives was to deal with Zhao Tong. If Zhao Tong was not in the zombie world, she would naturally not provoke Ming's hostility. Just as Joseph was resting in a corner, the horde of zombies in the street suddenly became agitated, startling Joseph. He quickly checked what was happening. Someone is killing zombies. Joseph frowned. Who was crazy enough to do this? There were more than 200 zombies here. If one did not possess an ability like his to eliminate presence, the only outcome would be being surrounded and killed by the horde. Joseph wanted to see who was so reckless. Unfortunately, the horde blocked his view, and he could only hide in the corner and watch. The horde was already converging on one spot. Joseph thought no one could survive in such a situation. 10 seconds later, the horde continued to gather. 1 minute later, the horde was still gathering. 2 minutes later, Joseph finally realized something was off, as the number of zombies had noticeably decreased by half. Could it be that someone really could kill all the zombies? Joseph felt he had discovered a major secret, but did not dare to check, fearing he might get caught in the crossfire. Wait, I can check the leaderboard. Joseph remembered that the leaderboard could show who was slaughtering the zombies. After all, just by looking at whose score was increasing significantly, he could figure out who it was. Joseph quickly opened the leaderboard. He was in second place with over 70 points. The first place Zhang Lei had over 140 points, and it was still on the rise. Could it be that the first place is Zhang Lei? Joseph couldn't help but speculate. No wonder this person's score increased so quickly, but turned out he had such strength. Joseph was already admiring Zhang Lei in his heart. If Zhang Lei had the ability to slaughter the horde, then there was no need for him to compete for first place. He wouldn't stand a chance, as they were on entirely different levels. Just as Joseph was pondering this, his ranking unexpectedly dropped. It dropped to third place. What? Joseph did not expect that while he was resting, the third place had actually surpassed him, becoming second. The competition was indeed fierce. However, Joseph was not anxious. He decided to wait until his stamina was sufficiently restored before going to kill zombies. He had the ability to eliminate his presence, and how could he be worried about being surpassed? But soon Joseph's frown deepened, because the score of the second place was rising rapidly, already surpassing him, reaching over 80, then 90, and then over 100. This guy named Ming had a faster score increase than Zhang Lei. Joseph had witnessed Ming quickly rise from over 70 to over 100. Moreover, his score was still climbing, directly approaching the first place Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei was at over 150, while Ming was over 120. Zhang Lei remained at over 150, while Ming had already surpassed 120. Gulp. Joseph swallowed hard, and then looked at the horde of zombies not far away. Who exactly was killing the zombies? Ming or Zhang Lei? Joseph had already formed a guess in his heart, but still intended to see who was in action. After a few more minutes, Joseph finally saw a figure moving swiftly among the zombies. This person wielded a wooden spear, and it was impossible to see their speed. Any zombie approaching this person would instantly have its skull pierced. Only after Ming pierced the last zombie with his spear did he finally distance himself from the corpse-littered street. Joseph, hiding in a corner, breathed a sigh of relief only when Ming had walked far away. Checking the leaderboard, he saw that Ming had surpassed Zhang Lei to claim the top spot. The two were separated by over 50 points. First place, Ming 245 points. Second place, Zhang Lei 187 points. Third place, Joseph 76 points. Seeing this leaderboard, Joseph felt as though he were merely running alongside a prodigy. Even Zhang Lei in second place had a point surplus greater than Joseph's total in third. Joseph no longer harbored any hope of contending for first. His only wish now was to hold on to third place. At least the rewards for third and second were the same, so he wouldn't lose out. With this thought, Joseph felt his strength had mostly recovered. He quickly got up and headed in the opposite direction from Ming. All he wanted now was to kill more zombies and secure his third place position. He would leave the two big shots above him to their own devices. Elsewhere on the rooftop of a low building, a man in military uniform frowned deeply. Behind him, 4 other men murmured about Ming. Ming, isn't he the one who traded an attribute orb for the blueprint? That's right, it's him. I was the one who traded our combat boot blueprint with him. A man holding a wooden spear looked at the uniformed man. Brother Lei, this Ming is the one we traded the combat boot blueprint to for the attribute orb. The uniformed man was none other than Zhang Lei, who held first place. The one-star combat boot blueprint Ming had acquired was sold by Zhang Lei. However, the transaction wasn't between Zhang Lei and Ming directly, it was one of Zhang Lei's followers who had made the deal with Ming. Thus Ming and Zhang Lei had little contact. Zhang Lei nodded to show he had heard, then turned his gaze to the zombie horde below. Among the horde, a flying sword darted swiftly, occasionally cleaving off a head. This was Zhang Lei's ability, weapon manipulation. Relying on this ability, Zhang Lei had been able to firmly hold the top spot on the leaderboard. Yet the very power that allowed him to effortlessly decapitate enemies and slaughter hordes had been surpassed by Ming, which deeply unsettled him. He had no intention of giving up first place. But Ming's points were accumulating too fast. Just as Zhang Lei focused his mental energy on the flying sword, preparing to overtake Ming, the latter's points on the leaderboard began to rise again: 260, 270, 300, 400. On the rooftop, Zhang Lei's 4 followers exchanged bewildered glances. They had thought Zhang Lei was invincible, but someone even more formidable had appeared. Whose general was this? They wondered if they should advise Brother Lei to give up the fight for first place. Half an hour later, after Zhang Lei had used his flying sword to slaughter all the zombies downstairs, he contentedly recalled the sword. Opening the leaderboard, he saw first place, Ming 562 points, second place, Zhang Lei 312 points, third place, Joseph 139 points. Zhang Lei's legs went weak, and he cursed loudly, feeling exactly the same as Joseph, utterly crushed and bewildered. Damn it, he's cheating. This Ming is definitely cheating. Zhang Lei could only lament that the system had no reporting function, otherwise he could have written a 1,000-word complaint. It was too unfair. Zhang Lei began to suspect that Ming might have a machine gun with unlimited ammunition. How else could his points be rising so fast? Meanwhile, Ming paid no heed to Zhang Lei's crumbling mentality. He was busy slaughtering hordes of zombies. However, before engaging a horde, he would carefully observe its size, the surrounding terrain, and whether any high-level zombies were present. Only when all these risks were within his capability would Ming leap out to massacre the zombies. The morning passed quickly. Yiming's points had reached over 110 while Zhang Lei in second had just over 600, and Joseph in third had a paltry 300-plus points. In short, Yiming dominated with overwhelming force, intimidating everyone. He had slaughtered over 1,000 zombies in a single morning, an utterly brutal feat. The combined kills of Zhang Lei and Joseph didn't even match Yiming's. However, this carnage came at a cost. He had worn out over a dozen wooden spears. But a dozen wooden spears were merely a few dozen escape coins to Yiming. Meanwhile, the small zombie groups near his area had been wiped out, leaving only two large hordes, one of about 800 or 900 zombies and another of several thousand. Both hordes were formidable. In particular, the one with thousands of zombies would force Yiming to flee if encountered. He also avoided the horde of 800 or 900 as it contained high-level zombies. Prudence led him to steer clear. While hunting zombies outside, Yiming unexpectedly discovered a wooden chest in a corner of the street. Opening it, he found a 5-person family-sized bucket of fried chicken and burgers along with iced cola. The aroma of fried food made his eyes light up. He couldn't remember the last time he had enjoyed such delicacies. Dropping the wooden spear in his hand, Yiming grabbed the bucket of fried chicken and burgers, picked up the large jug of cola, and hurried back to his shelter. After he left, several bees that had been trailing him circled twice before flying off in another direction. About 10 minutes later, the bees flew into the window of a residential building. The window was open with bees and wasps flying in and out as if there were a hive inside. Inside the room, a young girl sat on a sofa with several small bees landing on her palm, the very ones that had been trailing Yiming. "You found someone slaughtering zombies on a large scale," the girl murmured to the bees in her palm. An onlooker might think she was mentally ill, but that was not the case. Her ability was to communicate with, control, and cultivate bees. This ability was quite formidable, a dimensional blow to most living creatures. No human or animal would dare withstand an attack from a swarm. Yet in this world, a bee swarm couldn't kill a single zombie, which frustrated the girl immensely. The girl was Wang Jiuer, who had left some impression on Yiming. Her vehicle was peculiar, covered in beehives and flowers, but she couldn't take anyone aboard as her vehicle's capacity was limited to one person. Thus, Wang Jiuer had no followers or teammates. This made her struggle even more in this zombie world. Apart from killing a zombie in her room with a wooden bow upon first arrival, she hadn't killed any more. Her points were pitifully low and her rank had fallen to last place 100th. Wang Jiuer had given up hope on ranking rewards. If possible, she would have liked to hole up in her room for 7 days. But she had no food or water. Staying in the room would only lead to starvation and thirst. So she decided to find a teammate to help her get food and water. Yiming, who had just been single-handedly slaughtering zombies, became her target. Little did she know seeking him out would be like a lamb walking into the tiger's den. By the time Yiming returned to his residence with a bucket of fried chicken and burgers, Jiangqi was already waiting for him at the door. "Yo, my little cheetah, how did you know I was back? Have we achieved such a deep connection already?" Jiangqi's face flushed, and she rolled her eyes at him. "Deep connection? I saw you coming back from the window." Jiangqi wanted to say more, but didn't know how to continue. Last night, Yiming had nicknamed her Little Cheetah, and even used the pajama design pattern to create a leopard print set for her to wear. Yiming's recent Little Cheetah remark clearly hinted at a certain beastly roleplay for later. "Honey, let me play the Little Cheetah tonight, okay? Take me to kill some zombies this afternoon," Jiangqi pleaded, clinging to his arm. She didn't want to spend the afternoon weak-kneed and resting in the room again. She had been glued to the leaderboard all morning. Seeing Yiming's rank soar to the top had thrilled her immensely. Now that he was number 1, Jiangqi also wanted to kill some zombies to train herself. She didn't want to spend these 7 days just playing the Little Cheetah. Otherwise, when she returned to the survival world, her sisters would tease her to death. Jiangqi wanted to kill zombies and become stronger, so she could show her friends like Choo Choo how formidable she was. Yiming laughed heartily. "I can take you to kill zombies this afternoon, but you'll have to perform well tonight." "Perform? How much more do I need to perform? Haven't I already played the Little Cheetah? I even begged like a little kitten at the end," Jiangqi said with a look of grievance. Yiming always liked to tease his old classmate. Yiming hit the nail on the head. You need to be more proactive. It wasn't much fun if only one person was putting in the effort, and Yiming also wanted to enjoy being on the receiving end for a change. Choo Choo was very good at this. But Jiangqi, despite her usually bold personality, was shy in this area. The Little Cheetah was only truly endearing when she let herself go. Jiangqi lightly punched Yiming. "Dream on. I'm still a beginner, how can I let myself go?" As they talked, they were about to enter the room and close the door. Just then Jiangqi caught a glimpse of a small yellow figure following behind Yiming. "There's a bee. Hurry inside and close the door." Jiangqi quickly pulled Yiming into the room and shut the door. A bee sting would leave a huge welt, and she didn't want to let it in either. Yiming didn't think much of it. He led Jiangqi to the table and set down the bucket of fried chicken burgers and cola. "We're in for a treat these few days. The food from the treasure chests in this instance world should be pretty good, like this family bucket." Jiangqi smelled the aroma and couldn't help feeling hungry. She used to be very disciplined about avoiding high-calorie fried food when she was working out, so she hadn't gotten to enjoy many delicacies before being thrown into the survival world. Never did she expect to have fried chicken and burgers again. Yi Ming and Jiang Qi sat intimately together whispering sweet nothings and enjoying their meal. Just as they were being affectionate, a knock came at the door. Huh. Both of them froze, exchanged a glance, and turned serious. Yi Ming immediately got up and synthesized a wooden spear. Jiang Qi picked up her hand crossbow and followed behind him. Who is it? Yi Ming asked as he approached the door. After a moment, a girl's voice came from outside. Hello, I mean no harm. I just want to cooperate with you. A girl outside the door. Yi Ming and Jiang Qi exchanged looks, both recognizing the youthful voice. Out of caution, Yi Ming didn't open the door immediately. Whoever was outside was no ordinary person, because Yi Ming was certain he hadn't been followed on his way back unless they had a special ability. The fact that someone had come knocking so soon after his return was clear evidence of being tracked. It meant the person outside possessed abilities that even he couldn't detect. Without knowing their background, Yi Ming didn't want to escalate into conflict. Cooperation. How? Yi Ming probed. I can provide you with information like the locations of nearby zombies and other teams. In return, you just need to give me some food and water, the girl outside stated her terms. Yi Ming frowned. Just food and water? Stop joking. Do you think I'm stupid? If you have such a great ability to gather intel, why don't you find food yourself? Why cooperate with me? He tested her. Unfortunately, the door had no peephole, so he couldn't see outside. My ability makes it very difficult to kill zombies, which is why I'm seeking your cooperation, the girl explained helplessly. Yi Ming understood. Her ability was probably related to reconnaissance and tracking, making it impossible for her to get food on her own, hence the proposal. Of course, this was just her side of the story. Yi Ming wasn't about to trust her completely. He signaled Jiang Qi to hide in the bedroom, ready to burst out at any moment. Once Jiang Qi was concealed, Yi Ming cautiously opened the door. But the next second, a swarm of bees flew in through the crack, and it was too late to close the door. Yi Ming had no choice but to stay still and let them enter. The swarm was clearly under control and didn't sting him. Shortly after, a girl carrying a beehive pushed the door open and giggled. Don't worry, I mean no harm. Oh, you're so handsome. There's someone else in the room, right? Hiding in the bedroom or the bathroom. Yi Ming recognized the bee-controlling girl as Wang Jiao'er. He hadn't expected her ability to be controlling bees. He had been careless. With a sharp gaze, Yi Ming suddenly acted, hurling the wooden spear that embedded itself in the wall behind Wang Jiao'er, startling her into a cold sweat. She had nearly died at his hands. Seeing Yi Ming produce another spear, she quickly waved her hands in panic. Ah, don't kill me. I mean no harm, I just want to cooperate. Yi Ming nodded. If you want to cooperate, put away these bees and wasps. Wang Jiao'er hesitated, but a glance at the spear in his hand made her comply. The chaotic swarm of bees all flew back into the beehive on her back. Yi Ming casually tossed the spear aside, allowing Wang Jiao'er to breathe a sigh of relief. A direct confrontation would have ended with her impaled and him covered in stings, a result neither wanted. Jiang Qi, come out, Yi Ming called toward the bedroom. Jiang Qi emerged with her hand crossbow, and the three of them sat down at the table. Once seated, Wang Jiao'er's gaze kept darting between the fried chicken burgers and cola. If not for Yi Ming and Jiang Qi watching her, Wang Jiao'er would have been drooling. Meanwhile, Yi Ming and Jiang Qi both nodded in appreciation. A cute little beauty. Yi Ming gazed at Wang Jiao'er, feeling a fondness in his heart. This girl exuded a charm in every gesture, and even without makeup, her collagen-rich cheeks could surpass most women in the world. If Lu Yuxuan was a little princess, then Yang Lingyu was the first love from school, while Wang Jiao'er was the lively and adorable girl next door. Naturally, Yi Ming would not let such a beauty slip away. Meanwhile, Jiang Qi also contemplated taking Wang Jiao'er as her sister. With a sister to share the burden, her stress could be halved in just 7 days. In fact, at this moment, Jiang Qi was even more anxious than Yi Ming. You've seen my abilities. Oh, I can control swarms of bees to gather intelligence for you, and even help you deal with other teams on the condition that you provide food and drink for the next 7 days. Wang Jiao'er finished speaking and cast her gaze toward the bucket of fried chicken. She could hardly wait for Yi Ming to agree so she could devour a burger. Yi Ming tapped the table, redirecting Wang Jiao'er's gaze away from the bucket. I promise you food and drink, but I'm not interested in cooperation. Wang Jiao'er raised an eyebrow in confusion. Not cooperating, yet providing food and drink. Is there such a good deal in the world? However, with Yi Ming's next statement, she realized there was no such thing as a free lunch. If you want food and drink covered, it's not difficult for me, but I only cover the needs of my women. Do you want to become one of my women? Wang Jiao'er exclaimed in surprise, then glanced at Jiang Qi. You have no objections. Jiang Qi was bewildered. Why would I have objections? Aren't you two a couple? Wang Jiao'er asked with confusion. Both Yi Ming and Jiang Qi were incredibly attractive, a pair seemingly made in heaven, and their intimate demeanor clearly suggested they were a couple. Jiang Qi noticed Wang Jiao'er's confusion and said, I am one of his women. Once you join us, we'll be sisters. And I truly hope you can join. Our husband is none other than Yi Ming, the #1 on the leaderboard. You definitely won't regret your decision today. He's your husband, not our husband, Wang Jiao'er complained as she hadn't agreed to become Yi Ming's woman. However, she was somewhat surprised to learn that Yi Ming was actually the top-ranked individual. No wonder he was so powerful, capable of killing her in an instant. Wang Jior looked at Yi Ming and asked, "How many women do you have?" Yi Ming replied calmly, though a hint of regret tinged his tone. "Currently, I have about 7 or 8, but I will strive to take in more women in the future." 7 or 8. More to come in the future. Wang Jior widened her eyes, her adorable cheeks puffing up in anger. From Yi Ming's words, it seemed 7 or 8 wasn't enough. Was he truly unafraid of exhausting himself? Folding her arms, Wang Jior shook her head at Yi Ming. "I absolutely refuse to marry a fickle man, no matter how handsome you are." "That's quite unfortunate. It seems we cannot cooperate then." Yi Ming raised an eyebrow at Wang Jior. He then placed the bucket of fried chicken in front of himself, took out a chicken leg burger, and fed Jiangqi. "Here you go, wife. Let's eat the entire bucket, leaving nothing for her." "You?" Wang Jior glared at Yi Ming, puffed up with anger. Jiangqi covered her mouth, stifling a laugh, though she was too familiar with this trick of Yi Ming's, having been won over by bread and instant noodles herself. She wondered how long this honey-controlling beauty could hold out. To play along with Yi Ming, Jiangqi took small bites of the burgers he fed her. "Husband, this is so delicious. This one is spicy. You should try this chicken wing." This Orleans-style wing is perfectly cooked. Too bad there are only 2 left, just right for us to have one each." Yi Ming and Jiangqi took turns feeding each other from the bucket, taking their time to savor each bite and comment on the flavors. Wang Jior stood by, constantly swallowing. She hadn't eaten anything since arriving in this instance world. There was some honey in the beehive, but that was barely enough for the bees themselves, let alone for her. The aroma of fried chicken and burgers wafted throughout the room, incredibly rich. Wang Jior could clearly no longer resist the temptation of the food, and directly reached into the bucket, tearing open a burger to eat. Yi Ming and Jiangqi didn't stop her laughing as they watched her devour the burger. After finishing the burger, Wang Jior fully accepted her fate and glanced at Yi Ming. At least he was handsome. She didn't consider herself too unlucky, just that he was too fickle, who otherwise she would have agreed to Yi Ming long ago. After all, who wouldn't want to fall in love with a handsome guy? Jiangqi noticed Wang Jior's awkwardness and sat beside her to ask about some details. They introduced themselves to each other. Wang Jior held a fried chicken leg in one hand and a soda in the other, her eyes occasionally glancing at Yi Ming. "Once we leave this instance, you must not abandon me, or I will be at a great loss." Yi Ming smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, as long as you don't betray me, I won't abandon you." Upon hearing Yi Ming's words, Wang Jior felt much more at ease. She didn't want to sell her body for a few meals, but if Yi Ming protected her in the future, it wouldn't be too much of a loss. Lunchtime quickly passed. The bucket of fried chicken was nearly emptied by the 3 of them. Yi Ming stood up and looked at the 2 women. "Let's go, I'll take you to kill some zombies." The 2 women had no objections to killing zombies. Jiangqi wanted to enhance her strength and gain battle experience, while Wang Jior was curious to see Yi Ming's capabilities and whether he could protect her in the future. After a brief preparation, the 3 of them left their residence. With Wang Jior's scouting ability, Yi Ming could easily find areas with fewer zombies. When encountering a small number of zombies, Yi Ming mostly left it to Jiangqi to handle. Practicing against low-level zombies was simply perfect for Jiangqi. Moreover, Yi Ming personally taught Jiangqi how to fight, greatly benefiting her. These experiences were combat methods Yi Ming had summarized from his battles at the bottom. Killing low-level zombies was essentially effortless. Jiangqi's attributes in strength, speed, and constitution were all at E level, and after putting on combat boots, her speed even reached D level. Such high attributes were unmatched even by Zhang Lei or Joseph. Thus zombies faced Jiangqi only to be slaughtered. After Jiangqi used a wooden spear to kill dozens of zombies, her entire demeanor transformed significantly, exuding the aura of a female general. In contrast, Wang Jior showed little interest in killing zombies. After shooting down 2 zombies with her wooden bow, she stopped participating. Even when Yi Ming wanted to personally teach her how to fight, she refused, stating that her abilities were not suited to handle zombies, and she had already given up. After all, she couldn't make it into the top 10 on the leaderboard. She was just here to tag along in this instance world. It was better to leave the zombies for Yi Ming to handle, which would increase his points and help maintain his top position. Yi Ming had no objections to this. Everyone had their own aspirations. Moreover, Wang Jior's abilities weren't lacking. Controlling a swarm of bees in battle still gave Yi Ming a headache. It was just that the swarm was too ineffective against zombies. In the afternoon, Yi Ming led Jiangqi and Wang Jior on a hunt for zombies across the city. During this time, he ventured to probe a large horde. This nearly resulted in him being surrounded twice, deterring him from ever attempting to engage such a massive group again. Facing a large horde alone would be nothing short of suicide. For Yi Ming, these colossal masses were far too formidable. It was far easier to eliminate smaller groups. Thus, he focused his efforts on hunting down the lesser packs. The day swiftly drew to a close. As dusk settled, Yi Ming, accompanied by Jiangqi and Wang Jior, returned to their shelter, clutching several boxes of takeout and bottles of water. Back in their room, the trio sat around the table to eat. "Do you two feel this zombie world might be a bit too simplistic?" Yi Ming asked the 2 women after taking a bite of his meal. He couldn't shake the feeling that the zombie world was overly straightforward. For instance, Wang Jior could easily survive 7 days by simply hiding in a room with enough food and water. The two women looked at him with confusion, not understanding his meaning. Simplistic. How so? Jiangqi rolled her eyes. Honey, you're so powerful that killing zombies seems easy to you, but others aren't like you. Just look at the teams ranked below 20, their scores are still around 100, or even just dozens. Hearing this, Ming opened the leaderboard with doubt. He was still in first place with over 2100 points. Zhang Lei was second with over 1500. Joseph was third with over 900. From 4th to 10th place, scores hovered between 600 and 700. From 10th to 20th, they ranged from 400 to 500. However, after the 20th rank, scores plummeted drastically, mostly around 100 points, with some even trailing in the dozens. Wang Jior was at the very bottom with a mere 3 points. Looking at the leaderboard, a single thought crossed Ming's mind: 80% of the teams had already given up. From the 20th rank onward, their mindset mirrored Wang Jior's. They no longer aimed to hunt zombies. These teams sought only to survive the 7 days and claim the basic reward. After all, the top 10 teams had scores far too high to catch up to, so risking their lives for a futile chase seemed pointless. Yet seeing the majority of teams adopt such a passive attitude, Ming felt a foreboding sense of dread. But he couldn't pinpoint the root of the problem. Could the dungeon world really be that easy to clear? He turned to Wang Jior. Jior, after dinner, get ready. Well, collect the fare early. Wang Jior murmured softly, her head lowered as she ate. A closer look would reveal her fair neck had flushed a deep crimson. Jiangqi watched with a knowing smile. After dinner, Wang Jior's affection increased by 2. Elsewhere in the city, other teams were also resting in their shelters. No one was foolish enough to hunt zombies at night. There was one exception, however, Zhang Lei. But even he only controlled his flying sword from within a building, slaying zombies from a distance. He dared not venture outside after dark, for stumbling into a horde would mean certain death. Just as Zhang Lei was about to continue his hunt, he noticed all the zombies moving in a single direction. Were they gathering? He ceased his attack, frowning as he pondered what this phenomenon signified. The night saw only zombies roaming the city, while all teams slept soundly in their rooms. Jiangqi's affection increased by 6. Jiangqi's affection increased by 6. Jiangqi's affection increased by 6. Ming lay in the warmth of his companions, gradually feeling drowsy. Just as he was about to fall asleep, the clock struck midnight. Ding! Zombie hunt time begins. During the night, all zombies will pursue the 3 teams with the lowest scores until dawn. Ming and Jiangqi's eyes shot open in shock. They hadn't yet fallen asleep and clearly heard the system notification. Wang Jior, however, slept soundly, and Ming's arms drool trickling from her lips, oblivious to the unfolding events. Cold sweat broke out on Ming's forehead. If all zombies were now hunting the bottom 3 teams, that meant Wang Jior's location was known to every undead creature. Get up and get dressed. We have to leave this place, Ming said sternly. Jiangqi was on the verge of tears. Honey, my legs are still weak. Don't worry, just get dressed. He'll carry you on my back later. Ming reassured her, trying to calm her panic. Then he woke Wang Jior, explaining the situation as they hurriedly dressed. Wang Jior was still dazed, her hair a mess and her mind foggy. When the realization hit her, she shuddered in terror. I'm being hunted by all the zombies. Her face turned pale as she clutched Ming. You can't abandon me. I gave you my first time. Ming gave her a sharp flick on the head. If you don't want to die, get dressed quickly and send your bee swarm to scout the surroundings. Wang Jior nodded, frantically, utterly lost, and relying solely on Ming. She would do whatever Ming said, obediently following his orders. The 3 quickly dressed. Food and weapons were unnecessary. The only essential item was Wang Jior's beehive. She strapped it onto her back, looking at Ming with pleading eyes, afraid he would see her as a burden and abandon her. Jiangqi's legs were weak, and she too stared at Ming. She had hoped a night's rest would restore her strength, but calamity had struck instead. Ming found himself in a difficult spot with the 2 women. Both were incapacitated, making it impossible to outrun the zombie encirclement. Yet Ming couldn't bring himself to flee alone, leaving the women behind. He resolved to keep them both by his side for protection. Their current location was compromised. He didn't dare leave Jiangqi alone while taking only Wang Jior. Thus, having both women with him was the safest option. Ming crouched down, letting Wang Jior, who carried the beehive, climb onto his back. He then used a towel to tie her securely, ensuring she would stay in place. Next, he had Jiangqi nestling against his chest. Holding her with his left arm and a wooden spear in his right, with Wang Jior and the beehive on his back, he was ready. Don't be afraid, my 2 wives. Watch your husband lead us out of here. To be safe, Ming exchanged for 7 rank attribute orbs, enhancing his speed to D rank. Then, without hesitation, he leaped out of the window. Ming leaped to the ground with the 2 women, using a wooden spear to stab several zombies to death, before asking Jior, how are the bee swarms doing with reconnaissance? Which direction has fewer zombies? Wang Jior, having followed Ming's instructions, had already dispatched the bee swarms to scout the surroundings, and bees were now returning from all directions. Dozens of bees now buzzed around the trio, making it look as if they had poked a hornet's nest. Wang Jior leaned against Ming's back, communicating with the bees to gather information. Soon she pointed in a direction and said, "Over there are fewer zombies. The horde hasn't gathered yet." In truth, their current escape from being surrounded by zombies was thanks to Ming's slaughter of many zombies nearby during the day. Otherwise, the area below would have been packed with the undead horde. With a direction set, Ming dared not delay and led the two women in a desperate flight. The priority now was to break out of the zombie encirclement, otherwise encountering advanced zombies would spell certain doom. Ming moved swiftly, and even burdened with two companions, no zombie could catch up. Meanwhile, Wang Jiuer kept busy dispatching all the bees to scout the surroundings. The bee swarm now served as Ming's eyes, crucial for ensuring he didn't charge into a zombie horde. Under Wang Jiuer's guidance, Ming moved in fits and starts weaving through the city. Yet Wang Jiuer's face grew increasingly panicked. No matter how fast Ming ran with her, the zombies in the city kept converging on them, leading to an inevitable dead end. After stabbing several zombies to death with his wooden spear, Ming also noticed this problem and began pondering a solution. Soon he realized the key lay with Wang Jiuer. "We can't keep fleeing like this, Jiuer. You need to kill zombies to earn points and raise your rank. As long as you're not in the bottom 3, the zombies won't hunt you." "That's right." Jiangqi and Wang Jiuer's eyes lit up simultaneously. This was indeed the only way to break the deadlock. Jiangqi quickly opened the leaderboard to see how many points Wang Jiuer needed to surpass the 4th from list. But after a glance, her face paled. "Honey, 2 names are missing from the leaderboard. Jiuer's rank has risen to 98. The original 98th and 99th must have been killed by zombies." Ming nodded in understanding. They had reacted quickly, but other teams couldn't escape the zombie encirclement like he could. Even Ming, without Wang Jiuer's bee swarm, wouldn't have lasted this long. Getting back to the point for Wang Jiuer to shake off the zombie pursuit, she needed to raise her rank to at least 95. In Ming's view, even 95th place wasn't safe at all. Who knew how many teams would perish tonight? Ming had realized this leaderboard was a death list. The lower the rank, the faster the demise. No one could slack off. The reward of 6 attribute orbs was not easily won. So Ming decided to boost Wang Jiuer's points. Taking advantage of the momentary absence of zombies, he set Wang Jiuer down from his back and had Jiangqi carry the beehive onto his back instead. They swapped positions to make it easier for Wang Jiuer to hunt zombies. Ming used a towel to secure Jiangqi to himself, and then exchanged for 12 attribute orbs for Wang Jiuer. After handing them over, his favorability points dwindled to a mere 2. "Jiuer, enhance your strength and speed, and get ready to kill zombies." Wang Jiuer stared at the handful of attribute orbs first in shock, then, with tears welling up in her eyes. At that moment, she truly understood the benefits of being Ming's woman. His sense of responsibility moved her deeply, as he could have abandoned her and fled with Jiangqi alone. But Ming never gave up on her, even giving her 12 attribute orbs, which were worth more than the leaderboard's rewards. "Brother Ming, thank you. He'll be your woman forever." Wang Jiuer's favorability 5. At that moment, she was completely devoted to Ming. Ming smiled and exchanged 6 more attribute orbs for her. "Enhance your stamina too. You'll be killing a lot of zombies tonight." Wang Jiuer accepted the 6 orbs, dazed by the 18 in her hands. Ming was incredibly generous. 18 attribute orbs at once. Who would believe it? But his moves weren't over. He synthesized a pair of combat boots and a wooden spear for Wang Jiuer. Seeing her still holding the orbs without absorbing them, he flicked her forehead sharply. "What are you thinking? Absorb the orbs quickly and put on the boots." "Oh." Wang Jiuer felt the sting on her forehead and snapped back to reality, responding hastily. Jiangqi on Ming's back chuckled quietly. This sister was clearly overwhelmed by his generosity, though she had said before that becoming Ming's woman would never be a regret. Wang Jiuer absorbed the 18 attribute orbs, boosting her strength, speed, and physique to E rank. Incidentally, she had previously opened a bronze chest, obtaining 6 orbs that she had used to enhance her spirit, as controlling the bee swarm required mental power. Now all 4 of Wang Jiuer's attributes were at E rank. Jiangqi, by contrast, had 3 attributes at E and spirit at E. In terms of stats, Wang Jiuer even surpassed Jiangqi, and with her bee controlling ability, she was nearly invincible. Especially after donning the combat boots, Wang Jiuer's speed attribute rose to D, making her feel a bit cocky. But Ming remained grounded, carrying Jiangqi on his back and holding Wang Jiuer as they fled the zombie pursuit through the city. When encountering small groups of zombies, he left them for Wang Jiuer to handle. For larger hordes, they immediately escaped. The bee swarm played a crucial role, ensuring the trio never got surrounded. Wang Jiuer's zombie kill count steadily rose along with her points. Besides running, Ming also guided her combat experience on the side. Jiangqi had the easiest time, nearly falling asleep on Ming's back. Meanwhile, most teams in the city were panicking, jolted awake by the system alert at midnight. Everyone knew the zombies were hunting the bottom 3 teams non-stop until dawn. This left the teams that had chosen to slack off full of regret. Particularly those ranked in the 80s and 90s began to panic as names on the leaderboard were dwindling. "No, we can't just sit and wait. Let's go kill zombies to raise our rank." Some teams braved the night to hunt zombies outside. Soon everyone noticed certain names' points increasing. No one was foolish, they understood what this meant. So all teams grew restless, venturing out at night to kill zombies and boost their rankings. Competition intensified among all teams. The calmest at night were the top 10 teams, as zombies wouldn't hunt them tonight. They preferred to sleep more, conserve energy, and kill more zombies during the day. At night, as the number of teams on the leaderboard continued to dwindle, those who had been slacking off during the day could no longer sit idly. They ventured out to hunt zombies and increase their scores. This situation made it considerably more difficult for Wang Jiu'er to improve her ranking. With everyone out hunting zombies to gain points, Wang Jiu'er wasn't necessarily much faster than the other teams, especially since she also had to flee to avoid being surrounded by the horde. The constant decrease in the number of teams on the leaderboard also meant Wang Jiu'er could never shake off the 3 teams at the bottom. After impaling a zombie with her wooden spear, she quickly opened the leaderboard to check her rank. She was now in 92nd place, or 3rd from the bottom. If she could just move up one more spot, she would escape the relentless pursuit of the zombie horde. But soon the last place team vanished from the board, and Wang Jiu'er's ranking naturally fell to 2nd from the bottom. Why is this happening? Wang Jiu'er muttered, feeling a sense of grievance. The leaderboard seemed to be playing a cruel joke on her, always keeping her within the bottom 3. Coupled with the fact that other teams' scores were also rising, making it difficult to climb the ranks, Wang Jiu'er felt a wave of helplessness on the verge of tears. Just then Ming pulled her into his arms. Time to go. Which direction has fewer zombies? Ming lied. Wang Jiu'er's lips trembled, her voice laced with a sob. Ming finally noticed Wang Jiu'er's distress. He planted a comforting kiss on her trembling lips. Their eyes met, and Ming gazed into her tear-filled eyes. What are you afraid of when I'm here? Relax, I'm not going to abandon you. Now hurry up and tell me which direction has fewer zombies. The horde will surround us soon. I don't want to die here. Ooh, I haven't collected all the beauties in the world yet. A soft chuckle escaped Wang Jiu'er's lips as her tears turned to laughter. She never expected Ming to be thinking about collecting women at a time like this. Wiping the corners of her eyes, she quickly pointed out the direction for him. Holding Wang Jiu'er in one arm and carrying the dozing Jiangqi on his back, Ming swiftly fled in the direction she indicated. Throughout this sleepless night, the number of teams on the leaderboard kept shrinking. To everyone, the leaderboard had become a grim register of life and death. Once you fell into the bottom 3, hiding was useless no matter where you went. Some tried to barricade themselves inside high-rise buildings, sealing the doors shut. But faced with an endless horde, the zombies would pile up into a mountain, climb to the top floors, smash through the windows, and slaughter everyone inside. Others hid in basements, thinking they could evade the zombie pursuit. But the advanced zombies were no mere decorations. They would directly intervene, digging the hidden survivors out of their underground shelters. Unless a team possessed a combination of abilities like Ming and Wang Jiu'er, night reconnaissance skills along with the speed and strength to escape the horde, they could only await their doom. In short, no one wanted to be one of the bottom 3 teams. After fleeing for what felt like an eternity, Wang Jiu'er killed a significant number of zombies, and her ranking finally rose, lifting her out of the bottom 3. The trio of Ming, Wang Jiu'er, and Jiangqi breathed a collective sigh of relief. Great, the zombies have finally stopped chasing us. Wang Jiu'er said, her legs giving way as she collapsed into Ming's arms. Jiangqi laughed. See, I told you I'd be fine. Once safe, Jiangqi nestled against Ming's back, a look of happiness on her face. It reminded her of the wonderful time before boarding the RV, when they had held each other. She had actually grown fond of this feeling of being carried by Ming. When Ming tried to put her down, Jiangqi refused. Ming was a bit baffled. He had no idea that Jiangqi had developed this strange new hobby of clinging to him. After Wang Jiu'er's ranking improved, Ming immediately led the 2 women into a building. Soon the pursuing zombie horde outside began to disperse. Let's rest here for a while. Ming looked at Wang Jiu'er. The girl's face was covered in sweat, but her expression held the joy of a narrow escape from death. During this time, Wang Jiu'er had been responsible for reconnaissance and killing zombies, which had exhausted the bee-controlling girl. Both her mental and physical energy were severely depleted. Seeing Wang Jiu'er's hair plastered to her small face with sweat, Ming reached out to smooth it back, then synthesized a towel to wipe her face. We can't let our guard down. Once the horde has dispersed, Jiu'er, you need to continue killing zombies to improve your ranking. Wang Jiu'er nodded, taking the towel to wipe the sweat from her cheeks. The way she looked at Ming had changed. After tonight, true love for Ming had blossomed in her heart. Only by experiencing life and death together could one truly understand the sense of security that comes from a man's protection. If the circumstances were different, Wang Jiu'er would have wanted to pay the fare in reverse right then. Naturally, Ming was unaware of Wang Jiu'er's thoughts. What puzzled Ming now was how Wang Jiu'er had survived this copy world in his past life. Could it be that Li Tianyu had saved her? Or perhaps Wang Jiu'er possessed some other zombie-killing ability that she herself had yet to discover. Ming looked at the swarm of bees fluttering around Wang Jiu'er, a thoughtful expression in his eyes. Jiu'er, can your bee swarm evolve? Or produce other varieties? No, they can't evolve. And I can only control bees and wasps, Wang Jiu'er replied. Ming nodded, but made a mental note of this. By the way, Jiu'er, what grade is your vehicle? A grade. I found it in the underground garage of a flower shop. Wang Jiu'er now trusted Yi Ming completely and didn't hide any information about her vehicle. After waiting a short while the zombie horde outside the building had dispersed, Yi Ming carrying Jiangqi on his back and leading Wang Jiu'er continued their zombie hunt. This time without the threat of being chased and surrounded by the horde. Yi Ming and Wang Jiu'er could go all out. They no longer had to worry about killing just a few zombies before having to consider an escape route. As long as there were no large hordes with advanced zombies, there was no danger for Yi Ming. Their scores began to rise rapidly, and their rankings slowly climbed. As the sky gradually turned bright, everyone finally made it through the night. The zombies stopped converging and began to wander aimlessly. Yi Ming opened the leaderboard. Wang Jiu'er had risen to 75th place, but only 83 teams remained on the board. 17 teams had vanished in a single night. At this rate of death by the 5th day, nearly all the teams would be wiped out. Yi Ming drew in a sharp breath. So this was the true challenge of the zombie world. Wang Jiu'er, who was constantly watching Yi Ming, noticed his grim expression and quickly asked, "Yi Ming, what's wrong?" Yi Ming shook his head, deciding not to share his thoughts with her for now. "It's nothing. Jiu'er, can your bees find our original shelter? We've been busy all night, it's time to go back and rest." All three of them were in poor condition. Wang Jiu'er in particular had expended a great deal of mental and physical energy. If not for Yi Ming carrying her while they fled, she wouldn't have had the strength left to kill zombies. With the help of her bee swarm, Wang Jiu'er naturally knew the location of their original shelter. So Yi Ming, holding Wang Jiu'er and carrying Jiangqi on his back, quickly made their way back. The three of them ate a simple meal and then collapsed onto the bed to sleep. By noon the next day, the glaring sunlight streamed through the window. Having slept through the entire morning, Yi Ming and the two women had fully recovered their strength and spirits, and they gradually awoke. Yi Ming opened his eyes and stretched lazily. The exhaustion from being chased by zombies all night had long since dissipated. "All right, time to get up." Yi Ming signaled the two women to rise and stop clinging to him, as they would soon have to hunt zombies again. The women giggled, ignored him, and went together to the living room to whisper. Seeing their close bond, Yi Ming said nothing. After the ordeal of being hunted together last night, a deep friendship had formed between them. They ate a simple meal of bread and prepared to hunt zombies once more. Yi Ming checked the leaderboard. He was still in first place with over 2,800 points. Second was Zhang Lei with over 2,500 points, and third was Joseph with over 1,600 points. Wang Jiu'er was in 80th place with just over 300 points. After resting for a morning, her rank had dropped significantly, making her fourth from last. No team dared to slack off now. No one wanted to fall behind and become the target of the zombie hunt at night. Thus, everyone was trying every means to kill more zombies. As Yi Ming led the two women downstairs to hunt, they found 8 people waiting for him. These 8 seemed to belong to 2 teams, one team of 3 in Taoist robes, and another led by a man in military uniform, followed by 4 subordinates holding wooden spears. The 8 were somewhat surprised to see 2 beautiful women following Yi Ming. They hadn't expected the top-ranked Yi Ming to indulge himself so with such lovely companions, and they couldn't help but feel envious. More than a dozen people stood face to face downstairs. Yi Ming reacted first, recognizing the man in uniform as Zhang Lei and the lead Daoist-robed youth as Song Shensi. Both were formidable figures in his past life. He hadn't expected them to appear together here. They were probably here for him. The Daoist-robed youth quickly stepped forward to speak. "Brother Yi Ming, we mean no harm. Please don't misunderstand. Let me introduce myself. I am Song Shensi, ranked 6th, and this is Zhang Lei, ranked 2nd. We've come to propose a collaboration." Collaboration? Yi Ming glanced at Wang Jiu'er, who had said the same thing yesterday. These people weren't here to ask for free food and lodging, were they? "Tell me what kind of collaboration?" Yi Ming said nonchalantly. Song Shensi organized his thoughts and quickly explained, "My ability allows me to calculate the celestial mechanism. For instance, I divined that you were staying here. I also foresee that if all teams continue to act independently, the outcome for all of us is death. Given that 20 teams die each night, by the 6th and 7th days, everyone will be killed by the zombies. The only solution is to hunt the high-level zombies. Therefore, I hope to organize all teams to hunt these advanced zombies together." Song Shensi spoke at length, clearly outlining the problem and the solution in this zombie world. Zhang Lei remained silent, evidently agreeing with the proposal, or he wouldn't be here. The eyes of both teams were fixed on Yi Ming. They were all curious about what the top-ranked Yi Ming was thinking. Yi Ming nodded inwardly. The divine calculator's assessment matched his own observations, though he hadn't known the solution. So he asked, "Why would killing high-level zombies solve this problem?" "I believe killing more ordinary zombies to reduce their numbers is the correct approach." Yi Ming stated his own view. Song Shensi's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Yi Ming hadn't refuted his idea, but simply shared his own thoughts. From Yi Ming's words, Song Shensi realized that Yi Ming had also identified the issue, which meant half the persuasion was already successful. He quickly explained, "There are far too many ordinary zombies. We can never kill them all. But high-level zombies are different. There are only 100 of them, matching the number of our teams. If we kill all those 100 high-level zombies, the nighttime zombie horde will lose its command. We can hide in the buildings, and the horde won't be able to touch us." "Oh." Ming's eyes gleamed, finding Song Shinsi's reasoning plausible. He was just unsure of its truth. Without high-level zombies, the ordinary ones would act only on instinct at night, indeed unable to climb buildings. Even gathering them would be difficult. According to the divine calculator, there were only 100 high-level zombies, an intriguing detail. It seemed like a duel between two races. By day, humans hunted zombies. By night, zombies hunted humans, seeing who could survive after 7 days. Interesting. Ming finally understood the mechanics of this zombie world. In his past life, Wang Jiuer, the divine calculator Zhonglei, and Li Tianyu had survived this trial by killing all the high-level zombies within 7 days. Ming smiled at the others. There's a large horde of about 800 or 900 zombies nearby. Are you interested in trying to hunt a high-level zombie with me? The divine calculator and Zhonglei exchanged glances. They hadn't expected Ming to be so impatient. Song Shinsi quickly explained, Brother Ming, don't be rash. A large horde is not easy to deal with. Moreover, it's commanded by a high-level zombie. With so few of us going there would be no different from seeking death. Zhonglei nodded in agreement. I've tried hunting high-level zombies before. They have high intelligence. Even when I kept my distance, I nearly got surrounded by the horde. Clearly both had encountered large hordes and were wary of high-level zombies. Song Shinsi then shared his plan for dealing with a large horde: gather 20 to 30 teams, send weaker members to lure away the ordinary zombies, and then mobilize top combatants like Ming and Zhonglei to hunt the high-level zombie. That was the safest and most effective method. Their current challenge was organizing 20 to 30 teams. Song Shinsi hoped to use the influence of Ming, Zhonglei, and Joseph to rally the top 30 teams. Ming waved his hand. Too troublesome. Let's first try hunting a single high-level zombie. You 2 teams can lure away half the zombies, shouldn't be a problem. Leave the rest to us. Zhonglei and Song Shinsi exchanged a look, surprised by Ming's confidence. Zhonglei was the first to react and agreed to Ming's proposal. If we can hunt a high-level zombie, it will be more convincing when organizing other teams. Besides, I want to see your strength and understand why your points are growing faster than mine. Seeing Zhonglei's agreement, Song Shinsi also nodded in determination. The 3 groups immediately began discussing tactics for dealing with the large zombie horde. In a small park somewhere in the city, nearly 1,000 zombies had gathered, all under the command of a single advanced zombie 3 meters tall and rippling with muscle. Unlike the wandering undead elsewhere, these zombies were clustered together in a dense army-like formation. Anyone daring to provoke them would be instantly engulfed by the horde with no chance to resist. Outside the small park, 3 young men in Taoist robes furrowed their brows. Senior brother, are you sure there are only 800 or 900 zombies here? I sense well over 1,000. Asked one of the Taoists. Song Shinsi shook his head, uncertain of the exact count. For safety's sake, he pinched his fingers and performed a divination for the 3 of them. It's manageable. With caution, the danger is minimal. The 2 junior brothers sighed in relief. Gathering their courage, the 3 Taoists shouted loudly to draw the horde's attention. Roars echoed from the zombie mass as if issuing commands. Immediately, all the zombies stirred and charged toward them. From above, the horde resembled a massive hand encircling Song Shinsi and his companions. They turned and fled in terror, knowing better than to wait for the zombies to surround them. With the advanced zombie directing them, the horde moved faster than ordinary zombies, even breaking into a run, a truly awe-inspiring sight. Panicked, the 3 Taoists quickened their pace, fleeing along a predetermined route. Their goal was to lure the massive horde away from the park. Within the horde, the 3-turtle advanced zombie stood out, conspicuously oblivious to their baiting tactics. It pursued purely on instinct to kill. The advanced zombie roared repeatedly, urging the horde to speed up and catch the trio. Yet as the horde's pace increased, its once-tense formation began to loosen. With another roar, the advanced zombie pressed the horde, not to let the humans escape. Unbeknownst to it, the horde had stretched into a long serpentine line, chasing the trio through the city. The trio's pre-planned route led them into clusters of buildings where the terrain hindered the horde's advance. The 3 led the horde on a deadly chase through the city. Amidst the pursuit, a flying sword shot from behind, slaughtering several zombies before the advanced zombie's eyes then leisurely flew back. The advanced zombie roared in fury. Feeling provoked, it looked toward the sword's origin and saw a man in military uniform waving at it. With another roar, the advanced zombie led its horde in pursuit of the new target. However, half the horde ahead still chased the 3 Taoists, unaware their commander had shifted focus. Thus the horde split. One part continued after Song Shinsi's group, while the other turned to chase Zhonglei. The advanced zombie still sensed nothing amiss, but its horde had already halved. Leading the remaining half, it pursued Zhonglei. Along the way, 4 men armed with wooden spears jumped out, luring away more zombies. These men, followers of Zhonglei, were tasked with further thinning the horde. Each lured about 70 to 80 zombies, totaling 200 to 300 between them. Now only 100 or so zombies remained, with the advanced zombie still chasing Zhonglei. Finally, the advanced zombie realized the problem. Its horde was not only diminished, but also scattered from the relentless chase. The humans were systematically luring away its forces. Despite its limited intelligence, the advanced zombie grasped the scheme. Yet it cared little. The lost zombies meant nothing to it. Even if all were drawn away, it suffered no loss. It was not a zombie that relied on its minions for combat. Moreover, commanding ordinary zombies during the day drained its mental energy. The more it controlled, the foggier and more uncomfortable its mind became. So the fewer zombies it commanded by day, the better its state. This clarity allowed it to now understand why the horde was being lured away. There were also power disparities among advanced zombies. The stronger the individual, the fewer zombies it controlled during the day. Conversely, those commanding thousands were the weakest, lacking confidence, and thus amassing large hordes for security. This advanced zombie was confident in its own strength. It let its minions chase the humans, losing them from its control. Now it wanted to see what tricks the humans had up their sleeves. It refused to believe it could be hunted by them. As the advanced zombie with its diminished horde chased Zhang Lei, Yi Ming accompanied by Jiang Qi and Wang Jie were ambushed from a corner. The three charged directly at the advanced zombie, sparking chaos. Some zombies continued after Zhang Lei while others turned on Yi Ming's group only to be impaled by wooden spears. "Leave the ordinary zombies to you," Yi Ming told the two women. Jiang Qi swiftly dispatched several zombies with her spear and smiled. "Go for it, husband. I believe in you. Brother Yi Ming, go take down that big one. Leave these common zombies to sister Jiang Qi and me." Wang Jie patted her chest, brimming with confidence. She intended to kill more zombies today to earn extra points, determined not to be hunted again all night. Neither sister worried about Yi Ming's ability to defeat the advanced zombie. They had witnessed his prowess the night before. If even Yi Ming couldn't overcome it, then everyone in this world was doomed. Yi Ming smiled, casually gripping his wooden spear as he charged toward the advanced zombie. Ordinary zombies that got in his way were instantly slain. At D-rank speed, they were no match for him. The horde, now sparse and scattered, had lost its dense, overwhelming feel from the park. The common zombies posed little threat. Yi Ming swiftly reached the muscular advanced zombie and hurled his spear at its head. The wooden tip only grazed its skin. With a roar, the advanced zombie punched at him. Boom! Its fists smashed into the ground, sending debris flying and cracking the earth. Yi Ming dodged easily, his speed far surpassing the zombies. But the advanced zombie didn't stop at one blow. Like a raging gorilla, it pounded at him wildly with both arms. Boom, boom, boom. The advanced zombie's speed was considerable, its arms blurring as it struck. The ground was ravaged as if bombarded by artillery, with no intact patch remaining. It chased Yi Ming, hammering relentlessly, but he evaded each strike, his greater speed making it seem like he was toying with it. Yet Yi Ming wasn't just playing. He was adapting to its fighting style. This zombie was formidable, massive, powerful, fast, and ferocious in its attacks. Yi Ming dared not become careless. A single hit would injure him. So he dodged every attack, refusing to withstand any blow heated. Jiang Qi and Wang Jie swiftly cleared the ordinary zombies from the scene, yet their gazes frequently drifted toward the direction where Yi Ming was locked in combat with the advanced zombie. The oppressive aura emanating from that advanced zombie was overwhelming. A single casual strike could shatter the ground, amplifying the two women's growing concern for Yi Ming's safety. Jiang Qi gritted her teeth, impaling a few zombies with her wooden spear before urging the distracted Wang Jie. "Jie, stop watching. Hurry up and kill these common zombies." Wang Jie quickly nodded. The only thing they could do now was to help Yi Ming by clearing out these insignificant zombie minions. The 100 or so ordinary zombies on site posed little threat to the two women. At this moment, however, Yi Ming found himself in a dire predicament. He could barely inflict any damage on the advanced zombie. The problem lay with his wooden spear, which was clearly inadequate for a battle of this caliber. A weapon worth a mere 5 escape coins struggled even to kill ordinary beasts. Expecting it to slay an advanced zombie was sheer folly. Yi Ming needed at least a 1-star melee weapon to harm the creature. For now, he could only rely on his speed to keep the zombie occupied, using the wooden spear to deal insignificant damage. Yi Ming dodged the advanced zombie's ferocious hammer-like strike, leaping backward to create a gap of 5 or 6 meters before hurling his wooden spear with all his might. Whoosh, thud. The spear lodged into the zombie's shoulder, but its muscles and bones caught it, allowing only the tip to pierce the flesh. Roar. The advanced zombie bellowed in fury, casually pulling the wooden spear from its shoulder. The attack had barely caused any damage, hardly any blood flowed. The zombie's dense muscles and bones formed its best defense, and its sole weak point was its head. Even if a spear pierced its body, it would remain unaffected. Unless the spear could penetrate its brain, Yi Ming had no way to kill this advanced zombie. Conversely, if the zombie landed a single punch on him, the battle would end instantly. At this point, Yi Ming was already considering abandoning the hunt for the advanced zombie. Elsewhere, not far away, Zhang Lei noticed only a few dozen zombies trailing behind him and realized Yi Ming had already engaged the enemy. He shook off his pursuers and retraced his steps to find Yi Ming and the others. Upon arriving at the scene, he saw Yi Ming locked in combat with the advanced zombie, while Jiang Qi and Wang Jie were slaughtering the ordinary ones. Truly impressive. Zhang Lei watched Yi Ming struggle with the advanced zombie, admiration welling up within him. He finally understood the gap between himself and Yi Ming. Their attributes were on entirely different levels. If he himself faced that advanced zombie, he would be crushed into a pulp in an instant. No, I Zhang Lei have to lend a hand. Never one to stand idly by, Zhang Lei decided to intervene upon seeing Yi Ming and the women fighting the zombies. He immediately manipulated his flying sword to assist Jiang Qi and Wang Jiu'er in slaughtering the common zombies. He couldn't provoke the advanced one, but he could certainly handle the ordinary ones. The sudden appearance of the flying sword swiftly decapitating zombies startled Jiang Qi and Wang Jiu'er. However, seeing that it only targeted the zombies and not them, the two women felt relieved. Though puzzled by the sword's origin, they focused on their own task of killing zombies. After a prolonged struggle with the advanced zombie, Yi Ming had decided to retreat. He couldn't kill this creature without a decent weapon. His gaze shifted toward Jiang Qi and Wang Jiu'er, intending to signal them to flee. But instead he spotted a flying sword continuously slaying zombies. Huh! Yi Ming's eyes lit up, fixed on the sword darting through the air. That blade was clearly razor-sharp, severing zombie heads with ease. Its only flaw was its sluggish speed, otherwise it could have lopped off the advanced zombie's head. What a fine, unclaimed flying sword. Yi Ming's heart raced with excitement. His luck was truly remarkable. Just when he needed a weapon to kill the zombie, a flying sword appeared out of nowhere. What did it mean to be a child of destiny? Yi Ming finally understood. He was one. The only issue was that the sword seemed a bit capricious, wasting its time on ordinary zombies instead of flying into his hand to acknowledge him as its master. Still, Yi Ming could understand. This sword clearly possessed a spirit. A few character flaws were to be expected. After all, taming such a sword would bring a greater sense of achievement. Yi Ming continued to grapple with the advanced zombie, while gradually edging closer to the flying sword. No one on the scene noticed his deliberate approach. Everyone assumed the fight had simply drifted near the sword. Suddenly, seizing the moment, Yi Ming lunged toward the flying sword. His speed was so blinding that even the advanced zombie failed to react. Like catching a dragonfly, Yi Ming snatched the flying sword from the air and burst into triumphant laughter, clutching it, as if it were a priceless treasure. Not far away, Zhang Lei, clad in military uniform, was stunned. Wait, that's my sword. Why in the midst of his spectacular battle with the advanced zombie would Yi Ming suddenly grab his flying sword? Zhang Lei tried to command the sword to break free, but Yi Ming held it in an iron grip, preventing it from escaping. Zhang Lei's face flushed crimson with strain, yet the sword remained trapped. Yi Ming, however, paid no heed to the sword's attempts to flee. With a flourish, he spun the blade and charged at the advanced zombie. Damn it, now that I have a real weapon, I'll hack you to pieces. After being battered by the zombie for so long, Yi Ming's resentment had been building. His speed and strength had always surpassed the zombies, but his weapon had failed to breach its muscular defense. Now the tide of battle would turn. Yi Ming dashed before the advanced zombie, swinging his longsword. Thud! A meter-long gash appeared on the zombie's chest, dark, cadaverous blood oozing from the wound. Roar! The advanced zombie flew into a frenzy, its arms hammering wildly at Yi Ming. Yet his speed was too great, it couldn't land a single punch. Armed with his new weapon, Yi Ming's combat style shifted dramatically. As he evaded the zombie's attacks, his sword lashed out repeatedly. Countless sword wounds blossomed across the zombie's body. With the weapon in hand, Yi Ming became ferocious, relentlessly pursuing the advanced zombie. Roar! The zombie let out a cry, fear flickering in its eyes. It hadn't anticipated how formidable Yi Ming would become with a blade. Now covered in gashes, the zombie looked utterly pathetic. Clearly intimidated, it turned to flee. But Yi Ming wouldn't give it the chance. Aiming for its neck, he struck with his sword. Had Zhang Lei been controlling the flying sword, it would have inflicted little damage on the advanced zombie. But Yi Ming's speed and strength were overwhelming. The force of his strike cleanly severed the zombie's massive head. With the weapon, his attributes completely overpowered the creature. Victory! Jiang Qi and Wang Jiu'er embraced joyfully. In the distance, Zhang Lei clenched his fists in excitement, unable to help but admire Yi Ming's combat prowess. Incredible! Yet admiration aside, Zhang Lei was still concerned about his flying sword in Yi Ming's possession. He needed to get it back as soon as possible. Yi Ming held the massive head of an advanced zombie in one hand, while gripping a longsword that struggled to fly away with the other. He looked at Zhang Lei with suspicion, asking, "Is this sword yours?" Zhang Lei quickly nodded, his eyes fixed on Yi Ming's firm grip on the hilt, and couldn't help swallowing nervously. Damn, it was Yi Ming planning to keep his flying sword for himself. Zhang Lei even wondered that if Yi Ming struck him down with the sword right now, he would have no one to turn to for justice. At this thought, Zhang Lei's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, the next moment Yi Ming raised the flying sword and examined it closely, saying, "It doesn't have your name on it. How can you claim it's yours?" This sword was clearly ownerless. "I caught it with my own hands just now. You wouldn't be trying to falsely claim it, would you?" "Exactly. I saw this sword flying around wildly in the air with no master at all. And you weren't even here at the time," Wang Jiu'er chimed in, quickly corroborating. This Zhang Lei was truly shameless. He had the audacity to ask brother Yi Ming for the precious sword. If it weren't for their prior cooperation, she would have already commanded her be swarmed to sting him. Jiang Qi stood beside Yi Ming, scrutinizing Zhang Lei from head to toe. She had already guessed that this flying sword likely belonged to him, but she chose not to say anything. Under the probing gazes of Yi Ming and the two women, Zhang Lei felt awkward and quickly pointed at the sword in Yi Ming's hand. This sword is my weapon. If you let it go, it will naturally fly back to me. No, Yi Ming refused, shaking his head. If I let go and the sword flies away, can you compensate me for it? Zhang Lei broke out in a cold sweat. He couldn't afford to lose this flying sword. His entire strength depended on this weapon. If Yi Ming took it from him, he would be utterly useless. So Zhang Lei quickly explained, I was using the flying sword to help you kill zombies just now. You must have seen that, right? Besides, we've already formed a cooperative alliance. I just helped you with my sword. How can you take my weapon? Hearing Zhang Lei's words, Yi Ming realized that the sword indeed belonged to him. However, there were still 99 advanced zombies left in this city, and Yi Ming intended to borrow Zhang Lei's flying sword again. So Yi Ming said, he'll return the sword to you, but he'll need to borrow it for hunting advanced zombies later. Agree to that, and he'll give it back. Agreed. Zhang Lei nodded hurriedly. Only then did Yi Ming release the flying sword. With a whoosh, the sword instantly flew back into Zhang Lei's hand, as if afraid Yi Ming would change his mind and take it back. With the advanced zombie now dealt with, Yi Ming began to consider hunting the others. This matter required further discussion with the others. Using Wang Jiaoer's Bee Swarm's abilities, Yi Ming and his group quickly located Song Shinsi and the others. Once everyone gathered, they discussed how to organize the other teams. After deliberation, they decided to contact the other teams today and begin hunting advanced zombies tomorrow. Song Shinsi spoke first. I can approach the top 10 teams and persuade them to join in hunting the advanced zombies. For such a hunt, even the top 20 teams would readily participate, as it determined whether they would be pursued by zombies in the last 2 nights. Zhang Lei quickly added, they'll go with the Taoist. Having me along will make it easier to convince the other teams. In truth, Zhang Lei simply didn't want to stay with Yi Ming. He always felt that Yi Ming coveted his flying sword. Yi Ming nodded in agreement. It suited Yi Ming just fine that Zhang Lei and Song Shinsi's groups were leaving. He had no interest in taking them along to kill zombies. As for contacting the other teams, that task was left to Wang Jiaoer's bees. Yi Ming found some paper and a pen in the building and wrote a note explaining the reason for organizing teams to hunt advanced zombies. Those who didn't want to be killed by zombies at night should come join the hunt tomorrow. He then attached the small notes to individual bees and sent them off to find each team. After seeing the notes, those who were interested would naturally come tomorrow. The group then split up. Zhang Lei and Song Shinsi's teams went to find the top 10 teams, while Yi Ming led the 2 women to hunt zombies. Before leaving, Song Shinsi asked Yi Ming for the head of the advanced zombie, and Yi Ming readily gave it to him. With this head, the other teams would have the confidence to join the hunt. However, before handing it over, Yi Ming had already pried the crystal core out of the zombie's brain. It was a red crystal. Zombie crystal core, absorbable by any living being, enhances attributes, but has a chance of causing mutation. Upon seeing it, Yi Ming dared not absorb it himself. A mutation would be disastrous. However, Wang Jiaoer suddenly had a peculiar idea when she saw the crystal core. Brother Yi Ming, since any living being can absorb this core, can my bee swarm do the same? That was actually worth a try. Yi Ming had little interest in the zombie crystal core anyway. It was far less useful than attribute orbs. He and the women certainly wouldn't absorb it, leaving only the option of selling it. But letting the hornets absorb it was also a good idea. Fine, let your bee swarm give it a try, Yi Ming said, handing the core to Wang Jiaoer. She summoned 10 hornets from the hive and decided to use them to test the absorption. Wang Jiaoer could currently control 2 types of swarms: the honeybees responsible for reconnaissance and gathering nectar, and the hornets responsible for combat and stinging. Since the crystal core could enhance attributes, it was naturally better to let the combat-oriented hornets absorb it. Wang Jiaoer directed the 10 hornets to gnaw on the core. Soon the core was completely consumed by them. Then the hornets lay motionless on the ground. Are they dead? Jiang Qi asked curiously. Wang Jiaoer shook her head. Her mental connection with the 10 hornets was still intact. Then a miraculous scene unfolded before Yi Ming and the 2 women. The 10 hornets began to glow with a red light and started to swell in size. They're mutating. Yi Ming's eyes lit up with excitement. He had suspected earlier that Wang Jiaoer had a way to survive the zombie world. It seemed that in her past life, she had relied on the mutation of her bee swarm to get through it. The 3 watched in silence as the hornets underwent their transformation. After about 10 minutes, the bodies of the 10 hornets had expanded to the size of basketballs, and the red glow finally faded. Yi Ming observed them closely. Aside from their increased size, the most unsettling feature was the half-meter-long thick stingers on their tails. If that pierced a head, it could instantly bore a large hole through it. Yi Ming turned to Wang Jiaoer and immediately asked, how is it? Can you control these mutated hornets? Wang Jiaoer nodded. I can control them. But these 10 hornets are craving human flesh. What? Mutant wasps crave human flesh? Yi Ming was startled and immediately distanced himself from the wasps. He now suspected whether these mutant wasps had been infected by zombies. Fortunately, it seemed that Wang Jiaoer had complete control over these 10 wasps. How about we let the wasps try killing zombies? Yi Ming suggested. I sense the mutant wasps are quite formidable. Let's give it a try, Wang Jiaoer said expectantly. She was naturally eager to test the wasp strength. If the mutant wasps could hunt zombies, it would significantly ease Wang Jior's pressure this afternoon. Ming promptly led the two women to hunt zombies. Incidentally slaying that high-level zombie earned Ming 1,000 points. Ming's points had now surpassed 3900, securing an unshakable top rank. Conversely, Wang Jior's 300 points dropped her to 81st place, a third from the bottom. She had to boost her points and ranking before nightfall, or she would face zombie pursuit again. The trio soon located dozens of wandering zombies. Go, Wang Jior commanded with a wave of her hand. 10 basketball-sized mutant wasps flew toward the zombies like drones. They dove down, thrusting their half-meter-long stingers into the zombies' heads. With a piercing sound, the wasps' stingers punctured the zombies' skulls. As the zombies collapsed, the wasps quickly flapped their wings to lift off, pulling out the stingers along with redandant white viscous matter. Each wasp could effortlessly dispatch a zombie in seconds. Jior, it seems you need to lift a finger this afternoon, Ming remarked in awe. Wang Jior nodded excitedly. She had been reluctant to kill zombies herself. It was both disgusting and dangerous. With the wasps handling the task so easily, she could stay out of it. Now she could stay in the rear, commanding the wasps to slay zombies with effortless ease. Jiangqi smiled and put her arm around Wang Jior's shoulder. Jior, once your husband gets more cores tomorrow to mutate your entire swarm, you'll be incredibly powerful. Wang Jior shook her head helplessly. No, controlling these 10 mutant wasps already consumes a lot of my mental energy. Controlling too many could backfire. Wang Jior shuddered at the thought of the wasps breaking free from her mental control and turning on her. She had no desire to have her skull pierced like a zombie. Ming nodded in agreement. Jior is right. Controlling too many mutant wasps is risky, but you can take the elite route. From now on, use the cores to keep strengthening these 10 wasps. As for your mental energy limitations, leave that to me. It'll cover your future attribute spheres. Really? Wang Jior immediately clung to Ming's arm. Him promising to provide her future attribute spheres was incredibly generous. When Ming nodded, she excitedly kissed him on the cheek, overjoyed. The three chatted and laughed in the corner, watching the 10 mutant wasps dive repeatedly from the air to hunt zombies. This was far easier than Wang Jior killing them herself. Ming was in no rush to boost his points, preferring to stay hidden with the women and cultivate their bond. The 10 mutant wasps became Wang Jior diligent workers. Thanks to their efforts, her points grew rapidly. Throughout the afternoon, she directed the wasps in zombie hunting, raising her score from over 300 to more than 1500. Her ranking soared to 23rd place. In one afternoon with just 10 wasps, she had surpassed 60 teams. She no longer had to worry about being hunted by zombies at night. That afternoon, the trio also found a resource chest containing 5 bowls of beef noodles. Before dark, they returned to their shelter. At the dining table, Ming stared at the thin slices of beef on the noodles, utterly exasperated. What kind of beef noodles were these? The meat in all 5 bowls wouldn't even amount to a scratch on a cow. Despite his annoyance, the 5 bowls were enough to fill them up. After dinner, night fully descended. Apart from the faint moonlight outside, the room was pitch black. The city, however, had entered the zombies' hour of revelry. Roars echoed through the city. All ordinary zombies gathered near high-level zombies, awaiting the third day's dawn to begin hunting humans. The bottom-ranked teams dared not rest, venturing out at night to hunt zombies and improve their rankings. Ming's group, however, had no such worries. His and Wang Jior's rankings were safe from the bottom 3, so they could rest easy. The night passed without incident, punctuated only by zombie howls. Ming also recovered the favorability points he had spent the previous night. Favorability from Jiangqi increased by 6. Favorability from Wang Jior increased by 5. Jiangqi's favorability rose by another 6, and Wang Jior's by another 5. Dawn broke on the third day of the zombie world. Ming felt a tickle on his nose and scratched it. When it persisted, he sensed something amiss. He cracked his eyes open and saw Jiangqi teasing him with her long hair. Ming pretended to scratch his nose again. Jiangqi stifled a giggle, clearly amused by her antics. He hadn't expected her to have such a playful side. Just as Jiangqi was about to continue, Ming suddenly opened his eyes wide and let out a loud shout, grabbing her. Up! She was startled and screamed. The commotion woke Wang Jior, who rubbed her eyes groggily. Brother Ming, what's wrong with sister Jiangqi? Jior, save me. Jiangqi called for help while trapped in Ming's arms. Ming threw a pillow at the dazed Wang Jior, snapping her awake. She grabbed a pillow and hit him back, and the 3 of them frolicked in the room. After a while, Ming finally let the women go. They had a light breakfast. Honey, how many teams will come to hunt high-level zombies today? Jiangqi asked after finishing a bread and taking a sip of water. Ming finished his bread, took the water bottle from Jiangqi, and drank several large gulps to wash down the food. Basically, the top 20 teams will show up. The rest are uncertain. Hunting high-level zombies was crucial for the top teams, as it determined whether they would be hunted at night during the final 2 days. Ming opened the leaderboard, which now showed only 64 names. 19 more teams had been wiped out by zombies the previous night. In the small park, once the lair of an advanced zombie no undead had been seen since Ming and his team eliminated it the day before. Now 8 or 9 figures arrived at this park. Among them were those in Taoist robes, and others carrying wooden spears. It was the groups led by Song Shinsi and Zhang Lei. Are we the only ones here? Zhang Lei asked, puzzled. This small park was today's gathering point for hunting advanced zombies, yet other teams seemed not to have arrived. No, someone's already there. Suddenly a broken Chinese voice rose among them, startling both Song Shinsi and Zhang Lei's groups. Among the crowd, a white man had appeared unnoticed, a wooden axe hanging at his waist. It was Joseph, ranked third on the leaderboard. Joseph? Song Shinsi stared at the man in surprise, wondering when he had joined them. None of them had detected Joseph's presence, suggesting he possessed some special ability. His skills seemed shrouded in mystery. Zhang Lei and his companions were also startled, their wariness of Joseph deepening. This foreigner truly deserved his third-place ranking. He certainly had his tricks. Joseph greeted them in broken Chinese. Hi, friends. You finally arrived. Zhang Lei had contacted Joseph yesterday, inviting him to join the hunt, so Joseph recognized them. Joseph, I didn't expect you to come so early. Zhang Lei nodded in greeting. Joseph waved his hand. I only arrived a short while ago. After exchanging greetings, they chatted casually in the park. Joseph inquired about Yi Ming, which didn't surprise Zhang Lei. Almost every team asked about Yi Ming. Everyone was curious and wary of the top-ranked powerhouse. Having witnessed Yi Ming's strength firsthand, Joseph sought information to avoid provoking him. A few teams that had arrived earlier approached Zhang Lei and Song Shinsi for brief conversations, then waited silently for the assembly time. As time passed, more teams trickled in, grouping in 3s and 5s within the small park. Each person carried weapons for self-defense, and many bore bloodstains, evidence of numerous zombie kills. The teams that made it here were generally ranked in the top 30, all possessing some skill in zombie hunting. Suddenly someone asked, Zhang Lei, can we really wipe out the advanced zombies in 2 or 3 days? Is your plan reliable? Dozens had now gathered in the park, many arriving skeptically after receiving a be-delivered message yesterday. They lacked confidence in hunting advanced zombies, but saw no other way to change their fate, so they came to assess the situation. Song Shinsi stepped forward to explain the rules of this instance world. Everyone, the rule is simple. By day, humans hunt advanced zombies. By night, zombies hunt humans. If we don't kill those advanced zombies, we'll only die come nightfall. To survive, we must eliminate all advanced zombies within 2 to 3 days. Though challenging with proper cooperation, it was not impossible. Many frowned at this. I don't want to deny your plan, but are advanced zombies really that easy to kill, as someone questioned. Some had attempted to engage advanced zombies before, but were forced to flee from the overwhelming hordes. Song Shinsi shrugged helplessly. If advanced zombies were that easy, I wouldn't have gathered everyone here. From now on, we all must contribute. Those without strength will lure away the zombie hordes, while the capable form teams to kill the advanced ones. We need to hunt at least 30 to 40 advanced zombies daily to survive this world. Silence fell over the crowd. Outside the park, Li Tianyu's team arrived late. Li Tianyu looked at the gathered crowd and complained to Qinghua, Qingqing, look at this, quite a crowd here. Slap. Qinghua smacked the back of Li Tianyu's head. Stop dawdling, let's go. We're almost late. Li Tianyu nearly stumbled from the blow. Qinghua's hit was heavy, leaving his head ringing. Li Tianyu's hatred for Qinghua, Qingqing, burned deep. As the van owner, he was treated so miserably, utterly humiliated. If he had the power, he would abandon them immediately. As they approached the park, 3 others were also heading that way. The 2 groups met unexpectedly outside the park. Qinghua, Qingqing remained indifferent, but Li Tianyu's expression shifted constantly. Opposite them stood Yi Ming, Jiangqi, and Wang Jior. Li Tianyu first noticed the 2 beauties with surprise, then anger at Jiangqi, and finally, a vague recognition of Yi Ming. After a moment, he recalled that his van had been stolen from this man. In just 2 or 3 seconds, various emotions flickered across his ugly face. Now he understood why Jiangqi had tricked him into buying the combat boots. It was because he had stolen Yi Ming's van. Jiangqi, I wondered why you tricked me into buying boots when we had no grudge. Turns out you're in cahoots with this pretty boy. Li Tianyu struck first, accusing Jiangqi. Yi Ming and his companions looked at Li Tianyu in surprise, amazed at his audacity. But then they understood Li Tianyu didn't know Yi Ming or his strength. To him, Yi Ming, accompanied by 2 defenseless beauties, was no match for their team. Before entering the zombie world, Qinghua had opened a bronze chest to obtain 6 rank attribute orbs, boosting her strength to E. Qingqing, with her combat boots, had speed at E. Thanks to Qinghua's enhanced power and the van's attribute boost, Li Tianyu's physique had also reached E. With 2 adult men, Wang Chong and Sun Bo, their team's combat power was considerable enough to rank in the top 10. Jiangqi, be smart and pay me back for those boots, or we won't be polite. Li Tianyu brandished a fire axe, a lecherous smirk on his ugly face. Hearing this, Qinghua, Qingqing realized these were the ones who had tricked Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu, these are the people? Qinghua demanded sternly. At his nod, she rolled up her sleeves to attack, but her eyes caught the combat boots on all 3, and she frowned deeply. After noticing that Yi Ming and his 2 companions were all wearing combat boots, Qinghua quickly deduced that their combat prowess was formidable. An ordinary person's speed would be boosted to E level, and their combat power greatly enhanced when wearing such boots. Her younger sister Qingqing was a prime example. Thus, despite their numerical advantage, they could not defeat Yi Ming's trio. Qinghua then addressed Li Tianyu and the others. We came today to kill high-level zombies. There's no need for conflict over this. Let's drop it and head to the park to assemble. After speaking, Qinghua winked at Qingqing silently, urging her sister to support her. Having grown up together, the sisters understood each other's signals. Though Qingqing did not grasp Qinghua's desire to avoid trouble, she unconditionally backed her sister. So Qingqing spoke up. My sister is right. We should focus on killing zombies and surviving in this world, not on feuding with other teams. With both Qinghua and Qingqing expressing their stance, they clearly wished to avoid a confrontation with Yiming's group. Wang Chong and Sun Bo exchanged glances. They were eager to overpower Yiming's trio and claim the two beauties for themselves. But since Qinghua and Qingqing opposed conflict, they had to relent. After all, the team was led by the two sisters. Li Tianyu, however, refused to let the matter rest, and began shouting, "How can we just let this go? That bitch cheated me out of so many supplies." Before he could finish, Yiming struck him hard across the face, sending him sprawling to the ground. The force of that slap far exceeded Qinghua's earlier blow. The four of them, Qinghua, Qingqing, Wang Chong, and Sun Bo, paled, never expecting Yiming to act so abruptly, instantly felling Li Tianyu, who had an E-level physique. Dazed, Li Tianyu lay on the ground, ears ringing, utterly disoriented. Yiming planted his foot on Li Tianyu's chubby face, his expression icy. "You dare curse my woman? You must be tired of living." He had been provoked when Li Tianyu called Jiangqi a bitch and acted immediately. He had long wanted to teach Li Tianyu a lesson and would not stand for such insults. Qinghua, Qingqing, Wang Chong, and Sun Bo instantly tensed, grabbing their weapons and aiming at Yiming. Though Li Tianyu held no real status in the team, he was still their vehicle owner. "Brother, I advise you to let him go. We're the 8th-ranked team on the leaderboard," Wang Chong threatened. They couldn't afford to lose Li Tianyu. If he died, their van would vanish, forcing them to crowd onto buses and fight for resources. They had to make Yiming release him. But Jiangqi and Wang Jiuer, standing behind Yiming, would not let them threaten him. They revealed their own means. Jiangqi drew the crossbow slung over her shoulder, while Wang Jiuer patted the beehive on her back. In an instant, a swarm of bees emerged surrounding Qinghua and her group. At the same time, 10 mutated wasps, each the size of a drone that had been circling overhead, descended, fixing their gaze on Qinghua and the others from within the swarm. Gulp! Wang Chong swallowed hard, frozen in shock, wondering where all these wasps had come from. Everyone else was wielding cold weapons, but these people had turned to beast taming. Sun Bo was so terrified that the wooden spear in his hand clattered to the ground. "Spare me, lady," Wang Chong stammered. He felt like dropping to his knees and sobbing, then slapping Li Tianyu twice. "Look at the kind of people you've provoked. None of these three are easy to mess with." Yiming could knock down an E-level fighter with one slap. Jiangqi's crossbow was as deadly as a pistol, and most horrifying of all was the swarm controlled by Wang Jiuer. Especially those 10 mutated wasps. The cold glint of their stingers was not meant for stinging, but for piercing skulls. This was utterly unfair. They had no chance to fight. Qinghua's face darkened. She had sensed Yiming's group was formidable, but never imagined they were this terrifying. The swarm surrounding them left them too afraid to resist. Now they were no longer thinking about saving Li Tianyu, but about how to make Yiming spare them. Qinghua even wondered if, after killing Li Tianyu, Yiming's anger would subside, and he would let her and her sister go. Clenching her teeth, Qinghua said to Yiming, "Big brother, this was indeed our fault. We're willing to hand over all our equipment and supplies. That fat bastard Li Tianyu, kill him if you want. We won't hold a grudge. Just spare our lives." Qingqing, Wang Chong, and Sun Bo quickly nodded in agreement, insisting they were not close to Li Tianyu and begging only for mercy. "Oh." Yiming looked at the four of them in surprise. Yiming didn't know Wang Chong or Sun Bo, but he recognized Qinghua and Qingqing. In this life, the ugly sisters were still trailing after Li Tianyu, though it seemed Qinghua now led the team. Yiming glanced down at Li Tianyu, deciding not to kill him immediately. Li Tianyu posed no real threat to him. Just as in his past life, Li Tianyu had never managed to kill Yiming. Against Yiming's class RV, Li Tianyu had no means to retaliate. So rather than killing him outright, Yiming preferred to torment him daily. That would be true revenge. Just then, Li Tianyu's pained cries rose from under Yiming's foot. "Ah, it hurts. You bastard, how dare you step on me." He had finally come to his senses and struggled to rise. Yiming pressed down harder. Li Tianyu felt his head about to be crushed and quickly begged, "It hurts so much. My head's going to explode. Mercy, please." Qinghua and the others watched him writhe, trembling in silence, too scared to make a sound. With his foot still on Li Tianyu's face, Yiming smiled at the four, pondering how to deal with them. Just then, a group of about 70 or 80 people emerged from the park and walked toward them. Evidently, the people in the park had noticed the commotion and came to investigate. Zhang Lei led the crowd out and saw Yiming stepping on a man, while the other four stood before him like chastened schoolchildren. Zhang Lei and Song Shinsi exchanged glances, immediately understanding that someone had offended Yiming. Normally, they wouldn't meddle, but now they were organizing teams to hunt high-level zombies, and the top-ranked player bullying another team could demoralize everyone. Zhang Lei approached and asked softly, "Yiming, what happened? Did they offend you?" At this moment, all the teams that had come to hunt the advanced zombies had gathered outside the small park. Over the past 2 days, everyone present had slain numerous zombies, accumulating considerable combat experience. Yet now as they saw the swarm encircling Li Tianyu and his group, their faces turned pale. Especially the 10 mutated wasps, which sent chills down everyone's spines. Could those half-meter-long stingers truly pierce a human skull? For now, they were only certain of one thing: those stingers could effortlessly tear through their flesh, leaving gaping holes in their bodies. Controlling the swarm. Was this Ming's ability? Many teams had already speculated after receiving the bee's messages yesterday that someone possessed the power to command insects. Now seeing it firsthand, this ability was truly hair-raising. Many vehicle owners present compared their own abilities to controlling the swarm, feeling both envy and jealousy. However, aside from Zhang Lei and Song Shenxi's factions, no one knew that the one controlling the swarm was actually the young beauty behind Ming. Wang Jiuer was now glaring fiercely at Li Tianyu and his companions, ready to command the swarm to attack at Ming's signal. Meanwhile, the onlookers marveled at the swarm, pondering how they might survive such an onslaught. The 10 mutated wasps resembling drones seemed particularly formidable. Even Song Shenxi and Zhang Lei were taken aback by them, as they hadn't seen these creatures yesterday. Ming had only strengthened them after parting ways. Song Shenxi discreetly calculated on his fingers, deducing information about the mutated wasps. His ability tied to his vehicle allowed him to expend mental energy to infer various insights from known data. For instance, he had deduced the rules of the zombie world itself. He had even calculated that with someone to lure away the horde, Ming could exterminate all advanced zombies within 2 or 3 days. This was why they had gathered here. After a moment, Song Shenxi's face filled with shock, and a strange glint flashed in his eyes as he gazed at the mutated wasps. He had deduced that the mutated wasps could also swiftly eliminate advanced zombies even more effortlessly than Ming himself. Of course, he wouldn't reveal this immediately. He planned to speak with Ming privately, hoping to secure some benefits for himself. Returning to the matter at hand, Ming had Li Tianyu pinned under his foot, contemplating how to deal with him. Zhang Lei approached and whispered, "Ming, it's best not to kill him. Everyone's watching you." The implication was clear: rash killing could undermine the morale of the entire group. After all, they had gathered these teams voluntarily with no binding interests to hunt advanced zombies. If Ming killed someone, fear would take hold, and many might refuse to participate. Offending Ming could cost them their lives. Ming nodded with a smile. "Don't worry, I have no intention of killing them." Then he addressed the crowd. "Everyone, I am Ming, ranked first on the leaderboard. I've called you here today to hunt the advanced zombies. The reason I clashed with these men is that this ugly fatso insulted my woman. That's why I taught him a lesson. Don't read too much into it. I hope we can cooperate, sincerely eliminate all advanced zombies, and leave this world alive." Well said. Ming's words drew cheers and applause from everyone. He had voiced what was in all their hearts. Given the zombies' nightly slaughter, everyone would be dead by the 5th or 6th day. Faced with such a grim fate, who wouldn't yearn to escape this zombie world? I believe Brother Yi can lead us to wipe out the advanced zombies. Exactly, Ming's top ranking proves his strength. I heard he single-handedly killed an advanced zombie yesterday. Really? Isn't his ability controlling insects? Could Ming himself be that formidable? A buzz of discussion erupted among the crowd. Some women gazed at Ming with fervent admiration, wishing they were his woman. They had only now realized how exceptional he was. Not only was he handsome, but he was also powerful. After his woman was insulted, he had stepped in to teach the offender a lesson. Truly a reassuring lover. Unfortunately, Ming showed no interest in them. He finally lifted his foot, releasing Li Tianyu, and picked up the fire axe that had fallen from him. It was an ordinary wooden-handled axe, likely found by Li Tianyu in the city. Ming smiled and handed it to Zhang Lei. "It's yours." "Huh, I already have a weapon." Zhang Lei instinctively refused. What was Ming thinking, offering him a fire axe? It was utterly useless. Besides, as the second-rank powerhouse, accepting a shabby axe in public would be embarrassing, like giving alms to a beggar. Ming rolled his eyes and shoved the axe into Zhang Lei's arms. "I know you have a weapon, but from now on this is mine." With that, he pulled the flying sword from Zhang Lei's waist. Despite the sword's struggle, Ming held firm. Zhang Lei watched the squirming blade nearly in tears. Ming had truly set his sights on his flying sword. So that was why Ming had so kindly offered him the fire axe. He was worried Zhang Lei would have no weapon to fight zombies. Ming was oddly considerate, but soon Zhang Lei noticed the strange looks around him. Turning, he saw people watching him with sympathy, including his 4 followers in the vehicle. Realizing that Ming's forceful taking of his sword had sparked misunderstandings, Zhang Lei quickly explained, "Don't get the wrong idea. My sword wasn't taken to you, I lent it to him." His explanation only made the gazes more peculiar. "Boss, we understand. No need to explain," said one of his followers. Zhang Lei's face twisted with bitterness. The dignity of the second-rank powerhouse was thoroughly shattered. Meanwhile, Li Tianyu, who had just picked himself up from the ground, was equally disheartened. That fire axe was his weapon. Ming had casually given it away, and Zhang Lei had even shown disdain for it. But Li Tianyu had no mind for weapons now. He was focused on surviving Ming's wrath. Yi Ming might not kill him now, but that didn't mean he never would. Even Li Tianyu, foolish as he was, understood this. Yet he dared not flee as numerous wasps still buzzed around him. For the time being, Yi Ming had no intention of killing him, instead discussing with the crowd how to hunt the advanced zombies. They eventually decided to lure out a few advanced zombies for Yi Ming to kill, as no one else present was confident in taking one down. On a certain road in the city, a corpulent high-level zombie accompanied by dozens of ordinary zombies was chasing a man. Roar! The fat zombie continuously roared, urging its minions to catch up to the human ahead. At that moment, someone jumped down from a third-floor window of a nearby high-rise, landing right in front of the fat zombie. With the not-so-intelligent gaze of the fat zombie upon him, the man swung his long sword, leaving a trail of afterimages, and the fat zombie was instantly severed in two. Just like that, a high-level zombie was dealt with so effortlessly. The one who dispatched the high-level zombie was none other than Yi Ming. After swiftly eliminating the ordinary zombies surrounding him, Yi Ming extracted the red crystal core from the high-level zombie's brain and left the scene. The entire process took no more than a minute. This fat zombie was the sixth high-level zombie Yi Ming had taken down. All the high-level zombies near the small park had been eradicated by Yi Ming. Remarkably, it had only taken him an hour to accomplish this with the help of others. On average, Yi Ming managed to slay one high-level zombie every 10 minutes, a speed so incredible that even he found it hard to believe. At the same time, Yi Ming also discovered that the strengths of high-level zombies varied. The larger the horde, the weaker the high-level zombies seemed to be. Conversely, if the horde was smaller, the high-level zombies were relatively stronger. However, even the stronger ones were no match for Yi Ming. Once the horde beside them was drawn away, Yi Ming could easily take down the high-level zombies. Zhang Lei and others played a crucial role in diverting the hordes. Yi Ming himself could not manage to slay high-level zombies alone. After securing the crystal core, Yi Ming was about to head back to the park gathering point when he noticed a figure waiting for him at the intersection. To his surprise, it was Song Shensi dressed in a robe. Yi Ming curiously approached him. "Song Shensi, were you specifically waiting for me here?" Yi Ming asked. Song Shensi nodded with a smile. He was waiting for Yi Ming to make a trade. "Brother Yi, your strength is indeed formidable. You dispatched that high-level zombie with a single move." After complimenting Yi Ming, Song Shensi cheerfully revealed his purpose for waiting. Actually, I was here specifically to wait for Brother Yi to sell some information in exchange for certain benefits." Buying information? Yi Ming was somewhat surprised. He had heard in his past life that Song Shensi made a living selling information based on his fortune-telling abilities to other drivers in exchange for favors. For instance, the method of attracting followers to the bus was something Song Shensi sold to many drivers, spreading like wildfire until everyone was aware. He never expected that now Song Shensi would approach him to sell information. Yi Ming asked curiously, "What information? Tell me if I know about it." Yi Ming wanted to see what information Song Shensi was selling him. If it was something he already knew from his past life or of little use, there would be no need to purchase it. Song Shensi understood Yi Ming's intentions. He then spoke mysteriously, "I have a way to quickly eliminate all high-level zombies without you having to lift a finger." Oh, curiosity flashed in Yi Ming's mind, and he almost instinctively asked what the method was. Fortunately, Yi Ming caught himself in time and only let out a sound of surprise. He did not show his curiosity, but instead contemplated whether he truly needed Song Shensi's information. Thus Yi Ming remained silent, watching Song Shensi, waiting for him to continue. Seeing this, Song Shensi was not anxious. He was confident that he could make Yi Ming purchase his information. "Brother Yi, although you took down 6 high-level zombies in an hour, it was because those 6 high-level zombies were all in this vicinity. Other high-level zombies are scattered throughout the city, making them difficult to eliminate." Song Shensi continued to explain various challenges to Yi Ming. If Yi Ming continued to eliminate high-level zombies in this manner, at first it would not be too difficult, but once many high-level zombies were slain, it would become challenging to draw away their surrounding hordes. Currently, half of the hordes in the city were gathered around various high-level zombies. Some had thousands of zombies, while the least had around 1,000. As Yi Ming dealt with more high-level zombies, the ordinary zombies would break free from control, wandering off and spreading throughout the city. At that point, hundreds of thousands of zombies would be roaming in this small city. Even if the remaining high-level zombies' hordes were drawn away, they could easily call upon nearby hordes. Moreover, with zombies everywhere in the city, where could Zhang Lei and the others lead the hordes? Unless Yi Ming could forcefully kill high-level zombies among the hordes, otherwise each high-level zombie he eliminated would become increasingly difficult. Yi Ming frowned upon hearing this, feeling a sense of trouble. He truly was not afraid of how strong the high-level zombies were, but he could not face the dense hordes. Because no matter how strong he was, if a swarm of zombies overwhelmed him, the result would only be his being consumed by the horde. Unless Zhang Lei and the others were willing to risk their lives, even putting themselves in danger, to help Yi Ming divert the hordes. Yet people are selfish. How many would risk their own lives to help Yi Ming divert the hordes? Thus Yi Ming nodded and looked at Song Shensi. "I am very interested in your information. What benefits do you want in exchange for it?" Yi Ming expressed his willingness to buy the information, and Song Shensi's face immediately lit up with joy. In fact, Ming could completely choose not to buy Song Shenxi's information as he was ranked first on the leaderboard and would be the last to die. If it were truly related to life and death, Song Shenxi would definitely tell him for free. Furthermore, what Song Shenxi did not reveal to Ming was that as long as Ming took down most high-level zombies, the speed at which zombies killed humans at night would significantly decrease. Each night, perhaps only 7 or 8 teams would die. By then, the top 20 teams would easily survive for 7 days and return to the world of escape. Therefore, as long as Ming continued to hunt high-level zombies and eliminated most of them, the top 20 teams would have a chance to survive. The information Song Shenxi wanted to sell to Ming was to use the mutated wasps controlled by Wang Jiuer to kill high-level zombies. The mutated wasps could fly in the air, avoiding the hordes, and directly hunt down high-level zombies. There would be no need to draw away the hordes, which would save Ming from the trouble of doing it himself. Song Shenxi shared the details of the information with Ming, including how many crystal cores were needed to maximize the enhancement of a mutated queen wasp. Only the mutated queen wasp had the strength to hunt high-level zombies, while the 10 mutated wasps certainly would not suffice. One point Song Shenxi wanted Ming to note was that Wang Jiuer's spiritual power could only control 1 mutated queen wasp. Song Shenxi's suggestion was to eliminate those 10 mutated wasps to free up Wang Jiuer's spiritual power and then enhance a mutated queen wasp. After finishing his explanation, Song Shenxi smiled. "This is my information. If Brother Yi is not satisfied, we can call off this trade. As for the price, Brother Yi can decide. By the way, I heard from Li Tianyu that you are selling battle boots. I wonder if this information can be exchanged for a pair of battle boots. If not, Brother Yi can casually give me some benefits as well." Song Shenxi appeared quite humble, even explicitly stating that if Ming was not satisfied with the information, he would not need to pay any fee. Song Shenxi did not first negotiate the price of the intelligence with Ming. Instead, he shared the intelligence first, then entrusted Ming with setting the price, leaving the reward entirely to Ming's discretion. If Ming chose to give nothing, Song Shenxi would not complain. This was the wisdom of an astute man. For Song Shenxi, whatever Ming offered was a gain. After all, he had only expended his mental energy to calculate this intelligence, losing nothing in the process. If the intelligence remained locked in his mind, he would gain nothing. His earlier request for combat boots was merely a bold, almost fanciful overreach. Song Shenxi's ideal reward was simply a few dozen escape coins from Ming, which would have satisfied him. Yet Ming did not look down on Song Shenxi for this. He also refrained from withholding payment after hearing the intelligence. Ming understood that once Song Shenxi upgraded his mode of transport, his fortune-telling abilities would become even more formidable. For the right price, Song Shenxi could calculate any intelligence one desired. Now that Song Shenxi had left a favorable impression on Ming, the latter naturally entertained the idea of befriending this information broker. "You want combat boots?" Ming asked. Song Shenxi quickly nodded, then awkwardly rubbed his nose. "If Brother Yi has no spare combat boots, it could be exchanged for something else, like a few escape coins." With these words, Song Shenxi offered Ming a graceful way out. If Ming did not wish to give Song Shenxi the combat boots, he could simply claim he had no extras and dismiss him with a few escape coins. Instead, Ming casually synthesized 3 pairs of adult male combat boots and handed them all to Song Shenxi. "1 pair is the reward for the intelligence, the other 2 are a gift from me. If you come across valuable intelligence in the future, come to me. And as for intelligence about me, you must not sell it to anyone. You should be well aware of the consequences of crossing me." With that, Ming patted Song Shenxi on the shoulder and walked toward the park gathering spot. Song Shenxi stood there clutching 3 pairs of combat boots in a daze. Ming had generously given him 3 pairs, enough for each of his 3 fellow disciples to have one. Then Song Shenxi snapped out of it, a surge of ecstasy flooding his heart, followed by a hint of confusion. Where had Ming gotten these 3 pairs of combat boots? A spatial storage device. Song Shenxi instinctively began to calculate with his fingers. The next moment, a significant portion of his mental energy was consumed, and his expression froze. Ming's ability was actually blueprint acquisition. With such a power, he would never lack resources. Then Song Shenxi grew puzzled. Given Ming's immense strength, his ability should have been combat-related. How could it be blueprint acquisition? Could he have other abilities? Driven by curiosity, Song Shenxi began to calculate again with his fingers, but this time his mind yielded no response. Clearly, he had divined nothing. Meanwhile, at the small park, after helping Ming lure away the zombie horde, the group had all returned one after another and gathered there. "I don't think those high-level zombies are all that tough. Ming killed them so easily. How about we team up and take down a few high-level zombies too?" Outside the park, over 20 people had congregated, discussing the possibility of joining forces to hunt high-level zombies. Someone frowned and said, "Could it be that Ming is just too strong rather than the high-level zombies being too weak?" Ming is indeed powerful, but am no slouch either, a burly man declared, thumping his chest. Shouldering a large axe, he said with great confidence, "To be honest, my ability is berserk, boosting all my attributes to E level for 10 minutes. Splitting a high-level zombie to death would be a piece of cake. The crowd stared at the burly man in astonishment, never expecting his ability to be so formidable. With all attributes boosted to E-level, he indeed had a chance to kill a high-level zombie. Then another man exclaimed excitedly, "Brother, my ability is aura enhancement. When ordinary people are enhanced by my aura, their attributes also rise to E-level. If we join forces, your attributes will surely break through to D-level." A wave of gasps swept through the crowd. The teams gathered here were indeed no ordinary lot. With Berserk and aura enhancement combined, killing a high-level zombie was practically a sure thing. These 20-odd people from 6 teams now harbored the intent to break away from Ming and hunt high-level zombies on their own. After all, killing a single high-level zombie would earn the team 1,000 points, potentially propelling them into the top 10. This was far faster than the points gained from killing hundreds of zombies in a day. Conversely, if they continued helping Ming lure zombie hordes, their points would grow slowly, and their rankings would surely drop. The 6 teams quickly formed an alliance, deciding to propose withdrawing from aiding Ming once he returned. They intended to go kill high-level zombies. On the other side of the park, Li Tianyu and his group were trapped in place by a swarm of wasps, unable to move an inch. As for Wang Jiuer and Jiang Qi, they had gone to help Ming lure away the zombie horde, and had yet to return. Now is our best chance to escape. We can't keep waiting, Li Tianyu said anxiously. He was more eager than anyone to flee this place, desperate not to die at Ming's hands. Qinghua and the others frowned, knowing Li Tianyu was right. But before leaving, Wang Jiuer had left a swarm of wasps and 5 mutated hornets to watch over them. How could they escape under the swarm's surveillance? Gritting his teeth, Li Tianyu whispered to Qinghua and the other 3, "Let's cover our heads with our coats, scatter, and run, then regroup at our residence." Li Tianyu had made up his mind to flee, even if it meant being covered in stings. It was better than dying at Ming's hands. Qinghua knew they could delay no longer, and nodded in agreement. "All right, we'll run separately, but you have to go first." Li Tianyu, with an E physique and layers of fat, was unlikely to be stung to death by the swarm. The only real threat to him was the 5 mutated hornets. He stripped off his coat, covered his head, and while Qinghua wasn't paying attention, snatched her fire axe and bolted into the distance without looking back. The swarm immediately erupted into chaos. Before leaving, Wang Jiuer had commanded the swarm to prevent Li Tianyu and the others from escaping. Now that Li Tianyu had fled, most of the swarm chased after him, including 3 of the mutated hornets. "Damn it. It hurts. Help." Li Tianyu's screams grew fainter as he managed to escape despite the swarm's assault. Qinghua and the others were overjoyed. With Li Tianyu drawing away most of the swarm, they could scatter and flee with fewer wasps pursuing them. "Now's our chance. Run." Qinghua and the others covered their heads with their coats and scattered with pained cries. Moments later, "Li Tianyu, you bastard. You stole my fire axe." Qinghua, swatting at a mutated hornet with her coat, was green with rage. Just then her sister Qingcheng arrived to assist. Thanks to her combat boots, Qingcheng quickly reached Qinghua and swung her axe at the mutated hornet. With a squelch, despite its fearsome appearance, the mutated hornet proved fragile, split in 2 by Qingcheng's single blow. Qinghua and Qingcheng exchanged a glance, surprised at how brittle the mutated hornet was. The 2 women stopped running and rushed to rescue Wang Chong and Sun Bo. After some effort, the 4 of them killed the other mutated hornet. Then, enduring the stinging swarm around them, they set off in pursuit of Li Tianyu. As Ming and Song Shensi were hurrying back to the park, Wang Jiuer and Jiang Qi rushed over in a fluster. "Brother Ming, that ugly fatty and his crew have escaped, and they killed my 5 mutated hornets," Wang Jiuer reported indignantly to Ming. The intelligence of the swarm was limited after all, yet Li Tianyu and his group stumbled upon this loophole and killed the mutated hornets one by one to flee the park. Ming was somewhat surprised upon hearing this, then asked with curiosity, "Are Li Tianyu and the others that brave? Aren't they afraid of being stung to death by the swarm?" The venom of hornets was no joke. A few stings might be harmless, but too many could truly be fatal. Ming had once seen a video where someone, after being stung by a swarm of hornets, died despite being rushed to the hospital. Wang Jiuer said with a hint of schadenfreude, "Most of the swarm I left behind stung that ugly fatty. He should be dead by now." Ming's mouth twitched as he silently cursed Li Tianyu for courting death. He hadn't actually planned to kill Li Tianyu anytime soon. Ming only wanted to torment Li Tianyu with cruel methods, slowly fulfilling his desire for revenge from his past life. Now that Li Tianyu was about to be stung to death by hornets, Ming felt it was too easy for him. Still unwilling to let it go, Ming instructed Wang Jiuer, "Send bees to monitor where Li Tianyu and the others are. Once we've dealt with all the advanced zombies, they'll find Li Tianyu and flog his corpse." Flog his corpse? Wang Jiuer was speechless, wondering what grudge Ming held against Li Tianyu, not even sparing his corpse. Just then Song Shensi, holding 2 pairs of combat boots, bid farewell to Ming with a beaming smile. "Brother Yi'll deliver these boots to my 2 junior brothers first. They'll contact you promptly if I get any good intel." At that moment, Song Shensi was immensely grateful to Ming. He knew these 3 pairs of boots were not a gift. He would have to repay them with intel in the future. His two junior brothers were still nearby, killing ordinary zombies to prevent their ranking from dropping. Now that every team wanted to avoid a drop in ranking, they had sent 2 or 3 members to kill zombies nearby, leaving few to lure zombies. That was why Jiang Qi and Wang Jiuer had helped Yi Ming lure zombies, giving Li Tianyu and his group a chance to escape. Song Shinsi wanted to quickly deliver the boots to his junior brothers, so he took his leave. Yi Ming's generous gesture had only cost him some escape coins to craft the boots. Building a good relationship with Song Shinsi, an intelligence dealer, would greatly benefit Yi Ming in the future. Little did Yi Ming know Song Shinsi was not just an intelligence dealer, but also a master strategist. In his past life, without Yi Ming in this zombie world, Wang Jiuer used her swarm to recruit Song Shinsi and his 2 subordinates. Song Shinsi naturally calculated that the teams at the bottom of the rankings at night would be hunted by zombies. So on the first day, Wang Jiuer killed many zombies, avoiding death at night. Then Wang Jiuer, Song Shinsi, along with Zhang Lei, Li Tianyu, and other strong individuals, killed several advanced zombies to obtain some crystal cores. They used them to strengthen Wang Jiuer's mutated Queen Hornet. With it, Wang Jiuer eliminated all advanced zombies and cleared the instance world. But in this life, due to Yi Ming's interference, Wang Jiuer encountered some setbacks, but ultimately returned to the starting point. Next, as long as Wang Jiuer strengthened the mutated Queen Hornet and killed all advanced zombies, the instance world would be cleared. After Song Shinsi left, only Yi Ming and the 2 women remained. So Yi Ming shared the intel he had just bought from Song Shinsi with Wang Jiuer. Wang Jiuer was overjoyed, as she knew the mutated hornets could indeed be further strengthened. Though the mutated hornets seemed fearsome now, they were actually weak, only capable of killing ordinary zombies. The fact that Li Tianyu and his group had killed the mutated hornets was a clear example. So Yi Ming and the 2 women decided to strengthen a mutated Queen Hornet first. Wang Jiuer hesitated reluctantly. Brother, Yi Ming, my mental energy isn't enough. I need to kill the other mutated hornets first to free up mental energy to control the Queen Hornet. According to Song Shinsi's intel, Wang Jiuer's mental energy was limited, and a mutated Queen Hornet would consume most of it. Without killing the mutated hornets, Wang Jiuer couldn't control the Queen Hornet. But Yi Ming waved his hand and directly exchanged a great attribute orb for Wang Jiuer. No need for all that trouble. Just strengthen your mental attribute to D-. Wang Jiuer's eyes lit up. Yi Ming indeed had a great attribute orb. Jiang Qi had told her the night before that Yi Ming had the ability to obtain attribute orbs. Originally, she had surrendered after 1 round that night, but after Jiang Qi's persuasion, Wang Jiuer gritted her teeth and endured 2 more rounds. She suffered quite a bit. Wang Jiuer, blushing, squeezed her legs together as she snatched the attribute orb. She didn't hesitate to take Yi Ming's attribute orb, given the effort she had put into this. Soon Wang Jiuer strengthened her mental attribute to D-, and Yi Ming took out 5 crystal cores. For a hornet to become a mutated queen, it needed to absorb 5 crystal cores. Without Song Shinsi's intel, Wang Jiuer would never have invested 5 crystal cores to strengthen a single hornet, so the Queen Hornet would have been hard to create. 10 minutes later, under the watchful eyes of Yi Ming and the 2 women, the hornet that had absorbed 5 crystal cores swelled in size, surpassing the mutated hornets. It was now as big as a human, its body brimming with energy from the cores. Finally, a giant hornet about 1.2 meters long appeared before Yi Ming and the 2 women. Is this the queen, eh? Jiang Qi gasped, covering her mouth. She looked at Wang Jiuer, who was 1.6 meters tall. The mutated Queen Hornet was about the same size as her. The mutated Queen Hornet had wings and a sharp-pointed stinger reminiscent of a giant bee from some manga. Yi Ming stroked his chin, already anticipating the sight of the Queen Hornet flying over a horde of zombies, locating the advanced ones and stabbing them to death with its stinger. Wang Jiuer clenched her little fists in excitement, utterly satisfied with the mutated Queen Hornet. After strengthening it, the 3 of them returned to the park. Outside the park, 40 to 50 people were arguing about something. Zhang Lei was red-faced in a dispute. Song Shinsi stood by indifferently, and Joseph lurked in the crowd. When Yi Ming returned, everyone's eyes lit up, and they immediately surrounded him. Yi Ming, the rankings of many of our teams have dropped. We might not be able to help lure zombies anymore. At that moment, over 60 teams remained on the leaderboard. The teams in the bottom 40 were killing zombies throughout the city, their points rising quickly. Though the top 20 teams had higher points, the gap would narrow over time, and their rankings would fall. Zhang Lei interjected with dissatisfaction. Don't you all realize that killing advanced zombies is the most important thing? If we work hard, the advanced zombies will be wiped out by tomorrow. Yi Ming had killed 6 advanced zombies in an hour, giving Zhang Lei hope of clearing the instance world. So he fully supported Yi Ming's zombie-killing efforts. Easy for you to say. You are ranked 2nd with plenty of points, so you have nothing to worry about. My ranking has already dropped to 28th. If I keep luring zombies, it'll fall below 40th today and be killed by zombies tonight. Someone voiced their concern. At this moment, many teams present were restless, all fretting over their points. Some teams even contemplated joining forces to hunt high-level zombies. In truth, solving the current dilemma was simple. If Yiming simply yielded the opportunity to slay high-level zombies to each team, they would all be willing to help him lure the zombies. However, this required Yiming to cripple the high-level zombies, allowing the lower-ranked teams to deliver the final blow. Originally, Yiming had planned exactly that. But Song Shinsi had revealed another method involving the mutated queen bee, so Yiming naturally refrained from assisting other teams in killing high-level zombies. A middle-aged man in the crowd asked helplessly, "Yiming, we want to help lure the zombies too, but we can't just watch our rankings drop. Do you have a solution?" In truth, many sharp-witted individuals present knew that Yiming yielding the chance to kill high-level zombies would resolve the issue. Yet no one dared to voice it. Everyone waited for Yiming to propose this method himself, so they could reluctantly assist him in slaying high-level zombies. The middle-aged man questioning Yiming aimed to coax him into suggesting it. Instantly, all eyes converged on Yiming. If he declared he would relinquish the chance to kill high-level zombies to everyone, he would garner countless praises and support. However, Yiming sneered coldly, noticing a glimmer of anticipation on many faces. That was hardly the expression of someone worried about their ranking dropping. Yiming understood exactly what these people were thinking. They had pegged him as a naive protagonist with a sense of justice and responsibility. Thus, Yiming decided to toy with them, returning the longsword in his hand to Zhang Lei. "I don't have any solution either. Everyone go ahead and kill zombies to boost your points. When only 20 people remain on the leaderboard, well, unite to take down the high-level zombies." As Yiming finished speaking, many present changed countenance. Someone anxiously exclaimed, "How can that be? Yeah. If we don't kill all the high-level zombies within a day, a team will be wiped out by nightfall." Many present murmured discontentedly. No one expected Yiming to simply back out. Just then a burly man carrying a massive axe declared, "In that case, let's go try killing high-level zombies. When only 20 people remain on the leaderboard, well, hunt the high-level zombies together." This burly man, the car owner with the berserker ability, had already arranged with several teams to hunt high-level zombies. Yiming's words gave them the perfect opportunity to leave. Subsequently, the burly man led over 20 people from 6 teams out of the park. Instantly, the park's population have leaving only 20 to 30 people. Of course, some like Song Shinsi's 2 junior brothers stayed nearby to kill ordinary zombies. The middle-aged man who had just asked Yiming for a solution was filled with regret, but he steeled himself and said, "Yiming, I actually have an idea to solve the current problem." Yiming scrutinized the middle-aged man, already knowing what he was about to say. Thus Yiming feigned ignorance and asked, "What idea? Let's hear it." Once more, all eyes fixed on the middle-aged man. The man declared with righteous fervor, "Every high-level zombie we kill now gives us a sliver more chance to survive. So Yiming, you can't give up on killing them." Zhang Lei couldn't help nodding vigorously in agreement with the middle-aged man. Yet he couldn't fathom why this very man who had earlier complained the loudest about luring zombies lowering his rank was now supporting Yiming in killing high-level zombies. The middle-aged man continued, "Yiming, your points have exceeded 10,000. You have no need to worry about your ranking dropping. How about you let us have the chance to kill the high-level zombies? That way our rankings will rise, and you won't lose anything." Wang Jiuer, standing behind Yiming, couldn't bear it any longer and interrupted. "Uncle, stop. You're making me sick. You just want brother Yiming to kill high-level zombies for you, and you're trying to persuade him for the greater good. How shameless." Wang Jiuer's exposure left the middle-aged man's face ashen with humiliation. "You?" The middle-aged man wanted to retort, but recalled how Yiming had dealt with Li Tianyu and his crew over a woman. If he showed any disrespect toward Wang Jiuer, Yiming would teach him just how terrifying the number 1 rank strength could be. Yiming sneered disdainfully. "Even the woman by my side saw through your little scheme. Do you really take me for a fool?" Zhang Lei rubbed his nose awkwardly, silently vowing never to admit he was the fool. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and bid Yiming farewell. "Yiming, since you think my idea is no good, I'll take my leave." Then the middle-aged man turned and left with his followers. The remaining teams exchanged bewildered glances before also taking their leave from Yiming. Only Zhang Lei and Song Shinsi remained. "Brother, you'll be going too." Song Shinsi bid farewell to Yiming and departed. Naturally, Song Shinsi knew Yiming would use the mutated queen bee to kill high-level zombies, so he harbored no worries. His task now was to maintain his top 10 ranking and claim the rewards after the instance ended. Finally, Zhang Lei also took his leave. Though filled with questions, Zhang Lei wasn't overly concerned. Such was the confidence of being ranked second. After everyone had left, Yiming and his 2 companions also departed from the park. They were about to begin hunting high-level zombies. Sometime later, everyone was stunned by the leaderboard. Wang Jiuer, who had been ranked in the 30s, saw her points skyrocket, gaining 1,000 points with each passing moment. Soon Joseph, ranked 3rd, was pushed down, and she effortlessly surpassed Zhang Lei, the 2nd ranked. As for Yiming, who had topped the board with 10,000 points, he was overtaken by Wang Jiuer and fell to 2nd place. The day was fast approaching nightfall. Wang Jiuer's points on the leaderboard had astonishingly reached over 90,000. Everyone stared at the board in utter bewilderment. By then, only 1 high-level zombie remained in the city. Over the course of that day, Wang Jiuer had used the mutated queen bee to eliminate more than 90 high-level zombies. With the mass slaughter of high-level zombies, the ordinary ones broke free from control and scattered into every corner of the city. No one dared to venture outside anymore. They all hid inside buildings watching the leaderboard. Inside a certain building, the burly man wielding the massive axe stared at the board, his mouth twitching. After leaving Ming with over 20 people, they had tried to hunt high-level zombies, but found none and were instead driven into a building by hordes of ordinary zombies. It turned out all of this was Wang Jior's doing. How could she be this monstrous? The burly man slumped to the floor in a daze, pondering who on earth Wang Jior truly was. Joseph hacked fiercely at the zombies, refusing to rest even as his stamina drained. If anyone was most devastated by Wang Jior's rise in the rankings, it was undoubtedly Joseph. Having dropped from 3rd to 4th place, he simply couldn't accept it. Though it was just a single rank drop, the reward loss amounted to a missing 2-star piece of equipment. The cost was immense. Fuck, did Wang Jior spring out of a stone like a monkey? Joseph grumbled about her, yet his blade never slowed against the zombies. On the leaderboard, he knew surpassing the two powerhouses Wang Jior and Ming was hopeless, but there was still a sliver of chance to overtake Zhang Lei. With 4 days left in the zombie world, Joseph resolved to push his score past Zhang Lei's within that time. Meanwhile, Zhang Lei stared at the leaderboard, clicking his tongue in amazement. He knew the bee-controlling girl beside Ming was named Wang Jior. No wonder Ming had seemed so fearless in the park, never worrying about killing high-level zombies. He had Wang Jior as his hidden ace. Boss Joseph's points are climbing fast. He seems to be gunning for 3rd place. One of Zhang Lei's subordinates noticed the surge and warned him. Understanding the implication, Zhang Lei walked to the window and sent his flying sword out to slay zombies. A 3-meter high-level zombie roared, summoning nearby common zombies to gather around it. It was the last high-level zombie in the city. Dim-witted as it was, it sensed that its kind had been slaughtered and danger would soon be upon it. Thus it strove to amass a protective horde. Yet as dusk fell, it failed to notice a shadow circling in the sky. With each roar, the shadow locked onto this final high-level zombie. The shadow dove down swiftly, its sharp stinger piercing the air. It was none other than Wang Jior's mutated queen bee. The high-level zombie sensed something and looked up in confusion. With a thud, the queen bee's stinger pierced straight through its skull before it could react. The last high-level zombie was effortlessly eliminated. Simultaneously, a mysterious voice echoed in everyone's minds. All high-level zombies have been eliminated. The instance world ends. Everyone will return to the survival world in 10 seconds. What? We're returning already? Who is number 1 Wang Jior? She must have killed all the high-level zombies. Survivors in the city buzzed with surprise and delight at the early end of the zombie world. Especially the teams at the bottom of the rankings. Without Wang Jior's intervention, they would have been doomed tonight. But as joy filled some, despair gripped others. Joseph, mid-swing at a zombie, stood frozen. The zombie world had ended prematurely, and his chance to reclaim 3rd place was gone. On the other side, Wang Jior's face drained of color upon learning the zombie world was over. Her eyes welled up, and she threw herself into Ming's arms. Ming, I don't want to be apart from you. Her voice trembled with a sob. She never imagined that eliminating all high-level zombies would trigger an early end to the instance. She hadn't had enough time with Ming. Why was it ending? Jiang Qi, standing nearby, felt a complex pang of sympathy for the girl. But seeing Wang Jior in Ming's embrace, she couldn't bear to disturb their final 10 seconds together. After all, no one knew when they would meet again. Ming hadn't anticipated the early end, either, holding Wang Jior with a heavy heart. He had hoped to use the remaining 4 days to deepen his bond with both Jiang Qi and Wang Jior. But the instance ended too soon. Holding Wang Jior, he quickly comforted her. It's okay, Jior. We'll meet again someday. Wang Jior wanted to say something, but held back. She believed they would meet again, but they couldn't stay together. Because Wang Jior was also a vehicle owner. Could she abandon her own transport to board Ming's RV? She clung to him in silence, cherishing every second. 10 seconds passed swiftly, and everyone was enveloped in white light, leaving the zombie world behind. Gusts of wind kicked up sand, creating a mild sandstorm. On a certain road, a battered van had been empty, but with a flash of white light, 5 people appeared inside. We finally left that zombie world. Qingwu couldn't help but sigh. They had offended that man named Ming, and if they hadn't left early, he would have come for them sooner or later. The 5 inside the van looked miserable, each with several swollen lumps on their faces. They had all been badly stung by wasps. The worst off was Li Tianyu, whose face was utterly disfigured. The other 4, Qingwu, Qingqing, and the rest, remembered his condition and quickly showed concern. Fatty, how are you? Feeling any better? Wang Chong and the others asked anxiously. None of them wanted Li Tianyu to die, for his van would vanish with him, forcing them to survive on buses. So they all hoped to save him. Meanwhile, Li Tianyu was in despair, his body swollen and aching, his breathing labored, his consciousness wavering. The wasp venom was clearly taking effect. At this rate, he wouldn't last long. Qingqing quickly spoke up. He's fading fast. We have ranking rewards. Use the attribute orbs to boost his physique. There's still hope. The other's eyes lit up. Even the dazed Li Tianyu perked up, and indeed, he received the system's settlement rewards. Originally ranked 8th, he had dropped to over a dozen after being stung and unable to kill zombies. Thus he received only 6 attribute orbs. Li Tianyu hated Yi Ming with a burning passion. If not for him, their team would have stayed in the top 10. And now he had nearly been stung to death, all thanks to Yi Ming. Gritting his teeth, he absorbed the 6 orbs and poured them into his physique. Now his physique attribute was E, and with the Van's enhancement, it reached D. With level physique, Li Tianyu felt noticeably better, his body beginning to recover. Yi Ming, just you wait. Li Tianyu slurred. With a flash of white light, Yi Ming and Jiang Qi returned to the RV. Having experienced much in the zombie world, the sudden return to their cozy RV left them both somewhat disoriented. Choo-choo, we're back, Jiang Qi called out loudly to alert the others inside. From the kitchen came the clatter of pots and pans overturning along with Ellie's delighted voice. That's Sister Jiang Qi's voice. Brother Yi Ming and the others must be back. Ellie, how did you knock over the vegetable basin again? Sorry sister, will clean it up later. Let's go see Brother Yi Ming and Sister Jiang Qi. The kitchen buzzed with the chatter of Ellie and Jenny. Yi Ming couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed Ellie had been more of a hindrance than a help to Jenny in the kitchen, and from the sounds of it, she had knocked over quite a few dishes. Just then the RV slowly came to a halt, and Choo-choo entered from the driver's cabin. Husband, you're finally back. Seeing the bloodstains on Jiang Qi and Yi Ming, Choo-choo's heart jolted with concern. She rushed over to Jiang Qi, her hands frantically checking her over. Chi-Chi, why are there bloodstains on you? Are you hurt? Let me have a look. Jiang Qi's cheeks flushed as she quickly grabbed Choo-choo's hands. I'm not hurt. This blood splattered on me when I was killing zombies. Choo-choo knew they were unharmed, but seeing Jiang Qi resist her touch, she reluctantly withdrew her hands and turned to embrace Yi Ming instead. Since her dear sister wouldn't let her fuss, she had turned to her husband. Just then Ellie and Jenny emerged from the kitchen, bounding over to Yi Ming. Brother Yi Ming, I shot several goblins and beasts today. Ellie boasted of her achievements immediately. She had discovered a talent for shooting, having taken down numerous goblins and beasts with her hand crossbow today. Huh, Brother Yi Ming. Why are you and Sister Jiang Qi covered in blood? What happened in the dungeon world? As Ellie approached Yi Ming, she caught a whiff of blood mingled with a hint of decay. Yi Ming and Jiang Qi, having spent a long time in the zombie world, were naturally accustomed to it, but Choo-choo and the other 2 women detected it instantly. Yi Ming then recounted their experiences in the zombie world to the 3 women. The dungeon we went to was a zombie world. These bloodstains are all from killing zombies. Having not bathed in 3 days, Yi Ming felt uncomfortable all over. He took Jiang Qi's hand and said to Choo-choo and the others, as for what happened in the zombie world, I'll tell you slowly later. Jiang Qi and I are going to take a shower first. Jenny immediately asked, Brother Yi Ming, are you and Sister Jiang Qi hungry? I've prepared a lot of ingredients. She had traded for various ingredients on the channel today and could make a hearty dinner. Yi Ming smiled and nodded. Jiang Qi and I haven't eaten much all day. It'll be great to try your cooking. Jenny nodded happily, as she had spent most of the day in the kitchen preparing ingredients, waiting for Yi Ming's return to cook a meal. Ellie quickly offered to help her sister. Choo-choo, overhearing, teased Ellie about causing trouble for Jenny, instead suggesting they all take a bath together. Sister Choo-choo, we're not dirty. Why would we need a bath? Ellie protested. Choo-choo replied matter-of-factly, we got out of the RV several times today to open treasure chests. The wind outside was strong and we're covered in dust. Ellie considered this and had to admit it was true, but she still rejected Choo-choo's suggestion. No, my sister and I agreed to make a big meal together. There's no rush to bathe, I can wash with her tonight. Ellie turned and went to the kitchen with Jenny. Meanwhile, Yi Ming and Jiang Qi headed to the bathroom, leaving Choo-choo torn. Should she bathe now or tonight? Weighing the options between Ellie and Jenny on one side and Jiang Qi on the other, she decided to wait until evening. After all, it was 2 against 1. It was around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Apart from the team that went to the dungeon, all other teams had spent the day gathering supplies, and their gasoline was nearly depleted. Most teams were now parked resting, cooking, or taking a break. With little else to do, many turned their attention to the chat channel. A single message there caught everyone's interest. After visiting a dungeon world today, I realized there are so many powerhouses among us. It's an eye-opener. The sender was by Sheng. His words sparked curiosity and confusion. Dungeon world. So many powerhouses. 2 crucial pieces of information in one sentence immediately drew everyone's attention. Someone quickly by Sheng in the channel asking what he meant. What dungeon world? What powerhouses had impressed him? Others urged by Sheng not to leave them hanging and to share any news immediately. Facing the barrage of requests, Bai Sheng leisurely replied, Everyone, it's not that I don't want to tell you. I went to the dungeon world this morning and only just got back. I haven't gathered any supplies all day. I need to go find treasure chests for food before it gets dark. The crowd grew frustrated, cursing him. By the time he finished gathering supplies, who knew when that would be? Someone urged him, saying supplies could wait until tomorrow. The gasoline wasn't going anywhere. Gathering supplies depended on gasoline, and as long as they had it, they could search any time. There was no need to rush. He should just explain the dungeon world. Bai Sheng replied that he had no food in his vehicle and couldn't go hungry. Everyone finally understood his implication. If they wanted information, they'd have to offer something in return. A few people with surplus food quickly traded some to Bai Sheng, who then shared the details of the zombie world. This morning our team opened a treasure chest and got a dungeon token. Bai Sheng recounted his experience from start to finish in the chat channel. The channel, usually buzzing with messages every second, fell silent as only Bai Sheng narrated his story. Everyone learned that 100 teams had entered the dungeon world today to kill zombies. Bai Sheng gave everyone a glimpse into the dungeon world. The bottom 3 teams on the zombie night hunting leaderboard sent chills down everyone's spines. 40 teams had died in just 2 nights. If the top players hadn't eliminated all the high-level zombies, the death toll would have been even higher. In his past life, no one had ever shared such information in the chat channel. After all, in his previous life, only a dozen or so teams survived after Wang Jiaoer cleared the dungeon. Those teams wouldn't have the leisure to discuss such matters in the channel. So Ming knew nothing about the zombie world in his past life. But Bai Sheng, for a bit of food, posted the dungeon world's intel in the chat. Someone immediately asked, "Bai Sheng, tell us quickly, who are the powerhouses on the leaderboard? What makes them so formidable? Bai Sheng, tell us quickly, who are the strong ones on the leaderboard?" In the chat channel, after learning about the zombie world, everyone couldn't help but ask about the top-ranked powerhouses. Especially the one who slaughtered all the high-level zombies and ended the dungeon. Must have cheated, right? There's nothing reasonable about it, it's utterly absurd. How strong does one have to be to kill a high-level zombie amidst a horde? No 90-plus high-level zombies. By now many had begun to suspect Bai Sheng. Was he just fabricating stories to deceive everyone? However, Bai Sheng also mentioned that over 60 teams had survived the zombie world. If they found and questioned those on the leaderboard, the truth would come out. In truth, it wasn't surprising that people doubted Bai Sheng. Even Bai Sheng himself, after finishing his account, suddenly realized how absurd Wang Jiaoer's achievements were. He now had to list everyone on the leaderboard one by one to prove the dungeon world was real, or else he'd be branded a liar. So Bai Sheng began revealing the names on the leaderboard. Everyone, don't rush. I remember all the powerhouses on the list, and it'll go from the bottom up. But the strong ones I mention might also represent teams, since team contributions count toward points. First, I want to talk about a powerhouse named Li Tianyu. Wang Song Li Tianyu. Qiu Yuexiao Li Tianyu. As soon as Bai Sheng mentioned Li Tianyu, dozens in the chat channel broke down. They had all received favors from Li Tianyu on the bus. Bai Sheng hadn't expected such a response. Dozens of people reacting to Li Tianyu's name. This Li Tianyu was indeed a notable figure known to so many. So Bai Sheng shared Li Tianyu's situation in the chat. Folks, I remember this Li Tianyu well. He was ranked 8th in the first 2 days, but for some reason his points didn't increase on the 3rd day. By the end of the dungeon, his rank had dropped to 16th. Everyone was puzzled. Why hadn't Li Tianyu gained points on the 3rd day? Bai Sheng, with a hint of schadenfreude, messaged everyone, although Li Tianyu's rank dropped, his loss was far greater. Because the reward for 16th place is the same as mine for 60th. Only 6 attribute orbs. Wang Song, huh? Li Tianyu finally got his comeuppance. Qiu Yuexiao, huh? Serves him right. I bet he didn't gain points on the 3rd day because he was off fooling around with women. Immediately, dozens in the chat channel began mocking Li Tianyu with sarcasm. Uffed. Li Tianyu, seeing the chat, spat out a mouthful of blood, nearly dying from rage at these people. He glared venomously at the chat, especially at those gloating and laughing the loudest. Wang Song, Qiu Yuexiao, they'll remember you. Bai Sheng continued listing the powerhouses on the leaderboard. He started from 10th place, naming each one until he reached 4th place, Joseph. Bai Sheng made a point to emphasize Joseph. Joseph may not be in the top 3, but his strength is formidable. It's just that the top 3 are outrageously overpowered. Inside a certain off-road vehicle, Zhao Tong, hearing Bai Sheng's praise for Joseph, showed a look of deep satisfaction. Her judgment had been correct. Shed latched onto Joseph's powerful thigh. If Shed stayed by Ming's side, Shed probably be starving somewhere. Bai Sheng then warned everyone in the chat. Folks, these are the strong ones from 4th to 10th place. If you encounter them, don't pick a fight. These big shots not only got 6 rank attribute orbs, but also a drank orb and a 1-star weapon. If you provoke any of them, you'd better weigh your own strength. Bai Sheng threatened everyone in the chat. By flattering the top 10 so obsequiously, he aimed to avoid their displeasure at his disclosure of the rankings. After all, even if he didn't speak, the surviving 60 teams would leak the information, so the top 10 couldn't hide themselves anyway. On the contrary, Bai Sheng's open praise made everyone except Li Tianyu feel good. Even Joseph accepted his 4th place status calmly. Bai Sheng continued in the channel. Next, he'll reveal the 3rd place, Zhang Lei. From the first day of the dungeon, I've been watching Zhang Lei. In 3 days, he slaughtered 7,000 to 8,000 zombies. You can imagine how terrifying his strength is. 7,000 to 8,000 zombies in 3 days? How did he kill them? With what? After slaughtering that many, his weapon must have dulled. Many imagined a man swinging a blade amidst a sea of corpses. Of course, many were ready to question Bai Sheng. Just as the doubters were about to message, Zhang Lei himself spoke up in the channel. I'm not as formidable as you think. My ability just makes killing ordinary zombies easier. Zhang Lei said this out of modesty. After all, his weapon manipulating ability made slaughtering zombies effortless. But compared to Ming and Wang Jiaoer's terrifying power, Zhang Lei felt his ability was nothing. He couldn't even kill a single high-level zombie. Yet his modesty came across as arrogance to everyone. What exactly is your ability, Zhonglei? Killing 7,000 to 8,000 zombies is easy. Are you flexing on us weaklings? Remember, over 7,800 people are still alive in the chat, most of them ordinary, comparable to zombies in strength. Are you implying you could single-handedly wipe out the entire chat channel? Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Those who wanted to question Zhonglei now dared not send messages. But then suddenly, some began flattering Zhonglei in the chat. Brother Zhonglei is too modest. Your ability to take a head from 1,000 miles away is truly admirable. Exactly, aside from the top two who dares claim they could survive under Brother Zhonglei's blade. Song Shensi, Brother Zhong, don't be humble. Your strength is evident to all. Soon many in the chat began praising Zhonglei. These flatterers were among the top 20 who had interacted with Zhonglei in the small park. The sudden emergence of these people seemingly acquainted with each other made even the skeptics believe in the zombie dungeon's reality. Then several teams that had survived the zombie world confirmed Bai Sheng wasn't lying, finally convincing everyone. For a moment the chat channel buzzed with activity. Some asked about the dungeon while others shared strategies Bai Sheng didn't know, like humans hunting high-level zombies by day and zombies hunting humans by night. For a time, everyone in the chat forgot to ask who the top two were. Inside the bathroom, Ming soaked in the bath, unable to help but squint his eyes in comfort. After washing, the oppressive aura and scent of blood on him had dissipated entirely. By the way, he hadn't claimed the dungeon rewards yet. Half reclining in the bath, Ming suddenly remembered he hadn't collected his rewards, so he opened the system to claim them. The reward for second place on the leaderboard was 6 rank attribute orbs, 1 rank attribute orb, and a piece of 2-star equipment. Ming didn't lack attribute orbs, so he was quite interested in the 2-star equipment. If 1-star equipment provided a rank attribute boost, then 2-star equipment offered a crank attribute enhancement. Thus Ming was curious about what the system rewarded 2-star equipment would be. If it were a pair of speed-enhancing shoes, his D-rank speed would be boosted to C rank. Of course, he was also in need of a sharp weapon. The wooden spear could no longer keep up with Ming's strength, so a weapon as a reward would be nice. He then claimed the rewards, and in his hand appeared 7 glowing orbs and a black hoodie. A hoodie? Disappointment flickered in Ming's eyes as he saw the extra piece of clothing. It was neither a weapon nor shoes. Hoodie 2-star equipment, wearing it enhances constitution and provides a certain degree of defense. After Ming saw the attributes of the black hoodie, he felt it was quite ordinary, but once worn his constitution would be strengthened to D rank. His original clothes were stained with blood, so he could change into this one. As for the attribute orbs, Ming absorbed the Drank orb and used it to enhance his spirit attribute. The remaining 6 rank orbs were given to Jiangqi, who had just finished washing and come over to soak in the bath. Jiangqi's spirit attribute was still at E rank, but after absorbing these 6 orbs, all her attributes reached E rank. Meanwhile, all of Ming's attributes were now at the D level. Name: Ming strength D rank, speed D rank, constitution D rank, spirit D rank, skills none, escape coins 12062, overall rating D rank. Just as Ming was checking his personal stats, Wang Jiuer sent a friend request. Ming then remembered he had forgotten to add Wang Jiuer as a friend, so he accepted. Soon Wang Jiuer gifted him an item, and upon receiving it a book appeared in his hand. A skill book. Shadow clone consumes a large amount of spirit and stamina to condense a physical clone of equal strength. Note: the shadow clone shares consciousness and is difficult to control. Seeing this skill book, Ming's eyes lit up. The shadow clone skill was perfect for him. His advantage lay in his high attribute values, and since the clone could manifest with the same strength as the original, this skill was incredibly suitable. The only drawback was the difficulty in operating the shadow clone, requiring the ability to multitask. Ming didn't immediately learn the skill book. Instead, he messaged Wang Jiuer to communicate. Brother Ming, the shadow clone skill consumes too much spirit energy, it's not suitable for me. You take it. Wang Jiuer's ability was to control a swarm of bees with her spirit power. Using a skill like shadow clone, which consumes a vast amount of spirit energy, would cause the swarm to lose control. So she didn't learn the clone skill and gave it to Ming instead. Ming didn't stand on ceremony with Wang Jiuer and asked her what 2-star equipment she had received as a reward. Wang Jiuer's 2-star reward was a necklace. It could enhance the wearer's spirit attribute and provide some defense against spiritual damage. Upon learning this, Ming didn't ask for it. If the reward had been a 2-star melee weapon, he would have requested it, but since it was a spirit-enhancing necklace, he let Wang Jiuer keep it. Brother Ming, quickly learn the clone skill and see if you can send the clone over to accompany me through the system. Huh. Seeing Wang Jiuer's message, Ming was utterly astonished by her idea, left speechless. Could a clone be used that way? Although the thought was somewhat absurd, it had a certain logic. The system couldn't transport living beings, but a clone wasn't a living creature. It was merely a product of spirit and stamina. So Ming immediately learned the shadow clone skill. As the skill book vanished, Ming gained the shadow clone ability. He then attempted to use it, and his stamina and spirit began to drain rapidly. The amount of stamina and spirit consumed determined how long the clone could last, but at least half of his reserves were required. Thus Ming could only conjure one clone. If he attempted a second, he would exhaust all his stamina and spirit, falling into unconsciousness. Unless he had potions to restore stamina and spirit, allowing him to create a second clone in a short time. Soon a shadow suddenly appeared in the bath. Jiangqi, who had been enjoying her soak, was startled by the sudden shadow, quickly covering herself and ducking into the water. In the kitchen, Chu-Chu and the other two girls were chatting and laughing while cooking when they heard Jiangqi's startled cry, feeling puzzled. What happened? Ellie and Gemini tensed up. Chu-Chu quickly shook off any inappropriate thoughts, then took 2 glasses of chilled orange juice from the fridge and handed them to Ellie. Ellie, since you're not much help in the kitchen, take these 2 glasses of orange juice to them and see what's going on. Ellie, unaware that Sister Chu-Chu was setting her up, naively blamed herself for being useless in the kitchen and went to the bathroom with the 2 glasses of chilled orange juice. Inside the bathroom, after Ming explained the shadow clone skill to Jiangqi, she breathed a sigh of relief. The shadow clone was essentially a product of Ming's spirit and stamina, not even considered a living entity. Ming carefully examined the clone. It was entirely composed of a massive shadow with vague facial features, making it impossible to identify. Controlling 2 bodies with one consciousness felt extremely awkward. Ming couldn't manage both simultaneously for now, so he had his main body rest with eyes closed while focusing his consciousness entirely on the shadow clone. He then attempted to trade the shadow clone to Wang Jior. Surprisingly, the trade succeeded. Ming scratched his head about to transfer his consciousness to the shadow clone when the bathroom door suddenly opened. Creak. Ellie poked her head in, peeking to see what was happening. Ellie, what are you peeking at? Ming and Jiangqi looked at Ellie speechlessly. One of Ellie's twin tails had completely slipped out from behind the door, making it impossible not to notice her. I came to bring orange juice, Ellie explained nervously. Blushing, she ran into the bathroom, placed the 2 glasses of orange juice before them, then turned and fled back to the kitchen. Ming and Jiangqi exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. Ellie could be really adorable sometimes. After Ellie left, Ming asked Jiangqi to watch over his main body so it wouldn't drown in the bath. Then he transferred his consciousness to the shadow clone. Inside a small car, as Ming shifted his consciousness into the shadow doppelganger, he found Wang Jior poking his face with her finger. What's wrong? Ming suddenly asked. Oh. Wang Jior was startled and quickly withdrew her hand. Then she realized that Ming's consciousness had transferred to the shadow doppelganger. Brother Ming, you scared me to death. Wang Jior patted her small chest, then pinched the shadow doppelganger, but Ming felt no pain at all. This phenomenon struck Ming as utterly miraculous. Yet considering the shadow doppelganger was formed from spirit and stamina coalesced into shadow, its insensitivity to pain seemed perfectly natural. In battle, the shadow doppelganger could serve as a meat shield or engage in a trade once for one style of combat. Brother Ming, what do you think of my mode of transportation? Wang Jior gestured for him to examine the car's interior. Only then did Ming take a look around. From the outside, Wang Jior's vehicle was a small car, but the interior space was surprisingly large, roughly 10 square meters. There was only a single driver's seat in the front, while the rear was planted with all kinds of flowers. Looking back, it resembled a sea of blossoms. Numerous bees darted among the flowers, collecting nectar before flying back to the beehive hanging on the car wall. Besides that, Ming also spotted a mutated queen bee and 5 hornets lying amidst the floral sea, feasting on a goblin corpse. Hornets were naturally carnivorous, and after evolution their appetites had grown even larger. Fortunately, the world of peril was never short of monster carcasses, so there was no worry about their food supply. In truth, Wang Jior's greatest gain in the zombie world was the 94 unabsorbed spirit cores. As long as her spiritual energy was sufficient, she could strengthen a batch of mutant queen bees. Surveying the car's interior, Ming praised the environment inside the car is quite nice. Of course, Wang Jior nodded proudly, then said sheepishly, Brother Ming, I heard from Sister Jiangqi that your RV has a bathroom. Could you get me some hot water to bathe? Wang Jior hadn't bathed in a very long time. Previously, when she got dirty, she only wiped herself with a damp towel. Now fresh from the zombie world, she was absolutely filthy. Giving Wang Jior a bath wasn't difficult. All he needed to do was deliver enough hot water to her. However, Ming found it a bit troublesome and decided to give Wang Jior a bathroom instead. For Ming, a bathroom cost only 2,000 escape coins, which was nothing. But the shadow doppelganger couldn't synthesize a bathroom. That had to be done by his main body. They'll return to my main body and send you a bathroom. This shadow doppelganger will stay here to see how long it can last. After explaining the situation to Wang Jior, Ming's consciousness returned to his main body. Inside the RV's bathroom, when Ming's consciousness returned, Jiangqi was drinking iced orange juice that Ollie had brought. Ming felt thirsty too, so he took a sip of the iced orange juice, savoring a wave of refreshment. Then he synthesized a bathroom and traded it to Wang Jior. Just as he was about to close the system, he noticed someone named by Sheng in the chat channel commenting about Li Tianyu. Below, dozens of people like Wang Song and Xiu Yuexiao were hurling all sorts of sarcastic remarks at Li Tianyu. Good heavens, if Li Tianyu saw these messages, he would be absolutely livid. As for why these people harbored such animosity toward Li Tianyu, Yi Ming had no idea, nor did it concern him in the slightest. So Yi Ming soaked in the bath sipping iced orange juice, while Jiang Qi massaged him. The two leisurely watched Bai Sheng reveal the powerhouses on the leaderboard. As time passed, in the chat channel after much discussion and understanding, everyone believed that Bai Sheng wasn't lying. Someone asked curiously, Bai Sheng, tell us quickly who are the top two on the leaderboard. If Zhang Lei ranked third was already so formidable, just how powerful were the top two? Could they be crank experts? Of course, some speculated that the top two might not be overwhelmingly strong. They must possess some special ability that allowed them to kill so many zombies. Bai Sheng didn't keep them in suspense. Seeing someone ask, he continued revealing the leaderboard. Everyone ranked second is Big Shot Yi Ming and first is Big Shot Wang Jior. In the first 2 days in the zombie world, Big Shot Yi Ming dominated the top spot with absolute strength. On the third day, he even killed several high-tier zombies. Big Shot Wang Jior unleashed her power on the third day, taking out over 90 high-tier zombies. That's how I managed to return alive to the escape world. After announcing Yi Ming and Wang Jior, Bai Sheng lavished praise on their achievements. Everyone immediately began discussing what abilities Yi Ming and Wang Jior possessed. Since Yi Ming was second, he didn't attract too much attention. Most people focused their curiosity on Wang Jior's abilities. Some speculated that Wang Jior's ability was a rule-based power, suggesting she had triggered some rule to kill the high-tier zombies. Others made wild guesses, claiming Wang Jior was a reincarnated empress currently restoring her strength, destined to lead everyone to break free from the escape world. Inside a bus, Yang Lingyu and Zhang Xiaoman were both shocked and overjoyed to see Yi Ming among the powerhouses Bai Sheng had listed. Just moments ago, they had been boldly guessing whether Yi Ming might be among the top two. To their surprise, he actually was. Now thinking about it, could someone who gave them combat boots and attribute spheres be weak? Yang Lingyu didn't think much of it, but Zhang Xiaoman inwardly exclaimed that she had struck gold. Inside another bus, Lu Yuxuan, dressed in a princess gown, saw Yi Ming listed among the powerhouses Bai Sheng announced, and a look of admiration spread across her young face. She had long heard from Chu Chu about how formidable Yi Ming was, and now seeing Bai Sheng sing his praises so highly, her reverence for him only deepened. Just as Lu Yuxuan was browsing the chat channel, several men approached her. Commander Lu, we've run out of wolf meat. Can you find a way to get us another one? Yeah, if we have no food, we won't have the strength to steal treasure chests tomorrow. These men appeared respectful to Lu Yuxuan, but their words subtly hinted that if she couldn't provide food, they wouldn't be able to steal treasure chests and lure monsters tomorrow. Everyone on the bus turned to look at Lu Yuxuan. No one came to her defense, and some women even made demands. Commander Lu, can you get us some other food? I'm sick of boiled wolf meat. Lu Yuxuan clenched her small fists in anger. She could clearly see their true colors. Everyone was paying her lip service while disobeying behind her back. Today, these people hadn't even secured the resources from a single bronze chest. Everyone was just going through the motions. By the end of the day, this bus had only opened a few wooden chests, yielding some escape coins and bread, which they had already divided among themselves. Now that the wolf meat was gone, they finally came to her asking for food. Lu Yuxuan didn't refuse them outright. Instead, she nodded expressionlessly. They'll help you find food, but tomorrow you must secure the resources from a bronze chest. Everyone present repeatedly assured her that they would do their utmost to steal the treasure chests. Lu Yuxuan looked at everyone on the bus, a cold sneer in her heart. Once these people realized she couldn't get them food, would they still continue to laze around on this bus waiting for death? The shadow clone, having exhausted his physical strength and mental energy, automatically dissipated after approximately 5 minutes. Yi Ming soaked in the bath, frowning in dismay. The shadow clone, which consumed half his physical strength and mental energy, had only lasted 5 minutes, and this did not even account for the stamina expended during combat. In a battle state, the clone's existence would be even shorter. However, Yi Ming reflected that when he had condensed the shadow clone, his physical strength and mental energy were both at D rank. Even with half consumed, it was normal that it could not last long. As his strength grew in the future, the shadow clone would naturally endure longer, but for now it was incapable of sustained combat. Yi Ming also gained a certain understanding of the shadow clone. Its advantage was that its combat power equaled his own, making it an ideal cannon fodder. Moreover, through the system's trade function, it could remotely support the women. The drawback was that condensing a single clone required at least half of his physical strength and mental energy, lasting only 5 minutes with an even shorter duration in battle. Furthermore, Yi Ming was not yet accustomed to simultaneously controlling both his main body and the clone in combat. He would need to train for this adaptation. Half an hour later, after bathing, Yi Ming and Jiang Qi stepped out of the bathroom, each wearing a set of pajamas. So fragrant, Yi Ming remarked as they exited, catching the aroma of cooked food. Clearly, Jin Minai had already prepared the meal. From the kitchen came the chattering voices of Chu Chu and the other two women, seemingly instructing Ellie to be careful while carrying dishes lest she spill anything. Yi Ming smiled and took Jiang Qi's hand. Let's go. I'm so hungry, my stomach is growling. Jiang Qi's face flushed slightly as she affectionately linked her arm with Yi Ming's, and the two walked toward the kitchen. Inside the kitchen, upon seeing Yi Ming and Jiangqi enter, everyone finally began their meal. The five sat around the dining table, which was laden with an abundance of meat dishes, a truly lavish spread. The dishes were primarily based on wild boar, with few side vegetables. Currently, vegetables and fruits were extremely scarce, and Zhen Minai had no place to buy them even if she wanted to. However, some individual teams had already begun attempts at planting and breeding. For instance, the rice and wheat Yi Ming had planted had now grown to knee height. When they reached the size of small saplings, they would enter the maturity stage. Today, Zhen Minai had even purchased a few eggs from a team raising hens. It was evident that other teams were also finding various ways to earn resources. Jiangqi looked at a plate of crispy pork slices and asked, "Good heavens, Zhen Minai, did you make all of this?" Zhen Minai nodded with slight embarrassment. Jiangqi was immediately filled with admiration for Zhen Minai, as she herself could only make some simple diet meals, and her culinary skills were nowhere near comparable. Yi Ming picked up a meatball and took a bite, nodding in approval. "Your skills are indeed impressive. From now on, the cooking will be entrusted to Zhen Minai." Zhen Minai smiled and nodded without refusal. Cooking was her hobby, and she would eagerly jump at such a task, so why would she decline? Everyone ate at the table with bread as the staple, accompanied by stir-fried meat slices, meatballs, braised trotters, and more, savoring every bite. Of course, Yi Ming did not forget to send a portion of the meal to Yang Lingyu and the other women. During the meal, the conversation gradually opened up. Everyone shared what they had done that day. Yi Ming and Jiangqi recounted their experiences in the zombie world. Ellie talked about how she had shot goblins today and helped her sister prepare ingredients in the kitchen. Zhen Minai mentioned what ingredients and seasonings were urgently needed in the kitchen and what she had traded for from the chat channel. Chu Chu said she had searched for supplies, mainly various foods and miscellaneous items, along with several hundred escape coins. To Yi Ming's surprise, Chu Chu had obtained a zero-star engine blueprint from opening a treasure chest. Overjoyed, Yi Ming realized he had finally met the conditions for upgrading the RV. Vehicle engine, a zero-star vehicle equipment. After installation, the maximum speed can reach 120 km/h. Blueprint manufacturing capacity 2. Manufacturing cost 20 escape coins. Yi Ming immediately spent 20 escape coins to synthesize the zero-star engine. Currently, the zero-star vehicle equipment installed in the RV included the engine, fuel tank, alarm, headlights, and window glass. Ding, the RV has installed 5 pieces of zero-star vehicle equipment meeting the upgrade conditions. Please wait. If one were to look at the RV from the road, they would see it enveloped in white light. The RV's originally shabby exterior gradually transformed, finally becoming a brand new gray-white RV. The interior of the RV also underwent changes, with the internal space expanding by more than double, now approximately 20 to 30 square meters. Ding, the RV upgrade is complete. Upon receiving the system prompt, Yi Ming opened the system panel to check transportation. RV strength 1 star. Capacity 5 unlimited. Function 1 collect favorability points. Function 2 exchange attribute orbs. Function 3 record blueprints. Function 4 investigation, granting the owner the ability to investigate women. Favorability points 22. Currently recorded blueprints: 2 star large bathroom, 2 star large kitchen, 1 star combat boots, 1 star hand crossbow. Yi Ming was taken aback upon seeing that the 4th function was investigation. He then looked at the 4 women. Chu Chu. Favorability points 7 loyal. Appearance score 9. 5. Heterosexual interactions 1. Jiangqi. Favorability points 6 love. Appearance score 9. 3. Heterosexual interactions 1. Zhen Minai. Favorability points 5 admiration. Appearance score 9. 0. Heterosexual interactions 1. Ellie. Favorability points 5 attachment. Appearance score 9. 2. Heterosexual interactions 1. After sensing the information in his mind, Yi Ming understood what the RV's 4th ability was. With this ability, he could discern whether a woman harbored ill intentions toward him. At the same time, he could identify which women were virgins. Now Yi Ming finally understood why in his past life Li Tianyu could spot at a glance that Yang Lingyu and Wang Jiuer were virgins, and even identify the women on the RV who held hostility toward him. Yi Ming was very satisfied with the 4 women currently on the vehicle. They formed the foundation of his team of beauties. As dusk fell after dinner, Yi Ming still arranged for Chu Chu and the other 3 to continue selling wooden spears and other items. It was then that Yi Ming noticed that Song Shinsi had announced a message in the chat channel. Everyone, I am Song Shinsi, ranked 6th on the Copy World leaderboard. My ability is divination. I have calculated that at midnight tonight monsters will attack all vehicles except for buses. Please be on guard during the night. What? Really or fake? Divination? There's such an ability. Everyone in the chat channel debated whether Song Shinsi's message was true or false. No one knew what Song Shinsi was up to. However, many had already decided to check at midnight to see if monsters attacked, thus confirming the truth. After all, staying up until the early morning was hardly a difficult task for most. As for the matter of monster night attacks, it was better to believe it existed than not. As a reincarnator, Yi Ming naturally knew that what Song Shinsi said was true, because after midnight it would be the 4th day of the escape world, and the 3-day protection period would end. Beasts and goblins would then attack vehicles at night. From the fourth day onward, every team would need to arrange for night watches. However, Ming was somewhat unclear as to why Song Shinsi would release this information. In his past life, Song Shinsi had never done such a thing. Ming knew that Song Shinsi would not kindly share information for free. Could it be that Song Shinsi was doing this to gain fame and trust? Ming quickly deduced that Song Shinsi had announced the Monster Night Raid to gain reputation and trust. Once the night raid occurred tonight, all the car owners who had taken precautions would be grateful to Song Shinsi, who would then amass considerable fame and credibility. His divination abilities would also be universally acknowledged. From then on, any intelligence Song Shinsi wished to sell would command high prices, such as methods for car owners to recruit followers onto buses. Ming hadn't anticipated that Song Shinsi in this life would go so far as to lay groundwork and craft a persona just to peddle information. This Taoist had some skill. Just as Ming was pondering, Song Shinsi sent a friend request. Ming naturally accepted. Once they became friends, Song Shinsi immediately messaged, "Brother Yi, I've calculated that there will be a monster night raid tonight. You must be careful, better assign a follower to keep watch." Seeming to worry that Ming hadn't seen the chat channel, Song Shinsi specifically added him as a friend to issue the warning. Ming, aware of Song Shinsi's ulterior motives, replied, "Mim, I saw your announcement about the monster night raid." In truth, even without Song Shinsi's warning, Ming had already planned to have the women take turns standing guard tonight. Song Shinsi messaged again, "I have another piece of crucial intelligence I want to share with you in advance, Brother Yi. Please don't leak it." Earlier, Ming had gifted Song Shinsi 3 pairs of combat boots, and the latter was eager to repay this favor as quickly as possible, hence his decision to relay the intelligence. Ming naturally understood Song Shinsi's intentions and could even roughly guess what the intelligence was. So he replied, "If you're about to talk about the method for recruiting followers, don't bother." Upon reading Ming's response, Song Shinsi was greatly alarmed and immediately began counting on his fingers in divination. Yet he could divine nothing. Ming actually knew the method for recruiting followers and had even guessed that he was about to reveal it. Song Shinsi was now both shocked and perplexed. He found he couldn't see through Ming at all, and this left him deeply unsettled. Song Shinsi knew better than anyone just how unfathomable Ming was. And now Ming had exposed his method for recruiting followers. How could this not alarm Song Shinsi? It was precisely for this reason that he was so desperate to repay the favor of the combat boots. With this in mind, Song Shinsi gritted his teeth and began to count on his fingers, divining what intelligence Ming needed. At the same time, he reached his other hand toward the steering wheel. The steering wheel in his car was quite extraordinary, shaped like a divination compass. This was a new ability unlocked after Song Shinsi's vehicle had just been upgraded to 1 star. The compass could be used once a day to divine a person's most urgent need and how to address it. Song Shinsi decided to use this ability on Ming. Soon his mental energy began to drain. After about 10 seconds, Song Shinsi ended the divination, his mind dizzy. Though he had expended a great deal of mental energy, he had finally, with the compass, helped divine what Ming needed. Song Shinsi organized his thoughts and messaged Ming, "Brother Yi, the follower you want to recruit is on a bus, but it's hard for you to get onto that bus, isn't it?" Ming was taken aback by Song Shinsi's message. Song Shinsi meant that he had a way to help Ming board the buses of Yang Lingyu and Liu Yushuan. After a moment of silence, Ming replied, "Let's hear it." While Ming did have a plan to bring Yang Lingyu and the other 2 women to his RV, it would require waiting until the next extreme heat world. Since Song Shinsi had a way to bring them over earlier, Ming saw no reason to refuse. Seeing Ming ask, Song Shinsi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Both men understood that once Song Shinsi shared this intelligence, he would no longer owe Ming anything. So Song Shinsi said, "This method of mine has about a 40 to 50% success rate. If you try it a few times, Brother Yi, you're sure to succeed. First, the follower on the bus needs to drive a few people off. At the same time, you, Brother Yi, should also get off and stay on the road. When the bus resumes its journey, there's a high chance it will come back to pick you up. A bus that restarts after someone gets off often triggers the condition for taking on new passengers. If you don't succeed the first time, Brother Yi, repeat it a few times, and it will definitely work." Ming silently memorized the method. In truth, this was a technique used in his past life as well, typically when a car owner spotted a capable person on a bus and wanted to recruit them. After mutual agreement, they would execute this plan together. In his past life, Ming had been too weak for anyone to recruit him using such a method. And car owners who knew this technique would never reveal it publicly. After all, capable followers were scarce. If all car owners knew the method, only those who already possessed the knowledge would suffer. After obtaining the method, Ming ended his conversation with Song Shinsi. Meanwhile, Chu Chu and the other 3 women were busy selling wooden spears, alarms, and other items. Ming himself wasn't idle, either, continuing to purchase blueprints. But this round of purchasing caused quite a stir in the chat channel, especially since Bai Sheng had recently announced Ming's strength to everyone. Many people privately messaged Ming trying to curry favor. Ming ignored them all, focusing solely on buying blueprints. However, by the time evening arrived and it was time to rest, he still hadn't acquired any high-level blueprints. It was understandable. By now everyone had moved past the initial phase of resource scarcity. With no shortage of supplies and no urgent need to boost their strength, who would sell good blueprints? As for low-level blueprints, Ming already had most of them. The blueprints most commonly circulating in the market were zero-star vehicle blueprints. Thus car owners with enough resources could, if they dared to spend, collect all 5 zero-star vehicle equipment pieces to upgrade their vehicles. Though Ming hadn't gained any good blueprints, Chu Chu and the other 3 women had reaped a fortune tonight. Ming's escape currency had reached an astonishing over 20,000. Alright, that's enough for today, Ming said to the 4 women. The 4 women naturally understood what Ming meant. It was time to rest for the night. After a moment's thought, Ming looked at them and said, "After midnight tonight, there will be a monster night raid. You'll need to take turns keeping watch. If monsters appear, wake me up." The 4 women nodded in agreement, having no objection to this. They only needed to stand guard from midnight to 6 in the morning, so each woman would only have to keep watch for about an hour and a half. At the same time, Ming notified Wang Jiuer to be on alert for the monster night raid. Wang Jiuer wasn't worried about the watch duty, as she could leave it to her mutated wasps and the queen wasp. Ming then recalled that Wang Jiuer's vehicle hadn't been upgraded to 1 star, so he sent her a few 0-star vehicle equipment pieces and stopped concerning himself with her. Inside the RV, Chu Chu was pulling AI Li and Zhen Minai to the bathroom for a bath, leaving only Ming and Jiangqi. Ming didn't hesitate. He scooped up Jiangqi and headed to rest. Jiangqi's affection value 6. The 4 women would have to take turns keeping watch tonight, so Ming could not bear to overwork them. He collected affection points from each in turn. Chu Chu's affection 7. AI Li's affection 5. Zhen Minai's affection 5. Ming wiped the sweat from Zhen Minai's brow and gestured for her to seize the chance to sleep, as she would need to stand guard later. Zhen Minai's little face was flushed and her breathing gradually steadied. Hearing brother Ming tell her to rest, she nodded obediently, curling up into his arms like a kitten and closing her eyes. Ming held her closed, glancing at the time. Half an hour until midnight. He knew a monster raid was inevitable at midnight, so he did not rush to sleep. He planned to deal with the incoming wave first before resting. With 45 affection points already saved, he could now strengthen his attributes. Ming's spirit and stamina were both rated D, barely enough to sustain his shadow clone for long. Both attributes needed improvement. He currently wore a black sweatshirt that boosted his stamina to D, but his spirit remained at D. Thus he decided to enhance his spirit attribute first. He exchanged for 2 great attribute orbs, raising his spirit from D to D. This left him with 25 affection points. He only needed 15 more to push his spirit to D. After the simple enhancement, Ming held Zhen Minai and opened the chat channel to pass the time. As the minutes ticked by, many in the channel remained awake, quietly awaiting the monster raid that Divine Sun Song had mentioned. To kill time, some told risque jokes in the channel, keeping the boredom at bay. Before long, the conversation shifted to the monster raid. Someone asked what methods they should use if the raid actually came. It was a thought-provoking question. Ming could simply send a shadow clone out of the vehicle and deal with it effortlessly, but other teams lacked his abilities. After discussion, they concluded the simplest method was to run over the monsters with their cars. At worst, they could drive away. Surely the monsters couldn't catch them. However, both options required gasoline, which many teams had nearly exhausted during the day scavenging. Teams that were weak and out of fuel finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Some began offering high prices for gasoline in the channel. Fortunately, the 60-plus teams that survived the dungeon world still had plenty left, and they seized the chance to sell it at a hefty profit. In that moment, everyone realized how precious gasoline was in this world of survival. The only way to obtain it was through the system's daily distribution, which depended on the number of people in the vehicle. Many vehicle owners were filled with regret. Why hadn't they filled their cars to capacity before leaving the city on the first day? Back then, many owners had been overly cautious, fearing that too many passengers would pose a threat. Now that decision had become a key factor in the widening gap between rich and poor. Teams with 4 or 5 members could collect 30 to 40 treasure chests daily, upgrading their vehicles to 1 star. In contrast, teams of 2 or 3 gathered far fewer resources and were at a clear disadvantage in stealing chests or fighting monsters. On the other hand, the buses had too many people. Each bus held around 30 individuals, but the daily chests found were limited, leading to severe resource shortages. Many wanted to leave the buses and join private vehicle owners, if only to avoid hunger. Yet no matter how many disembarked, they only ended up on another bus. Now if Divine Sun Song sold the method for vehicle owners to get onto buses, countless owners would flock to buy it. Returning to reality, midnight soon arrived. Outside the RV, 3 small figures crept through the wind and sand toward it in the darkness. They were 3 green-skinned goblins, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they hoped to find beautiful human women inside. The goblins were clever. They did not attack the RV directly, as that would trigger the alarm. Instead, they stealthily approached the door. Just as one reached for the handle, the door swung open on its own. A shadowy figure stood before them holding a wooden spear. The 3 goblins froze, shocked that their covert operation had been discovered. Even more puzzling was what this shadow creature was. It looked more monstrous than they did. Indeed, this was Ming's shadow clone. Before the goblins could react, it struck first, thrusting the spear forward and piercing one goblin's throat in an instant. With Yi Ming's D speed and D strength, the goblins stood no chance. The remaining two goblins snapped out of their stupor, roaring as they lunged with bone daggers. Yi Ming did not dodge, he stood still, letting them attack. He wanted to test the shadow clone's durability. The daggers sank into the clone as if into thick liquid, startling the goblins. Yi Ming noticed the blades caused no damage. As the goblins stared in terror, the clone grabbed one in each hand and swung them like toys. He slammed them into the ground, blood spilling from their mouths. The impact shattered their bones and ruptured their organs. They were clearly dying. Yet Yi Ming showed no mercy. He commanded the clone to punch one goblin with full force. The goblin's head exploded on impact, while the clone felt no discomfort. If Yi Ming's true body had thrown that punch, the recoil would have been considerable. But the clone remained unscathed. Yi Ming quickly realized the clone's power. It feared neither harm nor death. Its combat prowess clearly surpassed his own. The sole surviving goblin, trembling with fear, knelt and kowtowed, begging for mercy. But Yi Ming had no intention of sparing it. He picked up the spear and ended its life with a single thrust. The entire battle lasted only a dozen seconds. The clone then returned to the RV, closing and locking the door. Yi Ming gently woke the sleeping Jiang Qi, signaling her to take the watch. She rubbed her eyes, rose groggily, and planted a kiss on his cheek before heading to the driver's seat to stand guard. Yi Ming watched Jiang Qi's retreating figure as she went to stand guard, saying nothing. Arranging for the women to take turns on night duty not only disrupted their rest, but also hindered Yi Ming's efforts to collect favorability points. In truth, solving the night watch issue was not difficult. In the future, Yi Ming only needed to capture one or two beasts or monsters to replace the women in keeping watch. It was akin to keeping a dog to guard the house. Beasts and monsters could be captured if one had the strength, but the enslavement collar was necessary to truly control them. Such collars could only be obtained from silver treasure chests, a tool exclusive to vehicle owners. Once a beast or monster was fitted with the enslavement collar, it would mentally submit to the vehicle owner. In the future, many owners would capture one or two creatures to enslave. They were obedient, could be used as cannon fodder, and could also stand guard. However, the enslavement collar had a drawback. It consumed a significant amount of the owner's mental energy, so few owners enslaved multiple beasts or monsters. Of course, capturing one or two for amusement was acceptable. As Jiang Qi went to keep watch, Yi Ming pulled Zhen Yan'ai close, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. That night, Yi Ming's RV was perfectly calm, but the chat channel was in an uproar. All teams had encountered monster night raids. Fortunately, Song Shensi had warned everyone in advance, otherwise many teams would have suffered casualties that night. Thus, people began thanking Song Shensi in the chat channel. Song Shensi also warned everyone that there might be more night raids, urging all to remain vigilant and assign night watch duties. Da was Song Shensi, there are only 2 people in my car. It's too exhausting to keep watch every night. Do you have any solution? This question seemed prearranged, steering everyone toward a certain topic. Song Shensi replied, too few people in the car. I do have a way for you to recruit from the bus, but most owners were startled by Song Shensi's message. He actually had a method to recruit from the bus. Da was Song, if you're willing to share the method, it'll pay a high price. Immediately, many in the chat channel began flattering Song Shensi, all eager to learn how to recruit from the bus. Song Shensi did not reveal the method. He was no philanthropist. Intelligence was to be sold for resources. Moreover, such information was contagious, so Song Shensi had to maximize his gains by selling it to as many people as possible in one go. He announced that anyone who wanted the method should transfer him 20 escape coins or equivalent supplies that night as payment. The next morning, he would share the method with all who had paid. He also emphasized that those who bought the information early would have an advantage over others able to recruit desired followers ahead of time. The beauties on the bus, the strong and the skilled, would be snatched up first. Moreover, 20 escape coins was not expensive. Would owners really miss the opportunity to recruit followers over such a small sum? Many owners were tempted and said they would transfer 20 escape coins to Song Shensi that night. That night, the escape coins Song Shensi earned from this piece of news were no less than what Chu Chu and the other 3 women made from selling supplies. Thanks to the night raids, many trusted Song Shensi deeply, and most owners were willing to pay 20 escape coins for the information. The night passed quickly. Yi Ming's RV did not suffer a second night raid, perhaps because the 3 gruesomely dead goblins outside served as a deterrent. The 4 women took turns keeping watch according to the order Yi Ming had set for collecting favorability points, and no incidents occurred. By the time Zhen Yan'ai finished her watch, the sky was faintly bright. She did not return to bed for more sleep, but went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. As the wind strengthened on the 4th day, the morning temperature became bitterly cold. Only the blankets offered warmth. Yi Ming slowly opened his eyes and realized that Zhen Yan'ai, who had been in his arms, had been replaced by Chu Chu. Chu Chu was drooling at the corner of her mouth, clinging to him like an octopus. Yi Ming did not wake her, but closed his eyes and continued sleeping in the warmth. Ding, the 3-day protection period has ended. Unlocking pursuit and escape mode, treasure chest competition mechanism, and world auction channel. Today wind level has increased to level 8, gale. Settling in car headcount at 5. Issuing 500 units of gasoline and 23 escape coins. Yi Ming and Chu Chu are drank, the other 3 women are a rank. Hearing the prompt, Yi Ming stretched lazily under the covers and reluctantly got up. The women also rose, listening to the howling wind outside, feeling as if the vehicle might be blown away. Jiangqi casually took her clothes back from Chu Chu, dressed, and looked at Yi Ming. Honey, that pursuit in escape mode sounds dangerous. Yi Ming shook his head. It's fine. If pursued we flee, if we can't flee we fight. After testing the combat power of the shadow clone last night, Yi Ming was unafraid of pursuers. With Chu Chu's mental shock as support, they could even crush the pursuers' spirits. Yi Ming did not explain further, but pondered the day's priorities. Searching for treasure chests and picking up Yang Lingyu and the other 2 women were both urgent. With the treasure chest competition mechanism unlocked today, there was a high chance of finding silver treasure chests. This mechanism meant that a high-level chest would be discovered by 2 or more teams simultaneously. Various competition modes would then trigger, such as the follower competition mode. Owners would send their followers to compete for the chest, unable to intervene themselves. Whether they obtained resources depended entirely on their followers' strength. This was why Yi Ming had trained the 4 women to fight for chests. In his past life, Yi Ming had heard that some teams had found excellent equipment, tools, and even potions in silver treasure chests. These were no ordinary supplies. So Yi Ming was determined to lead his team to gather supplies today and not miss the chance to open a silver treasure chest. Similarly, Yang Lingyu and the other 2 women had to be brought back to the RV as soon as possible. With today's level 8 winds, people could still move outside, but tomorrow's level 9 winds would render ordinary people immobile. On the last 2 days with level 10 and 11 winds, everyone would have to stay inside their vehicles and escape to the next world. Thus, picking up the 3 women from the bus had to be completed today. Otherwise, they would have to wait until the next world. After deliberation, Yi Ming decided to prioritize fetching Yang Lingyu and the others first, then lead the team to hunt for treasure chests in the afternoon. Everyone began washing up and eating breakfast. In the kitchen, Yi Ming picked up a piece of bread. Zhen Yanai had sliced it in half, toasted it again, and filled it with grilled meat slices, fried eggs, sausages, and sauce. Each bite was delicious. This was the advantage of having a chef in the team. In the entire chat channel, no other team lived as comfortably as Yi Ming's. Naturally, Zhen Yanai had prepared breakfast not only for those in the RV, but also for Wang Jiu, Yang Lingyu, and the others. Yi Ming had specifically asked Zhen Yanai to add them as friends and handle the food supply for Wang Jiu and the others. After Zhen Yanai traded the bread stuffed with grilled meat and ham to Yang Lingyu, her expression suddenly changed. Brother Yi Ming Lingyu said a vehicle owner came onto the bus and wants to recruit them. Hearing that a vehicle owner was recruiting Yang Lingyu on the bus, Yi Ming furrowed his brow. He then opened the system to inquire about the situation of Yang Lingyu and Zhang Xiaoman on the bus. Soon Zhang Xiaoman replied that a man had just boarded the bus, identifying himself as a vehicle owner and wanting to recruit 2 followers. Both Yang Lingyu and Zhang Xiaoman were beauties and powerful commanders on the bus. Which vehicle owner wouldn't want to recruit them? After learning about the 2 women, that vehicle owner stopped recruiting others and pestered them, trying to persuade them to get off the bus with him. Yang Lingyu was so annoyed that she was about to fight the vehicle owner. Yi Ming realized the situation was unusual. How could a vehicle owner happen to board Yang Linjia's bus so coincidentally? Just then Lu Yuxuan also sent a message that a vehicle owner had boarded her bus. The situation was essentially the same as with Yang Lingyu. Seeing that Lu Yuxuan also had a vehicle owner on her bus, Yi Ming immediately understood what was happening. Song Shenxi must have sold the information, leading many vehicle owners to recruit people on buses. It was also Yi Ming's fault for going to bed early last night and missing Song Shenxi's messages in the chat channel. So Yi Ming first synthesized 3-hand crossbows, then delivered them to Yang Lingyu, Zhang Xiaoman, and Lu Yuxuan, warning them to shoot any vehicle owners who acted suspiciously. If they encountered problems they couldn't solve, they should contact him immediately, and Yi Ming would send a shadow clone to handle it. After giving his instructions, Yi Ming opened a private chat with Song Shenxi and demanded, Song Shenxi, did you sell the method of recruiting people on buses? On the other side, Song Shenxi saw Yi Ming's message and felt a headache coming on. He knew Yi Ming would come to ask about this. For Yi Ming to board the buses of Yang Lingyu, Zhang Xiaoman, and Lu Yuxuan, there was a prerequisite: there couldn't be too many vehicle owners waiting for the bus on the road at the same time. That morning after waking up, Song Shenxi had already sold the information to hundreds of vehicle owners. Now many vehicle owners were waiting for buses on the road, making it very difficult for Yi Ming to board the buses where Yang Lingyu, Zhang Xiaoman, and Lu Yuxuan were. Song Shenxi only realized the problem with Yi Ming after selling the information. So Song Shenxi quickly replied to Yi Ming, brother Yi, this was my oversight. How about this? Consider that previous piece of information as a free gift from me, and I still owe you a piece of information. Song Shenxi's attitude was very sincere, promising to owe Yi Ming another piece of information. Seeing Song Shenxi's reply, Yi Ming's anger subsided considerably. He also knew that Song Shenxi wouldn't be foolish enough to trap him like this. It wouldn't benefit him at all. Since Song Shensi had already offered to owe him another piece of information, it was the most sincere compensation possible. So Yi Ming didn't press Song Shensi further, but asked him to calculate the probability of successfully boarding the bus now. Song Shensi quickly replied, "Brother, you don't make things difficult for me. I can't calculate the probability either, but I can help you figure out which time of day has fewer people waiting for the bus." Currently, it was very difficult for Yi Ming to board the buses where Yang Lingyu, Zhang Xiaoman, and Lu Yuxuan were. But once most vehicle owners finished recruiting followers, Yi Ming would naturally have his chance. So Yi Ming just needed to wait a few hours before he could go to the buses and pick up the 3 women. Yi Ming agreed to Song Shensi's method. Song Shensi quickly calculated and replied, "Brother, the number of vehicle owners boarding buses is lowest around noon. Both morning and afternoon, we'll see many vehicle owners going to the buses." After getting the information he needed, Yi Ming ended the conversation. He could only wait until noon to pick up the 3 women. So Yi Ming informed Yang Lingyu, Zhang Xiaoman, and Lu Yuxuan of the situation, telling them to be cautious of vehicle owners boarding the bus in the morning and that he would come for them at noon. The 3 women were overjoyed at the news. Who wouldn't want to live a good life on a luxury RV instead of staying on a bus? On the bus, Yang Lingyu and Zhang Xiaoman each held a hand crossbow aimed at a young man. The young man was terrified and quickly raised his hands. "Ladies, please don't shoot. I mean no harm." Yang Lingyu said angrily, "If you harass us again, I'll shoot you with the crossbow." The young man quickly promised he wouldn't. But he really didn't want to give up the chance to recruit Yang Lingyu and Zhang Xiaoman. So he found a seat on the bus and pondered how to get the 2 women to leave with him. Seeing that the young vehicle owner hadn't gotten off, Yang Lingyu and Zhang Xiaoman frowned. Over the following period, several more vehicle owners boarded the bus. After learning that Yang Lingyu and Zhang Xiaoman were not only formidable, but also possessed hand crossbows, they were all tempted. Which vehicle owner wouldn't want to recruit capable armed beauties? If they could get these 2 women on their vehicle, their team's overall combat power would increase, and they'd gain ranged weapons. So none of the several vehicle owners who boarded wanted to leave. Instead, they boasted about how impressive their vehicles were and how extraordinary their abilities were. Yang Lingyu and Zhang Xiaoman held their crossbows ready to shoot if any vehicle owner came within 2 meters. As the vehicle owners refused to leave, the bus oddly remained full and stopped accepting new passengers. The situation on Lu Yuxuan's bus was the opposite. When vehicle owners boarded, they had no idea about Lu Yuxuan's strength and didn't even notice her. The other followers on the bus didn't reveal Lu Yuxuan's situation either. Instead, they tried to hide her and show off their own abilities. Men boasted to the vehicle owners about their combat skills, talents, and loyalty. Women showcased their beauty and virtuous qualities, even performing dances and songs. As a result, no vehicle owner noticed the petite Lu Yuxuan. Lu Yuxuan hid in a corner, secretly amused, watching the bus turn into a job market. Every time a vehicle owner boarded, they'd be surrounded by a crowd of self-promoters. The vehicle owner would then pick 1 or 2 they liked and leave with them. In one morning, 5 vehicle owners boarded Lu Yuxuan's bus, taking 10 people with them. The bus population suddenly decreased by a third. Back to Yi Ming, having decided to pick up the 3 women at noon, he could spend the morning leading his team to search for treasure chests. After breakfast, Yi Ming and his team drove the RV in search of treasure chests. With 100 units of gasoline left from yesterday, and the 500 units distributed today, they had a total of 600 units, enough for a day's search. Yi Ming drove the RV along a desolate highway covered in yellow sand. Before long, they encountered the first bronze treasure chest. The number of goblins guarding the bronze chest has increased, said Choo Choo from the passenger seat, noticing that there were now 3 goblins instead of 1. Yi Ming was not surprised by the increase in the number of goblins guarding the treasure chest. He had long anticipated it. The number of goblins would even rise further in the future. The importance of team strength was gradually becoming evident. If other vehicle owners focused solely on enhancing their own abilities, without cultivating followers, they might not even be able to claim a bronze treasure chest. Yi Ming looked at the 4 women, Choo Choo and the others, and said, "The next 3 goblins are for you to handle. I won't intervene." Upon hearing this, all except Jiangqi grew tense. After all, Jiangqi had experience fighting in a zombie world, while Choo Choo and the other 2 had never faced more than 1 monster at a time. Ellie asked nervously, "What should we do? Lure them away one by one and kill them?" Jean Mina, standing nearby, offered her own opinion. "I think we should form a formation and use our wooden spears and crossbows to our advantage against the goblins." Jean Mina believed that with only 4 of them, splitting up to lure the goblins was not ideal. Staying together would allow them to look out for one another. Jiangqi remained silent, convinced that either approach would suffice to defeat the 3 goblins. In terms of numbers, strength, and weaponry, they held the advantage over the goblins, lacking only combat experience and courage. The 3 women then turned their gaze to Choo Choo, the eldest among them. After a moment of thought, Choo Choo decided to adopt a formation to confront the goblins. With her mental strike ability, she could instantly neutralize 1 goblin if she timed it right. Soon the 4 women finalized their plan and disembarked armed with crossbows and wooden spears. Yi Ming accompanied them as an observer. Although he would not fight the goblins, he could impart combat experience from his past life. As soon as they stepped out, a fierce wind forced everyone to squint. The wind is too strong. Ellie felt as though her slight frame might be blown away. If not for her decent strength attribute, she would have been swept off her feet. Choo-Choo suddenly recalled that among the miscellaneous items she had collected there were goggles. Now was the time to use them. Choo-Choo retrieved 5 pairs of goggles from the RV, and once everyone put them on they felt much better. Ming then handed out 5 towels to the 4 women and himself. They could be tied over their faces as masks to prevent sand from entering their mouths and noses. After preparing their sandstorm protection, the 5 of them advanced toward the goblins like desert bandits. The women first attempted to shoot the goblins with crossbows from a distance. However, the strong wind greatly affected the accuracy of the bolts, and the 3 goblins were not foolish enough to remain stationary. Even Ellie with her shooting talent failed to hit a single goblin. Jiangqi abandoned her crossbow and switched to a wooden spear, leading the charge against the goblins. Choo-Choo and Jinmina also picked up wooden spears and followed behind Jiangqi. Their 3 spears pointed forward, preventing the short-limbed goblins from closing in. Ellie continued to follow with her crossbow ready to fire as soon as a goblin drew near. The 3 goblins, seeing 4 human women approaching, grew excited and began to howl. They imagined that subduing the women would provide them with a day of amusement. The goblins encircled the 4 women from the left, center, and right. Seeing the encirclement, Jiangqi frowned, but quickly calmed down, halting her advance and waiting for the goblins to close in. The women gathered into formation, watching the goblins approach. Ming offered guidance from a distance, sharing insights on group combat and key details. As long as the women did not panic, everything would proceed smoothly. With their combat boots granting them D speed and E strength along with long weapons like wooden spears, defeat was nearly impossible. Soon the 3 goblins clashed with the 4 women. Jiangqi acted decisively, instantly wounding 1 goblin. Although Choo-Choo and Jinmina did not inflict damage, they kept the goblins at bay. The 2 women gained confidence upon realizing that a single wooden spear could suppress a goblin. The day before they had killed goblins in groups of 3, never imagining they could hold their own alone. Ellie, Choo-Choo suddenly called out, then unleashed a mental strike on the goblin before her. The goblin froze in place, and Ellie, prepared, immediately fired a crossbow bolt that pierced its body. Simultaneously, Choo-Choo continued to stab the goblin with her wooden spear. By the time the goblin regained its senses, its life was already at an end. The situation quickly reversed, with the 4 women now hunting down the remaining 2 goblins. Soon both fell to the wooden spears and crossbow bolts. During the fight, 1 goblin hurled a dagger in its dying moments, nearly wounding Choo-Choo. Fortunately, she reacted swiftly and dodged in time. After the battle, the 4 women gained their own insights into group combat. Opening the bronze treasure chest, they found only a barrel of drinking water and over a dozen escaped coins. They tidied up, briefly retrieved the stray crossbow bolts, and returned to the RV to continue their search for more chests. From then on, all the treasure chests they encountered were left for the 4 women to handle. They accumulated combat experience. Even Ellie temporarily abandoned her crossbow in favor of a wooden spear. In such a windy environment, the crossbow had no long-range advantage. Only at close range could bolts hit their mark, and sometimes a spear was simply more convenient. Ming gradually found himself at leisure, watching from the driver's seat as the women claimed chest after chest. Inside the RV, the 4 women gathered together, chattering excitedly about their experiences killing goblins. Ellie bounced around, animatedly boasting to her sisters about her prowess, and occasionally running to the driver's seat to ask Ming how she had performed. If Ming did not offer praise, she would kiss him on the cheek. But Ellie's performance had been less than stellar. Hiding in the back and wildly thrusting her wooden spear, she had nearly injured Jiangqi, who was in front. Ming truly could not bring himself to lie and compliment her. Only after his face was covered in Ellie's kisses did Ming reluctantly surrender and praise her courage. Once Ellie received his compliment, the other 3 sisters teased her for using such a shameless tactic. Ellie could not out-argue them, and ended up playfully wrestling with her sisters, filling the RV with their laughter and banter. Time quickly passed until just past 10 in the morning. As Ming was considering heading to the bus to pick up Yang Lingyu and the others, a fork appeared in the previously straight road ahead. On the wasteland beyond the fork, 2 ogres, each 3 meters tall and clad in primitive animal hides, stood guard. Between the 2 ogres lay a silver-white treasure chest, the very silver treasure chest Ming had been longing for. On the other side of the fork, a heavy truck was parked. As Ming drove the RV near the fork, he immediately heard a system notification. Congratulations on discovering a high-grade treasure chest. The chest contention mechanism has been activated, meeting the conditions for 2 teams to participate. Scanning the number of participants from both sides randomly, selecting the contention method. Contention method follower, individual combat. Number of bouts, 3 on a versus own matches. The vehicle owner has the right to surrender on behalf of their followers. The contest continues until one side wins. Ming cast his gaze toward the heavy-duty truck at the other fork in the road. The next step required both sides to dispatch their followers for battle, and Ming was curious about who the owner of the opposing vehicle might be. Similarly, the person in the heavy-duty truck was observing Ming's RV. Neither side knew the other's background, but both were determined to seize the silver treasure chest. Inside the heavy-duty truck sat 4 men. The burly man in the driver's seat was the truck's owner, named Huang Daorong. However, Huang Daorong was inwardly complaining. Why did competing for the silver treasure chest require a contest of their followers' strength? If only they could compete based on the owner's own abilities. Huang Daorong's current strength was not lacking. His power had been enhanced to D level, and his speed to E. His trump card was his berserker ability. Once enraged, Huang Daorong could cleave any enemy with his giant axe. Having such power, yet being unable to fight on the field, left Huang Daorong feeling deeply regretful. Although he couldn't participate himself, he had confidence in his 3 followers. While they hadn't undergone attribute enhancements, they had slain numerous zombies in the undead world and possessed considerable combat experience enough to secure 2 victories. Please have both vehicle owners send out their followers. Huang Daorong turned his gaze to a young man in the truck. Xiao Lu, the first match is crucial, you'll go. Xiao Lu was overjoyed and immediately flexed his arm muscles in front of Huang Daorong. Brother Huang, don't worry, he'll definitely secure a win for you. Huang Daorong nodded in satisfaction. He knew Xiao Liu's skills, a sports student specializing in javelin throwing and the fittest among his followers. He then retrieved an iron spear from the truck. This spear was a 1-star equipment reward from the rankings after returning from the zombie world. If Huang Daorong hadn't already possessed a 1-star giant axe, he would have used this spear himself. Though reluctant to part with the 1-star spear, he knew that securing a victory now was paramount. And Xiao Lu, a javelin thrower, was the most suitable person to wield it. Go bring me a victory, and this 1-star spear is yours from now on, said Huang Daorong, handing the spear to Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu accepted it with joy. He had long awaited the day Huang Daorong would give him the spear, and the treasure chest competition mechanism had unexpectedly brought this opportunity. Xiao Lu stepped down from the truck with the spear. Meanwhile, inside the RV, Ming looked at the 4 women on board, his gaze finally resting on Chu Chu and Jiangqi. Jiangqi, you'll take the first battle, the second will be Chu Chu's. Though confident in his women's abilities, Ming dared not be careless or risk their lives. Thus, for the first match, Ming decided to send Jiangqi, who had the richest combat experience, to handle any unexpected situations. For the second match, Chu Chu would go with her mental shock as a trump card, making her defeat nearly impossible. If they won the first 2 matches, the third would be unnecessary. Neither woman declined. Jiangqi donned her mask and goggles, ready to step out of the RV. Ming thought for a moment and reminded her, be cautious. We don't know the other side's background yet. And remember, don't step off the road, or the 2 ogres guarding the treasure chest will attack. In such unknown battles, there would inevitably be a gap in strength. The weaker side could still turn the tables by running off the road and using the treasure chest guardians to their advantage. At that point, it would be a test of luck and resolve. Even the stronger side could easily stumble, so Ming naturally had to remind Jiangqi. Understanding this, Jiangqi took her wooden spear and descended from the RV. As both followers stepped down, the others were confined inside their vehicles by the rules, unable to assist. Ming squeezed into the driver's cabin with Chu Chu and the other 2 women, watching Jiangqi walk toward the opponent. He was ready to concede instantly if Jiangqi's life was in danger, which would teleport her back to the RV and save her. This was the only way for a vehicle owner to rescue a follower. Cultivating a capable and trustworthy follower was no easy task, and owners were unwilling to see them die in treasure chest battles. Thus, during combat, owners had to be prepared to concede at any moment. Inside the heavy-duty truck, Huang Daorong and the others were stunned to see a woman step out of the opposing RV, then couldn't help laughing. Ta! The RV sent a woman to fight. Don't they have any men on board? Huang Daorong joked. For such a crucial first match, the opponent had sent a woman. The other 2 followers joined in the laughter. The tense atmosphere dissipated, and their worries vanished upon seeing a woman step forward. One follower speculated, Brother Huang, maybe the owner of that RV only takes women on board. Huang Daorong's eyes lit up. It was highly possible. In the chat channel, some owners indeed recruited only female followers, boasting nightly about their busy lives and mocking those who took male followers as fools who didn't know how to enjoy themselves. Huang Daorong felt both envy and frustration. Which heterosexual male owner wouldn't want a few beauties on board? However, on the first day he descended into the city, the heavy-duty truck was discovered by all 4 of them simultaneously. Huang Daorong only boarded first, becoming the owner. The other 3 took the chance to board as well, and he couldn't drive them away, resulting in all his followers being male. Huang Daorong now deeply envied the owner who recruited only women. Suddenly an idea struck him. He decided to share this treasure chest battle in the chat channel, not only to gain some fame, but also to mock those owners with only female followers. So before Jiangqi and Xiao Lu began fighting, Huang Daorong opened the chat channel and shared the details of the treasure chest competition. Just as Huang Daorong shared the rules and the fact that the opposing owner had only female followers, the 2 beside him suddenly gasped. What's wrong? Huang Daorong looked toward the road. He saw Xiao Lu, on whom he had pinned high hopes, pierced through the throat by the woman's wooden spear, falling to the ground in unwilling death. Huang Daorong was dumbfounded, his mouth agape at Xiao Liu's corpse. Xiao Lu, are you joking with me? Killed by that woman with a single spear thrust. Did you just deliver the 1-star spear to her? Huang Doron's heart bled as he watched the woman pick up the spear and walk back. In truth, it was because Jiang Qi wore goggles and a mask along with a windbreaker that Xiao Lu and Huang Daorong failed to recognize her. How could they know that Jiang Qi was one of the women who followed Yi Ming in the small park of the zombie world? If they had recognized Jiang Qi, they would have conceded and left long ago. And Huang Daorong was the owner with the berserker ability who had tried to kill the advanced zombie in that small park. Please have both vehicle owners send out their followers. A one-star spear. Jiang Qi picked up the iron spear lying on the ground, her heart brimming with joy. She knew Yi Ming lacked a proper weapon and had been forced to use a wooden spear. This one-star spear was perfect for him. So clutching the spear, she turned and headed back to the RV. As Jiang Qi boarded the RV, Chu stepped down with the wooden spear in hand. The two women exchanged places for the second battle. Inside the RV, Ellie and Jemina immediately gathered around Jiang Qi, full of admiration for her decisive action. Moreover, Jiang Qi appeared utterly unruffled after killing someone, as if it weren't her first time. In truth, Jiang Qi could remain so composed because she had long adapted to the zombie world. She had slain countless zombies there, so she felt no burden now. The three women then moved to the driver's cabin, where Jiang Qi handed the one-star spear to Yi Ming. Without hesitation, Yi Ming took the iron spear and examined it. The spear, a one-star equipment, came with a certain piercing and armor-breaking effect. Not bad, he finally had a decent weapon. He hadn't expected that a treasure chest battle would yield a one-star weapon. The other vehicle's owner had certainly been willing to invest. Yi Ming didn't need to imagine how much the other owner's heart was bleeding. A one-star piece of equipment gone just like that. Setting the spear aside, Yi Ming and the women continued to gaze at the fork in the road. At that moment, a man holding a wooden spear stepped out of the heavy truck. The man opposite was extremely cautious, not daring to approach Chu, fearing he would meet the same fate as Xiao Lu, impaled by a wooden spear. Huang Daorong sat inside the heavy truck, his eyes fixed on the fork. He believed that Xiao Lu had simply been careless and gotten stabbed by the woman. This time with a guard up, how could his followers still lose to a woman? However, just as Huang Daorong thought this, he was astonished to see his followers standing frozen like an idiot. Then the woman effortlessly pierced him with her spear. Huang Daorong was speechless. Were all his followers this useless? They couldn't even beat a woman, and they didn't even put up a struggle before death. Even a pig would struggle when being slaughtered, but his followers wouldn't. The outcome was decided. The treasure chest competition mechanism was lifted. Huang Daorong felt the scene before him shift, and the forked silver treasure chest, ogres, and RV all vanished. Before him once again lay a straight road. If not for the two missing people in his vehicle, he would have thought it was all a dream. On the other side, the fork had also disappeared for Yi Ming's group, but the silver treasure chest and the two ogres remained on the wasteland. With the restriction of the rule lifted, Yi Ming led Jiang Qi and the other women down from the RV to look at the wilderness. Chu, having just killed a person, stood frozen for a moment before walking over to Yi Ming. "Honey, I killed someone." Yi Ming nodded slightly, then stared at Chu and asked, "Do you feel any discomfort?" Chu shook her head without answering, instead rallying her spirits to look at Yi Ming. Both Chu and the other women understood that in this world of survival, they would inevitably face battle and killing sooner or later. They had already killed countless monsters. How could killing a human affect them? Seeing that Chu was not troubled, Yi Ming felt relieved. He then addressed the four women. "Chu and I will each lure away one ogre. Jiang Qi, you steal the chest. Ellie and Jemina cover us from the road with crossbows." The ogres were all at level or above with considerable strength, speed, and physique. Their only weakness was their low intelligence and weak mental fortitude. Thus, luring away the ogres to steal the chest was the easiest solution. Even if Yi Ming had the power to kill them, there was no need to waste energy doing so. Hearing Yi Ming's plan, the women perked up. This was the first time Yi Ming had led them in a treasure chest battle, and it was far better than them having to think up a strategy on their own. It was like the difference between having a commander and having none. Soon Yi Ming and Chu stepped off the road to lure the two ogres. On the wasteland, the ogres, spotting them, let out excited grunts and gave chase. Ellie and Jemina immediately fired crossbow bolts at them. The ogres, being huge and not knowing how to dodge, were indeed hit. However, the bolts seemed to have little effect on the ogres as they continued their pursuit of Yi Ming and Chu. Yi Ming and Chu ran in opposite directions along the roadside, trying to stay as far from the silver chest as possible. Jiang Qi stood on the road calculating the distance. Once the ogres had run a good distance away, Jiang Qi dashed off the road toward the silver chest. The ogres paid no heed to the chest being stolen. Their eyes were only on the food before them. Jiang Qi reached the chest, opened it directly, and finding only a blueprint inside, grabbed it and ran. By the time Jiang Qi returned to the road, Yi Ming and Chu had also made it back, leaving only the two ogres howling in fury on the wasteland. Once everyone was back in the RV, Jiang Qi, blushing, handed the blueprint to Yi Ming. Yi Ming noticed her unusual demeanor. For this campus beauty with a wild and sexy figure to blush, the blueprint must be something special. Simmons' double bed resting on it accelerates the recovery of stamina, spirit, and injuries. Blueprint uses 1. Manufacturing cost 2,000 escape coins. After reading the blueprint, Yi Ming's eyes lit up. An item that could accelerate the recovery of stamina, spirit, and injuries was quite valuable. Yi Ming turned to Jiangqi with a smile. This blueprint is great. Why are you blushing? Jiangqi immediately retorted, saying she wasn't blushing. Chu Chu and the other two women were also curious and checked the blueprint, then understood why Jiangqi was blushing. Ellie clung to Yi Ming's arm and asked coquettishly, Brother Yi Ming, with this blueprint, does that mean we won't be able to squeeze together anymore? Yi Ming naturally understood Ellie's little scheme, so he asked, the space in our RV isn't big anyway. Are you thinking of having a separate bed to sleep on? Ellie thought for a moment. The space inside was indeed limited. If they installed too many beds, there would be no room to move around. Then I'm relieved. Ellie giggled, saying something inexplicable. Yi Ming didn't pay her any mind and began to consider where to place the bed. If he could get a blueprint for a bedroom, such problems wouldn't exist. But given the current space inside the RV, installing too many double beds would leave no room for movement. So Yi Ming decided to set up only 2 large beds. He first dismantled the original ordinary double bed, then synthesized 2 Simmons double beds. These Simmons double beds were noticeably larger than ordinary ones and took up just as much space. To make the most of the RV's interior, Yi Ming had to go against his conscience and put the 2 double beds together, forming a large multi-person Kong. Then, checking the time and seeing it was nearly noon, Yi Ming decided to go pick up Yang Lingyu and the other 2 women inside the RV. Upon seeing the twin beds pushed together, Ellie let out a cry of delight and threw herself onto the bed, rolling over twice. The thought of sleeping on the large bed that night filled her with eager anticipation. The bed came with pillows and bedding, and it was so soft and comfortable that it could even be used as a trampoline. Chu Chu and the other girls also tried lying on the bed to test its restorative effect. While the others felt nothing special, Chu Chu distinctly sensed that her somewhat muddled head had become much more comfortable. Having used the psychic strike 3 times that morning, she had expended a considerable amount of mental energy, so lying on the bed naturally allowed her to experience the sensation of recovery. Moreover, the girls were all quite satisfied with the large bed. Pushing the 2 beds together made it even more spacious. There was no worry about crowding or a lack of room to move. Seeing that it was almost noon, Yi Ming asked Yang Lingyu and the other 2 girls about the situation on their bus. The situation on Yang Lingyi's side was not good. All the vehicle owners who boarded the bus wanted to recruit Yang Lingyu and Zhang Xiaoman. Conversely, Lu Yuxuan had no vehicle owner trying to recruit her. The reason was that Lu Yuxuan had previously failed to obtain food, which had caused trouble for everyone on the bus. Although no one on the bus dared to complain or blame Lu Yuxuan, no one paid her any attention either. When the vehicle owners boarded the bus, everyone hoped to be noticed and taken away by one of them. Why would anyone bring up Lu Yuxuan and cause trouble for themselves? After learning about the situation on both buses, Yi Ming decided to go to Yang Lingyi's bus first. After all, with several vehicle owners on that bus, accidents could easily happen. So Yi Ming informed Chu Chu and the other 3 girls in the RV and began preparing to head to the bus. The girls reacted differently upon hearing that Yi Ming was going to the bus to pick people up. Jinmi looked forward to it, saying if 3 more sisters could join us on the bus, it would certainly be very lively. Ellie, on the other hand, was very worried that with more women on board, she and her sister might fall out of favor. Jiangqi shared the same concern. She feared being framed by a scheming woman and then cast into the cold palace by Yi Ming, ruthlessly abandoned. After all, that's how palace dramas always go. Chu Chu, however, was ecstatic, planting 2 fierce kisses on Yi Ming's cheek. More than anyone, she hoped Yi Ming would bring Lu Yuxuan onto the RV. To ensure Lu Yuxuan's safety, Chu Chu sent messages asking about her every so often, afraid that something might happen to her girlfriend. Yi Ming smiled and ruffled Chu Chu's hair, soothing her not to get too excited. Over the past few days, Chu Chu had never mentioned Lu Yuxuan's situation in front of Yi Ming, nor had she urged him to go back to the bus to look for her. She had simply buried her worries in her heart, not wanting to affect Yi Ming. Now that she heard Yi Ming was going to the bus to pick up the 3 girls, she was naturally overjoyed and repaid him with a passionate kiss. Jinmi chuckled and said, Brother Yi Ming, should we prepare a big feast and hold a welcome ceremony? Yi Ming stroked his chin and nodded, thinking a welcome ceremony was indeed a good idea, so he entrusted the task to Jinmi. The other girls were also delighted and full of anticipation. Jiangqi suddenly remembered something and quickly asked, Honey, after you leave, should we be on guard against the hunter mode? Today, the protection period was lifted, activating the World Auction Channel, the treasure chest competition mechanism, and the hunter mode. They had already witnessed the treasure chest competition mechanism, but the hunter mode and the World Auction Channel had not yet been activated. In fact, Jiangqi was not the only one with doubts. Many in the chat channel were also discussing and analyzing. For example, regarding the treasure chest competition mechanism, many teams had already shared their experiences in the chat channel. Everyone was astonished to learn that competing for treasure chests was akin to a battle between followers. Whether it was individual combat or team battles, if the follower's strength was insufficient, the team would never have a chance to fight for high-level treasure chests. Without the ability to compete for high-level chests, it was difficult for a team's strength to improve further, thus falling into a vicious cycle. Only then did all the vehicle owners realize how crucial the strength of their followers was. This was also why the several vehicle owners on the bus, upon learning that Yang Lingyu and Zhang Xiaoman were powerful, were unwilling to leave the bus. Otherwise, those vehicle owners, seeing no hope of recruitment, would have recruited others and left long ago. Thus, a capable follower was highly sought after in the eyes of vehicle owners. Besides discussing the treasure chest competition, the chat channel was also abuzz with talk about the World Auction channel and the Hunter mode. Everyone knew about the World Auction channel. The system's channel interface had only two channels, a regional channel and a World Auction channel. However, the activation time for the World Auction channel had not yet arrived. Everyone speculated that it would open in the evening after everyone had finished scavenging supplies. The Hunter mode, however, put everyone on alert. Someone even asked Divine Sun Song to divine what preparations were needed for the Hunter mode. Divine Sun Song's reply left everyone stunned. All you needed to do was step on the gas and run, and the key was to have good driving skills. Yi Ming reassured Jiang Qi not to worry about the Hunter mode. He knew the hunters would descend in the afternoon, by which time he would have already brought Yang Lingyu and the other two girls back to the RV. Even if the Hunter mode were activated early, Yi Ming could send his shadow clone to deal with the hunters. So there was nothing to worry about for the time being. After briefly explaining a few points to note, Yi Ming put on his goggles and mask and stepped down from the RV. This time Yi Ming did not wear his disguise mask. He needed to get the three girls onto the RV before afternoon and had no time to shift blame onto Li Tianyu. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As Yi Ming stepped off the RV, he immediately felt the extreme wind force. An ordinary person would not even be able to stand steadily in such an environment. Yi Ming opened the system and, following Divine Sun Song's method, contacted Yang Lingyu, telling her to drive a few people off the bus. Yang Lingyu was well prepared. At the price of a portion of food, there were naturally plenty of people willing to get off the bus voluntarily. The several vehicle owners on the bus were baffled, but no one stopped Yang Lingyu's actions. Meanwhile, Chu Chu drove the RV away, leaving Yi Ming on the road. After some people got off, the bus would inevitably search for people waiting on the road when it started moving again. At this moment, there was a high probability that Yi Ming would be chosen by the bus. Yi Ming braved the wind and sand, silently waiting on the road. About 20 minutes later, a bus slowly appeared at the end of the road, heading toward him. Yi Ming's spirits lifted, silently praying that it was the right bus. Soon the bus stopped in front of Yi Ming, and the doors opened automatically. Yi Ming boarded the bus and immediately felt countless eyes fixed on him. Then a dozen or so men and women all crowded around him. Brother, I've practiced Sonda for 3 years, and my driving skills are superb. I have 10 years of driving experience. My friends call me the god of Mount Xiaoshan. I'm also very loyal. Big brother, could you take me with you? I'm a web streamer. I can sing and dance. Good little brother, your big sister here knows how to take care of people, can cook, give massages. And I can even play games with you. Yi Ming looked at the dozen or so people crowding around him, instantly realizing they were trying to sell themselves, hoping to leave the bus with him. He glanced at the woman who had called herself a streamer. Lu Yu favorability XXX appearance score 7. 8. Heterosexual encounters 21. A flicker of surprise passed through Yi Ming's eyes, prompting him to take a second look at the woman. The streamer was average looking, but had some experience with no shortage of past interactions with the opposite sex. Then he turned his gaze to the sisterly woman beside her. Zhang Shanshan favorability XXX appearance score 7. 6. Heterosexual encounters 1016. Damn, 1,000 manslayer. Seeing the 4-digit tally, Yi Ming stepped back in alarm, fearing he might catch something from her. With the RV's reconnaissance ability, he had certainly broadened his horizons today. Dear little brother, just take your sister with you. He'll make sure you're satisfied. Zhang Shanshan's eyes brimmed with allure as she reached out to grab Yi Ming. Yi Ming quickly dodged, saying, Wait, I'm not the owner. I can't take you. To avoid being entangled by the 1,000-man slayer, he had no choice but to conceal his identity as the vehicle's owner. You're not the owner. Everyone on the bus froze, then scattered in disdain, returning to their seats. What a waste, I was so hopeful. The streamer grumbled as she turned away. The others followed suit, including the once enthusiastic 1,000-man slayer, who rolled her eyes at Yi Ming before swaying her hips and leaving. In truth, if Yi Ming had removed his mask, now someone among the crowd would surely have recognized him. After all, Bai Sheng had announced Yi Ming's achievements in the zombie world yesterday. Moreover, Yi Ming had been purchasing blueprints in the chat channel, so many had seen his profile picture. Unfortunately, no one recognized him, or there would have been a face-slapping drama with the 1,000-man slayer and the streamer showing expressions of regret. But Yi Ming didn't bother to take off his mask and show off. There was no sense of accomplishment in showing off before them. He merely scanned the 20-plus people on the bus, finding no trace of Yang Lingyu or Zhang Xiaoman. It was clear he had failed to board the bus with the two women. Still, Yi Ming didn't give up. He moved on to the next bus. Before stepping off, he deliberately swept his gaze over every woman on board, finding no virgins. Evidently, virgins were scarce, not something easily found on just any bus. Yi Ming descended from the bus without hesitation, then contacted Yang Lingyu, instructing her to continue driving people off. In the following time, following Song Shenxi's method, he boarded another bus, only to find it still wasn't Yang Lingyu's. It wasn't until his third attempt that This time, when Ming stepped onto the bus, no crowd rushed over to introduce themselves. Instead, half the passengers were gathered at the back, boasting about something, while the other half sat resignedly glancing helplessly at Ming. It seemed as though the arrival of an owner had little to do with them. Their frustration was understandable. Every male or female owner who had boarded today had recruited no one. Instead, they all flocked around the two young ladies at the back. Finally, Ming spotted Yang Lingyu and Zhang Xiaoman seated at the rear of the bus. Nearby, several owners were bragging about the conditions on their vehicles, promising that if the two women followed them, they would prioritize resources to enhance their strength. One middle-aged female owner even claimed there were no men on her vehicle, so the two women wouldn't have to worry about being taken advantage of. Yet the two women ignored the surrounding owners entirely, instead observing the newly boarded Ming, trying to confirm his identity. But Ming was wearing a mask, making it impossible to identify him. Seeing the two women, Ming sighed, lamenting the wasted hour, but relieved he had finally boarded their bus. He wondered if he could still reach Lu Yuxuan's bus before afternoon. He strode quickly toward Yang Lingyu and the other woman, ready to take them off the bus and find Lu Yuxuan. But three men blocked his path. "Brother, you're not thinking of recruiting those two beauties too, are you?" one of them asked. Ming nodded. "I'm taking them off the bus. Don't block the way." The three men quickly tried to placate him, then whispered, "Hey brother, don't get worked up. Forget about those two beauties. No one can recruit them. How about we join forces? We'll take down those two women. 2 women, 2 hand crossbows. We split them 4 ways. What do you say?" Their voices were barely audible, meant only for Ming to hear their conspiracy. Ming had initially planned to ignore them, but hearing their plan to capture Yang Lingyu and Zhang Xiaoman, he stopped and looked at the 3 men. Thinking he had agreed, they began outlining their scheme. As it turned out, these 3 were also owners who had just boarded the bus. After learning about Yang Lingyu and Zhang Xiaoman, they naturally wanted to recruit them too. But since the earlier owners had failed, they saw little hope as latecomers and decided to take the women by force. One of the owners said confidently, "My ability is electromagnetic field paralysis. It can paralyze an area for a few seconds. During that time, 2 of us will grab the crossbows, and the other 2 will take out the rest of the owners." They seemed to have already planned how to deal with the other owners and the 2 women. All they lacked was one more helper to seize the crossbows. That's why they had approached Ming, the newcomer. One of them added sternly, "Everyone be careful. Don't mess this up. Watch out for the others on the bus. I don't want to end up as a backdrop for some heroes saving the day." Ming quickly nodded, assuring them he wouldn't become a backdrop. Satisfied, the 3 men led the way to the back of the bus. The owners there paid no attention to Ming and his group, assuming they were just more people trying to recruit the 2 women. The owner with the magnetic paralysis ability raised his hand. In an instant, the other owners and Yang Lingyu and Zhang Xiaoman were enveloped in an electromagnetic field. "No," one owner reacted immediately, trying to fight back. But everyone caught in the field was jolted by electric currents, frozen in paralysis, unable to move a muscle. Yang Lingyu and Zhang Xiaoman were the same. Fear flashed in their eyes as they tried to open the system to call Ming for help, but they couldn't even move a finger. Some of the other owners collapsed to the ground, others slumped in their seats, their earlier bravado utterly shattered. "What are you doing? Don't kill me." The middle-aged female owner who had been recruiting Yang Lingyu just moments ago trembled with fear, her legs giving way as she slumped to the floor, even as a puddle of liquid formed beneath her. "Do it now," urged the car owner with magnetic paralysis ability. The paralysis state would only last a few seconds, so they had to neutralize the other owners and seize the hand crossbows from Yang Lingyu and the other woman within that window. Ming and the other 3 acted simultaneously. Ming and the owner with magnetic powers charged at Yang Lingyu and the other woman, aiming to snatch the hand crossbows. The remaining 2 owners drew goblin bone daggers and began reaping the lives of the other car owners. Chaos erupted. Some owners begged for mercy, others struggled. The other passengers on the bus were dumbfounded, unable to comprehend why the car owners had suddenly turned on each other. Yang Lingyu and Zhang Xiaoman were filled with despair. Especially when they saw Ming and another owner charging straight at them, they felt like fish on a chopping block, helpless. "Give me the hand crossbow," the owner demanded, reaching out to grab Yang Lingyu's weapon. At that moment, Ming stopped his act and threw a sudden punch at the owner beside him. Bang! With his immense strength and speed, Ming's fist struck the owner's face, sending him flying. The owner crashed to the ground, convulsing twice with blood streaming from his mouth and nose, barely breathing before falling unconscious. The sudden reversal stunned everyone. Yang Lingyu and Zhang Xiaoman in particular widened their beautiful eyes in disbelief and confusion. The swift turn of events caught everyone off guard, especially the 2 owners wielding bone daggers. They completely forgot about dealing with the other owners. In that brief moment of hesitation, the rest of the owners broke free from the paralysis state, no longer lambs for slaughter. "These bastards tried to ambush us. Let's get them." Several owners immediately erupted into a chaotic brawl. Some drew weapons, others unleashed their abilities, while a few cowered in corners, begging for mercy. Ming punched away an owner who tried to ambush him and turned to look at Yang Lingyu and the other woman. "It's me." Ming said, pulling down his mask to reveal his face so the two women could recognize him. Seeing it was indeed Ming, they were overjoyed. It was him who had saved them. Just then information about the two women flashed before Ming's eyes. Yang Lingyu affection value XXX appearance score 9. 1. A heterosexual encounters 0. Zhang Xiaoman affection value XXX appearance score 9. 3. A heterosexual encounters 0. Ming was taken aback by their scores. To him both were attractive, just with different styles. What criteria did the appraisal ability use to rate appearances? Ming soon noticed the difference in their physiques. Yang Lingyu seemed to lose points due to her petite frame. In contrast, Zhang Xiaoman had a voluptuous figure embodying a stark contrast between innocence and maturity. Ming averted his gaze discreetly and motioned for the two women to follow him off the bus. They exchanged glances and rose to trail behind him. As Yang Lingyu walked, her gaze unconsciously fell on a middle-aged female owner cowering in a corner, screaming and begging for mercy. When that female owner had first approached Yang Lingyu, she felt a flicker of temptation. Joining her would mean avoiding giving up her first blood. But it was only a fleeting thought, as she never seriously considered leaving with that woman. First, she didn't know the woman well. Second, the woman was utterly unreliable. When danger struck, Ming had stepped in to save them, while the female owner could only beg for mercy and wet herself in fear. In comparison, she offered no sense of security. In future crises, screaming and pleading wouldn't guarantee survival. Besides, Ming had never treated them poorly. He gave them attribute orbs and equipment to boost their strength and never skimped on meals. Having accepted these gifts, Yang Lingyu was prepared to become his woman. Just as in her past life, when Ming shared food with her, she had always stayed by his side. The battling owners suddenly noticed Ming leading the two women away. Stop fighting. They're taking the women away. What a... Rage flashed in the eyes of all the owners as they glared at Ming. Seeing Yang Lingyu and Zhang Xiaoman following him, they were furious. Some had boarded the bus early and spent the entire morning trying to recruit the two women only to have someone else swoop in. How could they not be enraged? One young owner was about to explode, demanding of Yang Lingyu. Lingyu, why are you going with him? What does he have that I don't? Yang Lingyu seemed to despise him. He had been the first to board the bus, and upon seeing her in her school uniform, treated her like his ideal first love. He had pestered her all morning, driving her to the brink of annoyance. Yang Lingyu hid behind Ming and retorted, he's better than you in every way. Better looking, kinder, funnier, more responsible. She rattled off every compliment she could think of, seemingly to spite the young owner. After speaking, Yang Lingyu playfully stuck out her tongue at Zhang Xiaoman. Having heaped so much praise on Ming, she felt a bit embarrassed. Zhang Xiaoman covered her mouth with a smile and gave her a thumbs up. Yang Lingyi's words shattered the young owner's sentimentality. The young owner roared, pointing at Ming and cursing, bastard. Are you threatening Lingyu to go with you? He'll kill you. He raised a wooden axe and charged at Ming, intending to split him open. His speed was impressive, likely E rank, making the strike hard for an ordinary person to block. But Ming suddenly kicked him square in the chest. A crisp crack of breaking bones echoed as the young owner's 100-plus-pound body flew back, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. A closer look would reveal his sternum shattered by the kick. Without a healing potion, he wouldn't survive. Ming cast a cold, sweeping gaze over everyone present. The owners who had intended to go after him fell silent, no longer daring to covet Yang Lingyu and Zhang Xiaoman. With no one to stop him, Ming led the two women off the bus. After disembarking, Ming handed goggles and masks to the women to shield them from sand and wind, then contacted Lu Yuxuan, telling her to drive the others off her bus. He planned to take the two women to board Lu Yuxuan's bus next. The three stood on the road waiting. The women curiously asked about the situation on Ming's RV. He didn't hide anything and told them everything. Learning that there were already 4 women on his RV and he intended to bring 3 more left them speechless. Aren't you afraid of wearing yourself out with 7 women? Inside the bus where Lu Yuxuan was. Gurgle. The hungry growls of stomachs echoed continuously within the vehicle. Many had not eaten anything since yesterday afternoon. Lu Yuxuan had previously promised them a wolf carcass, but now her claim of being unable to procure one left everyone starving until now. Everyone knew they had been duped by Lu Yuxuan, but their strength was inferior to hers, so they dared not even retaliate. However, this was also their own doing. If they had not feigned compliance earlier, focusing on luring monsters and stealing treasure chests, perhaps they would not be hungry now. Unfortunately, it was too late to regret. Inside the bus, while everyone was faint with hunger, a middle-aged man kept sending messages in the chat channel. The others were too weak to move, yet he remained active in the chat, which was quite peculiar. A curious person nearby asked, "Old Wong, what are you doing? You're starving and still have energy to chat. Don't get kicked off the bus by that little wench." The little wench he referred to was naturally Lu Yuxuan. Just now Lu Yuxuan had inexplicably driven someone off the bus, leaving them all puzzled. Disturbed, Old Wong replied impatiently, "I'm begging for food. Don't bother me." Begging for food. The people beside him were stunned, staring at Old Wong in confusion. Soon they were dumbfounded as a piece of jerky suddenly appeared in Old Wong's hand, which he devoured in one bite. "Damn, Old Wong. You actually got food. Tell me who gave it to you, I'll go beg too." If they could get food, they would even be willing to call someone father, let alone beg in the chat channel. Old Wong rolled his eyes, swallowed the jerky, and then a biscuit materialized in his hand, making those around him salivate. Aware of the danger of possessing valuables, he quickly ate the biscuit, fearing that others might snatch it. The gazes of those around Old Wong gradually turned hostile. After finishing the biscuit and feeling somewhat relieved, he hastily explained, "I just curried favor with a vehicle owner, and this was the food he rewarded me." Everyone was filled with envy. Currying favor with a vehicle owner was no easy feat. They couldn't help but think of Lu Yuxuan, who had attached herself to some big shot and suddenly gained power, dominating this bus. Others had tried to emulate her, seeking a vehicle owner in the chat channel, but none had responded. Old Wong looked at the disappointed faces around him, then instinctively glanced at Lu Yuxuan in the back corner of the bus. He had obtained that piece of jerky and biscuit thanks to Lu Yuxuan, or rather thanks to her hand crossbow. Old Wong had just informed a vehicle owner about the hand crossbow on the bus. Upon learning of this, the vehicle owner naturally desired such a long-range killing weapon and thus rewarded Old Wong with jerky and a biscuit. Through their secret collusion, Old Wong decided to kill Lu Yuxuan, seize the hand crossbow, and sell it to the vehicle owner. The vehicle owner in turn supplied Old Wong with a weapon, a bone dagger from a goblin. Though not very sharp, this weapon could still be fatal when stabbed into a person. Armed with the dagger, Old Wong had a chance to kill Lu Yuxuan, but he was still no match for her. Lu Yuxuan possessed immense strength and speed, capable of taking down everyone on the bus single-handedly. Moreover, she still had the hand crossbow. Rushing to take it from her would be no different from seeking death. Of course, that didn't mean Old Wong had no way to deal with a young girl. Having been in many fights in his youth, he knew that when outmatched, one could resort to dirty tricks. For instance, throwing sand to blind her. Old Wong believed that with a sudden handful of sand, he could take down the girl. It was a pity, though. Lu Yuxuan was not bad-looking, and he regretted having to kill such a beautiful young woman. He could only make the most of the moment. Old Wong told no one of his plan and rose alone to approach Lu Yuxuan. With a handful of sand in his left pocket and the bone dagger in his right, he approached Lu Yuxuan with a smile on his face. Lu Yuxuan, who was eagerly waiting for brother Yi Ming to pick her up, immediately became alert as a man drew near. "Stop! Don't come any closer," Lu Yuxuan warned, warily leveling the hand crossbow at Old Wong. Her vigilance was justified. Old Wong seemed like no good person, and his sudden approach spelled trouble. Old Wong was taken aback. He hadn't expected the girl to be so alert, not giving him a chance to get close. Now he had to steel himself and approach her. The others on the bus watched with curiosity. To allay Lu Yuxuan's suspicions, Old Wong claimed he wanted to discuss food, all while taking steps closer. Sensing something was off, Lu Yuxuan threatened, "If you come any closer, he'll shoot." But Old Wong did not retreat. Instead, he took a step forward and suddenly threw a handful of sand. How could Lu Yuxuan have anticipated such a move? Sand got into her eyes, blinding her. Overjoyed, Old Wong dodged the direction of the crossbow, drew the bone dagger, and rushed toward Lu Yuxuan. Panicked, Lu Yuxuan fired the crossbow blindly in front of her, not aiming at all. With a thud, Lu Yuxuan felt a warm liquid splatter on her, followed by a crash as someone fell before her. Gasps erupted inside the bus. Voices murmured about murder, and someone said Old Wong was dead. Lu Yuxuan's heartbeat quickened. Tears welled up from the sand in her eyes, gradually clearing her vision. Then her pupils contracted at the sight before her. Blood was everywhere, and Old Wong lay lifeless on the ground. It turned out that her blind shot had accidentally pierced Old Wong's neck, saving her own life. If that bolt had missed, Lu Yuxuan would likely be dead now. But she was clearly unable to accept the fact that she had killed someone, trembling all over as tears streamed down her face. The others on the bus dared not approach Lu Yuxuan, muttering quietly among themselves. Some condemned Old Wong for picking a fight with the girl, saying that life under her rule would only get worse. Others contemplated whether to leave this bus and seek refuge on another. The bus drove for about 10 more minutes before slowly coming to a stop. Curious, the passengers looked outside. 3 people were waiting at the stop, a man and 2 women, namely Yi Ming, Yang Lingyu, and Zhang Xiaoman. As they boarded, someone immediately asked Yi Ming if he was a vehicle owner and whether he intended to recruit followers. Yi Ming did not answer. Instead, his eyes fell on Lu Yuxuan, who was sitting in the back of the bus, covered in blood, sobbing with her head down. Yi Ming felt an overwhelming joy upon seeing Lu Yuxuan, as he had found her so quickly, saving him a great deal of trouble. However, upon noticing Lu Yuxuan's condition, he was taken aback. She was covered in blood and looked utterly disheveled, clearly having encountered some peril. Yi Ming frowned and glanced at the others before quickly leading the 2 women toward Lu Yuxuan. The other passengers on the bus exchanged worried glances. It was evident that Yi Ming's intentions were not to recruit them, and he looked formidable. Particularly the 2 women behind him, each armed with a hand crossbow, made everyone hesitate to approach. It was known that Old Wong had just died at the hands of Lu Yuxuan's crossbow bolt. The coincidence of these 2 women also possessing crossbows was unsettling. People began to speculate that the relationship between Yi Ming and Lu Yuxuan was far from ordinary. Thus, no one stepped forward to obstruct him. At that moment, Lu Yuxuan sensed someone approaching and hurriedly aimed her crossbow at Yi Ming. However, there were no bolts loaded. With a startled cry, she suddenly remembered that she had already fired them, and she frantically began searching for the bolts. Don't be afraid, it's me. Yi Ming removed his mask, revealing his face. Lu Yuxuan was initially stunned upon seeing him, and soon tears welled up in her eyes, as if she had found her anchor, feeling on the verge of crying again. Information about her appeared in Yi Ming's mind. Lu Yuxuan. Affection level XXX. Beauty score 9. 2. Opposite sex interactions 0. Yi Ming approached Lu Yuxuan to check if she was injured. Once he confirmed that the blood on her was merely splattered, he let out a sigh of relief. Yi Ming then instructed Yang Lingyu and the other woman to comfort Lu Yuxuan while he inquired with a few people about what had happened. Naturally, no one dared to conceal anything on the bus, and Yi Ming quickly learned the details of the incident. He glanced at old Wang's corpse on the floor and found himself at a loss for words. However, after killing someone, Lu Yuxuan's mentality would surely change, marking a form of growth for her. Compared to the other women, Lu Yuxuan was relatively timid in character. For instance, Yang Lingyu was brave, daring to lure monsters and steal treasure chests right after gaining her attribute orb, while Zhang Xiaoman was more cunning, never allowing herself to be at a disadvantage. The 4 women in the RV had also shown varying degrees of growth. Even Jin Minai and Ailey had killed numerous monsters and were mentally stronger than Lu Yuxuan. Although Lu Yuxuan had unexpectedly taken a life, it might not necessarily be a bad experience for her. People are always meant to grow, and this experience would surely alter her timid nature. Subsequently, Yi Ming did not linger on the bus and led the 3 women off. On the highway, after waiting a while in the wind and sand, Chu Chu finally appeared at the end of the road in the RV. The previously dejected Lu Yuxuan, now blushing, hid behind Yang Lingyu and the other woman. The reason? The wind on the highway was too strong, and with Lu Yuxuan wearing a skirt, it was impossible to keep it down. Even with Yang Lingyu and the other woman helping, they couldn't hold the flapping skirt in place. Yi Ming couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the 3 women flailing about to hold down the skirts. Naturally, he could lend Lu Yuxuan a pair of pants, but he wouldn't do such a thing. Instead, Lu Yuxuan, preoccupied with managing her skirt, temporarily forgot about her previous experience of killing someone and became much more lively. The RV slowly came to a stop in front of the 4. Without waiting for Chu Chu and the others to get out and greet them, Yi Ming immediately led his group into the RV. The wind and sand outside were too fierce. He had no intention of lingering outside. Once inside, Chu Chu and the others quickly welcomed them, and soon the 7 women began chattering animatedly. Yi Ming looked at the vibrant scene in front of him, feeling immensely satisfied. After a brief introduction among themselves, he let them get to know each other. The RV quickly became lively, with the women exchanging conversation after conversation. Chu Chu, upon noticing Lu Yuxuan's bloodstained appearance, was alarmed and immediately checked her over, relieved to find she was unhurt, then inquired about what had happened. Lu Yuxuan did not respond. Seeing Chu Chu's eyes slightly red, she rushed into her embrace. For Lu Yuxuan, Chu Chu was the person she felt closest to, and just being able to stay by her side in a world of escape was enough to satisfy her. Meanwhile, Yang Lingyu and Zhang Xiaoman had already formed a close friendship on the bus. Once the 2 women got into the RV, they appeared cordial on the surface, yet they secretly compared themselves to the other women. However, while they were beautiful, every woman in the RV matched them in looks, and each had their own distinct charm. There was the athletic beauty Jiang Qi, the proud mixed race lowly Ailey with golden hair and blue eyes, the equally mixed race Jun Minai, who was soft on the outside yet tough on the inside, the quirky Chu Chu, and Lu Yuxuan, whose timid nature invoked a protective instinct. Each of these women had their own merits. On the contrary, Yang Lingyu discovered her own shortcomings. Being the youngest did not mean she was the smallest. Yang Lingyu looked down at her flat school uniform, her face darkening. Even Ailey and Jun Minai, who were younger than her, were significantly older, leaving her with no advantage in this regard. Ailey and Jin Minai were completely unaware of Yang Lingyi's concerns. Seeing that Yang Lingyu was of similar age, they curiously asked her how old she was. "Lingyu, how old are you this year?" Jin Minai inquired. Yang Lingyu clearly misunderstood something, but stubbornly replied, "I am just a brank powerhouse, about the same as you guys." "What? A brank powerhouse?" Ailey and Jun Minai exchanged glances, confused as to why they couldn't comprehend what Yang Lingyu was saying. They merely wanted to ask about her age. Meanwhile, Jiang Qi, noticing that Yang Lingyu and Lu Yuxuan were not very old and did not seem like scheming women, shifted her focus onto Zhang Xiaoman. Zhang Xiaoman realized that Jiang Qi was testing her. However, both women did not show any signs of their intentions, instead behaving amicably. They weren't foolish. Any sarcastic behavior or actions that disrupted harmony would undoubtedly provoke Yi Ming's displeasure. In such a case, they would be the ones to suffer. Thus, Zhang Xiaoman complimented Jiang Qi's fit figure, while Jiang Qi similarly praised Zhang Xiaoman's alluring physique, clearly indicating she had not neglected her training. Meanwhile, Yang Lingyu perked up her ears, eager to ask the 2 for advice, but felt too shy to speak. In any case, with more people inside the RV, thoughts began to multiply. Yi Ming checked the time. It was approaching afternoon, so he suggested everyone have some instant noodles and bread for a light meal, planning a grand dinner later to prepare a welcome ceremony for the 3 women. The women naturally agreed, intending to focus on resource gathering in the afternoon, so they quickly ate a bit of food. They headed to the kitchen, and the three newly arrived women, upon seeing the mountains of food piled up in the kitchen, were left in shock. Chu and the other three were immensely proud. All this food was what they had accumulated from selling equipment every night. If they weren't worried about storage, they could have exchanged for even more resources. Then Ming and the women had a light meal in the kitchen. After a simple meal, Ming and the women continued their search for treasure chests in the RV. As Lingyu and the other two had just boarded and were not yet strong, Ming saw no need to involve them in battles or chest hunting, so he instructed them to head to the bathroom to bathe and rest. The three women naturally did not refuse, eager to wash up. Huh, Sister Chu, is that a bed? Lingyu asked, pointing at the two large beds pushed together. She could clearly see they were beds, but what she really wanted to know was whether they would all be sleeping together. That would mean her identity as a level awakener would be known to everyone. Chu smiled and nodded. Of course, it's a bed, and a special equipment bed at that. It can restore stamina, spirit, and heal injuries. You all haven't rested well on the bus these past few days, have you? After your bath, you can sleep on the bed and catch up. The three women were tempted, and even though Lingyu had questions, she felt too embarrassed to ask. They were all truly exhausted, feeling as if they had endured a 3 or 4 day hard-seat train ride. Naturally, they longed to rest on a soft, comfortable bed. Lu Yuxuan in particular, unlike Lingyu and Zhang Xiaoman, who could look out for each other, dared not sleep too deeply at night alone. She hadn't had a peaceful sleep in days, and looked haggard. Chu guided the three women into the bathroom, prepared 3 sets of clean pajamas for them, and then went to the driver's cabin to accompany Ming. Meanwhile, Zhenmina, Ellie, and Jiangqi were in the kitchen preparing a grand dinner. The RV continued on its journey, encountering 2 treasure chests along the way. Chu and the other 3 got out and easily dealt with them. Time quickly passed until around 2 p.m. Ding. Pursuer mode activated. Escape time 1 hour. During this period, vehicle movement consumes no gasoline. Prepared for this, Ming stepped on the accelerator upon hearing the system prompt. At the same moment, 3 beams of white light descended behind the RV, materializing into 3 trucks. These trucks were clearly modified and reinforced, their fronts equipped with spike-tipped bumpers seemingly designed for ramming. With a roar, the engines of the 3 trucks started, and they gave chase to the distant RV. Because Ming had reacted swiftly, a considerable distance had already opened up. Inside the RV, Ming's expression changed as he saw the 3 trucks in the rearview mirror. He cursed his bad luck. The number of pursuers spawned was random, and being chased by 3 trucks was indeed unfortunate. Each truck carried a subhuman pursuer with all attributes at D rank. 3 trucks meant 3D rank pursuers. Even with his shadow clone, Ming had little chance of victory. His only option was to floor the accelerator and flee. Chu sitting in the passenger seat was also startled by the sight of the 3 pursuing trucks in the mirror. Although she didn't know the exact strength of the pursuers, seeing the modified trucks made it clear their RV couldn't withstand a collision. Honey, should I use a mental shock on them? Chu asked worriedly. Ming shook his head gravely. Not yet. Conserve your mental energy. Use it at a critical moment. Chu's mental shock could be a key move, and Ming wouldn't let her waste it now. Just then, Ellie rushed into the driver's cabin. Ming, how are the pursuers? Do you need us to do anything? The other women had also gathered outside the cabin awaiting orders, equally anxious to help. For now, Ming didn't need their help, but he instructed them to prepare their hand crossbows. In a worst-case scenario, they would have to fight. Ellie nodded seriously. With each of them holding a hand crossbow, a volley would be enough to make even the pursuers think twice. Then Ming remembered something and gave Ellie a few more instructions. Upon hearing his plan, both Ellie and Chu's eyes lit up. They hadn't expected Ming to have such a trick up his sleeve. If it worked, the pursuers would never be able to catch them. At that moment, on various roads, it wasn't just Ming's RV fleeing, all vehicles were running, each chased by a different number of trucks. Some were lucky, chased by only 1 truck. Others were unlucky, like Ming, pursued by 3. No one was foolish enough to stop and fight. Everyone had their foot on the accelerator. Since driving cost no gasoline, now flooring it cost nothing. Ming glanced in the rearview mirror. The 3 trucks were a fair distance behind. The RV was not slow, its 0-star engine allowing a top speed of 120 km/h. The newly spawned pursuers' trucks had no significant speed advantage. This would be a test of endurance and driving skill. Ming's gaze was fixed on the road ahead. He was waiting for the terrain to change. The 3 trucks behind maintained their speed, keeping close. Soon the road ahead began to change. A section of the highway's center was glowing with a golden light distinctly different from the rest of the asphalt. Ming recognized it as a speed boost strip. He gently turned the steering wheel, guiding the RV over the glowing patch. Whoosh! As the RV passed over the strip, its speed surged instantly. Chu in the passenger seat gasped, feeling a strong push against her seat. The RV's speed instantly reached 180 km/h. What was that? The RV just sped up. Chu exclaimed. It reminded her of the racing game she used to play. Ming had no time to answer. He was focused entirely on driving. With the sudden burst of speed, he needed all his concentration to avoid an accident. The three trucks behind also passed over the speed strip one by one, continuing their pursuit. The boost didn't last long. The RV and the trucks soon slowed back to their original speeds. The pursuer mode had only been active for a few minutes. Ming needed to ensure they weren't caught within the hour. The highway was no longer a straight line. Curves began to appear. Initially, the bends were gentle, requiring no reduction in speed. But as wider curves emerged, Ming was forced to slow down. The three trucks behind had to do the same. Moreover, the trucks seemed to be competing with each other, occasionally colliding on the curves. Inside the RV, Ellie opened a window and poked her head out to observe the three trucks. She noticed one truck, driven skillfully, was using the curves to close the distance, clearly on track to catch up. Ming's driving skills were evidently not superior, and it seemed this truck would soon overtake them. Recalling Ming's instructions, a sly smile spread across Ellie's face. She opened the system and clicked to receive an item. In the next instant, a sofa materialized out of thin air on the road. The skillfully driven truck was going too fast to avoid the sudden obstacle. It crashed directly into the sofa, forced to slow down. It worked. Ellie's eyes sparkled with delight. Bang! A dull sound echoed as the sofa dropped by AI. Lee was crushed by the cargo truck. The truck's speed drastically decreased, soon overtaken by two other cargo trucks. Although the truck had slowed down, it sustained no damage. The cargo trucks of the pursuers were heavily modified, particularly with sturdy bumpers at the front designed specifically for collisions. The truck would not be destroyed by crashing into a sofa. Inside the truck's cab, a male elf hybrid wore a grim expression, but immediately drove the truck to push aside the sofa, accelerating to continue the chase. The pursuers, due to their recent arrival, were ill-equipped, lacking racing tools, resources, or escape currency, and their trucks were not specially enhanced. Faced with an obstacle like a sofa, the pursuers had no means to deal with it. While it wasn't too difficult for them to tackle such obstacles, it required some resources or racing tools. The quickest way to acquire resources was to hunt down the vehicle owners or capture slaves for sale. In essence, the pursuers were the natural enemies of all fugitives. On the highway, a recreational vehicle and three cargo trucks continued their chase. Not long after, the elf hybrid saw another cargo truck crash into a sofa ahead, experiencing the same situation he had just faced. Puff! He couldn't help but let out a wicked chuckle. For some reason, seeing other pursuers encounter the same fate filled him with a sense of schadenfreude. There was indeed competition among the pursuers. Naturally, the elf hybrid did not wish to see other pursuers faring better than himself. As he passed by the truck ahead, he noticed a dog-headed orc inside, cursing loudly, which inexplicably pleased him. Foolish dog-headed orc," the elf hybrid mocked. In his view, with his experience as a precedent, other pursuers should have been cautious about colliding with sofas. Clearly, the dog-headed orc had not taken his own predicament to heart, resulting in its current state. The elf hybrid continued to drive the truck in pursuit, soon realizing he would have to face the sofa obstacle himself. As various speed bumps appeared on the road, Ming drove the RV over each one, instructing the women to throw sofas onto the speed bumps. Next, if the pursuers wanted to pass over the speed bumps, they would collide with the sofas, likely leading to a crash and a forced decrease in speed. Conversely, if the pursuers did not pass over the speed bumps, they could not accelerate and would gradually be left behind by the RV. Inside the RV, Ming, while driving, had also synthesized several sofas, stacking them together and taking up quite a bit of space. All the women except for Zhang Xiaomon had strength attributes, making it easy for them to move and organize the sofas. "AI Li, let me throw a sofa too," Yang Lingyu exclaimed excitedly. AI Li, with her hair in disarray, retracted her head from the window, looking quite disheveled. The wind and sand outside were too fierce, and the RV was moving at a decent speed. Sticking her head out the window would only bring trouble. Upon hearing that Yang Lingyu also wanted to throw a sofa, AI Li was naturally happy to give her the opportunity, kindly reminding her, "Lingyu, you should put on goggles and a mask before throwing the sofa. I just accidentally got a mouthful of sand." Yang Lingyi's mouth twitched at the sight of AI Li's disheveled state, causing her to have second thoughts. She had just finished showering not long ago, and her hair was still damp. If she stuck her head out the window and got blown by the wind and sand, it would all be for naught. However, seeing AI Li in such a predicament, Yang Lingyu gritted her teeth, disregarding her freshly washed hair, and stuck her head out the window without goggles or a mask. Inside the RV, the expressions of the other women varied. They naturally noticed that Yang Lingyu was taking AI Li's place in suffering. Jiang Qi nodded in satisfaction, finding Yang Lingyi's actions quite to her liking, which greatly increased her fondness for her. Thus Jiang Qi addressed the other women in the RV, saying, "Sisters, let's take turns throwing sofas. The pursuer mode is going to last for an hour. We can't let AI Li and Lingyu be blown by the wind and sand the whole time. AI Li, go find some goggles and a mask for Lingyu." None of the women refused the proposal to take turns throwing sofas. After boarding the RV, their safety was now tied to it, and they all wanted to contribute during the crisis. At that moment, Chu Chu came out of the driver's seat, informing the women that placing the sofas on the speed bumps would better obstruct the pursuers. Instantly, the women became busy. Some observed the positions of the speed bumps, some were responsible for trading sofas with Yang Lingyu, while others moved sofas or fetched masks and goggles. Unbeknownst to them, the relationships among the women had grown closer. One by one, sofas were thrown out of the RV, causing significant trouble for the three pursuers behind. Damn, how can there be so many sofas? The elf hybrid finally realized the issue. Just how many sofas did the RV have? Along the way, they had thrown at least 10 sofas, forcing all three cargo trucks to crash into them, leading to a decrease in speed. Especially with some sofas placed on the speed bumps, even if they wanted to avoid them, they had to crash into them. Bang! The elf hybrid's cargo truck sped over the speed bump, suddenly increasing speed, but crashing directly into a sofa with a dull thud. Although the sofa obstacle was pushed aside, the cargo truck sustained minor damage, with some windows shattered and the front bumper slightly deformed. The elf hybrid felt pain for his truck and dared not forcefully crash into any more sofas on the speed bumps. On the highway, the three pursuers were quite frustrated. They had not expected that their first chase of the fugitives would be so difficult. The sofas in the RV seemed endless. Was the RV's ability to throw sofas? The three pursuers realized it would be challenging to catch up with the RV ahead, and they decided to avoid crashing into the sofas instead. Suddenly, the elf hybrid had a peculiar thought as he spotted a sofa lying on the road ahead. He then slowly stopped the truck, got out, and surprisingly started picking up the discarded sofas to load them into his own truck. The two other pursuers catching up saw the elf hybrid parking and moving sofas, their expressions turning quite interesting. Then a strange scene unfolded. The three pursuers ceased chasing the RV and began to fight over the sofas on the road. Today they had truly broadened their horizons. Sofas were indeed a great racing tool, and collecting more of them would definitely be beneficial. Since they could no longer catch up with the RV ahead, the discarded sofas on the road were now their loot. The 3D-level hybrids almost started a fight over the sofas. Meanwhile, Ming was completely unaware that the sofas he had instructed the women to discard had become coveted prizes in the eyes of the three pursuers. At that moment, AI Li ran into the driver's seat and asked, "Brother, Ming, the pursuers behind can no longer be seen. Should we continue throwing sofas?" Ming was taken aback, glancing at the rearview mirror and indeed seeing no trace of the pursuers. Was this method of discarding obstacles really that simple to shake off the pursuers? "Have we shaken off the pursuers?" Ming asked, somewhat astonished. Ellie nodded and explained, "Brother Ming, after those three trucks crashed into the sofa, they were thrown out of sight. We discarded quite a few sofas afterward. Those pursuers shouldn't be able to catch up now." In his past life, Ming had been deeply impressed by the overwhelming strength and endless tricks of the pursuers. He never imagined they would abandon the chase just because of a few discarded sofas. How could Ming have known that the newly arrived pursuers were utterly destitute, lacking any real abilities or means? The sofas he had thrown out were not just 2 or 3, but a full 20 to 30. Many were left on acceleration strips, leaving the pursuers with no way to catch up to the RV. Seeing that the pursuers had vanished, Ming instructed Ellie to keep 2 sofas for their own use and discard the rest. He had spent hardly any escape coins to synthesize those sofas, so he cared little about the loss. With the pursuers shaken off, the atmosphere inside the RV grew lighter. Following Ming's orders, the women threw out the extra sofas and then chatted idly inside the vehicle. Of course, they kept a vigilant eye on the rear, ready to toss out more sofas if the pursuers resumed their chase. Having just disposed of so many sofas, the women were both excited and amused. Their bonds grew closer, and their conversations flowed freely. Having just boarded the RV, Yang Lingyu and her 2 companions gradually integrated into the group through this operation. Especially Yang Lingyu and Zhang Xiaomon, who had harbored many concerns about life on the RV. But after talking with Jiangqi, Ellie, and the others, they learned that Ming treated his women well. This was evident from the state of Chu Chu and the other women. Ming never abused or scolded his women. They lacked for nothing in food and drink, and he even nurtured their abilities. As long as they didn't betray him or disrupt the harmony among the sisters, they could enjoy a good life on the RV. As for Lu Yuxuan, she had already learned from Chu Chu how wonderful life on the RV was. With a pure heart and no ill intentions, she was content to stay by Ming and Chu Chu's side forever, and thus she got along well with the other women. The RV continued its journey without hindrance, merely waiting for the pursuer mode to end. Ming drove on, and since the pursuers never reappeared, he finally relaxed. The cheerful chatter of the women filled the RV, creating a pleasant ambience. Chu Chu sat in the passenger seat and glanced back. Ellie was boasting about her crossbow accuracy, claiming that goblins were so terrified of her that they wet themselves. Yang Lingyu naturally didn't believe her and picked holes in Ellie's story. The two argued endlessly, sparking much laughter. The other sisters egged them on, suggesting they settle it with an archery contest. Zhang Xiaoman added that archery alone was too dull. Why not compete in something more interesting? They could serve as referees and enjoy the spectacle. Yang Lingyu wasn't afraid of a contest, but the topics and suggestions kept veering off course. Ellie even proposed a test of stamina at night. How could that be a fair comparison? Moreover, Yang Lingyu had 0 experience in that area. There was no way she could beat Ellie. And with the other women watching as judges, the embarrassment aside, her identity as a rank powerhouse would be exposed. Yang Lingyu promptly declared herself a novice with no enhancements to her stamina attribute. She refused to take part in a match she was sure to lose. Lu Yuxuan sat beside Zhen Minai, covering her mouth with a giggle. The banter between Ellie and Yang Lingyu had brought a smile to her face more than once. Seeing Lu Yuxuan smile, Chu Chu felt relieved. Earlier Lu Yuxuan had been in low spirits after killing someone, causing Chu Chu much worry. Now observing Lu Yuxuan's condition, it seemed the issue was minor. Chu Chu then smiled at Yiming. Honey, it looks like the sisters are getting along well. Yiming was focused on driving, pondering why the pursuers hadn't caught up and hadn't paid much attention to the women's chatter. Hearing Chu Chu's remark, he listened more closely and nodded. Whether openly or in private, Yiming did not want any scheming or infighting among the women. In the face of danger, disunity could lead to casualties or even total annihilation. Yiming naturally wished to avoid such a scenario within his team. Through this escape, he had also identified some issues. For instance, his role as the driver completely tied him down. He could delegate the driving to other women, freeing up his combat potential. Moreover, a team needed clear role assignments: driver, logistics, intelligence, cook, medic, support, scout, range shooter, primary combatant, and so on. As the RV owner and main combatant, Yiming couldn't always be the driver. He had only taken the wheel this time out of fear the pursuers would catch up. He resolved not to continue as the driver in the future. He would select one of the women for the role. Chu Chu and Jiang Qi were to be trained as primary combatants, making them unsuitable as drivers. Even Yang Lingyu, with her combative spirit, could be groomed as a main fighter. Ellie had a talent for shooting, so her role was the team's marksman. Any future long-range racing items would likely be used by her. In battle, she could also engage enemies with her crossbow from a distance. If they found a good ranged weapon or shooting skill later, it would go to Ellie first. As for Zhen Minai, she was undoubtedly the team's cook. Any ingredients or recipes they acquired would be handed over to her. As for the remaining two, Zhang Xiaoman and Lu Yuxuan, Yiming was still uncertain about their future roles. If Zhang Xiaoman proved to be a good driver, she could take that role. Otherwise, she could handle logistics, trade items, manage intelligence, or help Zhen Minai in the kitchen. As the RV's population grew, the kitchen workload would increase, and Zhen Minai might not manage alone. As for Lu Yuxuan, she could develop in the medical direction. If Yiming found healing skills or potion recipes, he could entrust them to her. In short, Yiming's team was still understaffed. His RV's current occupants were far fewer than Wang Ling's feminist fist sect. Even with Wang Jiuer added, the numbers were incomparable. Wang Ling's feminist fist sect boasted 30 to 40 female vehicle owners, over 100 core members, and more than 1,000 peripheral followers. Even Li Tianyu from his past life had 30 to 40 women on his RV and no small number of affiliated owners. Of course, Yiming intended to follow an elite path. He might lack numbers, but he would surpass them in quality. As he drove, contemplating how to expand and strengthen his team, the system received a message from Wang Jiuer. Yiming opened the system interface, and his expression shifted. Wang Jiuer wanted to deal with the pursuers and asked if Yiming could send a shadow clone to assist. Upon receiving Wang Jiuer's plea for help, Yiming understood that her situation must be dire, otherwise she wouldn't have sought his assistance. He halted the RV and handed over the driving to Chu Chu, instructing her to continue their escape. The pursuers behind them had long been shaken off, and as long as Chu Chu didn't drive too slowly, they wouldn't be caught. The women were puzzled when Yiming stopped the RV. "Honey, what's wrong?" Chu Chu asked, confused. Yiming rose and yielded the driver's seat to her, saying, "Chu Chu, you take the wheel. Something's happened to Jiuer, and I need to send a shadow clone to assist her." Chu Chu nodded in understanding, immediately taking the driver's seat and restarting the RV. Yiming briefly warned the women to stay vigilant against pursuers, then retrieved the one-star long spear he had obtained earlier and began to condense a shadow clone. As his stamina and mental energy waned, a shadow clone identical to Yiming soon materialized before him. The shadow clone took the one-star long spear and was promptly traded to Wang Jiuer by Yiming. Meanwhile, Yiming's main body lay down on the bed, closing his eyes to recover his strength and mental energy. Seeing this, the women fell silent, refraining from idle chatter for fear of disturbing him, and the RV became utterly quiet. With nothing else to do, Jiang Qi went to the front passenger seat to keep Chu Chu company, while Zhen Minai and AI Li headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Yang Lingyu and the other two women also wanted to help in the kitchen, but Zhen Minai stopped them, saying the kitchen didn't need too many people. The three women obediently sat on the sofa to rest, occasionally rising to check the rear window for any pursuers or to glance at Yiming lying on the bed. Meanwhile, on the other side, a loud bang echoed as the shadow clone wielding the one-star long spear was traded over. It felt a jolt and nearly stumbled. The pursuer's truck was ramming into the rear of Wang Jiuer's car, causing the vehicle to shake and throwing Yiming off balance. Inside the car, bees and hornets were buzzing about in agitation, likely startled by the recent collision. Yiming surveyed the interior and noticed it was 2 to 3 times larger than before, probably expanded after the car's upgrade to 1-star. "Brother Yiming, let's stop the car and fight the pursuers," Wang Jiuer said, gripping a wooden spear as she approached him with a look of indignation. Her small car had been rammed several times by the pursuer's truck, infuriating her to the point where she wanted to stop and fight them immediately. Yiming was taken aback and glanced at the driver's seat, which was empty. Yet Wang Jiuer stood before him, and the car was still moving. Startled, Yiming quickly asked Jiuer, Don't you need to drive? Wang Jiuer blinked her large eyes looking at the shadow clone with surprise. It was the first time she had seen Yiming so frightened, and she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Puffed, haha brother Yiming, this is an ability my small car unlocked after upgrading to 1 star. I can consume mental energy to control the car's movement. Besides that, after the upgrade my bee swarm can produce some healing honey daily, and the hornet venom now has a sedative effect. Wang Jiuer realized she hadn't yet told Yiming about her car's upgraded abilities, so she explained them to him. Yiming understood now. Wang Jiuer was using mental energy to control the vehicle. In truth, controlling the car with mental energy was a heavy burden for Wang Jiuer. She had only started using this method after the shadow clone arrived. While controlling the bee swarm occupied her mental energy, without consuming it, controlling the car did consume it. The two were in conflict. If her mental energy was depleted too much, the bee swarm would go out of control and turn on her. This was why Wang Jiuer hadn't learned skills like the shadow clone that consumed mental energy. Just as Yiming was about to say something, Wang Jiuer's expression changed as she closed her eyes to control the car, executing a perfect drift around a sharp bend ahead. A screech echoed as the tires scraped against the ground. The car swayed, and Wang Jiuer and the shadow clone inside nearly lost their balance from the inertia. Fortunately, Yiming reacted quickly, steadying himself and catching Wang Jiuer. On the road, the pursuers behind them were stunned. Wang Jiuer's drifting maneuver was flawless. If she had possessed such driving skills earlier, she would have lost them long ago. With that single turn, she had already put over 10 meters between herself and the pursuers, who had no choice but to slow down and take the corner cautiously. Wang Jiuer hadn't expected that controlling the car with mental energy would yield such results, but unfortunately, her mental energy couldn't sustain it for long. She then turned to the shadow clone and said, "Brother Yiming, let's stop the car and take out the pursuers. He'll control the hornet swarm to assist you." Wang Jiuer's confidence stemmed from her hornet swarm. If the pursuers were stung a few times, they would become dizzy and vulnerable. Yiming asked, "Wait, Jiuer, how many trucks are chasing you?" "2 trucks," Wang Jiuer replied truthfully. Yiming went to the window and looked back at the 2 pursuing trucks. 2 pursuers with all attributes at D level were not easy opponents, especially with the strong wind outside limiting Wang Jiuer's bee swarm. Engaging them in battle might not guarantee victory. Moreover, Yiming knew that the newly arrived pursuers had nothing, not even a single escape coin. Even if they won, there would be little to gain. So Yiming advised against fighting and shared his thoughts with Wang Jiuer. Wang Jiuer frowned and said, "Brother Yiming, I don't want to fight them either. But they've rammed me several times, and if I keep fleeing, my small car will eventually be destroyed." Her driving skills were mediocre, and she couldn't maintain mental energy control for long, making a fight her last resort. Yiming chuckled, "Isn't controlling the car with mental energy working well? That drift you just did, I couldn't even pull that off." Wang Jiuer rolled her eyes. She didn't have enough mental energy to sustain that. Then her eyes lit up as she asked, "Brother Yiming, are you going to give me some grade attribute spheres to boost my mental energy?" If Yiming could provide a few grade attribute spheres to enhance her mental energy, it might solve the current problem. Yiming rubbed his nose, awkwardly admitting he didn't have any spared grade attribute spheres. He then explained, "I don't have extra attribute spheres, but I do have equipment that restores mental energy. Plus you can discard the sofa." Yiming told Wang Jiuer about the Simmons double bed's ability and the method for discarding the sofa. Wang Jiuer's eyes sparkled with joy, and she began hopping around inside the car. "Great, Brother Yiming. I want to discard the sofa. Those pursuers nearly wrecked my car, and now I can finally get revenge." Yiming smiled calmly, returned his consciousness to his main body, and traded the Simmons double bed and sofa to Wang Jiuer. "Wow, this bed is enormous." Wang Jiuer gazed at the Simmons double bed before her heart brimming with joy. Her vehicle had no bed, and at night, she could only sleep in the driver's seat, nowhere near as comfortable as this grand bed. Then Wang Jiuer glanced at the shadow clone sitting nearby with closed eyes, feeling a pang of regret. If only it were Yiming himself. What a waste leaving her to sleep alone. Yet even though Yiming wasn't by her side, he hadn't treated her poorly. He had given her a bathroom, a bed, and the equipment to upgrade her vehicle to 1 star. She kept all of this in her heart. Wang Jiuer had already decided she would trade the wound-healing honey for gasoline, gather more resources, and find valuable items to repay Yiming. The honey that could heal injuries was an incredibly precious resource. The bees in her vehicle produced a substantial amount daily, and there would certainly be many willing to exchange gasoline for it. So comfortable. Wang Jiuer immediately laid down on the bed, the softness eliciting an exclamation of delight. Soon she felt her spiritual energy beginning to recover. To her surprise, the recovery rate, though not matching the speed at which she consumed energy while controlling the vehicle, was not far behind. Lying on the bed, Wang Jiuer could maintain control of her vehicle for an extended period. This Simmons double bed was absolutely perfect for her. Then she recalled the method Yiming had taught her for discarding sofas, so she went to the window, opened the system, and accepted the sofa Yiming had gifted her. One by one, the sofas were tossed onto the highway, as if they cost nothing. The 2 pursuers behind her suffered greatly. Unable to dodge the sudden obstacles, they crashed into the sofas, ensuring they couldn't catch up to Wang Jiuer anytime soon. Wang Jiaoer giggled, then lay back on the bed to focus on controlling her vehicle and escaping. Meanwhile, Ming learned that Wang Jiaoer's troubles were resolved and received the one-star-long spear she had sent. He had expected the Shadow Clone's intervention to lead to a fierce battle, but it had been resolved so effortlessly. Ming sat up in bed and noticed Yang Lingyu, Zhang Xiaoman, and Lu Yuxuan sitting on the sofa watching him. He smiled and asked, "Would you all like to lie down on the bed for a while?" The three women blushed and shook their heads in unison. Even though they were prepared to offer themselves, they couldn't bring themselves to go to the bed under such circumstances. Yang Lingyu quickly said, "Brother Ming, we still need to keep an eye on the pursuers, so we'd better not." Ming nodded, understanding their shyness. He had only asked casually. However, Ming didn't get out of bed. Summoning the Shadow Clone had consumed half of his physical strength and mental energy, so he needed to rest more. Since there was nothing urgent, he lay in bed and chatted with the three women, nurturing their bond. About an hour later, ding, pursuer mode ended. A system notification sounded and the trucks driven by the pursuers were all enveloped in white light, vanishing from the highway. Everyone who had been fleeing breathed a collective sigh of relief, then began cursing the pursuers. This hour of escape had been a harrowing ordeal for them. Many vehicles had suffered varying degrees of damage. They were the fortunate ones. The unfortunate had already fallen to the pursuers. The chat channel was already in an uproar, with everyone discussing the pursuers. During that hour, the channel's population had dropped by nearly 2,000 from over 7,000 to just over 5,000. Among these 5,000, some were still on buses, leaving only a few hundred vehicle owners remaining. Despite the complaints and fear, everyone continued repairing their vehicles, gathering resources, and recruiting followers. Inside Ming's RV, the atmosphere was much more relaxed compared to the gloom of other groups. Ming opened the system and checked the time. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. He gathered all the women. Moments later, the RV slowly came to a halt, and Chu Chu and Zhang Qi stepped out from the driver's cabin, while Ellie and Junmina emerged from the kitchen. All the women gathered together, discussing how the pursuers hadn't managed to catch up. Ellie and Yang Lingyu, having thrown most of the sofas, were the most qualified to speak on this matter. They practically wore their contributions on their sleeves. Ming clapped his hands with a smile, signaling the women to stop their chatter. "All right, since the pursuer mode is over, I have something to discuss with everyone." The women immediately fell silent and looked at him curiously. Ming gestured for them all to sit down and began. "Our team has grown considerably, and I'd like to talk about assigning roles. For example, combat personnel. Our resources like attribute spheres are limited, so we'll prioritize them for fighters in the future. We can't strengthen everyone equally." In the past hour of chatting with Yang Lingyu and the other two, Ming had gained insight into their situations and thoughts. For instance, Lu Yuxuan and Zhang Xiaoman weren't particularly interested in killing monsters and opening treasure chests. In contrast, Yang Lingyu was excited and eager for Ming to teach her how to fight. So Ming decided to assign roles like driver, chef, logistics, and combat personnel to the women, as he had previously considered. He hadn't assigned roles earlier because the group was small, and it would have been meaningless. Now that there were more women on board, it was indeed time to allocate responsibilities. After all, establishing a team framework would allow them to address issues effectively. If more women joined later, they could supplement the roles as needed. Seeing all the women sitting obediently on the sofa, Ming said, "There are quite a few of us now, and more will likely join in the future. So we need to assign everyone's duties and set up a team framework." The women's expressions varied. Some were indifferent, some curious, and some worried. Ming looked at Junmina and said, "First, our team chef will be Junmina from now on. She will be responsible for everyone's meals. If she needs any ingredients, she can purchase them from the chat channel. In the future, any recipes or items related to cooking that the team collects will also be given to you." Junmina nodded with determination and assured Ming and her sisters that she would prepare delicious food for everyone. Then Ming turned to Ellie and said, "Ellie, you'll be our team's archer." Archer. Including Ellie herself, all the women were puzzled. They knew Ellie had some talent in marksmanship, but was it necessary to assign it as a specific role? If Ellie was accurate with the crossbow, she could simply be classified as a combatant. Even Ellie thought the same. She immediately spoke up, "Brother Ming, I want to be a combatant." Ming had just said that attribute spheres would be prioritized for fighters, and Ellie wanted to strengthen her attributes and wield a wooden spear to slaughter goblins. In short, despite her talent in shooting, she also harbored a desire for close combat. Seeing Ellie's desire to become a combatant, Ming couldn't help but recall the morning when she recklessly jabbed a wooden spear at a goblin, nearly injuring Zhang Qi by mistake. Clearly, Ellie's close combat skills were far too lacking, and she had a deficiency in her mental fortitude. Of course, such minor flaws would naturally resolve themselves once she had experienced more battles. In essence, Ellie's shortcomings stemmed from a lack of combat experience. Thus Ming smiled and explained to Ellie, "An archer is also considered a combatant, but they have one more duty than a regular fighter. Rest assured, I will focus on nurturing your strength, and if I find any decent ranged weapons or skills in the future, I'll give them to you." Ellie's eyes lit up upon hearing this. She felt that being an archer was quite appealing now. She quickly asked, "Brother Ming, what extra duty does an archer have?" Chu Chu and the other women were also curious, all looking at Yi Ming. Yi Ming explained, I obtained intelligence from Divine Seer Song that there will be long-range shooting items in the future requiring someone with good aim to use them. I'll entrust that task to you. Especially in the pursuer mode, long-range shooting items will be frequently used. Whether we can escape from the pursuers will depend on your shooting talent. Yi Ming invoked Divine Seer Song to disguise his knowledge of the future. Song was now a famous figure, and the women all believed in his incredible fortune-telling abilities, harboring no doubts about this. Upon hearing this, Ellie jumped up in excitement and immediately patted her chest, vowing to become a formidable archer. She then cast a smug, challenging glance at Yang Lingyu, unable to hide the pride on her face. The two women had at some unknown point begun to compete with each other. Of course, they harbored no ill intentions. Their rivalry was merely a contest to determine who was more skilled. Yang Lingyu felt envious of Ellie inwardly, but on the surface, she pretended not to care, pursing her lips. It's just being an archer, nothing to show off about. Once her strength grew, she could easily beat Ellie to tears in close combat with a single punch. Then Yang Lingyu looked at Yi Ming with hopeful eyes, her gaze practically begging him to let her be a combatant. During their earlier conversation, she had already hinted that she wanted to become strong to kill monsters and open treasure chests. Yi Ming sensed Yang Linjia's gaze and announced the combatants. As for our team's fighters, there's Chu Chu, Jiangqi, Lingyu, and Ellie. From now on, the attribute orbs will primarily be used to nurture the four of you. There was no need to elaborate on Chu Chu and Jiangqi. Yi Ming had complete trust in them, and the two women were already becoming his right and left hands. Yi Ming wasn't surprised by Yang Linjia's desire to grow stronger. In his past life on the bus, they would often lean against each other at night, sharing their hopes and fantasies, encouraging one another to survive. Yang Lingyu had frequently fantasized about becoming a powerhouse in the future. Now that she still harbored this aspiration, Yi Ming would naturally cultivate her into one. He then turned his gaze to Zhun Minai, Zhang Xiaoman, and Lu Yuxuan. Although you're not combatants, you'll still receive a tribute orbs later. I don't need you to fight, but you must have the strength to protect yourselves. The three women nodded in unison, as they had little interest in combat anyway. Thus they had no complaints about not being chosen as combatants. There were still two women, Zhang Xiaoman and Lu Yuxuan, who hadn't been assigned roles. Yi Ming first looked at Zhang Xiaoman and asked, Xiaoman, are you interested in handling the team's logistics? Yi Ming had originally intended for Zhang Xiaoman to be the team's driver, but during their casual chat, he learned she couldn't drive. After some thought, he decided to assign her to logistics. Logistics involved helping Yi Ming sell items to earn resources and escape coins, replacing the work Chu Chu and the others did selling wooden spears at night. Chu Chu had sold a large number of wooden spears for 3 consecutive days, drawing the attention of some observant individuals. Someone had even privately messaged her trying to probe why she could produce so many spears. Chu Chu and the other women could no longer openly sell large quantities of other items. If anyone discovered that Chu Chu and the others were all women on Yi Ming's bus, his ability to acquire blueprints would be exposed. Therefore, Yi Ming decided to have Zhang Xiaoman handle the team's logistics. Unlike Chu Chu and the others, Zhang Xiaoman wouldn't buy and sell goods openly in the chat channel. Instead, she would privately trade valuable resources with various teams. For low-end items, like wooden spears, Zhang Xiaoman only needed to find a few people from other buses to sell them on her behalf. Even if someone tried to investigate, it would be difficult to trace it back to Zhang Xiaoman. Yi Ming explained the logistics duties to her, and her eyes lit up. She liked the job he had arranged. Zhang Xiaoman was naturally shrewd and calculating, making her well-suited for this kind of work. Finally, Yi Ming smiled at Lu Yuxuan and said, Yuxuan, I want you to be in charge of the team's medical care in the future. When we find healing skills or related items and tools, I'll entrust them to you. Lu Yuxuan nodded eagerly. I'll listen to you, brother Yi Ming. Lu Yuxuan had a relatively timid personality, and Yi Ming thought she was well-suited for medical work. However, such skills were extremely rare, even more precious than combat skills, so it would be difficult for Yi Ming to find them in the short term. He then continued, looking at Lu Yuxuan. Yuxuan, I also need to temporarily assign you another task, one that isn't too difficult. Lu Yuxuan nodded excitedly. Yi Ming had put her in charge of medical care, but without any medical means, she was idle on the bus. Since the other sisters all had their duties, she didn't want to be left out. It was with this consideration that Yi Ming decided to give Lu Yuxuan an additional task. Our team still lacks someone to handle intelligence. I need you to temporarily fill that role. In this life, because Yi Ming participated in the zombie instance, things were very different from his past life. He couldn't always rely on his previous live's intelligence. So Yi Ming needed Lu Yuxuan to monitor the chat channel and also develop some informants. 3 days later, the hurricane world would end, and they would enter the next world, the scorching world, where they would merge with people from other regions, bringing the chat channel to a total of 20,000 people. Among them was a very powerful 1,000-person large gang, the Feminist Fist sect, led by Wang Ling. Yi Ming needed Lu Yuxuan to befriend some women on the buses now. If any of these women joined the Feminist Fist sect, Lu Yuxuan might be able to gather intelligence from within. In his past life, Li Tianyu's team and Wang Ling's feminist Fizz sect often clashed, engaging in conflicts and battles. In this life, Yi Ming had taken Li Tianyu's place and would likely come into conflict with the feminist Fizz sect as well. So laying the groundwork early by planting informants inside the sect would help him seize the initiative. After assigning everyone their roles, Yi Ming realized the bus still lacked women, especially a female driver with good driving skills. However, he couldn't recruit anyone for the next few days and would have to wait until they reached the scorching world. As the pursuer mode concluded, Chu Chu continued driving the RV to search for supplies. Yi Ming noticed that aside from himself, Chu Chu and Jiang Qi, none of the other women in the vehicle knew how to drive. If the three of them were absent, the RV would have no one at the wheel. Since the team currently lacked drivers, Yi Ming decided to have all the women learn to drive whenever they had time. He didn't expect them to master the skill, but at least they should be capable of handling the vehicle without mishaps when needed. Thus AI Li and Yang Lingyu went to the cab to learn driving from Chu Chu. Jiang Qi and Zhen Min headed to the kitchen to prepare the evening feast. Meanwhile, Yi Ming sat on the sofa with Zhang Xiaoman on his left and Lu Yuxuan on his right, guiding them on how to trade supplies and develop intelligence networks. Xiaoman, you can recruit more people from the bus to help you sell items. Yuxuan, you need to find individuals to become your informants. For now, just give them 2 pieces of jerky to build rapport without assigning any tasks. Zhang Xiaoman, her face flushed, nodded nervously while held in Yi Ming's arms. This was her first time being embraced by a man, making her tense and uneasy. In contrast, Lu Yuxuan appeared completely at ease in Yi Ming's arms, showing no sign of discomfort except for a faint blush on her cheeks. Following Yi Ming's instructions, the 2 women began searching for informants and sellers in the chat channel. On a certain bus, Han Wei opened the system and offered 3 escape coins for a portion of food. Since a single bread cost over 5 escape coins on the market, securing food with just 3 coins seemed nearly impossible. But Han Wei had only earned 3 escape coins from today's treasure chest hunting. Before the vehicle stopped for the night, he might still get 1 or 2 more coins from further hunting, but he couldn't wait any longer. His hunger was unbearable. Without food, he would lack the strength to even get off the bus for more chests. So Han Wei decided to try his luck, hoping someone would sell him a portion of food. His request hung in the chat channel for a long time with few paying attention. One person offered to sell him 2 finger-sized pieces of wolf jerky. Another offered half a leftover bread. Neither option was substantial, but Han Wei had no other choice. He had to buy something to stave off his hunger. Just as he hesitated between the jerky and the bread, someone initiated a trade with him. Han Wei opened the offer and was overjoyed to find someone willing to sell him a whole bread for 3 escape coins. System trades were foolproof, so Han Wei, fearing the other party might cancel, immediately accepted. A bread soon appeared in his hands. Han Wei wasted no time tearing into the bread and devouring it voraciously. On the bus, it was best to consume food quickly to avoid theft. Sure enough, a young woman noticed him eating. "Xiao Wei, share a piece with your sister, and he'll let you touch me," she said, slightly opening her coat, her eyes fixed on the bread. While Han Wei could earn escape coins from treasure chests, the women on the bus received nothing even if they tried hunting. In this world of survival of the fittest, women had to trade their bodies for food. Han Wei paused his eating, instinctively glancing at her exposed chest, then shook his head. Soon he finished the bread, and the woman slumped back in despair. The gazes of some passengers shifted away from Han Wei. Feeling relieved, he secretly pulled out a small piece of bread he had hidden. When no one was looking, he tossed it to the woman. The woman was stunned, tears welling up in her eyes as she clutched the bread. She quickly stuffed it into her mouth and looked at Han Wei with gratitude. He shook his head. He hadn't given her the food for any favors. A single bite less didn't matter to him. He simply couldn't bear to see her starve. Han Wei had a beloved wife, and helping the woman reminded him of her. By the way, he suddenly realized that trading 3 escape coins for a bread was a steal. He felt compelled to thank the seller. Opening the system, he saw that the person who sold him the bread was a young, beautiful woman named Zhang Xiaoman. Han Wei wasn't foolish. He knew she couldn't be on the bus if she could sell at such a low price. Zhang Xiaoman was either a vehicle owner or a follower of one. So Han Wei privately messaged her to express his gratitude. After about a minute, she replied asking, "Are you on a bus?" Han Wei admitted it, his heart racing. Could she be planning to recruit him? "Send me a photo of you on the bus," Zhang Xiaoman continued. Han Wei quickly took 2 photos of the bus interior and sent them to her. But soon his hopes were dashed. Zhang Xiaoman didn't intend to recruit him. She only wanted him to sell a few wooden spears with a commission of 1 escape coin per spear. Han Wei licked his lips, puzzled as to why she didn't sell them herself, but he wasn't about to pass up the chance to earn coins. So Han Wei followed her instructions and began selling wooden spears in the chat channel. Although Chu Chu had sold many spears before they were prone to damage, so demand remained high. Many on the bus had saved enough coins to buy spears for hunting wolves. On the bus, treasure chests alone couldn't provide enough food for everyone. Only by hunting wolves could they ensure all passengers ate. Thus, cheap weapons like wooden spears never lacked buyers. Several people immediately inquired about buying spears, but Han Wei had none, so he had to request them from Zhang Xiaoman. Soon a wooden spear appeared in Han Wei's hands. A flicker of greed crossed his mind. However, Zhang Xiaoman sent him another message. If you dare to keep that spear, they'll put a bounty on your head in the chat channel. Her words were icy cold as if she had read his thoughts. Gulping, Han Wei broke out in a cold sweat. With just one spear, Zhang Xiaoman could easily place a bounty on him, and someone on the bus would surely act on it. No wonder she had asked for the bus photos earlier. She was confirming his location. Han Wei quickly replied, assuring her he wouldn't dare, and set aside his greed. He immediately traded the spear, received 20 escape coins, and transferred them to her. After selling 5 spears in succession, Zhang Xiaoman gave him 5 escape coins as his commission. Han Wei stared at his hard-earned coins, overwhelmed with excitement, and quickly sent her a message of gratitude. I still have a large number of wooden spears and miscellaneous items to sell. Do you dare to continue selling? Zhang Xiaoman sent a message to Han Wei. Selling too many wooden spears and sundries would inevitably attract attention, carrying great risk. One misstep could cost him his life. But upon seeing the message, Han Wei clenched his fists in excitement rather than worry. Profit often accompanies risk. Now penniless, and with nothing to lose, he truly feared no hazard. This was his only chance to turn his life around, and he had to seize it. So Han Wei quickly replied to Zhang Xiaoman, Sister Zhang, I dare to sell. Rest assured, leave this matter to me, and I guarantee he'll handle it flawlessly. With Han Wei's repeated assurances, Zhang Xiaoman, alternating threats and inducements, finally took him on as a subordinate salesman. After being warned by Zhang Xiaoman, Han Wei naturally dared not reveal her to anyone. For Zhang Xiaoman, salesmen like Han Wei could be found easily on any bus, but for Han Wei, Zhang Xiaoman was his only chance to turn his fortunes around. No matter how foolish, Han Wei would never disclose Zhang Xiaoman to anyone. Not only would it anger her, but if someone else snatched his sales job, he'd have no one to cry to. In truth, Han Wei had already become a peripheral member of Ming's team, though he didn't know it himself. If Han Wei could use this opportunity to take charge of the bus, he might form a team of his own. Even later, when Ming clashed with large groups like the Female Fist sect, if he could lead his team to support Ming, he might earn Ming's mentorship. But for now, Han Wei was merely a salesman chosen by Zhang Xiaoman. His future achievements remained unknown. Besides wooden spears, Zhang Xiaoman also had him sell sundries like toilet paper and lighters. These items yielded slim profits and were tedious to sell, but delegating them to Han Wei saved Zhang Xiaoman considerable time and effort. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoman herself sold 5 types of 0-star vehicle-mounted equipment, a 1-star front bumper, and 1-star combat boots in the chat channel. Those who could afford these items were either vehicle owners or powerful individuals with resources. Whenever someone bought an item, Zhang Xiaoman would add them as friends, cultivating them as clients for future private transactions. Compared to Zhang Xiaoman's busy and tedious work, Lu Yuxuan's side was much more relaxed. Following Ming's instructions, Lu Yuxuan sought out women struggling to survive on the bus, handed them a few pieces of dried wolf meat, and easily added them as friends. These dried wolf meat strips had been made by Zhen Minai out of boredom, using the kitchen dehydrator with no seasoning, tasteless and tough. But even such unappetizing jerky was food to these women. They desperately wanted more jerky from Lu Yuxuan, so both sides were eager to befriend each other, and Lu Yuxuan effortlessly became their friend. Some of these women might later join the Female Fist sect. Lu Yuxuan might glean intelligence about the sect from them. Of course, this was just a casual move arranged by Ming. Whether it would bear fruit remained unknown. Lu Yuxuan's main task was to monitor the chat channel for Ming. She kept an eye on major topics of discussion and any valuable items being sold. In particular, if someone sold a precious item in the channel, and Ming missed it, letting it slip to another buyer, that would be a shame. After briefly scanning the chat channel's discussions, Lu Yuxuan reported to Ming, Brother Ming, everyone in the chat is talking about the pursuers killing 2,000 people. If the pursuer mode comes again tomorrow, there won't be many teams left except those on the buses. Ming shook his head with a smile. It's fine. The pursuers can't catch us anyway. In reality, half of those 2,000 didn't die at the hands of the pursuers. They were captured and enslaved. Those enslaved were removed from the chat channel. So everyone assumed they had been killed. The pursuers captured slaves to sell to wealthy vehicle owners like Ming, earning escape coins. Some pursuers even trained their slaves' abilities or strength to fetch higher prices. Perhaps Ming would later buy high-quality female slaves from the pursuers. Once the slaves were purchased by vehicle owners, their slave status would be lifted, and they would return to the chat channel. Time passed. The RV searched for treasure chests along the highway. Whenever they spotted one, Ming led Chu Chu, Jiang Qiyang, Lingyu, and Ally, the 4 women, out to kill monsters. As the team's main combatants, slaying monsters and opening chests would be their primary tasks. Thus, Ming did not intervene, only guiding the 4 women in battle. Among them, Yang Lingyu grew rapidly. Though flustered at first, she quickly adapted. Under Ming's training, they gradually leveraged their attribute advantages, easily handling goblins. After opening the chest, Ming returned to the RV to accompany Zhang Xiaoman and Lu Yuxuan. Whenever Zhang Xiaoman sold items, Ming would promptly synthesize them for her. Then Ming would also keep Lu Yuxuan company while browsing the chat channel. Through his time with Zhang Xiaoman and Lu Yuxuan, Ming grew closer to both women, facilitating the accumulation of goodwill points. Noticing Liu Yuxuan was tired and yawning frequently, likely from poor rest on the bus, he took both women to bed to recover their fatigue. As evening approached, the RV's gasoline was nearly depleted, so they parked to rest. In the afternoon, Chu Chu and the others had opened chests yielding not only ordinary supplies, but also several useful items. Banana peel, a racing item that can be placed on the road. When another vehicle steps on it, it causes a skid and loss of control. Note: a vehicle-mounted launcher is required to use this item. Vehicle repair toolbox repairs damaged vehicles, restoring them to perfect condition. Fertilizer accelerates crop growth. Bandage heals minor injuries. The drop rate for good items had noticeably increased in the afternoon, likely due to the stronger guardian monsters and the end of the pursuer mode. Ming stored all 4 items. They were useless for now. Although the fertilizer could be used on wheat or rice, there was only one piece enough for a single crop. Moreover, the rice and wheat would mature in 2 or 3 days. Using fertilizer now would be wasteful. Besides, Ming had an endless supply of bread, so he didn't lack staple food. The fertilizer would be better saved for future seeds. Brother Ming, dinner's ready. Sister made a lot of dishes. Ally hopped out of the kitchen. Ming and the women immediately caught the aroma of food wafting from the kitchen. The kitchen was filled with the aroma of food. To welcome Yang Lingyu and the other 2 women aboard Zhenminai had prepared a bountiful feast, putting in no small effort. Ming and the women sat around the dining table. Amazing, Zhenminai. Did you make all of this? Zhang Xiaoman asked in astonishment. She knew Zhenminai could cook, but to produce such a lavish spread still left her stunned. Who would have thought such a delicate young girl possessed such culinary skill? Ailey, standing nearby, raised her chin proudly, arms crossed, and said smugly, "Of course my sister made it. If we had more ingredients, she could have done even better." Due to ingredient limitations, the dishes on the table were primarily pork, braised pork, spare ribs, trotters, and pork shoulder. Yang Lingyu cheerfully linked arms with Zhenminai and said, "Zhenminai, I heard you're teaching Ailey to cook. Teach me too, okay?" Zhenminai nodded with a smile, naturally not refusing to teach Yang Lingyu. Ailey's eyes lit up. She had already started learning from her sister, so Yang Lingyu's culinary skills would surely be inferior, allowing her to one-up Yang Lingyu in cooking. Ming looked at the table almost entirely filled with meat and fell into thought. What Zhenminai lacked were vegetables, fruits, chicken, duck, fish, eggs, and other ingredients, which could only be obtained through planting and raising livestock. To ensure a diverse food supply in the future, he would have to start planting and cultivating on his vehicle, so collecting seeds as soon as possible was essential. Other teams did have seeds, but since planting and raising livestock were renewable resources, almost no one was willing to sell them. After all, once seeds were planted and harvested, the daily yield of vegetables and fruits became a steady income. Ming, however, had an idea. He could trade his planting pots for their seeds. Surely there were people who had seeds, but were troubled by the lack of planting pots. Ming decided to try exchanging planting pots for seeds after the meal. "Come, let's welcome Lingyu, Xiaoman, and Yuxuan to our team." Ming raised a glass of orange juice. The women all raised their glasses in a toast, then began to enjoy the feast, chatting about the day's gains and amusing anecdotes. With Ailey and Yang Lingyu teasing and bickering, the kitchen was filled with laughter. As the food on the table gradually dwindled, the sumptuous dinner came to an end. Ming left the women to clean up the kitchen and took Zhang Xiaoman to the sofa to continue trading supplies. Evening was the busiest time for transactions, so Ming and Zhang Xiaoman planned to seize this opportunity to earn more escape coins and exchange them for valuable items. Load-tier supplies were handled by Han Wei, while Zhang Xiaoman only needed to sell 1-star boots, the front bumper, and 5 types of 0-star vehicle equipment. Ming, meanwhile, posted a message in the chat channel offering to trade planting pots for seeds. Soon a few people contacted him. However, these individuals didn't want to exchange seeds for planting pots. They preferred to buy them with supplies or escape coins. They only had a few seeds each, so trading seeds for planting pots was clearly not cost-effective. Ming naturally refused to sell. He had no shortage of supplies or escape coins. Moreover, planting pots were not easy to obtain. As long as Ming didn't sell them, others would find it difficult to acquire any. After some haggling, Ming managed to exchange for 2 tomato seeds, 2 eggplant seeds, and 1 chili pepper seed. Of course, Ming paid twice the number of planting pots in return. After planting the 5 seeds, he continued browsing the chat channel for trading information. Most of the trades in the channel involved ordinary supplies, but items and equipment were rarely put up for sale. Yet Ming did find someone selling equipment. Robe 1-star equipment enhances mental attributes when worn. The asking price was 288 escape coins. This price seemed to be based on the 1-star boots, so no one had bought the 1-star robe yet. A 1-star equipment piece that boosted mental attributes was of no use to Ming, nor to Chu Chu and Wang Jiuer, who also relied on mental power. All 3 had reached level mental strength, rendering the 1-star robe ineffective. Nevertheless, Ming bought the robe. It was still a 1-star item. After the purchase, he continued searching for other trade opportunities in the chat channel. Ding! The World Auction channel has opened. A system notification echoed in everyone's minds. Ming felt a surge of joy. He had finally been waiting for the World Auction channel to open. He had saved over 2600 escape coins, enough to buy plenty of items at the auction. He opened the channel and found that the first item was already up for bidding. Longsword 2-star equipment. Starting bid 1000 escape coins. Minimum increment 100 escape coins. Yi Ming glanced at the bid. It had already risen to 1200 escape coins. Since the auction only displayed the bid price, not the bidder's identity, there was no risk of revealing oneself to the world. Yi Ming placed a bid raising the price to 2000 escape coins. After a while, someone quickly raised it to 2500. Yi Ming wasn't the only one with a method to earn escape coins. Others in different regions had also amassed a considerable amount and weren't lacking in competition. Unfazed, Yi Ming raised the bid to 3000 escape coins. 3000 escape coins meant little to Yi Ming, but it made many hesitate about whether to continue bidding. After a pause, someone increased the price to 3500. Yi Ming countered with 3600. Soon the price climbed to 400 escape coins, shocking everyone watching the auction worldwide, especially those struggling to survive on the buses. Their experience mirrored Yi Ming's past encounter with Li Tianyu, a feeling of helplessness in the face of a stronger opponent. Some could bid thousands of escape coins for a weapon, while others fretted over earning a few coins for food. In just a few days, they had already fallen into a different class. Countless people on the buses regretted their decision to board on the first day of the escape world, losing the chance to become vehicle owners. Yi Ming, too, was surprised by the 400 coin bid. In his past life, this long sword had been won for 300 escape coins, but now it had risen to 400. However, Yi Ming genuinely lacked weapons. Neither he, a shadow clone, nor Chu Chu and the others had decent arms. The only notable weapon was a 1-star spear. So Yi Ming was determined to secure this 2-star long sword. Just then, Chu Chu and the other women finished cleaning the kitchen and emerged. Ailey bounced over to Yi Ming. Yi Ming, was it you who bid 400 escape coins in the auction? No, but I will win the sword. Yi Ming smiled faintly. He had over 200 escape coins. How could he fail to secure it? He pulled Ailey into his arms, letting her watch him bid. The women gathered around, curiously eager to see the auction unfold. Yi Ming sat on the sofa, immediately surrounded by the women. A scene any man would envy. He started by bidding 4100 escape coins to test if anyone else would continue. Yi Ming placed a bid of 4100 escape coins, seeking to test whether anyone would continue bidding on the longsword. After all, this price was already exorbitant, far exceeding the value of a 2-star weapon. Even if someone could afford it, there was no reason to pay such a high price for a longsword. Yet the bid beneath the 2-star longsword soon climbed to 4500 escape coins. Someone had indeed raised the stakes. Yi Ming furrowed his brow, sensing that the bidder was determined to secure the blade. Ellie nestled in Yi Ming's arms, asked in astonishment, Yi Ming, could it be that the bidder like us has amassed a fortune through a skill akin to blueprint collection? They knew Yi Ming had earned a vast sum of escape coins through his blueprint collection ability over the past few days. His willingness to pay a premium for the 2-star longsword stemmed from his abundant wealth, making the expense trivial. But what gave the opposing bidder such confidence? Even they could see that paying such a high price for a 2-star weapon was unwise. Could the bidder also possess a skill similar to blueprint collection, unfazed by the cost? The women gathered around Yi Ming, chattering in animated discussion. Some worried that Yi Ming's high bid was imprudent, while others fumed at the malicious price escalation, which would force him to spend more escape coins. Even Chu Chu and Jiang Qi grew solemn, realizing from the World Auction Channel that formidable teams with resources were far from scarce. Yi Ming's future enemies and rivals would undoubtedly be numerous. This realization stirred a sense of urgency within them, compelling them to grow stronger swiftly to aid him. Yi Ming offered a wry smile and explained to the women, across the world countless people exist. Though I possess the blueprint collection ability, other vehicle owners have their own means of generating wealth. For instance, the renowned Song Shinsi had profited immensely from selling intelligence, and many would soon pay high prices for his information. Wang Jior's honey, used to heal wounds, could also rake in substantial escape coins. Other abilities, luck enhancement, resource doubling, increased farming yields, potion, crafting, weapon forging, all could generate vast fortunes. The women nodded in understanding, their hearts heavy with concern. Countless capable teams existed worldwide, and each pondered how she could contribute to Yi Ming and the group. Yi Ming sensed their growing unease, but chose to remain silent. If the team lacked a sense of crisis, complacency would breed, eroding their competitive edge. The RV's comfortable environment and Yi Ming's strength had granted them ample security, but it had gradually dulled their survival instincts and drive. Thus Yi Ming resolved to guide the women's growth, transforming them into true allies rather than allowing them to idle in comfort aboard the RV. He turned his gaze to the system, mentally setting the longsword's maximum bid at 600 escape coins. Beyond that he would withdraw. Yi Ming was no fool. No matter how many escape coins he held, waste was unacceptable. He bid 5000 escape coins. Soon the price was raised to 5500. His eyes narrowed, and without hesitation, he pushed the bid to his final limit, 600 escape coins. Moments later, the opponent countered with 700 escape coins. Yi Ming let out a scornful laugh and ceased bidding. A mere 2-star weapon, he could do without it. 7,000 escape coins for a 2-star longsword. What a fool's purchase. With Yi Ming's withdrawal, the longsword was sold for 7,000 escape coins. Inside a tank, Lu Ji stared at the 2-star longsword in his hand and the depleted 7,000 escape coins, drawing a sharp breath. Damn, I got carried away with the bidding. Boss, isn't 7,000 escape coins too much for a sword? A lackey in the vehicle asked. Lu Ji, a middle-aged thug in his 40s, rolled his eyes at the question. What do you know? With this sword I can replicate countless copies. 7,000 coins will be recouped in no time, and I'll even arm each of you. The lackeys erupted in excitement at the prospect of wielding 2-star longswords, vowing to lay down their lives for Lu Ji. Yet inwardly Lu Ji lamented. His bid stemmed from his ability to replicate weapons, but even with countless copies few could afford them in the short term. Having scraped together some escape coins over the past days, he had now squandered them all on a single sword. Lu Ji was consumed with regret. This was a colossal loss. As the 2-star longsword was claimed, the world auction channel proceeded to the next item. Shield 2-star equipment. Starting bid, 1,000 escape coins. Minimum increment, 100 escape coins. As a defensive item, it drew bids from numerous resourceful individuals worldwide. To most, the shield held far greater value than the previous longsword. If a team member could wield the shield at the front, its tactical advantage in battle would surpass that of a sword. The shield's price quickly soared to 3,000 escape coins. But Yi Ming directly bid 5,000, deterring all others. A 2-star weapon's typical price hovered around 2,000 to 3,000 coins if few dared to escalate further. With the cautionary tale of the overpriced longsword fresh in mind, no one wished to waste their funds. The shield was soon secured by Yi Ming for 5,000 escape coins. A rectangular shield materialized before Yi Ming, thudding heavily onto the ground as 5,000 escape coins were deducted. The women curiously examined the shield. Yi Ming set aside equipment distribution for now, resuming his bid for the next auction item. The third lot was a 2-star spear. Its starting bid was also 1,000 escape coins with a minimum increment of 100. As a long weapon advantageous in monster slaying, it quickly attracted numerous bidders. Before Yi Ming could act, someone else raised the price to 5,000 escape coins, evidently mimicking his strategy to secure the spear. As expected, bidding ceased immediately. Everyone understood that 5,000 escape coins was a premium, few would proceed. Yet Yi Ming had no intention of forfeiting the spear. He countered with 6,000 escape coins, matching his limit for the longsword. If another bidder raised the stakes, Yi Ming would withdraw. However, 6,000 escape coins proved too steep for others, and no one, unlike Lu Ji, was reckless enough to continue. Thus the 2-star spear was also claimed by Yi Ming. Yi Ming now had 1,500 escape coins remaining. The world auction channel moved to the next item. Flintlock pistol 2-star equipment, 6-round capacity, regenerates 1 round every 10 seconds. A flintlock pistol. At that moment, everyone was fixated on the world auction channel, stunned to see the next item up for bid was a handgun. Some were so excited they wished they could bid on it right then and there. All understood the significance of a tool that brought equality to all. In this world of the strong preying on the weak, who wouldn't want a pistol for self-defense? What's more, this was a pistol with unlimited ammunition. Though it was a flintlock with a capacity of only 6 rounds, and it took 10 seconds to recover 1 bullet, whether for an individual or a team, having such a firearm would provide a tremendous advantage in range combat. Some even fantasized that if they could have a pistol for protection, their combat power and safety would increase exponentially. Goblins, beasts, and the like could be taken down with a single shot. Thus, vehicle owners who had enough escape coins began bidding, eagerly ready to claim the pistol. Yi Ming also prepared to bid on the flintlock. He knew that in his past life this pistol was won by Li Tianyu and became one of his primary weapons. Though it was only a 2-star pistol now, in his previous life Li Tianyu had enhanced it to a 4-star weapon using monster essences. Its single shot packed a punch comparable to a cannonball. A pellet hitting the ground would blast a massive crater, and no one below Brank could dare to face its bullet heat. As for the so-called weapon enhancement, it was an exceedingly troublesome process requiring a specific material, monster essences. These essences came from guardian monsters of treasure chests that were at least crank in strength. Only when slain was there a chance they would drop a monster essence. Monster essences had many uses, one of which was enhancing equipment. After collecting a certain number, one could find a hunter with enchanting abilities, pay some escape coins, and have a probability of upgrading a 2-star piece of gear. In his past life, Li Tianyu had managed to upgrade this pistol to 4 stars, proving it had growth potential, at least up to 4 stars. So Yi Ming intended to win this pistol. Ellie, sitting in Yi Ming's arms, glanced at him instinctively when she saw the flintlock pistol on the auction block, her big blue eyes blinking. "What? Do you want this pistol, eh?" Yi Ming felt Ellie's gaze and asked with a smile. Ellie quickly shook her head and explained, "Not really. I'm fine using my hand crossbow." In truth, how could Ellie not want the pistol? But she didn't want Yi Ming to spend too many escape coins, so she said that. Yi Ming didn't press further. He had no talent for shooting himself. If he won the flintlock, it would be for Ellie. Imagining Ellie using the flintlock to shoot enemies and monsters in the future was quite a vivid picture. Ming turned his attention back to the World Auction channel. The bid for the flintlock pistol had already reached 5400 escape coins. Once the price hit 5,000, most competitors had been weeded out. But Ming wasn't in a hurry to bid. He recalled that this flintlock pistol had been won by Li Tianyu for over 7,000 escape coins, so 5 or 6,000 wouldn't be enough to secure it. Sure enough, moments later the flintlock pistol's price rose to 6,300 escape coins. Yet it continued climbing with several bidders still in the fray. Soon the price soared to a high of 7,000 escape coins. Seeing the price, Ellie pouted in dissatisfaction. It's just a pistol. Why spend so many escape coins? In her eyes, the price was far too high. Even if Ming wanted to bid for her, she would stop him. To her, a hand crossbow's power wasn't inferior to a pistol's, so there was no need to pay such a high price. But the next moment Ellie saw Ming raise his hand to bid on the pistol. Oh, wait. She tried to stop him, but it was too late. Ming had already bid 8,000 escape coins. This price caused the escalating bids to stall, clearly exceeding everyone's expectations. How many people in the world could have saved up 8,000 escape coins in just a few days? And who had the audacity to spend 8,000 escape coins on a single piece of equipment? 8,000 could buy a vast array of supplies and gear. A pistol was hardly worth that much. But Ming knew this pistol could be upgraded to 4 stars in the future, which was why he bid. Just as Ming thought 8,000 escape coins would win the flintlock, someone raised the bid to 8,100. Ming frowned. The bidder was clearly testing him, probing his limit. If Ming only added 100 or 200, it would signal he couldn't afford more. So he needed to make a high bid to intimidate the other party into backing off. Thus Ming bid 8,500 escape coins, signaling his determination to secure the flintlock. Ellie was dumbfounded, then stared wide-eyed at the World Auction channel. The other women in the vehicle exchanged glances, but said nothing. Whatever Ming did, they would support him fully. Soon the flintlock pistol's price was raised again to 8,600 escape coins. Ming didn't hesitate, bidding 9,000 escape coins. With his ability to collect blueprints, earning escape coins was effortless. 9,000 was nothing. As the chat channel grew and everyone's strength increased, consumption would rise, and he could easily earn tens of thousands of escape coins a day. Besides, escape coins only had value when spent. Hoarding them would only lead to depreciation. Ming didn't believe anyone could outbid him for a piece of equipment now. As he expected, when the price reached 9,000 escape coins, no one dared to bid further. The flintlock pistol was successfully won by Ming. In fact, the high price was partly due to his previous bids for other equipment, which had created the impression that 2-star gear cost around 6,000 or 7,000. In short, Ming had driven up the market price. This was why Li Tianyu had won the flintlock for over 7,000 escape coins in his past life, while Ming had to pay 9,000. Of course, Ming now was far stronger than Li Tianyu had been at this point in his previous life. Back then, Li Tianyu had only saved up about 10,000 escape coins, won just the flintlock pistol, and had only 3 or 4 women on his RV, with far less affinity and power than Ming. Now Ming had 8 women, including Wang Jior. It was his rebirth that gave him the advantage to develop so quickly. Returning to the present after winning the flintlock pistol, Ming had only a little over 6,000 escape coins left, enough to bid on perhaps one more 2-star piece of equipment. Ming looked at the flintlock pistol in his hand. It was no different from the flintlocks he remembered. He handed the pistol to Ellie. Try shooting a couple of rounds out the window. Just be careful not to aim at anyone. Ellie took the flintlock and planted a firm kiss on Ming's cheek, deeply moved that he had spent 9,000 escape coins to get it for her. Got it, brother Ming. He'll use this pistol to help you eliminate all your enemies, Ellie promised solemnly. Then Ellie, Yang Lingyu, Zhen Minai, Lu Yuxuan, and the others gathered together, chattering excitedly as they took shots out the window to test the pistol's effect. Ming continued browsing the auction channel, planning to use the remaining 6,000 escape coins to bid on another piece of equipment. Bang! A gunshot rang out. A flash of fire erupted from the muzzle of the flintlock pistol in Ellie's hand, accompanied by a powerful recoil as a bullet shot swiftly into the dark night outside the window. Wow! The women gathered around Ellie exclaimed in surprise. It was the first time they had witnessed live ammunition firing. Ellie was astonished by the pistol's recoil, having nearly lost her grip on the flintlock in her momentary carelessness. A strong wind continuously blew into the carriage through the window, and the faint smell of gunpowder seemed to narrate the formidable power of the flintlock pistol. Unlike ordinary flintlocks, this pistol did not require cumbersome reloading. It seemed to contain a dimensional space within capable of automatically producing and storing ammunition. Bang! 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 Ellie pulled the trigger repeatedly, each bullet streaking into the dark night outside the window. With each bullet fired, the flintlock pistol generated a powerful recoil. Without any level strength, Ellie would not have been able to hold it. Click! Ellie pulled the trigger again, but no bullet was fired. Out of ammo. Ellie understood. She needed to wait 10 seconds for new ammunition to be produced. 6 bullets would require a full minute. At that moment, Yang Lingyu quickly said, Ellie, let me have a couple of shots for fun. Ellie nodded, carefully handing the flintlock pistol to Yang Lingyu. Lingyu, this gun has a strong recoil. Make sure you hold it firmly and don't accidentally fire it. Yi Ming had already warned the women earlier it was fine to play with the flintlock pistol, but they must be extremely careful to avoid accidental misfires. Having heard his warning, they naturally refrained from pointing the gun recklessly, only aiming out the window to shoot. Thus the women gathered chattering by the window, taking turns to experience shooting. Since there was no need to worry about ammunition consumption, it was harmless for each to fire a few shots. Meanwhile, Yi Ming sat on the sofa continuing to browse the world auction channel. He now had only over 6,000 escape coins left, barely enough to bid on one more weapon. This auction channel would sell 10 weapons in total. With escape coins still in hand, Yi Ming was determined to acquire another weapon. After all, such an opportunity would not come again. The world auction channel was not open daily, it only activated after completing a world. The next opening would not occur until they reached the blazing world. Thus, with this rare chance to purchase a 2-star weapon, Yi Ming could not let it slip. Currently, his ranged weapons included a 1-star hand crossbow and a 2-star flintlock pistol. His long weapons consisted of one 1-star and one 2-star spear along with a 2-star shield. The 5th item up for auction was a longbow, but Yi Ming did not participate in the bidding. He already had a hand crossbow and a pistol in his vehicle, so he had no need for another ranged weapon like a longbow. However, others did, and as a ranged weapon the longbow was highly sought after. Many placed high bids, and it was eventually taken for over 7,000 escape coins. The subsequent items, an axe, a staff, and a hammer, were all sold for around 5,000 escape coins each. Yi Ming did not bid on any of these as they were all polearms, and he already had 2 spears. Yi Ming now had 2 spears, so he was not short on polearms. Instead, he needed a short-handled weapon. In terrains like caves or dense forests, polearms could be cumbersome, so he aimed to address this deficiency. When the 9th item, a short-handled long blade, appeared, Yi Ming finally placed a bid. After a round of bidding, he successfully secured it for 5,500 escape coins. The 10th and final item was a dagger, but Yi Ming did not continue watching and closed the system. "Honey, aren't you going to keep watching the auction?" Chu Chu asked, sitting beside him in confusion. Yi Ming was in a good mood, having acquired 4 of the 10 weapons in the auction channel. He explained with a smile, "I've run out of escape coins, so there's no point in continuing." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoman felt a pang of guilt. "Honey, it's my fault for not earning enough escape coins today." In previous days, Yi Ming had made 10,000 escape coins daily, but she had only managed 6,000 today, far less than the earnings of the past 3 days. If she had earned a bit more, perhaps Yi Ming could have bid on another weapon. Noticing her self-reproach, Yi Ming comforted her with a smile. "Xiaomon, this has nothing to do with you. Today's pursuers caused many teams to be wiped out, so naturally there were far fewer buyers than before. In the 5,000 member chat channel, over 2,000 were on buses and had few resources. The remaining 2,000 or so were teams led by about 400 to 500 vehicle owners, so their purchasing power was naturally diminished." Zhang Xiaoman was deeply moved by Yi Ming's words. She believed he was merely comforting her to ease her guilt. She had initially thought that boarding the RV would make her a caged canary, but Yi Ming had entrusted her with the crucial task of earning escape coins. Sincerity begets sincerity, she had resolved in her heart to help Yi Ming earn more escape coins. Yi Ming, of course, was unaware of Zhang Xiaoman's thoughts. In truth, he remained somewhat wary of her. For instance, she had never absorbed any attribute orbs, so her stats were no different from an ordinary person's. She was unlike Yang Lingyu and Lu Yuxuan. Yi Ming could not be certain of her loyalty. As for entrusting her with earning escape coins, he had no concerns. Zhang Xiaoman would immediately transfer any escape coins she earned from sales to him with no risk of her embezzling them. Moreover, after tonight, Yi Ming would collect favorability points and could discern her true intentions. He then organized his gains for the day. In terms of weapons, Jiang Qi had obtained a 1-star spear from the chest-grabbing event, followed by a 2-star shield, a 2-star spear, a 2-star flintlock pistol, and a 2-star short-handled long blade from the auction. For items, the biggest gain was the blueprint for a Simmons double bed, followed by banana peels, a vehicle repair toolkit, fertilizer, and bandages. There was also a 1-star mage robot from the chat channel. Yi Ming decided to give this robe to Zhang Xiaoman for her to wear once her loyalty was confirmed tonight. The workload for trading supplies was substantial, and the robe would provide her considerable assistance. After sorting through his gains, Yi Ming gathered the women to prepare for rest and arranged their night watch shifts. He could not afford to let his guard down against nocturnal monster raids, unwilling to stumble over such a trivial matter. When it came time to rest for the night, the women's reactions varied. Zhang Xiaoman was nervous, Chu Chu and Ellie were excited, Lu Yuxuan was curious, Yang Lingyu was worried, while Jiang Qi and Junmi smiled in silence. These details need not be elaborated. With the addition of Yang Lingyu and the other two, the burden of night watches was minimal. Moreover, the Simmons double bed could alleviate their fatigue and drowsiness, allowing Yi Ming to gather more favorability points. After assigning the night watch duties, they bathed and rested. The night passed without incident. In the dead of night, inside the driver's cabin, the temperature was frigid and the howling wind outside made the interior bitingly cold. Chu Chu shivered, quickly wrapping herself in a thick woolen blanket for warmth. She was on night watch, and the chill helped keep her alert. The cold wind whistled outside. Chu periodically scanned the surroundings through the window. Seeing no signs of monsters, she felt a measure of relief. Night watch was tedious, but she could pass the time by browsing the chat channel. In the chat channel, other teams also had members on watch duty. To stave off boredom, people would chat, boast, and tell jokes, which was amusing. Of course, some would occasionally share news of monster ambushes on their teams. This kept everyone on edge, afraid that a lapse in vigilance might give monsters an opening. Chu was equally cautious. Although the RV had an alarm that would trigger if monsters attacked, discovering them only after the alarm sounded would be too late. By the time the alarm went off, the monsters would have already broken through the windows and charged inside. Therefore, night watch was crucial and not to be taken lightly. If a monster raid occurred, Chu had to spot them early and wake Ming to handle the situation. This was precisely the task Ming had assigned to the women for their night shifts. Time passed. Chu checked the time. She had been on watch for over an hour and could now wake the next person to relieve her. Just as she stood up to call someone, the corner of her eye caught several small shadowy figures sneaking closer across the wilderness. In the dead of night, those figures could only be monsters. It was a night raid. So it's actually happening. Chu exclaimed as she stood, a hint of excitement gleaming in her eyes instead of worry. After all, wasn't she sitting here on watch precisely to guard against monster raids? If no monsters appeared, she would have felt a nagging sense of unease. Now that the monsters had shown up, she felt her night's vigil was worthwhile. Chu carefully confirmed the several figures on the wilderness, ensuring she wasn't hallucinating, then immediately turned to wake Ming. Honey, there's a monster raid. Chu went to the bedside and shook Ming vigorously. Ming snapped awake instantly. Did you see what kind of monsters they are? He asked, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. He showed no panic. In his past life, he had faced countless monster raids and was long accustomed to these nightly occurrences. In fact, he would have been suspicious and wary if no monsters attacked during the night. Chu thought for a moment and then stated with certainty, from their build, they're goblins. There are quite a few. Around 7 or 8. Ming nodded, then summoned a shadow clone to deal with the raid. Given the shadow clone's strength, it would not lose unless it encountered a crate monster. Moreover, tonight he had collected 85 favorability points from the women. Adding the 25 points he had saved, his total favorability reached 110 points. To Ming's slight surprise, among the 3 new women on the RV, Zhang Xiaoman had the most favorability points at 5, followed by Lu Yuxuan with 4, and Yang Lingyu with the least at 3. Using his detection ability, Ming confirmed that none of the 3 harbored ill intentions, and he felt completely at ease with them. With so many favorability points, Ming naturally planned to enhance his attributes. First, he used 4 grade attribute orbs, each for strength and spirit, strengthening them from grade to D grade. Then he used 2 grade orbs to upgrade his D grade physique to D grade. This cost a total of 100 favorability points. Now, with 10 points remaining, Ming's attributes were terrifyingly powerful. Name: Ming. Strength D grade. Speed D grade. Physique D grade. Spirit D grade. Skills: Shadow Clone. Escape coins 1062. Overall assessment D grade. Except for physique, all other attributes had reached D grade. Of course, Ming also had a 2-star black hoodie. Wearing it would elevate his physique to D grade as well. Based on the rate of favorability collection tonight, Ming estimated that before reaching the Scorching World, he could not only strengthen his physique to D grade, but also save up 100 points to exchange for a crate attribute, or pushing his power to C grade. When that time came, the female fist sect and the pursuers would have no choice but to kneel and sing surrender before him. After the shadow clone was summoned, it picked up a 2-star short-bladed long knife and strode out of the RV to slaughter the raiding monsters. Curious, Chu went to the window to watch. Her voice waking Ming had not been quiet, and it startled several women in the RV. Ming first calmed the Lu Yuxuan, who had woken in his arms, telling her not to worry, and gestured for the other awakened women to also rest easy and go back to sleep. While stroking Lu Yuxuan's hair with one hand, Ming controlled the shadow clone to fight, gradually practicing a state of divided attention. After about 2 or 3 minutes, the shadow clone finished the battle with ease and returned to the RV carrying the 2-star long knife. If not for a few goblins scattering to flee, the shadow clone's strength could have ended the fight in under a minute. Chu pumped her fists in excitement. She had clearly seen the shadow clone's slaughter of the goblins. Knowing Ming's formidable strength filled her with a profound sense of security. On her first day descending into the escape world, she had been terrified to tears while being chased by goblins. Now, witnessing the shadow clone's massacre planted a seed of desire for power within Chu's heart. Although the monster raid was dealt with, it didn't mean it would be the only one that night. So Chu asked Jiangqi to take over the watch, then slipped into the warm blanket and snuggled into Ming's arms. Chu's watch was just a small episode in the women's rotation. The others had similar experiences, only without encountering a monster raid. The night passed swiftly. As dawn broke, the wind outside grew fiercer, threatening to overturn the RV. Ming and the women were gradually woken by the howling gale. The double bed's restorative effect was powerful. None of them felt any fatigue or drowsiness upon waking, and they were in remarkably good spirits. Especially the women whose physique attributes were not high. Normally, after a night of watch duty and favorability collection, they would be exhausted, but instead they were glowing with vitality, full of energy. Ding wind disaster descends. For the next 3 days all vehicles must remain in constant motion, fleeing day and night. Important note, if a vehicle stops for more than 1 minute, it will be lifted by a tornado. Wind force increased to level 9 strong gale. Calculating 8 occupants in the vehicle. Issuing 800 units of gasoline and 26 escape coins. Yi Ming and Chu Chu are grade strength, the other 6 women are a grade strength. On the desolate wilderness a fierce gale howled, whipping up a blinding curtain of yellow sand. Under the immense force of the wind, no one could move, they could only take shelter inside their vehicles. As the system prompt chimed, Yi Ming drove the RV along the highway. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Hundreds of meters behind the RV a tornado that seemed to pierce the heavens was gradually taking shape. Ellie Yonglingyu and Lu Yuxuan pressed their faces against the windows, startled by the sight. Oh my god, there really is a tornado! Ellie exclaimed. They had just heard the system prompt as well. That stopping for more than a minute would cause the tornado to sweep them away, so they curiously glanced outside. When they saw the tornado forming in the distance, they were fully convinced of the system's warning. As the RV drove away, the gathering tornado slowly shifted, as if chasing after them. It's catching up. The 3 women cried out in unison. Staring at the howling wind and the magnificent, terrifying sight of the tornado, their faces paled with fear. With their slender frames, if they were outside, they would surely be swept into the sky. Yonglingyu suddenly thought of something, and quickly said, Ellie Yuxuan, let's check if all the windows are tightly shut. Ellie and Lu Yuxuan snapped to attention, and the 3 of them hurriedly inspected every window, terrified that one might be left open and they would be sucked out by the tornado. This seemed to be the only thing they could do in the face of the pursuing tornado. Watching them, Jiang Qi and Zhang Xiaoman couldn't help but smile, amused by Ellie and the others' fearful antics. With these 3 sisters around, the RV would certainly be full of endless amusement, never boring. However, the 2 women's expressions also darkened at the sight of the tornado hundreds of meters behind. Of course, it wasn't just Yi Ming's RV that was being chased, the vehicles of other teams were in the same predicament. The tornado loomed like a sword of Damocles over everyone's heads, ready to fling their cars into the air and claim their lives at any moment. As each team drove on, everyone began to analyze the system prompt they had just received. The prompt meant that for the next 3 days, day and night, they had to keep moving at all times. Combined with the tornado behind them, everyone understood that stopping for more than a minute would result in their vehicle being swept into the sky, leading to certain destruction and death. Thus, for each team, the challenge ahead was 3 days of continuous driving. If a team had too few members, these 3 days would be extremely grueling. For teams of 4 or 5 people, taking turns to drive and surviving the 3 days would be manageable. Yi Ming had no such worries. His RV had a full 8 people, more than enough to rotate driving duties, making it an effortless task. Although currently only Yi Ming, Chu Chu, and Jiang Qi knew how to drive. But Ellie and the others could learn to drive. They didn't need exceptional skills, just the ability to keep the vehicle moving steadily. Besides, the highway had no obstacles or even curves. All they had to do was hold the steering wheel steady and step on the accelerator. There was hardly any difficulty in driving. One advantage now was that the vehicles wouldn't consume fuel over these 3 days, and they would receive daily fuel rewards. After 3 days, when they headed to the scorching world to search for treasure chests, they wouldn't have to worry about running out of fuel. Inside the driver's cabin, Yi Ming gradually increased the speed and glanced at the rearview mirror to ensure he was outrunning the pursuing tornado. While stopping for a minute would get them swept away, driving too slowly would also allow the tornado to catch up. Naturally, Yi Ming wouldn't drive too slowly. He had no desire to be flung into the sky. Chu Chu sat in the passenger seat, watching the howling wind outside. Honey, with such strong winds outside, will we still find any treasure chests? Even if we do see one, we don't have time to stop and brave the tornado to open it, Yi Ming explained helplessly. This was like a pursuit mode. Since the vehicle was driving without consuming fuel, naturally no treasure chests would appear. Moreover, even if there were chests out there, who would dare to stop and search for them, risking being swept away by the tornado? So for these 3 days, aside from system trades, there would be no resource income. Of course, each team had stockpiled plenty of food, so there was no need to worry about that. Yi Ming's RV was especially well supplied. What we need to consider now is that we can't stop to rest for 3 days. We'll have to take turns driving. Chu Chu, go call Ellie and Lingyu over to learn how to drive, Yi Ming decided. He planned to rotate driving duties among himself, Chu Chu, and the few combatants over the next 3 days. With 5 people taking turns, surviving the 3 days of continuous driving would be no problem. All right, Chu Chu nodded. She naturally wouldn't oppose Yi Ming's decision and left the driver's cabin to call Ellie and Yang Lingyu. Moments later, Ellie and Yang Lingyu entered with 2 bread rolls. Brother Yi Ming's sister just made breakfast. Yi Ming took the bread roll from Ellie. It was stuffed with meat slices, ham, and a fried egg, making it easy for him to eat while driving. Ellie, Lingyu will need to take turns driving over the next 3 days, so you'll have to learn as quickly as possible. The 2 women nodded in understanding. So Yi Ming quickly finished his bread roll and began teaching the 2 women how to drive. On a certain stretch of highway, a small car wobbled along as if driven by a novice. Da Huang, hold the steering wheel steady. You're making me carsick. Wang Jiuer stood beside the driver's seat, smacking the mutated queen bee sitting in it. Indeed, it was the mutated queen bee in the driver's seat, its 4 insect legs gripping the steering wheel, looking utterly ridiculous. No wonder the small car was wobbling. It was being driven by this mutated queen bee. After being smacked, the mutated queen bee buzzed in protest through mental communication. Hey, you dare to talk back to me? Wang Jiuer smacked the queen bee's head again. Now that the wind disaster had struck, Wang Jiuer's situation was rather precarious. Alone, she certainly couldn't endure 3 days of driving. But since she had survived this ordeal in her past life, she would surely make it through this time as well. Ming guessed that in her past life Wang Jiuer had relied on the mutated queen bee to take turns driving and overcome this crisis. So with Ming's advice, Wang Jiuer had already started teaching the mutated queen bee to drive. Fearing the bee wouldn't learn properly, she even tried feeding it more zombie cores. After being fed more zombie cores, the mutated queen bee's intelligence noticeably improved, much to Wang Jiuer's delight. With its enhanced intellect, the bee gradually learned to drive. If Ming had known about this, he would have realized that the queen bee's intelligence was on par with the monsters guarding treasure chests. On a certain bus, Wang Song, once humiliated and beaten by Ming, who had disguised himself as Li Tianyu, still harbored resentment in his heart. Now he was indoctrinating everyone on the bus. Folks, you've all seen from the chat channel what happened to those vehicle owners. Yesterday, 2,000 of their followers were killed by pursuers. And this treasure chest competition mechanism, it's using our lives to fight for chests for the owners. To those owners, even if their followers die, they can just recruit new ones from the buses without a second thought. Do you really think becoming a follower of those owners will lead to a good outcome? Staying on this bus is much safer. Believe me, as long as we stand united, we can overcome any difficulty. After Wang Song's speech, many on the bus voiced their support and agreement. Unlike other buses where factions fought over resources, Wang Song had long unified this bus. Under his leadership, over the past few days, the more than 20 passengers worked together to open treasure chests, and even hunted a few wild wolves to alleviate the food crisis. Now the bus boasted 7 wooden spears, a formidable force more than capable of taking down a bronze chest guarded by a few goblins. But since yesterday, when several vehicle owners came to recruit on the bus, many passengers had grown restless. Wang Song sensed this, which was why he was indoctrinating everyone to strengthen his control. In truth, he had been approached by owners yesterday, but refused them all. Wang Song knew his strength lay in leadership. Leaving the bus to serve under another owner would render him useless, making him nothing more than a disposable pawn. As the saying goes, better be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. He was safer and freer staying on the bus. Moreover, he could use the bus to gather resources and improve his strength. Wang Song always remembered the humiliation Li Tianyu had inflicted on him days ago, a lesson in the importance of power. In this world, personal strength was the key to survival. Brother Wang, good news. Someone whispered in Wang Song's ear. His eyes lit up, and he excitedly announced to everyone. Haha, everyone check the chat channel. Great news. The more than 20 passengers were puzzled, wondering what could make Wang Song so happy, but they all opened the system to check the chat channel. Soon the discussions there caught everyone's attention. It turned out that treasure chests were appearing on some buses, and someone had opened a token-like item from one. Great. Chests are appearing on buses. Does that mean we don't have to go outside to fight for them? Someone exclaimed joyfully. Idiot, with the windstorm outside, how can you get off the bus to open chests? True, I wonder when a chest will appear on our bus. The passengers buzzed with discussion, each sharing their opinions. Wang Song noticed something different. He saw that someone in the chat channel was buying tokens with attribute orbs, those orbs that could enhance one's strength. Although he didn't know what the token was, its value must be immense if it could be traded for attribute orbs. Wang Song's eyes gleamed with desire, wishing his bus would be blessed with a chest soon. As if his wish were heard, a flash of white light suddenly appeared on the bus, drawing everyone's gaze. A chest has appeared. Someone exclaimed at the sight. The white light faded, revealing a silver white chest before everyone. This is a silver chest. Someone gasped. Everyone understood what a silver chest meant, their eyes widening as they jumped up excitedly. Many on the bus rushed forward, eager to open the chest. Wang Song reacted quickly, snapping out of his shock. Seeing the crowd about to scramble for the silver chest, he bellowed, "What do you think you're doing? This chest belongs to everyone. Who dares to take it for themselves?" The authority Wang Song had built over the past days proved effective. Chastened by his roar, the crowd stopped grinning sheepishly. Anyone who tried to open the silver chest now would become a target for everyone, potentially sparking a chaotic free-for-all. Feigning calm, Wang Song waved his hand to drive back those near the chest. Everyone understood. Wang Song would open the chest to ensure fair distribution of resources. Without further ado, he opened it. Inside was a small pile of escape coins and a token. Curious, Wang Song picked up the token to inspect it. Personal instance token culinary. Using this token teleports you to an instance world to learn culinary skills. An instance token. Learning culinary skills. Disappointment flickered in Wang Song's eyes. He had thought the token was some powerful item. It turned out to be just a token for learning culinary arts. But he quickly remembered someone in the chat channel buying tokens with attribute orbs. His heart raced with excitement, but he maintained his composure. He reached into the chest, secretly pocketing the small pile of escape coins into his system, then held up the token for all to see. Everyone, this chest only contains this one token. As Wang Song removed the items, the chest vanished from sight, making it clear it held only the token. He showed it to everyone. Look at this token's attributes. It can only improve one person's cooking skills. It's useless. Better we sell it for some resources. Seeing the token's attributes, the passengers were disappointed and raised no objection to Wang Song's plan to trade it. Elsewhere, the person in the chat channel buying tokens with attribute orbs was naturally Yi Ming. After all, who else had spare attribute orbs for such a thing? Yi Ming was well aware that treasure chests were appearing on buses. The escape world was fair in this regard. During the 3-day windstorm, teams led by vehicle owners received no chests but were rewarded daily with gasoline. After surviving the windstorm and moving to the next world, they would collect the chest resources from these 3 days. Meanwhile, buses would have chests descending continuously, containing not only food and water for survival, but also various skill instance tokens. These instance tokens covered a wide range of skills: culinary arts, farming, animal husbandry, medicine, driving, combat techniques, and more. Those who learned from them naturally became talents sought after by vehicle owners. After 3 days, when they entered the scorching world, owners would compete to recruit such talents. In his past life, Yi Ming had obtained a spear technique token at this time, giving him the means to barely survive. Even now, the spear techniques he taught Chu Chu, Jiangqi, and the other girls came from that instance token. That was why on the first day of the escape world, Chu Chu had mistaken Yi Ming's skill in blinding a goblin's eye with a wooden spear for martial arts training. As the skill-based instance tokens were gradually announced, the various buses became the center of attention. After all, obtaining a token was no easy feat. With only one token per bus, it was common for people on the same bus to fight desperately, even drawing blood for the chance to claim it. Most of those who managed to grab a token fearing it might be stolen would use it immediately to teleport to the instance world. Few like Wang Song could secure the token and prepare to sell it. Those who held onto the token without using it were either the rulers of the bus like Wang Song, or had subdued everyone on board through sheer strength. In their eyes, the skill within the token was indeed useless, so selling it for resources and equipment to enhance their power was a better deal. Meanwhile, Yi Ming left the driver's seat, handing over the RV to AI Li and Yang Lingyu to drive, believing only through Hansen practice could they learn to drive quickly. However, worried that the two women might have an accident, Yi Ming arranged for Jiangqi to supervise and guide them. Then Yi Ming shifted his attention to the chat channel. Yi Ming and Chu Chu and the other women sat down on the sofa, turning to look at Zhang Xiaoman beside them, and asked, "Xiaoman, have you sent out the news about acquiring tokens?" Zhang Xiaoman nodded. Following Yi Ming's instructions, she had immediately released the news of trading attribute orbs for tokens. "Honey, I've put out the message. 2 people want to exchange tokens for attribute orbs, but they think 3 orbs are too few and want 6. 6. Yi Ming frowned, slightly curious, and asked, "What skills are in those 2 tokens?" In Yi Ming's view, skills had their own hierarchy. Trading for 6 attribute orbs was possible, but the skill in the token had to at least satisfy him. Zhang Xiaoman glanced at the system and said, "One token has cooking and the other has singing." Yi Ming was speechless. Singing was a skill, but Yi Ming knew that skills learned from tokens were never ordinary. For instance, the cooking token could teach one to make 1 or 2 dishes with special effects, and the singing token would similarly teach songs with special effects. Only Yi Ming knew this for now, though Song Shinsi might have also figured it out. But neither would reveal this, instead secretly acquiring tokens. The token holders, unaware of this, were clearly driving up the price by demanding 6 attribute orbs. Yi Ming opened the system to check the chat channel, and indeed saw over a dozen token holders posting their token details. By then, many vehicle owners were bidding to buy their tokens. These dozen or so people weren't in a rush to sell, they were holding out for the best deal. Seeing this, Yi Ming decided not to bid hastily, instead quietly observing the chat channel. Just then, Junmi Nai emerged from the kitchen with a pot of tea and a plate of cookies, pouring a cup for each person. "Brother Yi Ming, I bought a pack of tea yesterday. It's really delicious, you should try it." Yi Ming nodded, and before even tasting it, he caught a unique tea fragrance. Taking a small sip, Yi Ming felt a lingering aroma in his mouth and a surge of energy. This tea actually had a refreshing effect. In the world of escaped, tobacco, alcohol, and tea were all luxuries that could fetch high prices later. A single cigarette could sell for 20 or 30 escape coins. If one had a production line for tobacco, alcohol, or tea, it would definitely rake in a fortune in escape coins. After a couple of sips, Yi Ming returned his focus to the tokens in the chat channel. Besides Wang Song's cooking token, there were also singing, driving, medical, planting, and farming and winemaking tokens. Each type varied in quantity, with cooking tokens being the most numerous, 5 in total. The most sought after, the medical token, had only 1, and many vehicle owners were bidding high for it. On the other hand, tokens like Wang Song's initially attracted bids, but the owners soon realized the sellers were intentionally inflating prices and stopped responding, as if their token skills were anything special. Yi Ming was also interested in the medical token. He had assigned Lu Yuxuan to a medical role, but without a relevant skill, she could only handle intelligence work. Now with this medical token, Ming was determined to secure it to bolster the team's medical capabilities. However, other vehicle owners shared the same thought and were bidding high for the medical token. One had already offered a 1-star piece of equipment for it. Ming knew he couldn't wait any longer, so he privately messaged the seller of the medical token. The seller was named Chao Shuang. Ming vaguely recalled him. On the first day in the escaped world, he had been abandoned on the road by a vehicle owner for embezzling 6 attribute orbs, then boarded a bus. "Brother, if you want to buy the medical token, bid in the chat channel." "I don't accept private deals," Chao Shuang replied after receiving Ming's message. This was Chao Shuang's tactic to drive up the price. Only by trading openly in the chat channel could the vehicle owners keep raising their bids, maximizing his profit. Ming naturally wouldn't bid in the chat channel, so he messaged him. "He'll offer a flat price of 6 grade attribute orbs, or 1-star battle boot, plus 2 attribute orbs. If neither price works for you, I won't raise my offer." Chao Shuang didn't reply immediately after seeing Ming's offer, as if considering it. After about a minute, he agreed to the trade for 6 attribute orbs. "Alright, I already have a 1-star battle boot, so he'll swap the token for 6 attribute orbs." The transaction was completed quickly. Chao Shuang announced in the chat channel that the medical token had been traded, sparking dissatisfaction and complaints from the other bidders. Ming looked at the medical token in his hand and nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Zhang Xiaoman. "Tell the sellers of the cooking and singing tokens that the attribute orbs are gone." Zhang Xiaoman nodded and immediately contacted the 2 token sellers according to Ming's instructions. On the bus, Wang Song's face changed upon receiving Zhang Xiaoman's message. He had expected her to add 1 or 2 attribute orbs for his token, but instead her attribute orbs were gone. Wang Song was now full of regret, cursing his own greed. But soon Zhang Xiaoman sent him another message. He could trade 150 escape coins plus the token for a pair of 1-star battle boots. Wang Song felt a surge of joy. He had obtained over 180 escape coins and the cooking token from a silver treasure chest, enough to get the 1-star battle boots. Thus Wang Song gratefully traded with Zhang Xiaoman for the 1-star battle boots. Little did Wang Song know the synthesis cost of the 1-star battle boots he received was 100 escape coins. Ming had effectively netted a profit of 50 escape coins and a token from him. After witnessing Wang Song exchange a token for battle boots, Zhang Xiaoman continued to trade a 1-star battle boot for several tokens. Most of the tokens in the chat channel were acquired by Zhang Xiaoman. These tokens were all assistive skills, and their superficial value was not as high as the 1-star battle boots that enhanced strength, so like Wang Song, these people had to add 150 escape coins to trade for battle boots. Even if these people were reluctant, they could only grit their teeth and trade with Zhang Xiaoman. Other vehicle owners couldn't offer better equipment than the 1-star battle boots to exchange for tokens. As a result, Ming deducted the cost of synthesizing the battle boots, not only earning several tokens, but also making a profit of hundreds of escape coins. This delighted Zhang Xiaoman greatly. She did not expect the value of the 1-star battle boots to be so significant, and she already vaguely sensed how valuable the 1-star battle boots would be in the future. The current lack of sales for the 1-star battle boots was due to their high price, which few could afford. Once everyone has saved enough escape coins, they would surely buy a pair of battle boots to enhance their strength. When that time comes, as more people buy them, the profit could exceed tens of thousands of escape coins, and this is just one of the blueprints that Ming has collected. It is easy to imagine how wealthy Ming will be in the future. Ming had no idea that Zhang Xiaoman was already picturing the scene of him earning a large amount of escape coins. At this moment, Ming was smiling as he organized the tokens in his hand, having acquired so many tokens that the team's logistical skills were secured. Ming currently had 1 medical token, 3 culinary tokens, 2 driving tokens, 2 planning tokens, 2 breeding tokens, 2 singing tokens, and 1 brewing token. The girls surrounded the sofa, all curiously looking at these tokens. Ming first took out the medical token and handed it to Lu Yuxuan. "Yuxuan, this token is for you." Ming was not sure what could be learned from the medical token, but it would definitely enhance Lu Yuxuan's medical skills. "Thank you, brother Ming." Lu Yuxuan sat beside Chu Chu, smiling as she accepted the token with gratitude. She knew the preciousness of this medical token. Many vehicle owners offered high prices for it, but Ming bought it for her, so she felt immensely grateful. Ming then took out 3 culinary tokens and 1 brewing token, giving them all to Zhenminai. "These tokens are for you, Zhenminai." Zhenminai was startled and quickly waved her hand, saying, "Brother Ming, these tokens are too many. I only need 1. Ming smiled and replied, "You are our team's chef. These tokens are of no use to Chu Chu and the others. Do you want them to cook for you?" Chu Chu also smiled and advised Zhenminai, "Just accept them. Once you improve your culinary skills, our sisters will have delicious food to enjoy." Lu Yuxuan and Zhang Xiaoman, seeing this, also joined in to persuade her, and Zhenminai finally shyly accepted the 4 tokens. "Brother Ming, I will definitely make even more delicious food," Zhenminai promised with determination. Ming nodded with a smile, not in a hurry to distribute the remaining driving, planting, breeding, and singing tokens. Zhenminai, Lu Yuxuan, and Zhang Xiaoman each had their own responsibilities, so there was no need to learn other skills. As for Chu Chu and the other combat personnel, there was even less need for them to learn these logistical skills. His RV had no limit on the number of occupants, so there was no need for one person to hold multiple positions. The driving token would definitely be used by the future driver of the team, and the workload for planting and breeding was also considerable. Ming needed to find someone specifically responsible for this. As for the singing tokens, Ming felt they were not simple. The songs sung with them might have assistive effects, and later on tokens could be used to cultivate a support personnel who could sing. Ming collected all 4 types of tokens, each with 2 tokens, and then said, I have decided to keep the remaining tokens for someone specifically responsible for this in the future, so I will not distribute them to you. The girls naturally had no objections to this. Zhen Minai and Lu Yuxuan were already very satisfied with the tokens they had. Zhang Xiaoman still needed to focus on trading, her workload was considerable, and she had no intention of learning other skills. Chu Chu, Jiangqi, Ali, and Yang Lingyu were all combat personnel, and they would be assigned skill books later, so there was no need for them to compete with logistical personnel for skill-related tokens. Zhen Minai Yuxuan, you can use the tokens to learn in the copy world. You should be back before nightfall, Ming said to the 2 girls. The 2 were naturally already prepared, and upon hearing Ming's words, Lu Yuxuan took the medical token and Zhen Minai took out a culinary token. The 2 girls used the tokens together, each surrounded by a ball of white light disappearing from the RV. Time passed. A day quickly went by. Inside the RV, Ming lay on the bed resting with his eyes closed. Once his physical strength and spirit were restored, he condensed a shadow clone and began training in a state of dual focus. Due to the need for recovery time after each condensation of the shadow clone, the effects of Ming's training were not very significant. Currently, he could only maintain simultaneous actions of his main body and clone, but could not engage in combat at the same time. Meanwhile, Ali and Yang Lingyu had each driven for several hours, and were now fully capable of driving the RV themselves. Next, the 2 girls could participate in the rotation driving. Zhang Xiaoman had spent the day selling items, and counting some items sold with Han Weiss helped she earned over 3,000 escape coins for Ming that day. This was not due to her lack of ability. Since various teams had no income from treasure chests, their spending power significantly decreased. At this moment, a white light appeared in the RV, and Zhen Minai returned. Oh, sister is back. Ali was the first to notice Zhen Minai, and her exclamation drew the attention of everyone in the RV. At this time, except for Chu Chu, who was driving the RV, all the girls in the vehicle surrounded Zhen Minai. Ming heard the noise and got up from the bed, curiously asking Zhen Minai, how was it? What culinary skills did you learn from the copy world? Zhen Minai nodded but still explained a bit shyly, brother, Ming, I only learned how to make egg fried rice that has a stamina recovery effect. Egg fried rice. All the girls looked at Zhen Minai in confusion. Ali immediately asked, sister, you can't make egg fried rice. Zhen Minai hurriedly explained what happened in the copy world. After using the token, she was transported to a kitchen and was forced to practice making egg fried rice continuously. Ming nodded on the side, recalling that in his past life, he was also transported to a training ground practicing the use of a spear like a warrior. It seemed that a culinary token could only teach how to make one type of food with a special effect. Egg fried rice that could restore stamina was also good, and Ming was very curious about what other food Zhen Minai would learn with the remaining 2 culinary tokens. Seeing Zhen Minai's disappointed expression, Ming understood that she was not satisfied with only learning to make egg fried rice. So he comforted her. Zhen Minai being able to learn to make stamina-recovering egg fried rice is very good. It just so happens that the rice we planted is about to mature. Upon hearing Ming's consolation, Zhen Minai's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but nod in agreement. Ming was right. Egg fried rice was indeed a good choice. After all, its main ingredient was rice. The rice Ming had planted earlier would be ready to harvest in a few days, meaning she would at least not lack rice for making egg fried rice in the future. No matter what dishes she learned to cook, she would still need to gather the ingredients first, otherwise it would truly be like a clever woman cannot cook a meal without rice. With this thought, Zhen Minai felt increasingly that the egg fried rice she had learned from the token was indeed a good choice, as its ingredients were the easiest to assemble. However, Zhen Minai soon remembered something else, and quickly said, brother Ming, after the rice and wheat ripen, they need to be husked and peeled. She had already considered this earlier. Rice and wheat weren't edible right after harvesting. They required complex processes such as husking the rice and grinding the wheat into flour. Ming naturally knew this too, so he explained, we're not in a rush to eat rice and noodles. Let's first harvest and store the ripe rice and wheat, and later find a machine to husk the rice. He knew such machines weren't hard to obtain. Some pursuers who sold seeds might even have them, and he could buy one if he encountered them. After hearing this, Zhen Minai understood that this matter couldn't be rushed. She noticed it was almost evening, and she could only learn from the remaining tokens tomorrow. At her current pace, she could only study 1 token per day, and the 2 culinary tokens and 1 brewing token would take 3 more days to master. Brother Ming, are you all hungry? They'll go cook now, Zhen Minai said, quickly remembering that everyone hadn't eaten yet. Ellie and the other girls offered to help in the kitchen. Seeing that it was nearly evening, Ming said to Zhen Minai, it's getting late, so don't bother with elaborate dishes. Just boil some instant noodles. Yi Ming wasn't someone who insisted on fine dining. There was no need to trouble Zhen Minai with a big meal at this hour. A simple bowl of instant noodles would suffice. Besides, many people on the buses couldn't even get instant noodles. Zhen Minai nodded and went to the kitchen to boil the noodles with Ellie and Yang Lingyu following to help. Meanwhile, as more people returned from the copy worlds after using the tokens, both the chat channel and the buses grew lively. Everyone who had learned a skill from a token became the center of attention. Many vehicle owners sought to recruit these talents as hiring them was far more cost-effective than buying a token, a calculation they could clearly make. However, life on the buses wasn't easy for these individuals. Some were captured and forced to reveal what skills they had learned enduring physical torment. Others were isolated and ostracized, while a few were flattered and praised. Every possible scenario played out. The most discussed topic among everyone was the quality of the skills they had learned. Some had acquired combat-type skills, noticeably improving their techniques. Others had learned auxiliary skills like cooking, which were of little use on the buses. This made those who had sold their tokens feel relieved, glad they hadn't used them, but instead traded for a pair of boots that enhanced their strength. Zhang Xiaoman's status among these people had also risen significantly. They had all added her as a friend, hoping for future trade opportunities. Zhang Xiaoman conducted her trades discreetly, drawing little attention, but her friend list kept growing. Moreover, these friends were no ordinary people. They included vehicle owners from various teams, as well as powerful leaders on the buses. In short, Zhang Xiaoman's network had quietly expanded across the entire chat channel, yet she seldom sold items, openly avoiding much scrutiny. Not long after, a beam of white light descended into the RV, and Lu Yuxuan's figure reappeared inside. Jiang Qi and Zhang Xiaoman noticed her return immediately, and exclaimed joyfully, "Yuxuan, you're back." Lu Yuxuan grinned and nodded, greeting the two girls. Since joining the RV free from intrigue and danger, she had reverted to her former carefree princess-like self. Yi Ming was lying on the bed, recovering his strength and spirit. Upon hearing that Lu Yuxuan was back, he sat up curiously and asked, "Yuxuan, you're back. Tell me quickly, what medical skill did you learn from the token?" Lu Yuxuan, eager to share, replied, "Brother Yi Ming, the medical skill I learned is acupuncture." Acupuncture. Yi Ming's eyes lit up, and he urged her to elaborate. It turned out that after being teleported to the copy world, Lu Yuxuan's mind was filled with various acupuncture knowledge, and she practiced treating simulated patients using acupuncture in that world. The acupuncture Lu Yuxuan had learned was no ordinary skill. It required channeling mental energy and physical strength into the needles, producing special therapeutic effects. Yi Ming couldn't help but marvel, realizing that the medical token Lu Yuxuan used was anything but simple. However, Yi Ming then thought of something and quickly asked, "Yuxuan, do you have any silver needles for acupuncture?" Silver needles weren't as easy to find as ingredients, unless they built a medical room like the kitchen, which might contain such tools. Upon hearing his question, Lu Yuxuan grinned and pulled out a needle pouch, opening it to reveal dozens of silver needles arranged in rows, making Yi Ming, Jiang Qi, and the others' scalps tingle. "Brother Yi Ming, look. These are a set of silver needles the system rewarded me." Yi Ming nodded calmly on the surface, but inwardly vowed never to fall ill or get injured under Lu Yuxuan's care. He had no desire to end up looking like a pincushion. Unaware of his thoughts, Lu Yuxuan noticed him lying on the bed and asked with bright eyes, "Brother Yi Ming, are you resting? I can use acupuncture to help you recover from fatigue. It's very effective." Yi Ming's expression shifted, and he quickly got up, stretching his limbs. "I was just catching up on some sleep. No need for acupuncture." Lu Yuxuan looked disappointed. She had wanted to showcase her acupuncture skills in front of Brother Yi Ming. Jiang Qi and Zhang Xiaoman covered their mouths, stifling their laughter. They knew Yi Ming was lying down to regain his strength and spirit, and his reaction clearly showed his fear of acupuncture. But to be honest, even they felt a chill at the sight of those dozens of gleaming silver needles. Lu Yuxuan seemed genuinely eager to give Yi Ming a few needles and suggested, "Brother Yi Ming, how about acupuncture tonight while you rest?" Yi Ming's expression changed again. He was certain Lu Yuxuan meant no harm and only wanted to demonstrate her skill, but he wasn't sick or injured. Why would he want to be needled for no reason? So he deflected, "I'm busy tonight and I still have to drive. Let's do it another time. For now, let's go to the kitchen for some instant noodles." With that, Yi Ming pulled a puzzled Lu Yuxuan toward the kitchen, already planning to collect plenty of her affection points that evening, so she wouldn't keep thinking about giving him acupuncture. Lu Yuxuan obediently followed him to the kitchen, unaware that her desire to showcase acupuncture would lead to receiving special attention that night. At night, each team kept their vehicles moving to prevent them from being swept away by the tornado. The 3-day challenge was a test of endurance in driving. Whichever team faltered first would face annihilation. Thus, no one dared to stop and rest, no matter how weary they were. Inside the RV, Ally Yan crawled out of her blanket, dressed, and went to the bathroom to splash water on her face, perking up. "Brother Yi Ming, I'm here to relieve you," she said, cheerfully hopping into the driver's seat and grinning at Yi Ming. To keep the RV moving through the night, driving shifts were necessary, and now it was Ally's turn to take over from Yi Ming. Yi Ming glanced at her state and praised her, "Quite energetic at night, up so quickly." Ally nodded. The double bed's restorative effect was indeed excellent. A short nap had fully refreshed her, leaving her radiant and in high spirits. Her good condition was mainly due to having her favor value deducted only once tonight. Ming had to rotate driving duties with ally Chu Jiangqi and Yang Lingyu, so he refrained from overcollecting from them. He wouldn't feel at ease if they drove while exhausted. Instead, he focused his favor-collecting efforts on the three women handling logistics, Zhanmi Nai and the others. Liu Yuxuan, who still harbored thoughts of acupuncture on Ming, suffered the most, much to Chu's dismay. Ming's D-rank strength was no joke. Despite their numerical advantage, they were no match for his prowess. Under Chu's resentful gaze, Ming collected 70 favor points tonight. He then spent 40 points to exchange for 4 Drank attribute orbs, upgrading his Drank physique to D. Now all 4 of his attributes had reached D, putting him on par with his pursuers in terms of stats. Tomorrow, if Ming could gather 100 favor points in exchange for a Crank attribute orb, he would ascend to Crank strength. Reaching Crank marked a leap to another level. Who could stand against him then? Yet Ming sensed something amiss. Was Crank strength truly so easy to attain? In his past life, if Li Tianyu could have reached Crank so effortlessly, he would have long crushed the women's fist sect. Even if Li Tianyu's favor collection was slower now, he later captured many women and could have raised an attribute to Crank or even Brank with time. But in his past life, Li Tianyu never reached a level that left everyone in the dust. Ming vaguely suspected that Li Tianyu's advancement might have been restricted. As for what the restriction was, he remained uncertain. Tomorrow night, when he had 100 favor points, he would try exchanging for a Crank attribute orb to find out. Ally, take the wheel. Ming parked the RV and vacated the driver's seat for Ally. Having learned to drive during the day, she handled it without issue. As the RV resumed its journey, the stop didn't exceed a minute, so the tornado behind didn't break the rules to sweep it away. The night air was chilly. Ming draped a blanket over Ally and reminded her of a few precautions. Ally, her small frame in the driver's seat, focused intently on driving, nodding at Ming's words. He stayed with her for a while, and seeing her handle the vehicle well, he felt reassured and went back to sleep. Time passed. The headlights illuminated the road ahead as they drove on. With Ming and the women taking turns, they made it through the night safely as dawn broke. Ding wind force increased to level 10, storm intensity enhanced. Calculating 8 occupants in the vehicle, issuing 800 units of gasoline and 26 escape coins. Inside the RV's cab, Jiangqi was driving. Hearing the system alert, she glanced at the rearview mirror and saw the tornado expanding visibly. Her expression shifted. She felt the steering wheel become unstable. Not good. Jiangqi gripped it firmly and tapped the brakes, slightly reducing speed to stabilize the RV. The external wind was clearly too strong, pushing the RV off course and making driving difficult. Drivers had to constantly exert force to keep the wheel steady, otherwise the vehicle would veer off the road, leading to disaster. Fortunately, Jiangqi's strength attribute was E, so holding the wheel steady was manageable. Jiangqi, how's it going? Any trouble driving? Ming rushed to the cab to check. Jiangqi replied, seriously husband, the wind outside is fierce. The wheel tends to drift. Ew, I have to grip it tight. Jiangqi explained the issue. Ming nodded gravely, understanding her point. He called Chu Ally and Yang Lingyu to brief them. The three noticed Jiangqi's hands occasionally trembling on the wheel, realizing today's driving would be tougher. Brother Ming will be careful driving, Yang Lingyu said seriously. Their strength was adequate as long as they stayed vigilant. Chu suggested, husband, maybe we should slow down a bit to reduce the drifting. Ming shook his head at her proposal. No need to slow down. Keep this speed during the day, we can reduce it at night. He didn't mention that driving faster would cover more distance, allowing them to reach the extreme heat world earlier tomorrow. Ming kept this from the women to avoid affecting their driving. If they knew, they might speed up, recklessly risking accidents. Tomorrow's wind would be stronger, forcing all vehicles to slow to 30 km/h, so today it was best to maximize distance. Though puzzled, the women trusted Ming unconditionally and didn't reduce speed. They were all uneasy about the pursuing tornado and didn't want to slow down either. Seeing Jiangqi driving steadily, Ming took the others to the kitchen for breakfast. After a simple meal, he said to Zhanmi, go learn culinary skills, leave the cleanup to Ally and the others. Zhanmi nodded, used a culinary token, and vanished in a white light.